Rebirth of a Star General Chapter 219 to Chapter 248. The next morning, Xian woke up slightly later than usual. Last night, she kept thinking about things and couldn't fall asleep. She only fell asleep in the middle of the night. When she woke up, it was already late in the morning. It wasn't snowing today, so the sun was out. After washing up, she went to the main room to eat. As soon as she walked in, she almost bit her tongue. "Why are you here?" Xian asked. Someone was sitting at the table in the main room, drinking tea. Qingmei stood at the side. When she saw Xian, she answered anxiously, "His Excellency came over early in the morning. He told me not to wake you up and to wait here for you to wake up." Xiaoju put down the teacup in her hand. She glanced at her and asked, "Did you sleep well?" "It was okay." Xian scratched her head. She felt that Xiaoju's sudden appearance was very shocking. She subconsciously looked at the roof. This was her house, not the Liang province guards. Qingmei put the porridge and dishes on the table. Xian looked and said in surprise, "Qingmei, did you get rich? So much food? These seem to be snacks from Xianxia, right? His Excellency sent someone to deliver these." Qingmei answered uneasily. Originally, the He family ate simple breakfast. It had been more than 10 years, so no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Today, Xiaoju sent someone to deliver such a large table of food. Qingmei felt embarrassed and wondered if her family was too shabby. Xian didn't feel anything. It wasn't the first time she took advantage of Xiaoju. She immediately applauded and praised, "Xiaoju, you're so considerate. No wonder Yan Nongguang always said that having a wife is good. You're even better than Princess Shang. I can't find a single flaw." Qi Wu, who was standing in the corner, trembled when he heard this. Was this something a human would say? That was a little too shameless. It was a pity that their young master was bewitched to the point of confusion, but he actually looked quite happy. "Have you eaten?" Xian gave Xiaoju a pair of chopsticks. "Let's eat together." Xiaoju took the chopsticks. "Okay." Qi Wu, she finally knew why her master had left the Xiao manor without eating breakfast. She had woken up so early to freeload her own food. He was really bored out of his mind. Usually, the He family didn't discriminate between master and servant. Qingmei also ate together at the same table. But today, Xiaoju was here. Qingmei wouldn't come to the table even if she was beaten to death. After hesitating for a while, she dragged Qi Wu away and said that she wanted to sweep the snow. Xian had no choice but to eat with Xiaoju. Qingmei's porridge was fragrant and soft. She had added red dates, so it was sweet. Xian remembered that this person didn't seem to like sweet things when she grew up. He asked, "I forgot that you don't like sweet things." She reached out her chopsticks and took the red dates from Xiaoju's bowl. She smiled and said, "I'll help you." Xiaoju paused. Xiao family members knew that he was very particular about cleanliness. He didn't like to use things that others had used, let alone pick food from his bowl. Even Xiao Jing couldn't do it. But Xian did this, so he didn't stop her. "But, you didn't come here today just to eat breakfast with me, right?" Xian asked, "What's the matter?" "I plan to go to the Xianchang dojo." Xiaoju said, "You'll come with me." Xian was stunned. "Why are we going to the Xianchang dojo?" "Since you want to expose He Rufei's identity, you need evidence. The Xianchang dojo still has your past essays and scrolls. Maybe they can be of use." "How is that possible?" Xian asked curiously. "Those are things from many years ago. How can the Xianchang dojo still keep them?" Xiaoju pulled the corners of her mouth and looked at her with a mischievous smile. "Don't you know? General Fei Hong and General Feng Yun's calligraphy has been kept in the dojo until today. Every year, when new students come to the spring enrollment, everyone has to look at it." Xian almost choked on his own words. "Are you serious? My calligraphy?" Heaven and earth, Xiaoju was fine, but her calligraphy back then could not be considered very beautiful. Her handwriting was like a dog's crawl, but it was an exam paper that was always last place. What was there to look at? Over and over again, wasn't it insulting? Who would have thought that the last place in the Xianxia dojo would one day be on par with the first place and become the dojo's signboard? Sure enough, don't bully the young for being poor. Every dog has its day. I actually don't really want to go, Xiaoju said. Oh. He Yan made a sad face. Okay, I'll go. After the meal, He Yan and Xiaoju went out together. He didn't feel this way when he was in the Liang province guards. But once he returned to the capital and put on Lady He's dress, he felt uncomfortable all over. It wasn't because of anything else. It was because Lady He's dress was too exquisite and complicated. He Yan decided to simplify the complicated dress and put away all the straps. It was more convenient to go out. There was no carriage at the door. He Yan paused and asked the person beside him, Xiaoju, where's the carriage? The weather is good today. Let's go. He said. It was a rare sunny day. The snow from last night hadn't melted, and the ground was glowing with golden warmth. When they walked under the sun, they felt that the haze of the past few days had been swept away. Their bodies felt warm from head to toe. He Yan closed his eyes comfortably and said, it would be great if it was this warm every day. Xiaoju turned her head and glanced at him. The young girl had a bright smile. A little sunlight was enough to make her happy. It was hard to imagine that the brave and fierce General Fei Hong on the battlefield was this silly person in front of him. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, and he restrained the smile in his eyes. The two of them walked side by side on the street. Even though He Yan wasn't very famous, Xiaoju's face wasn't unfamiliar. People recognized him from afar. Although they didn't dare to approach him, they still pointed and discussed in secret. Isn't that General Feng Yun, military governor Xiao? Who's the girl beside him? I don't think I've seen her before. When did military governor Xiao walk side by side with a girl in the daytime? She must be the fiancée that His Majesty has bestowed upon him. Fiancée? Are you talking about the Marquis He Yan? That's right, that's right. So Marquis Wuan looks like this. She looks so soft and weak. How did she get on the battlefield? He Yan's hearing was outstanding. He accidentally heard the discussions around him. He Yan looked at the man walking beside him. His expression was calm and indifferent. He Yan inexplicably felt that he had been brought out by Xiaoju to show his face. So that people would know that Xiaoju's fiancé, Marquis Wuan, looked like this. Forget it, she said to herself in her heart. If they want to see, then let them see. In the past, when she wore a mask, she had to hide. Now that she was openly using this face, even if there were people who wanted to substitute her, it would be impossible. Along the way, they were surrounded by people. After walking for a long time, the two of them finally arrived at the entrance of the Xianchang Pavilion. Years had passed since they parted, but the Xianchang Pavilion still looked the same as before. The model door, the familiar plaque, and the apricot tree at the entrance bent under the weight of the snow. He Yan looked and felt a little emotional. Her days in the Xianchang Pavilion were not very relaxing. Now that she thought about it, it was full of happy memories. The teachers here taught her to be reasonable and righteous. Otherwise, a girl who couldn't distinguish right from wrong and disguised as a man, even if she was a chess piece of the He family, would still be an ignorant chess piece that couldn't control her own fate. The most correct thing He Yuanqing had done in his life was to send her to the Virtuous Prosperity Dojo, which changed her life. Let's go, Xiaoju said. The two of them walked in together. As soon as they walked into the courtyard, they heard the sound of students reading in the academy. The way of the university is to be virtuous, to be close to the people, and to stop doing good deeds. After so many years, you're still memorizing this. He Yan suddenly recalled the memories of improving together with Lin Shuanghe. It's strange. At that time, I couldn't memorize it no matter how hard I tried. Later, after I joined the army, I recited it every night when I had nothing to do in the camp. Then, I memorized it. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows. You memorized it in the camp? Of course, He Yan said proudly. In the beginning, before I met my master, my skills were not good, so I could only rely on my brain. You don't know, but in the Fuyue army, anyone who can read is very popular in the camp. They are good at both the pen and the sword. She began to praise herself again. Xiaoju was about to say something when she suddenly heard someone's voice in front of him. Military Governor Xiao. The two of them looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man wearing yellow hemp clothes quickly walking over. This man was very gentle and had an amiable appearance. When he walked in front of Xiaoju and He Yan, he smiled and said, "Military Governor Xiao, why did you think of coming to the academy today?" He Yan was stunned. This was Huang Sankai, the teacher who taught mathematics in the Xianxia Academy. He Yan had also taught mathematics in the past. During He Yan's school life, because she was not outstanding in any aspect, it was very difficult for her to gain the teacher's favor. This Mr. Huang Sankai, perhaps because he was not very old at the time, was very gentle and amiable to his students. He did not treat his students differently because of their grades, and was very accommodating. It was also this teacher who used to praise He Yan in the academy. Diligent learning is like a sprout in spring. You don't see it growing, but it grows day by day. Look at He Rufei, you should all learn from him. Because of this, a group of youths were dissatisfied with He Yan. However, when he saw this Mr. Huang, He Yan still felt very close. I was passing by here, so I came to take a look. Xiaoju replied. Huang Sankai showed an expression of pride. Please come in, please come in. Don't blame this teacher for showing a fawning expression. Xiaoju was now Wei's famous General Feng Yun and the commander-in-chief of the Right Army. The reason why he did not get promoted was because even if he won the war, His Majesty did not have a higher position to promote him. Moreover, when he was in the Xianxia Academy, instead of saying that the teachers were teaching Xiaoju, it was more accurate to say that Xiaoju came to the Xianxia Academy to go through the motions. The teachers in the Xianxia Academy did not have anything to teach him. In order to avoid causing a commotion among the students, He Yan and Xiaoju went to the teacher's room. The teachers rested in this spacious room during the day and only attended 3 classes a day. Today's class was literature, mathematics, and etiquette. Tomorrow's class was bow, horse, and saber. When He Yan and Xiaoju walked in, there was no one else in the room. Huang Sankai first poured a cup of tea for the two of them and invited them to sit down. Then he got up and fiddled with the stove in the room. The stove in the room was warm, and a cup of hot tea was very comfortable. I did not expect Military Governor Xiao to be here today. Huang Sankai smiled and looked at He Yan. This is Marquis Wuan, Miss He? He Yan quickly got up and bowed. He Yan greets teacher. She was bowing to the teacher as a student, but it gave Huang Sankai a fright. He quickly got up and bowed back. Miss He is too polite. Please sit down. He Yan sat down. Huang Sankai smiled and said to He Yan, when Military Governor Xiao was a teenager, he was very popular with girls. However, I have never seen him treat anyone differently. At that time I was wondering what kind of woman his future wife would be. Now, that group of brats have all settled down and gotten married, but I don't see any movement from him. Now that the dust has settled, I can be at ease. This Miss He, Huang Sankai said to He Yan, is very different from ordinary girls. I have stayed in Shuajing for so many years and have seen countless girls. However, Miss He is the first one I have seen. Military Governor Zhao's eyes are really sharp. He Yan, Huang Sankai probably did not expect that the girl he was praising was a student that he had personally taught in the past. As they were talking, the door opened and someone came in. The two looked over at the same time and saw a thin old man wearing a brown robe and a high bun walk in. Mr. Wei, Huang Sankai stood up and said to the old man, Military Governor Xiao and his fiancée, Miss He, are here. Wei Xianzhang, the curator of the Xianchang Hall, looked at the two. He Yan and Xiaoju stood up and bowed to him. Wei Xianzhang was not as friendly as Huang Sankai. He only nodded slightly, walked to his desk, and sat down. He put down the book in his hand. He was the one who was in class just now. He Yan leaned closer to Xiaoju and whispered, Look, the person I am most afraid of is here. When He Yan was in school, he was most afraid of this Mr. Wei, Curator Wei. Wei Xianzhang was not a commoner. He had an official position. However, He Yan once thought that the reason why he founded the Xianchang Hall was because his personality was too unlikable. He was old-fashioned and strict. His colleagues in the officialdom did not like him, so they rushed him to be the curator of the school. Unlike Huang Sankai, who was gentle and amiable and never scolded students, Wei Xianzhong was excessively strict. As long as there were students with bad grades, they would always be punished by him. The students secretly called him Old Man Wei. As He Yan was the last in the Xianchang Hall, Wei Xianzhong naturally saw her as the shame of the Xianchang Hall. He Yan believed that if it wasn't for He Yuanqing persuading that Shi Bao and the fact that the Xianchang Hall didn't have the rule of driving out the accepted students, she would have been driven out by Wei Xianzhong on the first day she entered the Xianchang Hall. She would never be allowed to step into the school again. In short, in the memories of this gentleman, He Yan could only remember the unpleasant memories of being beaten, punished, scolded, and copying books. Even though she was no longer studying in the school and was not afraid of facing the Yudo, He Yan still felt a chill down her spine the moment she saw this old gentleman. "This is Miss He," Huang Sankai said with a smile. Wei Xianzhong picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. His scrutinizing gaze swept over He Yan's body and said with a straight face, "You are He Yan? How can a woman join the army to fight and show her face in public?" He Yan, ? She didn't study anymore, but this old man Wei still wanted to pick on her and find trouble with her. He Yan smiled and said, "It's just that the situation forced me to do so. Eating and living with a man is immoral and unorthodox. You don't know the rules at all. Xiao Huijin has always been clean and honest. How could he be coaxed into the hands of a woman like you?" He Yan, Huang Sankai wiped his sweat awkwardly. "Curator, Mr. Wei is too serious." Xiao Ju said lightly, "Miss He didn't coax me. I liked her first." Wei Xianzhong furrowed his brows and looked at Xiao Ju with even more disappointment. A real man talks about love and love all day long, what's wrong with him? He then glared fiercely at He Yan. "Femme fatale." He Yan's smile stiffened. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time someone called her a femme fatale. She took it as a compliment. But the way old man Wei looked at her, it was as if she was the demoness who brought disaster to the country. Xiao Ju was the fatuous ruler of the country. Could it be that her last-place temperament had already seeped into her bones? Even if she changed her body, as long as Wei Xianzhong saw her, he would still dislike her from the bottom of his heart. "We came here today to ask for a favor." He Yan changed the topic. If she continued, she was afraid that old man Wei would use a long stick to chase them away. Huang Sankai asked, "What is it?" "We want to borrow the brush and ink that He Rufei left in the academy," Xiao Ju said. When she said this, Wei Xianzhong and Huang Sankai looked at her in surprise. "What does military governor Xiao want to borrow He Rufei's brush and ink for?" Huang Sankai asked. "It's me." He Yan laughed. "I've always heard that General Fei Hong is a great general who is as famous as the governor. My heart is filled with admiration. I also heard that they used to be classmates, so I wanted to see the traces of General Fei Hong's past." "Nonsense. Ridiculous." Wei Xianzhong slammed the table. His face was green with anger. He pointed at He Yan and said, "How can you be like this, like this?" He Yan guessed what he wanted to say and thoughtfully reminded him, "Zhao Qin, Mu Chu, Zhao San, Mu Si? You." Wei Xianzhong was furious. He turned and looked at Xiao Ju. "Xiao Huijin, this is the wife you chose." The corner of Xiao Ju's mouth twitched and she said, "It's nonsense. Sir, don't take it to heart. Please take a look at He Rufei's brush and ink first. He Rufei is a student of my Xianchang Academy." Wei Xianzhong flicked his sleeves and said, "He is also a famous general of Dawei. How can his brush and ink be seen by just anyone?" He Yan thought to himself. He didn't expect her to be so important in Wei Xuanzhang's heart. For a moment, he was touched and his resentment towards this old man disappeared. "I'm not asking as a student," Xiao Ju said calmly. "I'm asking as the governor of the right army." Huang Sankai shuddered. He knew that when this young master was in the Xianchang Academy, although he didn't seem to cause trouble, he was definitely not an obedient person. Most of the time, he was just too lazy to do it. Now that he was talking about his official position, the Xianchang Academy couldn't act rashly in front of the Right Army's governor for the time being. He pulled Wei Xianzhong and squeezed out a smile. "What are you saying? If military governor Xiao wants to see it, he can do so at any time." General He's brush and ink are stored in the study. The two of you, please follow me. Wei Xianzhang was furious. Huang Sankai, curator. Huang Sankai leaned closer to him and whispered, "That's Commander-in-Chief Xiao we're talking about. Besides, most of the students who attend the spring recruitment every year are here because of Commander-in-Chief Xiao and General He. If we offend Military Governor Xiao, in the future, Military Governor Xiao will spread the word that everyone else will go to the Imperial College. What kind of talents will our Xianchang Academy be able to recruit?" Wei Xianzhang didn't speak. He only knew how to teach and didn't know anything about politics or business. Ordinary chores were taken care of by Huang Sankai. At this moment, when he heard Huang Sansai's words, he knew that what he said was reasonable. In the end, he couldn't keep his face. He snorted and left in a huff. Mr. Wei is just a bit old-fashioned. He doesn't have any ill intentions. Huang Sankai didn't forget to rope in He Yan. "Miss He, please don't take it to heart." "I know." He Yan smiled and said, "I won't take it to heart." "That's good." Huang Sankai brought the two of them into the library of the Xianchang Academy and left first. The library had a total of 3 floors. The topmost floor retained the brushes and ink left behind by the students in the past. In the past few years, the most famous people in the Xianchang Academy were He Yan and Xiao Ju. Therefore, the scrolls, paintings they left behind were sealed on the same shelf. The top row was Xiao Ju's, and the bottom row was He Yan's. He Yan took out a stack of exam papers and casually took out one. It was mathematics, and a C was clearly drawn on it. The paper was full of mistakes. The moment He Yan saw it, she subconsciously hid the exam paper behind her back. Xiao Ju glanced at her and sneered, "It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you hiding it?" He Yan pursed her lips and thought for a while. Then, she said, "I think it's unfair." Xiao Ju took out a book and casually flipped through it. "What's unfair?" "Think about it." He Yan answered seriously. "When you met me, I was at the lowest point of my life. I didn't know anything and I wasn't good at anything. What you saw was the worst version of me. When I went to the battlefield, I knew everything. You didn't see me at my best. But when I saw you, you were always so good." He Yan said, "Don't you think it's unfair?" Xiao Ju laughed. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly looked downstairs and her expression changed slightly. Someone came in. "It can't be?" He Yan whispered, "Didn't Mr. Huang tell us to look for books ourselves? Why did he let other students in? If those students saw us, wouldn't it be lively again?" But soon, she realized that this was not the case. The footsteps coming up the stairs obviously belonged to someone who knew martial arts. Xiao Ju and He Yan looked at each other and the two of them quickly hid behind another row of bookshelves. The distance between the bookshelves was very narrow. Only one person could pass through at a time. The two of them hid in the corner and had to face each other. Xiao Ju was very tall. He Yan raised his head slightly and almost touched her chin. As the two of them breathed in and out, they could almost hear each other's heartbeat. He Yan's palms couldn't help but sweat. He couldn't help but feel nervous. But this nervousness only lasted for a moment. Her gaze froze. The person who had sneaked up the stairs quickly rushed to the row of bookshelves that they were standing on. Then, he took out a flint and lit the row of bookshelves that He Yan was standing on. With a ting sound, the fire ignited. He Yan and Xiao Ju flew out. "Stop." The person who set the fire did not expect that there would be someone in the quiet library today. He was caught off guard and wanted to run, but Xiao Ju had already blocked his way. He was no match for her in martial arts. After exchanging one move, Xiao Ju dislocated his arm. He Yan had already grabbed a long blanket to put out the fire when Xiao Ju was exchanging blows with the person. Fortunately, the fire was not big. The person probably thought that the library was easy to set on fire, so he did not use ointment. Otherwise, the two of them might not have been able to put out the fire. The fire was put out in time, so only half of the books were burned. He Yan shook his head at Xiao Ju. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. The two of them looked at the person on the ground. He was young and wore a cotton shirt. At first glance, he looked like a student from the Xianxia school. His arms and legs were dislocated by Xiaoju, so he could not move for the time being. He Yan noticed that there were traces of martial arts training between his thumb and index finger. He could not help but frown. He doesn't look like a student from the Xianxia school. He must have snuck in. Ordinary students, even if there were martial arts courses in the school, would not have such thick calluses. It was obvious that they were caused by years of martial arts training. Xiaoju looked down at him and asked coldly, "Who sent you?" The person only stared at Xiaoju and did not speak. Wait a minute. He Yan seemed to have sensed something. He stepped forward and grabbed the person's chin. Xiaoju could not stop him. He Yan said, "He can't speak. He's a mute." The person was forced to open his mouth. His mouth was empty except for half of his tongue. It's very dangerous. Xiaoju pulled her up and pulled her behind. Don't get too close. The other party found a mute and deliberately snuck into the Xianxia school just to set the library on fire. He Yan's attention was not on himself. He looked at Xiaoju. It seems that someone has the same idea as us. Although there were rare and unique books in the hidden book pavilion, it was not enough to make people take the risk. What's more, the other party didn't send people to steal, but to set fire. Coincidentally, the one that was set on fire was the one that He Rufei had used. Just like how He Yan and Xiaoju came to the Xiancheng mansion today to find He Rufei's past handwriting in case of an emergency, the real young master he also looked guilty and short of breath, which was why he couldn't wait to get someone to destroy the corpse. Xiaoju asked, "What are your plans?" He Yan lowered his head and thought for a while. When he raised his head again, his expression had become relaxed. Since someone covets General He's notes, why don't we keep them for them first? As for this person, let's inform Mr. Huang first and see what he has to say. When Huang Sankai received the news and came over, he couldn't believe his eyes. He had only let Xiaoju and He Yan into the hidden book pavilion for less than a stick of incense's time. How could someone suddenly set fire to it? Mr. Huang, Xiaoju gestured to the person on the ground. Is this person a student of the school? Mr. Huang carefully looked at the face of the person who set the fire and shook his head. No, I've never seen this person before. Then that's it, Xiaoju nodded. This person snuck into the school and just failed to set fire to it. I saw it. Mr. Huang hurriedly went to check the bookshelf that had just caught fire. The scattered test papers on the ground, the half-burnt book, and the smell of burnt wood in the pavilion all proved that Xiaoju was not lying. Just now, someone did set fire to it. Why? Huang Sankai was at a loss. What enmity does this person have with our Xiancheng school? Why did he set fire to the hidden book pavilion? Fortunately, it was the hidden book pavilion and not the school. But just now, if Xiaoju and He Yan were not here, very few people would enter the hidden book pavilion. By the time the fire was discovered, it would be too late. Thinking of this, Huang Sansai's heart was filled with a layer of fear. This person is mute, He Yan laughed. He can't speak. Xiaoju's voice was cold. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Yuto. Yuto? Huang Sankai was shocked. Why would the Yuto appear in Shuajing? Xiaoju calmly said, this matter is confidential. I hope Mr. Huang can keep it a secret for me. Since it is the Yuto's conspiracy, it is better to beat them at their own game. Mr. Huang, please announce to the public that the hidden book pavilion caught fire and destroyed a shelf of books. Fortunately, the fire was put out in time and did not lead to a disaster. But General Fei Hong's notes were all destroyed. This? Huang Sankai was still very puzzled. This is related to the country. Xiaoju's eyes were as sharp as lightning. I hope Mr. Huang can consider the overall situation. Huang Sankai trembled. Of course. But General He's notes. He and I are classmates. It is just some ordinary pen and ink. I will bring it back to Xiao family for safekeeping. In the future, when the real culprit behind the scenes is revealed, I will return it to you. Huang Sankai sensed something. He looked at the young man in front of him. The young man who was always lazy and indifferent had now shed his youthfulness. He was like an unsheathed sword, completely different from the past. He respectfully lowered his head and whispered. It is all up to Military Governor Xiao. As for this person, I will take care of it. Mr. Huang only needs to announce to the public that someone was burned to death in the fire. Huang Sankai nodded in agreement. After Huang Sankai finished his task, Jiwu came in and took away the mute who had set the fire. He also took away a whole sack of Yirufei's notes. He Yan and Xiaoju walked out. As they walked, he said, Xiaoju, what happened just now, is it okay? In the end, Huang Sankai was not a member of the Xiao family. He did not know how much he could keep secret for them. Yirufei was not a fool either. The people they sent out did not return. Even if Huang Sankai spread the news that the library was on fire, Yirufei might not believe it. It's okay. Leave it to me, Xiaoju replied. He Yan thought for a moment. I think that Su Zhiheng is probably still looking for Mother Qin's whereabouts. We must ensure their safety. Xiaoju smiled carelessly. Don't worry. The Su family's hands cannot reach into the Xiao family. He Yan was slightly relieved. However, today's relaxed visit to the Xianxia pavilion to reminisce about old friends was disrupted by this sudden incident. He could not help but feel a bit heavy. As he walked to the door with Xiaoju, he suddenly heard someone call out to her, Miss He. He Yan looked up and saw a man wearing an indigo robe standing not far away. He was as gentle as an orchid. It was Chu Zhao. He also saw Xiaoju standing next to He Yan. His eyes narrowed slightly, but his smile returned to normal. He walked forward and greeted, Military Governor Xiao, Miss He. Fourth Young Master Chu, why are you here? He Yan asked with a smile. Ever since that day at the palace banquet where Emperor Wen Xian bestowed the marriage, she had not seen Chu Zhao. She only knew that the Su family and the Chu family were preparing for his marriage with Su Pingting. Compared to He Yan's family background, Chu Zhao and Su Pingting's marriage, on the surface, seemed to be more well-matched. Although He Yan did not think that Chu Zhao liked Su Pingting, his fiancée, that much. I came out to do something, Chu Zhao replied gently. He Yan noticed that the servant following him today was an unfamiliar servant. Her appearance was average and was nodding Xiang. He could not help but look at the servant a few more times. The servant was not afraid. She stared back at him with a look of scrutiny. He Yan pondered for a moment and understood. Presumably, Miss Su Pingting saw that Ying Xiang was too beautiful by Chu Zhao sighed. She was not at ease, so she sent another servant to follow him. On the surface, she was serving him, but in reality, she was monitoring him. After all, Chu Zhao had a dissolute father. His own appearance was outstanding, so it was inevitable that she would think more. However, Chu Zhao was a little pitiful. As a man, he could not even decide whether to keep his servant by his side. Today was just the beginning. Once he got married, that Miss Su Pingting would only become worse. The maidservant also looked at He Yan with a bit of vigilance, as if Chu Zhao was a big fat piece of greasy meat, and all the women on the street were like hungry dogs, staring at him very closely. He Yan did not want to get into trouble, nor did he want to be a target for others. He said, Xiaoju and I still have something to do. We will leave first. When Chu Zhao heard the two words Xiaoju, he was stunned. His eyes looked at the two of them and then he smiled, then, let's meet again another day. He Yan nodded and pulled Xiaoju away in a hurry. After the two of them left, Chu Zhao looked at the door of the Xianchang pavilion. His eyes flashed with a trace of deep thought. The servant girl beside him urged, Fourth Young Master, it's not early. You should go to the silk shop to choose cloth first. Miss said that all matters related to the wedding must be seen by Fourth Young Master. The young man covered the haze in his eyes and smiled, okay. At the Su family's door, the servant Fu Wang was holding a broom and was currently sweeping the floor. He had been absent-minded for the entire afternoon. In fact, it had not been a day or two. Ever since he told the other party about Mother Qin's whereabouts, the mysterious person who was generous had not appeared again. Fu Wang felt very disappointed. He originally wanted to make a big profit from this person before leaving. He did not expect that he would disappear. He felt a bit of regret. He should not have told the other party about Mother Qin's whereabouts so early. Perhaps if he had delayed a bit longer, he could have squeezed more out of the other party. Once he got used to the easy way of getting money, Fu Wang felt particularly unsatisfied when he looked back at the meager monthly allowance. He swept the floor. Suddenly, a copper coin rolled in front of him. Fu Wang subconsciously followed it. He wanted to pick it up, but after taking a few steps, the copper coin was suddenly stepped on by a boot. He was startled. He raised his head and saw a tall man wearing a bamboo hat standing in front of him. The man said in a low voice, "Are you Fu Wang?" Fu Wang was startled and stammered, "Yes, yes. Tea house at the corner of the street. See you at the old place." After saying this, the other party lifted his foot and turned to leave. Fu Wang stared blankly at the dirty copper coin. He bent over and picked it up. He wiped the stain on it and put it in his sleeve. His heart was beating fast. When his companion who went to the toilet returned, Fu Wang used his diarrhea as an excuse to slip away. He went to the tea house where he used to meet with the mysterious person. It was still the innermost tea house. The man from before had already taken a seat. Fu Wang walked in with suspicion in his heart. Although this person's clothes were very similar to the previous person, they were not the same person. Compared to the previous mysterious person, this person in front of him was obviously much taller. "Young master is, the person who asked you to find Mother Qin last time can't come now. The person who will make the deal with you in the future is me," Fei Nu said in a hoarse voice. Xiao Ju asked him to come to the Su family in order to make a deal with this servant called Fu Wang. At the same time, He Yan would be safely removed from this matter to avoid leaving any evidence behind. Fu Wang was startled and carefully asked, "May I ask, the previous young master, dead?" The other party's voice was extremely cold. "So, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't look at what you shouldn't look at." These cold words startled Fu Wang. Although he was greedy for money, he also cherished his life. When he heard that the previous mysterious person had died, he couldn't help but have a myriad of thoughts. After all, even now, he didn't know who that person was or why he was asked to find out Mother Qin's whereabouts. Then, "Young master, why are you looking for me?" Fu Wang asked tentatively. "I want you to search the Su family for all the old belongings of the deceased young Mistress Su, as well as the whereabouts of all the people related to young Mistress Su," the man said concisely. Previously, he was looking for people and things related to concubine Mother He. Now, he was looking for young Mistress Su. "Why?" Before Fu Wang could speak, he saw the man in front of him take out a box from beside him and put it on the table. He opened the box, revealing dozens of silver ingots neatly stacked inside. Fu Wang's eyes widened. This person was much more generous than the previous young mistress. The previous young mistress gave the silver ingots one by one. When did she become so generous? For a moment, Fu Wang threw his previous timidity to the back of his mind. His heart and eyes were filled with the silver ingots. "How is it?" Fei Nu asked. "Well said, well said." Fu Wang hugged the box in front of him. He was so happy that the corners of his mouth bloomed. Even if this little one has to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, this little one will still do this for young master. This matter is not simple. Fei Nu deliberately lowered his voice. "Your family's young master is bound to keep an eye on your movements. It's fine. There are also places where the Fu is lax. It's just that young mistress has passed away for a long time. Most of her old belongings were buried with her body. I don't know if there are any left." Fu Wang was probably dazzled by the silver ingots in front of him. He racked his brain for a while before saying, "However, young master was deeply in love with young mistress. The courtyard where young mistress used to live still maintains its original appearance. Perhaps one or two old items can be found. It's just that there are people watching the courtyard, so it's not easy to enter." However, he smiled fawningly. This little one should be able to think of a way to enter. This person was really greedy. Or perhaps, He Yan had already pulled out the greed in his bones. Now that it was out of control, it saved Fei Nu a lot of effort. Fei Nu looked at Fu Wang, seemingly satisfied. He said, "Very good. These silver ingots are only a deposit. If you can complete the task I've entrusted to you, in the future, our young master will definitely not treat you unfairly. May I ask? Fu Wang gathered his courage and asked, young master is. This time, the person opposite him was not as mysterious as the previous mysterious person. He only arrogantly raised his head and said, the current emperor personally conferred the title of General Fei Hong. He Ru Fei Gongzi. General He? Fu Wang asked in surprise. Why would General He? He did not finish his words. Thinking of this person's words, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. He smiled fawningly and said, I know. This little one will definitely do a good job for General He. After the task was completed, Fu Wang returned to the Su residence. He did not want to be out for too long and arouse suspicion. Fei Nu sat in the tea room. He drank the tea in front of him in one gulp and also stood up to leave. In the Crown Prince's residence, there was music and dancing today. The Crown Prince was in an extremely good mood. He half leaned on the soft couch and watched the dancing maids. Su Jingfu sat beside him. Prime Minister, why do you have time to visit me today? The Guangyan smiled and said, Xilan and Pingting's marriage is approaching. The Su residence should be very busy. Su Jingfu smiled and replied, the affairs of the residence are handled by my wife. Today, I came to see your highness about the matter of the Wu Tua envoy. The Guangyan stopped drinking and looked at Su Jingfu. Oh? What is Prime Minister's opinion? In less than half a month, the Wu Tua envoy will arrive in the capital, Su Jingfu said. Right now, there are more people in favor of peace than war. It will not be difficult to convince His Majesty. However, I hope that your highness will reconsider the matter of opening the market. What does Prime Minister Su mean? The Guangyan asked indifferently. It was your idea to cooperate with the Yuto. Since it was the Yuto who suggested opening the market, why did Prime Minister Su change her mind at the last minute? Su Jingfu was not angered by the Crown Prince's attitude. He only smiled and said, it's not that I changed my mind. It's just that now that Xiao Huijin has won the war, the initiative is now in Dewey's hands. There's no need to feign civility with the Yuto. Once the market is opened, it will be difficult to negotiate with the Yuto. It's better to raise the price now. Otherwise, won't the Yuto have the final say? A hint of displeasure appeared on the Crown Prince's face. However, this expression was quickly concealed. Prime Minister Su's words are reasonable. However, Prime Minister Su needs to be clear about one thing. You, this prince, and the Yuto have private dealings. Once this matter spreads, how can there be a future? The Yuto has something on us. If we don't give them the right to open the market in Dewey, will they let this matter rest? If they do something behind this prince's back, what if they delay this prince's great undertaking? The female performer in the room had unknowingly retreated. Su Jingfu was silent for a moment. He then cupped his hands and said to the Crown Prince, Your Highness is wise. The Guangyan smiled slightly. At this time, a beautiful woman wearing a wide-sleeved hibiscus fairy dress walked in from outside. She held a small silver pot in her hand. She walked in front of the Crown Prince, knelt down, and offered the wine in the pot. The Crown Prince drank the wine in front of her in one gulp. Then, he pulled the woman into his arms. The woman raised her head, revealing a beautiful face. Su Jingfu finally saw clearly that it was Xianxia, who was given to the Crown Prince by Chu Zhao a few days ago. Xianxia saw Su Jingfu and smiled sweetly. Xianxia greets the Prime Minister. The servant sent by Xilan is indeed clever and quick-witted. The Guangyan pinched the beautiful woman's face in satisfaction. She's quite worthy of this prince's goodwill. Very good. Xianxia rebuked, Your Highness is too kind. This servant doesn't dare. Su Jingfu's smile froze slightly. In the past, this servant by Chu Zhao's side was too beautiful. Su Pingting had brought this servant to him many times to punish Xianxia. However, Su Jingfu also found out that Xianxia was saved by Chu Zhao at the entrance of the brothel. It was probably because Xianxia's experience reminded him of his mother, Yi Runmei, that he had a whole new level of respect for Xianxia. Chu Zhao was someone he had his eyes on. Su Jingfu did not want their teacher-student relationship to be damaged because of a little servant girl. Moreover, Xianxia had always been by Chu Zhao's side. This could also be a test. If Chu Zhao was only a man who was greedy for beauty, then he would not be of much use. There was no need for him to stay by Su Pingting's side. After so many years, Chu Zhao had obviously accepted the test. He had no romantic feelings for Xianxia. As Chu Zhao and Su Pingting's wedding date approached, Su Pingting became more and more anxious. It was not that Su Jingfu did not know that Su Pingting had privately gone to find the crown prince of Guangyan. However, he did not have any intention of stopping her. In the future, Chu Zhao would be Su Pingting's husband and Su Jingfu's son-in-law. If a little servant girl made his daughter unhappy, he would kill her, not to mention giving her away. Chu Zhao should have a balance in his heart. Chu Zhao made the right choice. Su Jingfu was very satisfied. Such a smart young man who knew how to make a choice was rare in the current Shuo capital. In the past, Su Jingfu's impression of Xianxia had always been that although she was beautiful, she was timid and quiet. She was an ordinary servant girl who did not cause trouble. However, now that he saw Xianxia smiling sweetly and leaning against the crown prince, Su Jingfu felt a sense of unease. The crown prince's residence never lacked beauties, nor did it lack smart people. The battles in the harem were not as easy as the politics in the imperial court. When Su Pingting sent Xianxia into the crown prince's residence, she did not have any intention of letting her live. However, so many days had passed, and Xianxia was living well. She had even received the crown prince's love. This was not something that could be achieved with just beauty. The innocent beauty's eyes were clear, as if she did not understand the filthy things of the world. Among all the beauties, she was like a dewdrop in the morning, with a fragile purity. Even the Guangyan, who did not cherish beauties, looked at her with pity. Su Jingfu sat for a while, then got up and left. After he left, the Guangyan ordered the servants to take away Su Jingfu's bowl, chopsticks, and cups. An old man. He is just a prime minister, but he thinks he is some big shot. He even wants to meddle in my affairs. The crown prince's Guangyan's eyes were filled with viciousness after Su Jingfu left. I think his hands are reaching too far. Xianxia leaned against the Guangyan, her small hand gently stroking his chest to help him breathe. She comforted him softly, Your Highness does not need to be too angry. This world will belong to Your Highness in the future. Your Highness will do whatever you say. Why do you need to listen to others? These words greatly pleased the Guangyan. The Guangyan kissed her on the cheek. You little girl, you know how to talk. Be careful, Prime Minister Su might find trouble with you if he hears this. Even if Prime Minister wants to find trouble with this servant is Your Highness's servant. Your Highness will definitely protect this servant, right? Xianxia said sweetly, Even if I am Your Highness's servant, it is still better than most people in the world. Also, let me tell Your Highness a secret. She leaned closer to the Guangyan, looking very charming. This servant was not like the other beauties, who either flattered him or were afraid of him. The Guangyan liked it very much, so he asked, What secret? This servant also does not like Prime Minister Su, Xianxia said with a bitter face, Prime Minister Su has too many rules and always has his own ideas. I am really afraid that one day, Prime Minister Su will even interfere in Your Highness's affairs. If Your Highness sends this servant away, that would be terrible. In the Shuo capital, there was an anecdote that someone set fire to the library of the Xianxia dojo. The arsonist was found and died in the sea of fire. An entire shelf of books was burned. Coincidentally, it was the notes that General Feihong Hirufei had left behind when he was studying in the academy. The Xianxia dojo had been famous for so many years and had produced two famous generals. Of the two famous generals, if General Feng Yun was said to be a genius in the hearts of young people, then General Feihong Hirufei was often used as a role model by teachers to educate students. You have to know that when General He was in the Xianxia dojo, he was not good at his studies and was often last place. Even so, hard work can make up for it. Today, he is still not a great general of the Dawei. Therefore, not everyone in the world is a genius. But if you work hard, you can achieve great things. General He was an example of hard work can make up for it. Just relying on the words of his classmates and teachers was not enough. The notes in the library were evidence. Now that this evidence was mysteriously burned, many teachers in the Shuo capital secretly cursed the arsonist for being immoral. But at the same time, the students in the academy all cheered. After all, being forced to make up for it with hard work was not an easy thing to do. In the He residence, He Rufei sat in the study and looked at the subordinate that reported the news. You were saying that the death soldiers that were sent to set the fire did not even leave behind a corpse? He asked. That's right. Rufei, He Yuanqing narrowed his eyes. Do you feel that something is wrong? They just burned a shelf of books and died in the fire. Not even a corpse can be found. I feel that something is wrong. The subordinate respectfully replied, I asked around the Xianxia dojo. The fire in the library is true. Now, all the students in the academy have returned home. The head of the academy is asking people to repair the burned shelves. It is said that not a single note of General He's was left behind. He Yuanqing thought for a moment. Rufei, if you are worried, do you want to personally go? No. He Rufei flatly refused. Now that we're in troubled times, I have to be even more careful with my words and actions. The Xianchang dojo has just caught fire. If I go there now, it's hard to avoid being caught. We still haven't settled the matter from last time, so we definitely can't let our guard down. Thinking about what happened last time, He Rufei was extremely frustrated. He had already made up his mind to take He Yan's life, or at least he wanted to test him. But he didn't expect that woman to be so skillful. Fortunately, he found all the men of sacrifice and didn't reveal the secret. In the end, he pushed all the evidence to the Fan family, but the Yamen refused to close the case. He Rufei sent someone to investigate and found out that it was Xiao Ju who had interfered. Xiao Huijin valued his fiancée very much. Now it seemed that he wanted to stand up for her. He Rufei didn't care about the daughter of a guard at the city gate, but he had heard of Xiao Ju's methods. Even Su Jingfu couldn't get any benefits from this person, so of course he was afraid. Forget it, since the notes have been burned, let's not talk about the rest. He Rufei changed the topic. Soon, the envoy from the Wu Tuo will enter the capital. At this time, it's better not to cause trouble. He Yuanqing paused and looked at He Rufei. Once the Wu Tuo enters the capital, His Majesty will definitely discuss the war and peace. If not, our He family, father, our He family will naturally make peace. He Rufei sneered, not to mention the Battle of Huayuan, we are already tied to Prime Minister Su. Even now, for the sake of the He family, we have to stand together. Xiao Huijin already has a grudge with us. Helping Prime Minister Su is helping ourselves. Of course I know, but... He Yuanqing's eyes flashed. My son, in today's court, the fourth prince's support is quite high. You see, no matter how high the fourth prince's support is, it can't be higher than Prime Minister Su. He Rufei frowned. Moreover, the Dewei values etiquette the most. The crown prince is the legitimate heir, and the fourth prince doesn't have the support of his mother's family. Father, at this time, our He family can't take a neutral position. We must stand on the crown prince's side without reservation. He Yuanqing sighed, I'm just worried. He Rufei's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. He looked at He Yuanqing. Father, if you want to obtain great wealth, you have to take risks. When my younger sister reached the rank of Grand General, there was no turning back. He Yuanqing stilled, as if the secret in his heart was suddenly exposed. A trace of embarrassment floated on his face. After a pause, he stood up and said, since you've already made up your mind, then we'll do as you say. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. He left as if he was escaping. He Rufei looked at He Yuanqing's hurried figure and smiled. He leaned back, his face gradually darkening. He didn't know when it started, but the entire He family had started to act according to his wishes. Even He Yuanqing and He Yuanliang had to be careful when they spoke to him. He Rufei had heard more than once from the servants in the residence that the eldest young master's temperament had become more and more eccentric in recent years. He was especially different from the past. After He Rufei heard this, she ordered for the servant who spoke to be executed immediately. After a few times, no one dared to gossip behind his back. Those who achieved great things didn't care about trifles. Of the two brothers of the He family, He Yuanliang was cowardly, sly, and cunning. He Yuanqing was vicious and merciless, but unfortunately, he had many misgivings and didn't dare to take a risk. Now, there was only a woman with the same name and surname, and she had become enemies with Xiao Huijin. When he did things, his hands were tied, and he was an eyesore. How could they know that if they wanted to achieve great things, their hands would be stained with blood? For example, in the Battle of Huayuan, in order to prevent future troubles, he took the initiative to get in touch with Su Jingfu. Su Jingfu and Yuto also had secret dealings. It was just a casual matter, but He Yan's trusted subordinates were all buried in that battle that didn't require him to pay such a high price. After that, there were very few people who understood General Fei Hong. As a general, he had a clear conscience. He Rufei didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for his own actions. He also didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for his cousin who died early. Before He Yan became General Fei Hong, she had already lived under his name for many years. If it weren't for his identity as eldest young master, a woman living in this world should have followed the rules and regulations and followed the husband after marriage. How could there be anything that came after? It could be said that all the military merits that He Yan had earned were originally obtained by relying on his name. Now, everything was just returning to its rightful owner. Not to mention that Marquis Wuan was obviously a substitute pretending to be a ghost. Even if the real He Yan came to take his life, he wouldn't be the least bit afraid. Because, this should have been his in the first place. On this day, He Yan left early in the morning and only returned home when it was close to evening. Lady Fan in prison was still crazy, and he couldn't get any useful information out of her. Mother Qin was hidden in the Xiao family, but what she knew was very limited. Su Jiheng didn't truly trust He Wanru, and Mother Qin deliberately avoided the murder case at the time. Therefore, other than a witness, there wasn't much other evidence for the time being. He Yan could only make a trip himself. Although she was now Marquis Wuan, she hadn't established her own network in the imperial court. Her colleagues saw that she was a woman, and although they flattered her on the surface, they actually despised her in their hearts. Other than classmates like Lin Xuanhe and Yan He, there were very few officials in the imperial court who could be on good terms with her. Fortunately, although the title of Marquis Wuan wasn't very useful, the title of Xiaoju's fiancé was more convenient than He Yan had imagined. As long as she brought up Xiaoju, most of her colleagues were still willing to give her face. He Yan used the title of Xiaoju to inquire about matters within the Fuyue army. As she probed like this, she really did find some clues. Ever since He Rufei received the title of Fei Hong, Dewei was peaceful and there were very few wars. He had always stayed in Shuajing and never left the city. The Battle of Huayuan was the first time He Rufei went to the battlefield after a few years. In that battle, He Rufei led the Fuyue army to a Pyrrhic victory, and all of his trusted subordinates died in battle. None of the deputy general's subordinates who were even slightly close to He Rufei survived. Most of the soldiers who participated in that battle were ordinary soldiers who didn't have access to the secrets of the war. However, even if this was the case, there were still some secret rumors that spread. The general that day was very different from before. He seemed to have an argument with the military advisor, but the military advisor had already died in the Battle of Huayuan. However, when the Yudo came that day, we had the advantage. However, the general didn't move, and in the end, gave the Yuto an opportunity. However, maybe we were thinking too much. The general has been through hundreds of battles, and naturally isn't someone that we can figure out. The soldier added. Because General Fei Hong's name was too famous, no one doubted his tactics, and no one doubted his loyalty. However, He Yan knew that He Rufei was purposely sending those people to their deaths. Before this, He Rufei had never led an army. In the Battle of Huayuan, he was able to let his most valued subordinates be completely wiped out, and he was able to escape unscathed. There was no such logic in the world, unless he had been secretly colluding with the Yuto. Thinking about this, He Yan realized that when she pretended to be He Rufei in the Rundu and attacked the Yuto's camp, General Huyate's reaction was also very thought-provoking. If He Rufei really wanted to protect his identity from being exposed, and did not hesitate to ask a tiger for its skin, and betray the country's ruler, this crime was unforgivable. As she thought about this, she unknowingly walked to the door. Just as she entered the door, Qing Mei saw her and hurried over, saying, "Miss, you're finally back." "What's wrong?" He Yan asked curiously. Ever since her identity was exposed, He Yan had let Xiaoju take Qiwu away during the day, and come back at night. A good bodyguard couldn't just stay by her side and not do anything. Therefore, after Chiwu left, Qingmei went back to her old days. It was rare to see her so flustered. Someone came to the house, Qingmei said in a small voice. They said they were looking for Miss. Just as she finished speaking, Yan heard a familiar voice, "Big brother." She turned around and saw a yellow-cloaked youth with red lips and white teeth running over from the hall. He walked 2 circles around her with a face full of surprise. "Big brother, I didn't think you were really a woman." Qingmei reminded him kindly, "Little Gongzi, our family's miss is a woman." Yan didn't expect Qingli Su to come to his house. It seemed to have been a long time since he last saw him. This youth had grown a bit taller, but his eyebrows were still as arrogant as before. "Why are you here?" Yan asked. "Today, I snuck out when no one was paying attention." Qingli Su said with a bitter face, "After I returned to the capital from the Liangzhou Guard, I was forced to go to school. I had no freedom at all. When I heard that Big Brother had returned to the capital, I wanted to come and see, but the school was very strict and I couldn't leave. When I returned, I heard that you were a woman, and that you had become my uncle's fiancé." "Big brother. What's going on? How did you become a woman?" It had been so long, but he didn't expect someone to still be concerned about this matter. Yan was helpless and could only say, "I was a woman to begin with. At the time, I was forced by the situation and had no choice but to disguise myself as a man and enter the military. When I returned to the capital, my identity was naturally revealed. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding." As soon as he said this, he heard another voice say, "So, you admit that you lied?" Yan was startled and saw Song Taotao walk out from the back. The little girl was even more lively and delicate than when she was in the Liangzhou Guard. The Song family probably doted on this daughter very much. The material of her clothes looked very expensive, making her seem like a little fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals. However, unlike her delicate face, her expression was like that of an infatuated girl who had been abandoned by a heartless man. "Tao Tao?" Yan looked at Qingli Su. "You came together?" Qingli Su rolled his eyes. "Who wants to come with her?" "When I came to find Big Brother, I just happened to run into this shrew at the door." Song Taotao walked in front of Yan with a complicated expression. She sized up Yan from head to toe before saying resentfully, "You really are a woman." Yan, it was impossible for Yan not to have noticed the little girl's thoughts from beginning to end. After all, this child was pure and sincere. Her thoughts were written all over her face. Even an idiot could see her undisguised admiration and affection. However, when they were in the Liangzhou Guard, Yan couldn't reveal his identity. He also couldn't remind this child that she was a woman and couldn't marry Song Taotao. Now that she had come knocking on his door, Yan inexplicably felt a bit guilty. He felt like a stinky man who had deceived a young girl's pure feelings. She carefully considered her words. She still hadn't figured out how to say it without hurting Song Taotao's fragile young girl heart. Song Taotao also felt wronged. It had been a long time since she found out that Yan was a woman. However, Song Taotao couldn't convince herself no matter what. She had to see Yan in person to believe it. Today, she had finally managed to convince her parents to come out with her retainer. She hadn't expected to run into Qingli Su, this jinx. That wasn't all. Now that she saw the slender and elegant woman in front of her with a heroic and elegant appearance, Song Taotao finally had to accept a heavy reality. Yan was indeed a woman. She was even a good-looking woman. How could she have thought that this woman was a man at the time? She had even wanted to break off her engagement with Qingli Su and marry him. "It's all your fault." Song Taotao was used to being pampered and was flustered. She vented all her anger on Yan. "Why did you come to the Liangzhou Guard to deceive people for no reason?" Sorry, Yan carefully apologized to the child. "I didn't do it on purpose." "Why didn't you do it on purpose?" The more Song Taotao thought about it, the angrier and more wronged she felt. She stared at Yan aggressively. "You just wanted to show off your own heroic appearance so that you could outshine everyone else. Everyone else would look at you and you would be the only one in the limelight." Yan couldn't say anything. It's all your fault." "Enough." Another voice interrupted. Yan turned around to look. Yanqing walked in with a cloth bag on his back. He blocked Yan's way and looked at Song Taotao with a cold face. "Who are you? Who allowed you to?" Be so impudent to my sister in my house? He Yan felt a headache coming on. Right now, there was only her, Qing Mei, and the naughty child in the room. The situation was very awkward. Yunqing, this is Miss Song, and this is young Master Qing. They are all friends I made in the Liangzhou Guard. She then said to Song Taotao and the others, this is my younger brother, He Yunqing. Friends? He Yunqing glanced at Song Taotao and said unhappily, how can friends be so aggressive? He Yan, I already told you not to be friends with just anyone. Song Taotao was stunned for a moment. He Yunqing's appearance was too sudden and she didn't react for a moment. At this moment, after hearing He Yan's words, she focused her attention on He Yunqing again. In fact, He Yunqing was a bit similar to He Yan, but he wasn't as warm and gentle as He Yan. He always had a smile on his face when he met people. He was taller than He Yan by a head. The handsome and cold young man standing there was quite eye-catching. A man who looked similar to He Yan, but his temperament was completely different. This feeling was very strange. Song Taotao stared at him blankly and forgot to talk back. He Yan fiercely pulled He Yunqing's arm and whispered in his ear, she's a girl. Can you not be so fierce? I don't care if she's a girl or a man, He Yunqing frowned, talking to you like that, do you think I'm dead? This damn child is getting more and more rebellious, He Yan thought. He guessed that Song Taotao would cry after being yelled at like this. Before he could think of how to comfort the crying girl, Qing Lisu had already surrounded He Yunqing again in surprise. She grabbed his hand and said, you're my big brother's younger brother, so you're my brother too. My name is Qing Lisu. Brother He, did you just get out of school? He Yunqing had never seen such a friendly person. He immediately took a step back and shook off Qing Lisu's hand. He frowned and said, who's your big brother? It's your sister. Qing Lisu answered matter-of-factly. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she seemed to feel that it was wrong and quickly changed her words, it seems that I shouldn't call her big brother now. How about calling her sister? No, my big brother is my uncle's fiancé. In that case, I should call her aunt. He looked up at He Yan and called out with perfect articulation, aunt. He Yan, how did she get such a big nephew out of nowhere? That was not all. Qing Lisu looked at He Yunqing and said, you're my aunt's brother, so I should call you Uncle? Uncle He. The He siblings were shocked by Qing Lisu's natural way of calling him a relative. Even Song Taotao could not stand it and scolded her, why are you calling him that? Be careful, or military governor Xiao will come after you if he hears you. I'm not calling him that. Anyway, I'm going to be your aunt sooner or later. Qing Lisu did not feel that there was anything wrong with having a lower seniority. She said happily, in the future, I'll have 2 more relatives. Aunt, uncle, I haven't eaten yet. Do you want to have dinner together? He Yunqing could not take it anymore. He said to He Yan, what kind of people have you befriended? He turned around and left in a huff. He Yan, she couldn't be blamed. Qing Lisu had never played by the rules. She smiled and looked at Song Taotao, Taotao, have you eaten? Do you want to eat together? She thought that the little girl was here to denounce her today, and this meeting was not very pleasant. Second Miss Song, who was pampered and spoiled, might not be used to eating in this rough house. Unexpectedly, Song Taotao paused and nodded as if nothing had happened. Okay. He Yan was really frightened. What was going on today? Both of them did not play by the rules. However, since they had already stayed, they still had to pay for the meal. However, the He family's food was simple. He was afraid that it would not suit the young masters and young ladies' tastes. He Yan ordered some money and had Qing Mei go out and buy some side dishes. When He Sui came back, he was quite surprised by the people in the house. When he heard that they were He Yan's friends from the Liang Province Guard, he immediately smiled and greeted them, thinking that they were familiar juniors. Everyone ate at the same table. Other than Song Taotao who was silent and He Yunqing who had a sour face, they got along quite well. He Sui always wanted to know how He Yan was doing in the Liang Province Guard. However, it was not good to ask Xiao Ju all the time. Now that there was a ready-made candidate, of course, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Qing Lisu was also a chatterbox. As long as He Sui asked, he would tell him everything he knew. He Yan suspected that he could even remember how many biscuits he ate in the Liang province guard. However, thanks to this group of children, his gloomy mood from inquiring about the Fuyue army during the day was greatly alleviated. After the meal, He Yan saw them out the door. Song Taotao and Qing Lisu both brought their own carriages and servants. Qing Lisu had only been with He Sui for a short period of time, but she had already become good friends with him despite the difference in age. They had even agreed on a date for their next meal. He Yan finally managed to send them away with great difficulty before he left the room. Outside the door, Song Taotao got into her family's carriage. The maidservant next to her carefully asked, "Young miss, you've seen Missy today. In the future, you won't make a fuss about breaking off the engagement with young Master Qing, right?" Her sweetheart was a woman, so naturally, it was impossible. In the future, what reason would Song Taotao have to break off the engagement? Song Taotao said unconcernedly, "I admire military Governor Xiao very much. It is my good fortune to be able to become friends with him. However, I have never thought of becoming his niece-in-law." The maidservant was stunned. She did not understand what Song Taotao meant. Song Taotao lowered her head. Thinking of the face of the green-clothed youth she had just seen, she secretly pursed her lips. She originally wanted to be Xiao Ju's sister-in-law. Unfortunately, Xiao Jing was already married. However, now that she thought about it, being Xiao Ju's sister-in-law was not a bad idea. At night, at the Su residence, someone got out of bed and lit an oil lamp. The mattress next to her was empty. Su Zhiheng was sleeping in the study again tonight. He Xining walked to the table, picked up an outer robe, and put it on. She looked at the flickering wick of the oil lamp with a complicated expression. She didn't know when it started, but there seemed to be an invisible barrier between her and Su Zhiheng. To be more precise, after the last palace banquet, Su Zhiheng became particularly strange. Later, she met her eldest sister, Marquis Wuan, He Yan, at Yuhua Temple. Not long after she returned to the residence, He Rufei came to visit her. Rather than calling it a visit, it was better to call it a probe. There were some things that once there were signs of suspicion, it couldn't be dispelled. He Xining could feel that the Su family was hiding a big secret. Perhaps it was related to her eldest sister who had passed away, or perhaps, it was also related to the He family. She stood in front of the window. The winter in the capital was extremely cold. On such a cold night, the servants had all returned to their rooms to sleep. He Xining looked at the bare branches outside the window. After thinking for a long time, she finally put on a cloak, picked up an oil lamp, and left the room. Her movements were very light and she walked very carefully. She didn't disturb anyone else. The Su family's night watch was outside the main courtyard and wouldn't come in. The light of the oil lamp was very dim. It could only barely illuminate the path under her feet. He Xining felt her way in the dark until she arrived in front of an abandoned courtyard. This abandoned courtyard was the courtyard where her eldest sister, He Yan, had once lived. Even after He Yan's death, Su Zhiheng still maintained the courtyard's original appearance. The last time He Xining was here, she saw Su Zhiheng frantically rummaging through the drawers. She hadn't been able to see what Su Zhiheng was looking for before she was discovered. This time, there was no one around, so she wanted to take a look. Although no one lived in this courtyard, the snow in the courtyard had been swept clean. She walked to He Yan's room. The room wasn't locked. With a gentle push, the door opened. He Xining walked in. There was a musty smell in the room. It was cold and damp. He Xining was slightly surprised. Didn't they say that Su Zhiheng often missed his elder sister? But if he really missed his elder sister, why didn't he clean the room? Instead, it was covered in dust. It was as if no one had set foot here for a long time, and he couldn't wait to avoid it. He Xining looked around with the lamp in his hand. This was a woman's boudoir. In front of it was a shelf with some inexpensive vases and ornaments. In the middle was a small table covered with a thick layer of dust. The teacups and teapot were even covered with cobwebs. Further inside was a large wooden bed. In comparison, this bed seemed to be cleaner as it was covered with a thin blanket. This room looked cold and empty. It was not as warm and exquisite as a girl's boudoir. As soon as he entered, he felt a chill in his face. Although He Yan had married not long after he came back to live in the He family, the boudoir before marriage was still meticulously decorated. If this was the house where He Yan used to live in the Su family, and this house still retained the original appearance of He Yan when she was alive, then He Xining thought that her elder sister who died early most likely didn't live as well as the rumors said in the He family. If it was because he was blind, then it wasn't appropriate to put too many things in the room to avoid tripping over the master, but the furnishings and utensils here were too shabby and perfunctory. There was also nothing to relieve boredom. A blind man living alone in such a large room. If it was him, he would have been driven crazy long ago. He Xining walked to the front of the table. Last time, she saw Su Zhiheng rummaging through the boxes and cabinets. She didn't know what he was looking for. She pulled out a wooden drawer, and as expected, it was empty. Thinking about it, if there really was something, it would have been taken away by Su Zhiheng long ago. She didn't realize that she had unknowingly placed Su Zhiheng in an opposing position. Towards this gentle and considerate husband, she no longer relied on and trusted him like she did in the past. Instead, it was replaced by vigilance and suspicion. Even the warmth of the past had become hypocrisy in He Xining's eyes. He Xining walked around the room and checked all the wooden drawers and shelves. She didn't find anything useful. She had been out for too long, and it was too cold outside. The wind directly drilled into her knees. She rubbed her numb legs, looked at the relatively clean bed, and sat on the edge of the bed. In the room, only the oil lamp in her hand emitted a faint light. Sitting here, she inexplicably felt a bit strange. When she calmed down, He Xining was a little regretful. Why did she come here all of a sudden? There was no one here. It was said that the souls of the dead would linger in the place where they lived. If his elder sister was here. Although they were blood relatives, they weren't very close before. Moreover, if they really saw a ghost at night, it could scare people to death. He Xining couldn't help but grip the bedpost tightly. This was a habit she had developed since childhood. When she was young, she was timid and always slept with her mother. When she grew older, she couldn't sleep with her mother anymore. He Xining had her own courtyard. When she lived alone, she was still very afraid. When she was most afraid, she would lean against the inside of the bed at night, tightly holding the bedpost against the wall, and softly praying for Bodhisattva's protection. It was the same today. However, when her fingers slid down the bedpost, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. He Xining was startled. She stretched out her hand to touch the spot just now and felt that something was wrong. She climbed up to the head of the bed and raised the oil lamp to look inside. Suddenly, she found that on the bedpost against the wall, there was a slightly protruding piece of wood. The girl was careful. She used her fingers to pull it out, and that piece of wood fell off. From inside, a roll of yellow paper was revealed. It seemed to have something written on it. Her heart was beating fast. She only knew that if this thing was hidden here, it must be very important. Perhaps this was what Su Zhiheng was looking for. She couldn't tell when someone would come here. He Xining exerted her strength and pulled out something that looked like a book from the bedpost that had been deliberately hollowed out. She hurriedly hid the book in her bosom and hurriedly fastened the wood of the bedpost. Only then did she carefully leave while holding the oil lamp. The surroundings were strangely quiet. He Xining secretly returned to her room. Only then did she dare to take out the book from her clothes. She used the weak light of the oil lamp to take a look. Sure enough, it was a book. She looked at a few pages and was stunned. This was a military book, all kinds of military strategies were recorded in it. On the side, there were notes and opinions written by the reader. Looking at the handwriting, it definitely wasn't Su Zhiheng's. No one in the Su family practiced martial arts. Moreover, it was hidden in such a secretive way. It was also in He Yan's room. No matter how she looked at it, this military book was left behind by her elder sister who died early. But, how could He Yan read a military book? If it was her cousin He Rufei, it would be more likely. However, He Rufei's military book didn't appear in the Su family. Why would they hide it so carefully? He Xining held the military book in her hands. She couldn't understand what was going on. At this time, someone's voice suddenly sounded from outside. He Xining was startled. She quickly blew out the oil lamp and hid the book in the lowest box under the table. She quickly walked to the bed and lay down. Just as she lay down, a maidservant knocked on the door. "Eldest young mistress? Eldest young mistress? What's the matter?" Xianxia pretended to be sleepy as she answered. There was silence outside for a while. Then, someone said, "A thief entered the courtyard. Eldest young master told us to come and ask eldest young mistress." "A thief entered?" Xianxia was a bit nervous. However, she still pretended to be surprised. She put on her outer clothes and opened the door for the maidservant. She asked in confusion, "How could a thief enter the foo?" "I don't know." That maidservant saw that Xianxia was really safe and sound in the room. She seemed relieved and said, "Eldest young master is currently interrogating the thief." "I'll go take a look," Xianxia said. She closed the door and followed the maidservant to the main hall. In the main hall, Su Zhiheng was sitting on a chair in the middle. A group of servants stood around him. A person dressed as a servant was kneeling on the ground. He continuously kowtowed to Su Zhiheng. "Eldest young master, please spare my life. Eldest young master, please spare my life. This little one really didn't take anything. I didn't take anything." Su Zhiheng's face was so dark that it was about to drip water. He stared at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the things you stole from young mistress bedpost. Otherwise, you will die here today." When he said this, his eyes were gloomy and fierce. He was completely different from his previous gentle and amiable appearance. Xianxia was startled. When she heard the words bedpost, she became even more nervous. She reluctantly squeezed out a smile and walked to Su Zhiheng's side. "Husband, what happened?" Seeing Xianxia, Su Zhiheng's expression relaxed. He pointed at the servant on the ground and said, "This person sneaked into a he's courtyard at night and stole a he's old things from the bedpost. He is extremely hateful." Fu Wang, the servant on the ground, hurriedly explained, "Eldest young master, it really wasn't this little one. When this little one found the bedpost, it was already empty. This little one really didn't take anything from inside." Fu Wang was also complaining incessantly in his heart. Today, he took advantage of the night when there was no one around. It was a good opportunity to sneak into eldest young mistress's room to find the mysterious person's old things. As a result, he walked around the room and found that there was one place that was different from the others. It was the bedpost in the inner room. He originally thought that there would be some secret hidden inside, but when he opened it, it was empty. He didn't have time to feel regret. He didn't know when the people outside were alerted, but he was caught and brought to Su Zhiheng. "Eldest young master, it really wasn't this little one who did it. If you don't believe me, you can search this little one's body and the place where this little one lives. This little one is innocent." Xianxia looked at the servant who kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. He couldn't help but be frightened. It seemed that this servant had become her scapegoat. However, if it was just ordinary property, with Su Zhiheng's temperament, he wouldn't be so harsh. At worst, he would just beat him with a plank and drive him out of the residence. Why did it seem like he was going to fight to the death? Could it be that Su Zhiheng knew what was inside the bedpost? But it was just an ordinary military book, Xianxia didn't understand. "I see that your mouth is full of lies and not a single word of truth. Since it's like this, I won't be able to get a reason from you even if you stay here. I'll hand you over to the authorities to be dealt with," Su Zhiheng said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Fu Wang's face changed color. Since ancient times, most of the servants who were handed over to the authorities by their masters would die. Moreover, their deaths were especially torturous. He was just a little greedy for money, but he didn't want to lose his life. Moreover, he was so wronged. It had to be known that he didn't get anything. Since it was like this, of course protecting his own life was the most important thing. Fu Wang pleaded, "I beg eldest young master not to hand this little one over to the authorities. In fact, this little one was entrusted by someone to steal something. This little one will tell eldest young master everything I know. Can eldest young master spare this little one's life?" "Entrusted by someone?" Su Zhiheng looked at him. That's right, that's right." Fu Wang kowtowed loudly, "Even if this little one was given 100 guts, this little one still wouldn't dare to steal from the estate." Su Zhiheng stared at Fu Wang, as if trying to discern whether Fu Wang's words were true or false. After a moment, he said to the surrounding people, "All of you can leave. I have something to ask this thief." He Xining glanced at the manservant on the ground. "Husband, you also leave." Su Jihing's attitude was very firm. He Xining didn't say anything and left. After the door closed, she looked in the direction of the room. She didn't know when, but her palms were already soaked with sweat. That military book. What exactly was going on? Inside the room, Su Jihing opened his mouth and asked, "Speak. Who told you to steal from the Su estate?" It's General He. You dare to lie to me?" Su Jihing was furious. Fu Wang was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. This little one doesn't dare to lie to eldest young master. This little one's acquaintance said that their master was General He. Su Jihing's hands clenched into fists, and he suppressed his emotions as he said, "Why did he Rufei ask you to steal things?" "This little one also doesn't know." Fu Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead. "They gave this little one a sum of money, and this little one was momentarily blinded by greed. I thought that I was only going to steal a few things and inquire about a person. It wasn't anything outrageous, so I agreed." "Inquire about a person?" Su Jihing's eyes narrowed. "What exactly did they want you to do?" Fu Wang only hoped that he could get out alive. He didn't care about anything else and simply told him everything he knew. They wanted this little one to find some old things from eldest young mistress's life, as well as people related to eldest young mistress. When this little one entered the estate, eldest young mistress had already passed away. I really couldn't find her, so I just thought that maybe I could steal something. He was also very cunning. He only said that he was caught before he could do anything for the other party, and he didn't mention the matter of Mother Qin at all. Tonight, I snuck into eldest young mistress's room, but before I could find anything, I was discovered. But eldest young master, the things in the bedpost really weren't taken by this little one. When this little one found the bedpost, it was already empty. These words weren't false, but unfortunately, Su Jihing was still skeptical of him. I beg eldest young master to spare this little one's life. This little one won't dare to do it again, he pleaded. Eldest young master Su, who had always been soft-hearted and easy to talk to, didn't answer today. Fu Wang gathered his courage and looked up. He saw that under the light of the lantern, the man's face was half bright and half dark. Half of his face looked like an ordinary person, but the other half looked like a malevolent demon. It was so twisted that it made people's hearts turn cold. After an unknown amount of time, just as Fu Wang felt that his little life was about to be lost, the people above spoke. Su Jihing said, "Since you said that General He asked you to do something, this eldest young master will spare your life. But..." His voice deepened. "The next time they ask you to meet, you need to tell them that you didn't find anything. Also, you can't tell anyone that I found you." Was he going to lie to He Rufei's people? Fu Wang's suspicions flashed through his mind. He quickly lowered his head and said with tears of gratitude, "Many thanks, eldest young master. This little one will definitely do a good job for eldest young master." Su Jihing looked at the servant kneeling and kowtowing at his feet and didn't say anything. He Rufei actually secretly sent people to investigate He Yan's old belongings. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to use this information to threaten him? Yes, a few days ago, there was a big fire in the Xianxia restaurant. Coincidentally or not, it just happened to burn He Rufei's childhood notebook. As soon as the news reached the Su family, Su Jihing guessed that He Rufei was behind it. It seemed that He Rufei wasn't as calm about the appearance of his cousin who had the same name as him. The He family had too many secrets that could be used against them. Madam He Rufei, He Yuanxing, and He Yuan Liang. In comparison, the Su family had too few secrets that could be used against them. Even He Yan's death wasn't done by him. If the truth was revealed, Su Jihing could completely escape unscathed. Perhaps it was because of this that He Rufei felt uneasy. That was why he tried every possible means to get hold of He Yan's secret in the Su family. This way, as long as he could prove that he also knew about He Yan and He Rufei swapping identities, the Su family wouldn't be able to escape when the truth came to light one day. He Rufei was afraid. That was why he wanted to drag the Su family down with him at this time. Su Jihing's face darkened. Even though he knew about this matter from the beginning, he also understood that the He family and Su family were in the same boat. However, when this matter really happened right under his nose, he still felt displeased. In the past, when he was safe and sound, he naturally hoped that they could live well and enjoy glory together. However, once something happened. Hirufei's actions were truly unethical. Since Hirufei was going overboard, then he didn't need to care about their feelings. Speaking of which, just like how Fu Wang went around He-Yan's room but didn't find anything, if something really happened, as long as there was no evidence, Su Jihing could still protect himself. At night, He-Yan tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep. She knew that Hirufei wasn't General Fei Hong and that his story was full of loopholes. However, everyone had to pay attention to evidence. It was impossible for the truth to come out with just one sentence from her. Furthermore, the truth sounded so inconceivable. For the time being, there were no living witnesses in the Fuyue army. Just Mother Qin alone wasn't enough. If they wanted to get hold of Hirufei's weakness, they had to start with the battle at Huayuan. During the battle at Huayuan, Hirufei and Yuto must have had an unspeakable relationship. Hirufei was very cautious. If they wanted to find evidence that Hirufei had colluded with the enemy and committed treason, perhaps they had to go to the He residence. The He residence, He-Yan sat up from the bed and leaned against the head of the bed. She looked at the curtains and her thoughts gradually drifted away. In reality, she wasn't afraid to step into the He residence again. She had enough of being used and treated coldly by that He family. When she returned to the He residence, she wouldn't have any old feelings for them. However, when she thought about meeting Madame He again, she didn't know how to face her. For the next few days, it was snowing heavily every day in Shuo City, and the streets were much more deserted. In the Sufu, He Xining stood in front of the study and knocked on the door. The person inside said, "Come in." He Xining walked in. The kitchen made some red bean sweet soup. "It's too cold outside." He Xining smiled as she took the small bowl out of the basket and placed it in front of Su Jihing's table. "Husband, drink some to warm up your body. Don't freeze." Su Jihing's gaze fell on the small white porcelain bowl on the table. In the porcelain bowl, the red bean sweet soup emitted a sweet and greasy aroma. The brown soup made him suddenly think of the tonic that the He family had sent a long time ago. It had the same color and the same sweet aroma. That soup was extremely effective. After He-Yan drank it, he had a high fever for 3 days and could no longer see. Su Jihing subconsciously raised his head. He Xining was looking at him tenderly. Her appearance was somewhat similar to He-Yan's. Su Jihing's heart suddenly jumped and he subconsciously stood up. His sleeve accidentally brushed against the soup bowl on the table. The sweet soup spilled all over the floor and stained his clothes. "Husband, are you all right?" He Xining jumped in fright. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the soup off Su Jihing's body and called a servant to clean it up. "I'm fine." Seeing that the sweet soup had spilled, Su Jihing was relieved. He took the handkerchief and wiped the water off his body. "This bowl spilled. I'll have someone send another bowl over." He Xining hurriedly said. "No need." Su Jihing held her hand and smiled as he pulled her to sit next to him. "I'm not hungry." The woman's hand was warm and soft. It slightly dispelled the uneasiness that had been plaguing him for the past few days. He Xining sat down next to him. After thinking for a bit, she said to Su Jihing, "I heard from Luer that my mother's health wasn't good. She has been bedridden. I want to go back and see my mother. Husband, do you have some free time these few days? Why don't you come with me to He clan?" He Xining felt uneasy when he kept the book in her room. If one day Su Jihing ordered people to search the entire mansion on a whim, he would be easily discovered. Moreover, this military book came out of nowhere. She herself didn't understand what was going on. It would be better to go back to the He family and ask second Madame He about it. Her mother knew more about her eldest sister than she did. "You want to go back to the He family?" Su Jihing paused and asked He Xining. He looked at He Xining with a scrutinizing gaze. He Xining's heart skipped a beat. She grabbed his arm and said, "I'll go back and take a look. I'll be back tomorrow." "Husband, can you go back with me? My mother hasn't seen you in a long time." He Xining hadn't suffered much since she was young. When he married her, Su Zhiheng knew that she was a bit arrogant and willful when she was in He clan. However, after she entered the Su residence, she had always been well-behaved. This was different from He Yan's temperament. Although He Yan never caused trouble and knew his place, it was impossible for him to act spoiled like He Xining. Su Zhiheng said, "I'm very busy these few days. I'm afraid I don't have time to accompany you back to the residence. How about this, I'll ask someone to send you back first. After a few days, when I have free time, I'll accompany you." He Xining timely revealed a wronged expression and said, "Okay." Su Zhiheng smiled and held her hand. His thoughts had already drifted to other places. He naturally couldn't go to He clan right now. Not to mention He Yuanqing and his brother, who knew what He Rufei was planning right now. He had arranged spies in his residence to try and find something that could be used against him, and He Xining as well. Su Zhiheng thought that although He Xining was his wife, her surname was He. Who knew if He Rufei had communicated with her? This was also good. Since He Rufei was able to arrange spies in his residence, who knew if he wouldn't beat him at his own game, this time, he would let He Xining go home first to find out. In the middle of the night, it began to snow again. It was freezing cold. He Yan groped his way out of bed in the dark. The room was pitch black and she didn't even light an oil lamp. Fortunately, she had long been used to being blind. Even if she didn't light a lamp, she wouldn't fall down when she walked around the room. After she finished dressing, she took out a short sword from the drawer and went out. The snow was very heavy. In order to make it easier for her to move, she wore very thin clothes. She only wore a thin layer of cotton underneath her night clothes. As soon as she went out, her snot was about to come out from the cold. There was a charcoal fire burning in the fragrant stable, giving off a weak light. The courtyard was quiet inside and outside. He Sui, his son, and Qing Mei were all sleeping soundly. There was also no movement in Qi Wu's room. He Yan quietly opened the door and walked out. There was snow everywhere and the long street was covered in a silvery white. Lanterns hung under the eaves of the houses along the street, bright red. It was very lively. In less than 2 months, it would be the new year. The New Year's atmosphere was already there, although it was still a bit cold. He Yan exhaled and a white fog immediately appeared in front of her. It was strange to say that the Liangzhou Guard's winter was much colder than Shuojing's winter. However, at that time, they trained every day until they were drenched in sweat and forgot about the cold. Now that they were here, they really did stomp their feet in the cold. She had only walked a few steps when she almost reached the end of the street. She saw a carriage parked there. He Yan was stunned for a moment. In the middle of the night, there was no one on the empty street. It was as if she had seen a ghost when there was such a carriage in the middle of the road. He Yan narrowed her eyes and looked carefully. There was a coachman sitting in front of the carriage. When he saw her, he took off his hat. "Fei. Fei Nu?" He Yan said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Fei Nu did not speak. Instead, the curtain of the carriage was lifted and a person walked down. He was wearing a dark gold brocade robe with cloud patterns. His figure was tall and elegant. When he looked over, he was like a painting in the snowy night. It was Xiao Ju. He walked over, his boots stepping on the snow, making a squeaking sound. He Yan waited for him to come closer and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping at night? What are you doing here?" Xiao Ju raised his eyebrows and said disapprovingly, "What about you? Why did you go out in the middle of the night?" He Yan was speechless for a long time. "I couldn't sleep, so I came out to relax." Xiao Ju sneered and stared at her calmly. "Eldest miss, you came out to relax and wear night clothes?" He Yan scratched her head. She knew that this person was very smart and would not be easy to fool. She frowned and said, "I came out to do something." She looked at Xiao Ju and suddenly realized something. She looked back and glanced at him. "You followed me all day and even in the middle of the night?" "Xiao Ju, even if I am your fiancé, you don't have to follow me so closely." "Xiao Ju, what are you thinking?" He seemed to be speechless. "You went out in the morning and bought a short sword from the blacksmith shop in the west of the city. Tell me," he said lazily, "you went out so late at night. Did you kill or set fire?" "When I bought the short sword, didn't I get rid of Qi Wu?" He Yan was puzzled. "How did you know?" When she did these things, she was always very careful. She knew that Chiwu would be suspicious if he found out, but it was not easy to get rid of that big guy. It's not Chiwu, Xiaoju said, anyway, I know. He glanced at the short sword that He Yan hung on her waist and said with some disdain, didn't I give you money, so you can't buy a good sword? What does this have to do with the sword? He Yan said, the most important thing is the person who uses the sword and the swordsmanship. My swordsmanship is good, I don't need a good sword to shine. Xiaoju nodded and said, you are diligent and thrifty. Those are good words, He Yan asked, why do I feel like you are scolding me? The snow outside didn't stop, and soon her hair and body were covered with a thin layer of frost. Xiaoju pulled her under the eaves of a house by the street and stood on the outside, blocking most of the wind and snow. She only asked, you haven't told me yet. It's so late, why did you bring a sword out? Seeing that he could not hide it anymore, He Yan sighed and told the truth, I was thinking that He Rufei must have some other relationship with the Yuto. He Rufei is a cautious person, so it's hard to find anything that can be used against him. I want to go to the He family to find other evidence. If I can find evidence that He Rufei is related to the Yuto, that would be the best. The He family? Xiaoju frowned slightly, you plan to go alone? I was also a member of the He family in my previous life. He Yan leaned closer and whispered, I am very familiar with the inside and outside of the He family. I also know secret passages that others don't know about. It's easy to sneak in. It's definitely not a problem for me to go alone. No, Xiaoju interrupted her without thinking. It's too dangerous. No, what's so dangerous about it? He Yan refuted, I can fight against 10 of the He family's guards. At this time, they are already asleep. The room He Rufei is living in now is the room that I used to live in. I know all the secret compartments in the bookshelves and the hidden compartments in the wooden drawers. When I finish looking, I will leave immediately. It won't be a problem. I have ambushed tens of thousands of Yuto's camps at night. There's nothing to be afraid of about the He family. He Rufei is already suspicious of you and will definitely increase the number of guards in the residence. It's not a good time to go to the He family now. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid that all the evidence will be destroyed. Xiaoju's gaze fell on her body. After a moment, she said, I'll go with you. What? He Yan immediately refused, if you go with me, you will become a burden. I can escape easily by myself. It will be very inconvenient if you go with me. Then you don't have to go. Xiaoju, He Yan was angry, why are you being so unreasonable? This person was so stubborn? But if she quarreled with him here, the neighbors would be woken up and she wouldn't be able to escape. He Yan was in a deadlock with him for a long time. Finally, she gave in and gritted her teeth, alright, but I really didn't expect that second young Master Xiao would be so clingy in private. Everyone says that second young Master Xiao is cold and unapproachable. Same to you, Xiaoju crossed her arms and looked at her, lady he has the habit of going to other people's residences in the middle of the night to relax. He leaned over slightly and looked down at He Yan. His tone was so indifferent that it made people gnash their teeth, I'm afraid that if something happens, the husband will pay for his wife's debts. This person probably never lost an argument with others. He Yan was also annoyed and said fiercely, forget it. If you want to go, then go. But I'll say it in advance. When we really go to the He family, don't regret it. Xiaoju smiled and reached out to her waist. He Yan quickly protected the belt, what are you doing? He took a deep breath, what do you think I'm going to do? A man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. There are many things that can be done. He Yan whispered, then who knows what you're going to do? He Yan, Xiaoju said calmly. I'm just joking. He Yan smiled fawningly. Your sword is too lousy. Change it to this one. He took off his sword and handed it to He Yan. Isn't this the autumn drinking sword? He Yan was stunned. Xiaoju had already stuffed the autumn drinking sword into her hand. She knew that the autumn drinking sword was precious and wanted to return it to him. Why are you giving it to me? Xiaoju looked at her and smiled, change it to this one. I don't want other people to say that my Xiao family is poor and embarrassing me. What other people? He Yan quickly said, pay, we're going to the He family today. We definitely won't alarm anyone. How can other people see us? Without waiting for He Yan to finish, Xiaoju had already pulled out the short sword at her waist and walked forward. Take it. He Yan had no choice but to follow. Fei Nu stopped the carriage at the side of the road. The three of them left together and rushed towards the He family. The He family residence was located in the west of the city. The residence didn't look as elegant as the Su family residence, but it was still considered imposing. Fei Nu was waiting outside the residence. He Yan brought Xiaoju to the backyard wall. When they reached a place, he stopped and said in a low voice, "Here, this is my secret passage." Xiaoju stared at the hole in front of him, which could barely allow one person to crawl through, and asked calmly, "Your so-called secret passage is a dog hole?" "Shoo," He Yan put a finger to his lips, "lower your voice. This dog hole isn't an ordinary dog hole. I dare say that no one in the He family knows about it. When I was young, I disguised myself as a man. However, I didn't have much strength. When I was with other boys, I was always worried that I would be exposed. My family was also afraid that I would be exposed too much outside and cause trouble, so they locked me up in the residence. Before I entered the Xianxia, every day before dawn, I would crawl out of this dog hole and climb to the capital's Donghuang mountain to help. The monks carry water and chop firewood. In the beginning, the skin on my hands was very worn out. Later on, after calluses grew, I was able to practice martial arts with shirtu hanging from my wrist. The youths in the Xianxia are very powerful. If I hadn't secretly climbed the mountain to practice, I'm afraid that I would have been even more miserable in the Xianxia. Ah, her heart was moved. Could it be that at that time, I helped the monks in the temple too much work, so Buddha saw my sincerity and gave me a chance to live another life? No wonder everyone always says that we should build good karma. It's true, don't you think so? She turned to look at Xiaoju. Xiaoju pinched her forehead and said, "So, what you mean is, you want me to crawl through the dog hole?" "Yes." He Yan said, "I already said that you must come with me, so don't regret it. It's not like I didn't remind you." "No." Xiaoju slightly frowned and turned her head away, as if she was disgusted by it. "I'll climb over the wall." "Don't, there are traps everywhere in the He family's walls. He Rufei must have rearranged them. I also don't know where they are. If you trigger the traps, all our previous efforts will be wasted." He Yan looked at her, "Then why don't you be like Fei Nu and wait for me outside? I can go in by myself." "No. Young master, please do me a favor," He Yan said helplessly. "I can't do this, I can't do that, what do you want?" Xiaoju looked at the dog hole for a moment without any expression. Suddenly, she lifted the corner of her robe and half knelt down. She turned her head to He Yan and said, "You go first." This time, He Yan was really shocked. "You really want to crawl through? Hurry up." Xiaoju couldn't bear it anymore. He Yan originally wanted to use the dog hole to make Xiaoju back off. He didn't expect her to really crawl through it. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. Xiaoju's sacrifice was really too big. If the soldiers of the 9 Flags Battalion knew that their commander-in-chief didn't sleep and crawled through a dog hole in the middle of the night, they would definitely kill her. However, He Yan didn't purposely make things difficult for her. This dog hole in the He family's house was dug by her personally. The He family didn't like to raise dogs. He Yan was the one who personally raised the stray dogs outside. This place was much safer than climbing over the wall, as Xiaoju had said. "Then follow me." He Yan whispered, "Be gentle." She didn't mind crawling through the dog hole at all. After all, she had crawled through it since she was young. It had been a long time since she last crawled through it. She felt quite familiar with it. She moved her body and crawled in like a loach. Xiaoju endured it and crawled in as well. The walls of the He residence were thick and this hole was dug by He Yan when he was young, so it wasn't very big. With his current adult stature, it seemed a little narrow. As soon as he crawled out, before he could stand firm, he saw a yellow thing under the weak light of the lantern pounce over with a whoosh. Xiaoju was about to make a move when He Yan whispered in surprise, "Air Mao." The thing called Air Mao ran in front of He Yan, rolled around, and grabbed He Yan's leg affectionately. It was a yellow dog. Xiaoju asked, "What is this?" "It's my pet." He Yan whispered, "I thought Air Mao would be chased out after I died. I didn't expect it to still be here. To be precise, when Yen was young, he picked up a stray dog and brought it home. He named it Demao. The He family didn't like dirty stray dogs. However, at that time, Yen didn't have any friends. When he was lonely, it was good to have a yellow dog as a companion. He begged Madame He to let Demao stay in the residence. Demao gave birth to a litter of puppies. However, the weather was too cold. Other than Mao, none of them survived. The one that survived, Mao, was a mute. He Rufei removed all traces of Yen. Yen thought that he would never see Mao again. He didn't expect to see it again. However, Mao usually lived in the backyard and caught mice to eat. It wasn't that Rufei didn't want to get rid of it, but that he had forgotten about it. It seems like it recognized me. Yen looked at Mao, who was wagging its tail happily at him. He sighed, I was classmates with you, Lin Xuanhe, and Yan He for so long. You didn't recognize me. Your eyesight is not as good as Mao's. Mao foolishly stuck its tongue out at Yen and smiled. Xiaoju closed her eyes and said patiently, now is not the time for you to reunite and reminisce. I know. Yen gestured to Mao to sit down. The yellow dog obediently sat down. Mao, you stay here and keep watch for me. She turned to Xiaoju and said, come with me. The He residence was very big. Yen walked very cautiously. Everywhere he went, he would hide in the dark to see if there were any servants around. Although she didn't enter the He residence a few days ago, she secretly wandered around the outside of the He residence. The number of servants in the He residence was much more than when she was still here. She didn't need to think to know that it was He Rufei's doing. Maybe He Rufei thought that the He residence had more servants, so he could maintain the image of General Feihong. Or maybe he had a guilty conscience. The courtyard that He Rufei lived in was also the courtyard that Yen used to live in. It was the deepest and most innermost room in the He residence. Xiaoju asked in a low voice, why is it so far away? Because young master, he was born ugly and eccentric. Yen said, he doesn't like to interact too much with others. There were very few servants in her courtyard and it was very secluded. If Yen was a quiet child, it would be fine. But children always had many fantasies. She was originally lively and curious about everything. Because of her identity, she could only stay in the courtyard and play by herself. After a long time, even if she wasn't eccentric, she was raised to be eccentric. As a child, she couldn't do this or that. Even the servant girls couldn't serve her, let alone play with her. After a long time, she would find fun for herself. For example, she used a tree branch to draw pictures in the sand. She could accurately draw every room in the He residence because she had walked through it thousands of times in her mind. Yen had once suspected that after she joined the army, the reason why she was always so sensitive to the terrain and had a photographic memory was actually because of the experience she had when she was young. There are changes in the structure of the residence. Yen said in a low voice, we have to be careful. It was already very late at night. The people on night watch were all in the outer courtyard. There were no movements in the residence so they could be a little more at ease. Seeing that they were about to reach He Rufei's courtyard, Yen became more and more nervous. When they turned into a long corridor and were about to walk forward, Yen's footsteps paused. Suddenly, she quietly pulled Xiaoju into an empty tea room. Xiaoju was about to speak when Yen covered her mouth. Shoo, there's someone here. There was the sound of footsteps outside. It was probably a servant who went to the outhouse at night. The footsteps passed by the door and the sound gradually faded away. When there was no more sound outside, Yen let out a sigh of relief. When she turned her head, she was stunned. The moon had come out at some point. It shone through the window and shone on the ground. Xiaoju was pushed to the wall by her, his back against it. Yen was so nervous that her whole body was almost lying on top of him, but he didn't move at all. His hands were slightly behind him, as if he was deliberately avoiding her. Yen covered his mouth, looking like a female hooligan who was molesting others. She was shocked and subconsciously retracted her hand. The young man looked at her indifferently. Suddenly, he curved his lips and said silently, are you taking advantage of me? Yen almost choked. She shook her head, no, I was too anxious just now. I didn't do it on purpose. The young man nodded with a faint smile. His eyes clearly showed that he didn't believe her. He Yan couldn't say anything. Anyway, it wasn't the first time she molested Xiaoju. She didn't care if it was just 1 or 2 times. She glanced outside through the door. Seeing that there was no one, she whispered, "Let's go." Other than the servant who woke up in the middle of the night to use the toilet, the rest of the journey was smooth and they did not meet anyone else. He Yan carefully walked to the door of a room and whispered in Xiaoju's ear, "This is He Rufei's study room." So this was He Yan's study room. But now it was He Rufei's study room. After walking around and finding no other hidden mechanisms, He Yan gently pushed the door open and walked in. This was the place where he lived, so he was very familiar with it. Xiaoju followed him in. As soon as they entered, He Yan was surprised. The bookshelves were still the same as before, and the table was the same as before. But the decorations in the study room were many times more than before. There were all kinds of porcelain and antiques. It was completely different from when He Yan lived in the past. She guessed that He Rufei probably put all the things that His Majesty gave him in the study room. She did not know who he was showing them off to. The bookshelves were originally half filled with books, but now they were full. In the middle of the wall, there was a sword hanging. The blade of the sword was green and the scabbard had a bit of green color. It was Qinglang. She was stunned for a moment, and her eyes unconsciously focused on the Qinglang sword. She wanted to reach out for the sword, but when her fingers were about to touch the blade, she retracted her hand. Xiaoju asked, "What's wrong?" He Yan shook his head, "Now is not the time." Even if she could steal the Qinglang sword back tonight, He Rufei would definitely report it to the officials tomorrow. The sword in her hand would become a stolen property and she would not be able to show it in public. Wouldn't this be an insult to the Qinglang sword? So, now is not the time. He Yan thought for a moment, got up and walked to the bookshelf. He squatted down and half of his body was on the ground. He reached into the innermost part of the bookshelf and felt around. When he touched a familiar bulge, the hidden compartment made a slight click sound. It was actually an empty compartment. He Yan took out a small palm-sized box from the compartment. Xiaoju asked, "What is this?" "Exquisite box." He Yan replied in a low voice, "Back then, His Majesty gave me a reward. This is the only one in the world. After I left, I gave it to He Rufei. I don't think he was willing to throw it away." The hidden compartment on the bookshelf was made by He Yan in the past. This exquisite box was also very precious. Before she married into the Su family, she couldn't take these things with her, so she gave them all to He Rufei. The jewel box was very suitable for storing secret scrolls. Even the most outstanding craftsman in the world would not be able to open it. Only the person who had set up the opening method for the jewel box would know how to open it. Moreover, the way to solve the problem could only be set up once. With He Rufei's temperament, he wouldn't throw away such a precious item. What's more, from He Rufei's point of view, He Yan was already dead, and he was the only one in the world who knew how to open the exquisite box, so of course he was happy and relaxed. However, he did not expect that He Yan would come back from the dead. This time, it was actually more convenient for him to do things. "I don't know what he put inside," He Yan said in his heart. He picked up the exquisite box, and according to his memory, he gently turned the lock on the blind man's door. In just a moment, with a paw sound, the lid of the exquisite box opened. The two of them looked into the box. In He Erforan's room, He Xining and He Erforan sat at the head of the bed. In her hand, she was still holding the military book that she stole from He Yan's old residence. She asked, "Mother, what is this? Did my sister leave it behind? Why did she keep this?" Her voice was very low. In the room, there was only a small oil lamp at the head of the bed. The servant girls were all chased out of the room. He Xining only knew that she hadn't seen her mother for a long time, and wanted to sleep with her at night so that she could take care of her. Now, she didn't dare to trust anyone, and didn't dare to keep anyone by her side, especially the people who were brought out by the Su family. He Erforan stared blankly at the military book in her hand. There were traces of tears in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. He Xining felt that her mother must know something, and her heart became even more anxious. "Mother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you hiding something from me? I always feel that Su Jihing is strange. Elder sister. She wanted to say that perhaps He Yan's death wasn't as the rumors said, but when she saw He Er foreign, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. If He Yan's death was really not simple, He Er foreign would be even more sad when she found out. Right now, her mother's health was not good, so she couldn't make things worse. Inger, don't worry about these things. After a long time, He Er foreign opened her mouth. Her voice was particularly tired. You just need to live your life well. How can I live my life well? I don't want to die like my elder sister without knowing why. He Xining blurted out. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she regretted it. He Er foreign's face turned pale and she coughed twice. He Xining quickly picked up the handkerchief next to her and wiped her mouth. When the handkerchief fell down, it was splashed with blood, which looked shocking. He Xining was shocked and said in a panic, Mother, why are you so sick? When she came, she already knew that He Er foreign had been bedridden for many days, but the He family only said that it was a common cold and that she would be fine after resting at home for a few days. But now it seemed that it was much more serious. Father, didn't you find a doctor? What the hell is going on? He Xining was anxious and wanted to get out of bed. I'll ask someone to bring an invitation to invite a doctor. Don't go. Madam, he grabbed her hand. She looked like a weak woman, but when she grabbed her hand, she was particularly strong, as if she wanted to use up all her strength. Mother, this is an old problem. It doesn't matter. It's okay. He Xining was about to cry, Mother, why won't you tell me anything? I feel that there's something in the house that's hiding from me, but I don't know anything. Before she got married, she was carefree and naive. When her eldest sister passed away and she married Su Jihing, she made a fuss for a period of time. But soon, she was moved by Su Jihing's gentleness and thoughtfulness. As a girl who had never experienced the dangers of the world, she naively thought that she could be protected for the rest of her life. But when some ugly truth was revealed, she vaguely glimpsed a trace of filth and danger, then she felt powerless as a woman. Inger, He Er foreign said slowly, your eldest sister is dead, and mother only has you as a daughter. She looked at He Xining lovingly and patted He Xining's head comfortingly, just like when He Xining was still a child. You have to remember, whether it's the He family or the Su family, don't trust a single person. Mother doesn't have the ability to protect your sister, and I can't protect you. If you want to live well, then don't look, don't ask, and don't listen. He Xining said blankly, my eldest sister became blind not long after she married into the Su family. Didn't she lose her sight? But she still died. A trace of pain flashed through He Er's eyes. Mother, you just need to tell me, did my eldest sister leave this military book behind? Why does Su Jihing value it so much? Also, eldest brother comes to the Su family every few days, not to see me, but to look for Su Jihing. And you? She said, are you under house arrest by father? He Er looked at the woman in front of her. Although they were biological sisters, she always felt that He Yan and He Xining didn't look alike. He Yan was strong, independent, silent and quiet. She wore a mask since she was a child, so now that she thought about it, she couldn't remember He Yan's appearance when he was a child. But when she grew up and returned to the He family as a woman, she only saw him a few times. He was a girl who was born with a heroic spirit and had a resolute and courageous appearance. He Xining was different. She was soft and cuddly, like a snow-white dumpling, and was very likable. She would cry when someone stepped on her foot and act coquettishly for a beautiful dress. These two daughters had completely different temperaments, so she took it for granted that He Yan was born strong, and He Xining was born to be loved. Until He Yan died. One day, she suddenly realized that perhaps in the past, He Yan was just like He Xining. They would cry when they were wronged, and they would yearn to have something they liked. Just like a strong girl would also need her mother's care and love. And the little girl in front of her, who always grabbed her clothes and clamored to buy candy, had unknowingly grown up. He Xining didn't know that when she was serious and stubborn in pursuit of the truth, she was very similar to her dead eldest sister. But even so, she still couldn't say anything. The more she knew, the more dangerous it would be for He Xining. She had already lost a daughter, she couldn't lose another one. Before Madam he could say anything, she suddenly heard someone shouting from outside, "There's a thief! A thief has entered the residence! Quickly catch the thief!" Immediately, the entire He family became lively. "A thief?" He Xining subconsciously shrank to the head of the bed and said, "Which thief is so blind that he dares to enter our residence?" "Madam," he grabbed her arm, "don't talk, and don't go out. Be careful." He Xining nodded. On the other side, He Yan was running around the courtyard with Xiao Ju, secretly cursing He Rufei for being cunning. Although He Rufei couldn't make any changes in the way of opening the exquisite box, this person was very suspicious and actually installed a layer of mechanism inside the box. Once the exquisite box was opened, there would be a whistling sound. In this way, as long as someone opened the exquisite box, they would be discovered. However, when she opened it just now, she clearly saw that there were a few letters inside. She put the letters into her bosom. Since He Rufei didn't leave the exquisite box empty and even deliberately tampered with it, these letters must be very important. Today's trip wasn't considered to be in vain. The bodyguards are all awake. Xiao Ju reminded her, "Do we run or fight?" "I'm carrying your sword. Once the sword is unsheathed, it will be exposed. We can't fight." He Yan looked down and thought, "Come with me." She knew every corner of the He family's courtyard by heart, so it was easy to avoid people. But she didn't know if it was because He Rufei was very guilty these days. There were more bodyguards than servants in the residence. At this moment, when the whistle sounded, torches and people came from all directions. "They're over there, chase. The general said that if we catch the assassin, we don't need to leave him alive. Life or death." He Yan sneered in her heart. Unexpectedly, she was so scared. She was even more sure that the letters in her bosom were not simple. She pulled Xiao Ju and ran all the way. When they passed by a house, she hid inside. "Madam," he was pulling He Xining to lean against the head of the bed. She was very nervous as she hugged the quilt. Unexpectedly, there were 2 more people in the room. He Xining was so scared that she was about to scream. The next moment, a cold sword was placed on her neck. The masked man in black said, "Shut up. If you dare to scream, I'll kill you." He Xining was so scared that she immediately shut up. He Yan held the long sword in her hand. She was very annoyed. She originally thought that since Madame He's courtyard was the closest to the outer wall, it would be easy to pass through. Who knew that Madame He was still awake in the middle of the night? He Xining was also here. It was so late at night. What was she doing here instead of sleeping? Were the mother and daughter whispering to each other? He Yan's heart immediately gave birth to a sour taste, but what was this now? She was holding her biological mother and biological sister hostage? Perhaps the commotion inside had spread to the outside, as a maidservant outside asked, "Second madam? Did something happen to second madam?" He Yan's heart skipped a beat. Before she could threaten her, Madam He had already spoken. Her tone was normal, "It's nothing. It's just a little cough." He Yan breathed a sigh of relief when there was no more noise outside. She looked at Xiao Ju behind her. She was vigilantly staring at the door to prevent anyone from rushing in. "Listen," He Yan said in a low voice, "I don't mean to hurt the 2 of you. Give me the key to the backyard and let the 2 of us go." He Xining said in a trembling voice, "Who knows if you'll kill us to keep us quiet?" He Yan was a little surprised. His sister looked so obedient, but he didn't expect her to be so brave. She deliberately lowered her voice and said in a sinister voice, "Do you think you have the right to talk terms with me?" He Xining's face turned pale. She didn't dare to speak. On the other hand, Madame He ignored the sword on He Xining's neck. She got off the bed and took out a key from the drawer. She handed it to her and said, "You can leave now." He Yan was very surprised. He thought that Madame He would also talk terms with her, or find a way to inform the He family. He Yan was even prepared to be on guard. But he didn't expect her to be so peaceful. He Yan couldn't help but look at her. The woman in front of him was staring at him. He Yan couldn't understand her gaze. She seemed to be looking at He Yan, but also seemed to be looking at another person through He Yan. If He Yan didn't know that he was wearing a black mask, he would have suspected that Madame He had recognized him. Seeing that He Yan didn't move, Madam He pushed her again. The bodyguards will come soon. Let's go. Xiaoju nodded to her and said, let's go. He Yan didn't care about anything else. She grabbed the key to the backyard and turned to leave. The moment she passed by, she suddenly felt something stuffed in her hand. She didn't have time to look at it carefully. She subconsciously put the thing in her hand into her arms, took the key, opened the door of the backyard, and ran out. Madam, he was right. The pursuers would be here in a blink of an eye. They came through the dog hole, but they didn't have time to go back. Since they were exposed, they directly went through the back wall. Just as the guard was about to chase after them, he suddenly felt a pain in his knee. Looking down, he saw a yellow dog biting his calf. The pain made him wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Unable to catch up, he could only watch as the two black-clothed men disappeared into the night. The entire residence was in chaos. Xianxia finally managed to calm herself down with great difficulty. She reignited the lamp on the table and patted her chest as she said, I was really scared to death just now. That person's eyes were so fierce. I was really afraid that he would kill us. Mother, if Uncle knew that we let the assassins go, even if it was to save his life, he would be angry. If no one found out about this, let's not tell anyone for the time being. Mother? Madam, he just stared at her hands blankly, as if she didn't hear what she just said. Xianxia said anxiously, Mother. Madam, he came back to her senses and looked at her, I know. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't tell Master Su either. Xianxia felt strange. His mother's expression when she saw the men in black was very strange. Then she thought of something, but did those two men really come to steal something? I saw that they were empty-handed, so they didn't steal anything. My military book. By the way, where is my military book? When she was talking to second Madam He on the bed, the military book was placed at the head of the bed. Now that it was empty, Xianxia was startled. Oh no, those two couldn't have stolen my military book, right? But why did they steal it? Mother, did you see my military book? Madam He coughed and said, no need to look for it. I gave the military book to the men in black just now. Why? Xianxia didn't expect that Madam He would do such a thing. That thing will be a disaster in our hands. Madam He looked empty. Those two men came to steal, but they were empty-handed. I don't know if they stole what they wanted to steal. If they stole it, it would be the icing on the cake. If they didn't, it would be a timely help. They didn't take the risk to come to the He family in vain. Mother, Xianxia said angrily, how can it be like that? It was difficult for me to get that thing from the Su family. Remember, Madam He's expression became serious, whether it's the assassins tonight or the military book of the Su family, don't mention it to anyone. Xianxia originally came to solve his doubts. Now that he didn't understand the mystery, there were more and more things he didn't understand, but he couldn't do anything. In the end, he could only say, I know. I won't mention it to anyone. Fei Nu was outside, so when he received He Yan and Madam He, the three of them immediately hid in another courtyard. Where is this place? He Yan asked curiously. I'm in another courtyard in Shua City. Sometimes it's inconvenient to do things in the mansion, so I'll do it here. Xiaoju replied. He Yan thought for a moment and understood. Xiaojing and Madam He were very kind. Xiaoju's experience meant that his actions wouldn't be understood by most people. This was good. If they couldn't see it, it would save them a lot of trouble. He Yan took out the letter from the exquisite box and showed it to Xiaoju, showing off, look, this trip is very fruitful. I already said that going to the He family would definitely make a profit. Xiaoju glanced at her and said, it's very dangerous. It's only this time, don't do it again. She paused and said, starting tomorrow, He Rufei will use this as an excuse to search the entire Shua city. You should stay at home for the next few days and don't act rashly. If these letters are lost, the first person He Rufei will suspect is me. I'm afraid it will implicate you. It's okay. I'm Marquis Wu and personally appointed by His Majesty. If he can't produce evidence, he can't do anything to me. He Yan couldn't wait to open the letter. Let's see what's in the letter first. He Rufei hid it so well. I don't believe it's a love poem. There were a total of 3 letters. He Yan and Xiaoju opened each letter. It wasn't long, but after reading it, both of their expressions changed. Bastard. He Yan put down the letter in his hand and couldn't help but punch the table. There's actually such a heartless person in the world. Of the 3 letters, 2 were for Yuto and 1 was for Su Jingfu. Although He Yan guessed that He Rufei might have a relationship with Su Jingfu when he saw He Rufei's servant Ding Yi in Liangzhou City, he didn't have any evidence. The letter in front of him clearly stated in black and white that this was indeed the case. He Rufei really did make a deal with the Yuto after the battle in Huayuan. He Rufei gave the Fuyue army's military intelligence to the Yuto and purposely won a bitter victory. The price was to establish a relationship with Prime Minister Su and express his sincerity in cooperating with Su Jingfu. He would also advocate for peace when the Yuto emissary came to the capital to ask for peace and facilitate the Yuto to open a market in Dawei. He Rufei's greatest fear was that his identity would be exposed and that the world would find out that he was different from the General Fei Hong of the past. But in order to hide his identity, he actually colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. He didn't care about the lives of the people of Dawei. Xiaoju looked at the letter in her hand. It was troublesome for He Rufei to establish a relationship with Su Jingfu. Su Jingfu was the most powerful person among the civil officials. Most of the civil officials were in favor of peace and only a few generals were in favor of war. However, General Fei Hong had always had a good reputation among the generals. If He Rufei was in favor of peace, the generals who were in favor of war would be few and far between. He Yan took a deep breath. Once such a shameless person enters the officialdom, he becomes even worse. He just has to use my name. It's really disgusting. Don't worry, Xiaoju said calmly, I'll take care of everything. He Yan suddenly remembered that when she left the Ag estate, Madam He stuffed something into her hand. But at that time, the situation was critical and she didn't have time to take a closer look. She just put it in her pocket. Now that she finally had time, she took it out of her pocket. It was a book. The pages were wrinkled and yellowed from being used for a long time. The corners of the book were all curled up. This book had probably been read many times, and the pages were very thin. As soon as He Yan opened it, he was stunned. Xiaoju stood behind her, her gaze also falling on the book. This is my military book. He Yan muttered. She lowered her head and flipped through a few pages. Yes, it was her handwriting. Ever since she joined the army in her previous life, she had read many military books. She read the most precious books repeatedly and wrote her own notes and notes at the side. Later, when she got married, everything related to General Fei Hong had to be abandoned. She couldn't take her sword, her war horse, and her trusted subordinates. In the end, He Yan secretly hid a military book in her dowry box and brought it to the Su estate. In front of others, she was dignified and gentle. She was no different from an ordinary woman. But in private, she missed the days when she was free on the battlefield. Every time her fingers touched the book, she would think of her comrades who had gone through fire and water with her in the army. Camp. She hid this military book under the bedpost where she slept. Now, she found it again. The military book was still the same as before, and it reminded He Yan of the time when she had just married into the He family. But after she became blind, she never took the military book out again. She thought that the book was either never found or burned by Su Zhiheng. She didn't expect that it would return to her. But how did the book end up in the hands of He family's second wife? What do you think my mother means by giving me this book? He Yan looked at Xiaoju. Could it be that she recognized me? Without waiting for Xiaoju to speak, He Yan immediately shook her head in denial. That's impossible. Even in my previous life, the number of times I met her could be counted on one hand. What I looked like, my mother probably doesn't even remember clearly, let alone mention it now. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Why am I starting to let my imagination run wild now? But when she recalled the moment when He family's second wife stuffed the military book into her hands, she vaguely caught a hint of longing and reluctance in her eyes. How was that possible? He family's second wife had another daughter. Compared to her, He Xining had been with her since she was a child, and she was the real pearl in her mother's palm. Unlike her, she had never even called her mother. He Yan always thought that when facing the He family, her heart was as hard as iron. But when she rushed into He family's second wife's room, she saw He Xining and her mother sleeping on the same bed. Even after she got married, she could still talk to her mother intimately at night. It turned out that she was jealous. Thinking about it carefully, in her previous life, her family had always been very weak. Her parents were like that, and her husband was like that. Although it was already a matter of her previous life, and although she had people by her side now, there were some regrets that she couldn't make up for in her life. It was like a hole covered by sand, and when the wind blew, it was still empty. It was a shocking sight. He Yan didn't want Xiaoju to see her disappointment, so she changed the topic. However, this military book just solved my urgent problem. He Rufei could also use the excuse that the handwriting had changed after a long time had passed since the handwriting was found in the Xianxia dojo. As long as I carefully compare He Rufei's current handwriting, I will be able to find some clues. Moreover, it just so happens that it is a military book. Heaven is helping me. Xiaoju nodded. The correspondence with Yuto will come in handy when the time is right. He Rufei must have kept these letters because he was afraid that Yuto and Su Xiang would burn the bridge after crossing the river, so he deliberately hid them in the exquisite box just in case. He Yan pondered. I really don't know if I should call him cunning or stupid. It was precisely because of his paranoia that his weakness fell into the hands of others. It's not safe for me to keep this. He Yan thought for a while and said to Xiaoju, you should keep it. No matter how daring He Rufei is, he won't dare to go to Xiao family and behave atrociously. She raised her head and looked at the sky. It won't be long before dawn. Today, she was delayed for a whole night. I have to go back. When dawn comes, He Rufei will send people to search the entire Shuo capital. I'm afraid that something will happen. I'll send you back. He Yan nodded. Although she tried to pretend as usual, the matter of Madame He still weighed heavily on her heart. Although at that time, no one knew that she wanted to force Madame He to open the door for her, but who knew if He Rufei would suspect Madame He? Even if she was from the He family. He Rufei was so cruel and merciless to her. So what if she was Madame He? He Yuanliang didn't care about the relationship between father and daughter. How much of the relationship between husband and wife would there be left? Don't worry, I will send people to sneak into the He family and watch over Madame He. As if he saw her worry, he said, I won't let anything happen to her. He Yan raised her head and looked at him. She was slightly relieved, then, thank you very much. Even so, she still looked a little unhappy. Xiaoju's eyes lightly swept over her and said, He Yan. What? It's my birthday in 2 days. He Yan said, oh. She suddenly reacted and raised her head. Then what do you want? I can buy it for you. Do you have money? He asked. Didn't you give me a banknote last time? He Yan answered very smoothly. When she saw his expression, she laughed embarrassedly, as if it was wrong to use someone else's money to buy a gift for someone else, but I only have the money you gave me. I'm not a good embroidery woman. It's impossible for me to embroider a handkerchief in 1 or 2 days. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's too late for me to do it now. How about I go pick up a piece of shirt for you and use an axe to chop it into a shape you like? When they were in the Liang province guards, Chu Zhao didn't sleep in the middle of the night just to pick up shirt. Perhaps all rich young masters had this kind of strange hobby. Xiaoju's face darkened, as if he was thinking of a bad memory. No need. Then what do you need? He Yan moved closer to him and asked. After being interrupted by Xiaoju, her depressed mood eased a lot. At least for now, she was sincerely worried about young Master Zhao's birthday gift. I want to go to the night market. Xiaoju glanced at her. Take the banknotes with you. If I like something, buy it for me. Now He Yan understood. Second young Master Xiao wanted to enjoy the feeling of being pampered. But this kind of thing was usually done by men accompanying women to the night market, buying flowers, jade, pearls, and hairpins for the women. Why was it reversed when it came to Xiaoju? I didn't expect you to have this kind of weird hobby, He Yan muttered behind her back. What did you say? Xiaoju raised an eyebrow. He Yan turned around and answered with a smile. I said, since it's our young master's birthday wish, even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, we will fulfill it for you. Isn't it just going to the night market? I'll take all the banknotes with me and buy you whatever you want. How about it? The girl's face was so close that she didn't seem to notice that she was too close to the other person. Xiaoju tilted her head slightly and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she said, okay. By the time Xiaoju sent He Yan back to the Fu, it was already very late. He Yan decided to go to bed and catch up on sleep. When he woke up, it was already noon. Qing Mei had finished preparing lunch. He Yan rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat at the table. He picked up his chopsticks and asked, Qing Mei, did anything happen outside today? Qing Mei was helping He Yan ladle some soup. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, Miss, how did you know that something happened outside? This servant saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't dare to wake you up. When I went out to buy groceries, I heard that General Fei Hong's residence was robbed last night. Some valuable objects were stolen from General Fei Hong's residence. Now the city gates have been sealed and the authorities are searching for suspicious people. After saying this, she continued to mutter, but how can there be such a daring thief in this world? He actually dared to steal from General Fei Hong's residence. Isn't he seeking his own death? What she didn't know was that the daring thief was sitting at the table, calmly drinking the hot soup in his bowl. He Yan only needed to think about how flustered He Rufei was right now. His heart was overjoyed and he even wanted to drink a few more bowls of soup. Thinking about it, with He Rufei's suspicious personality, for a long time to come, no, it should be said that as long as those letters were not found, He Rufei would be on pins and needles and would not be able to sleep at night. It really was very satisfying. He Yan's guess was not wrong. At this moment, the entire Hefu was in a mess. From last night until now, all the suspicious people in the Shuo capital had been investigated, but there was still no news of them. He Rufei's expression was very ugly. The servants did not dare to provoke him at this critical moment. Rufei, what should we do now? He Yuanqing was very nervous. For He Rufei to go through so much trouble to find the lost object at all costs, he had already guessed a little. If this thing fell into someone else's hands, it would be a fatal weakness, not to mention in the current situation. Father, don't you think it's strange? He Rufei coldly said, the person who came in and out of the Fu as if there was no one there. He knows everything about the Fu like the back of his hand. He even knows the secret in my study room and can open the exquisite box. You're saying that there's a spy in the Fu? He Yuanqing asked. Not necessarily. He Rufei said. But right now, all the servants in the Fu are children of the house. Moreover, other than you, no one can enter your study room, not to mention the secret compartment in the bookshelf. If there's a spy, who could it be? Could it be? He Yuanqing's eyes narrowed, you suspect it's your second uncle? He doesn't have the guts or the brains. He Rufei's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. He Yuanliang was even more useless now, so when there was something to discuss in the Fu, He Rufei was too lazy to call him. He Yuanliang was also happy to be relaxed. He wasn't someone who could handle things. The only useful thing he did in his life was to raise He Yan, his daughter. Other than that, he was a piece of trash. Then you suspect. Second uncle doesn't have the guts, but second aunt might not. Because of He Yan's matter, I'm afraid she already has a grudge against us. Women have always been emotional. Who knows if she won't hold a grudge and do something unexpected. He Yuanqing frowned, if that's the case, then we can't keep this woman. He Rufei shook his head, we can't act rashly now. If it's really her, then it'll be easy to deal with. At least we can follow the clues to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, we have more hostages in our hands, so it'll be easier to do things in the future. But won't there be trouble if we keep her? As long as we don't let her leave the Fu and leave someone to watch over her, then there's no harm in keeping her alive. He Rufei coldly said, it's just that He Xining also returned to the Fu last night. On the day he returned, a thief broke into the Fu. I don't know if it's a coincidence. He Xining? He Yuanqing's face darkened, she's a member of the He family. How dare she, it's just a suspicion, He Rufei interrupted her, find someone to get close to her and see if she really doesn't know anything. If second aunt wants to protect He Xining, then she probably won't tell her the truth. It's just that Su Jihing has been acting a bit strange recently. Thinking of Su Jihing, He Rufei felt a wave of displeasure. Working with this kind of idiot was probably the most annoying thing. Leave this to me, He Yuanqing pondered for a moment. You stay in the Fu and wait for news. He got up and left. After He Yuanqing left, He Rufei sat alone in a chair. His thoughts were hard to calm down. Just as He Yuanqing said, his first thought was that there was a traitor in the Fu. That's why he knew the Fu like the back of his hand. But he clearly knew that the hidden compartment on the bookshelf in the study wasn't something a traitor could find. There was also the exquisite box. When He Yan handed the exquisite box to him, he once said that in this world, other than him and his sister, no one else could open this box. Later, He Yan died. In this world, only he could open it. That's why He Rufei put a few secret letters in the box. Just to make himself feel more at ease, he added another layer of mechanism to the box. The reason was that he would never encounter this mechanism in his life. He didn't expect to hear a whistle last night. The exquisite box was opened. Either He Yan was lying at that time, and other than the two of them, there was a third person in this world who knew how to open this box. Or, Su Jihing's terrified expression floated in front of his eyes. His voice was filled with indescribable panic. It's He Yan. She's back, she's back. Pa. He Rufei suddenly swept the teacup on the table to the ground. He stood up and looked at the long sword on the wall. The sword was green and serene, emitting a faint luster. The corner of his mouth twitched. She's back, he wasn't afraid. The next day, the news of a thief in General Fei Hong's Fu spread like wildfire. But no one was able to find the thief. The entire Shuajing city was in chaos. He Yan had a rare day of relaxation. He only drank tea and slept at home. Qing Mei was a little surprised. 2 days later, the sky turned dark early. There was no snow outside, and it was a rare sunny night. After He Yan finished washing up, he planned to go out with Xiaoju. Previously, after visiting the He estate that night, Xiaoju had told her that today was his birthday and wanted He Yan to accompany him to the night market. They agreed to meet at the entrance of the house. He Yan estimated that it was getting late and should be going out. Qing Mei picked out a silver-red embroidered shirt for her and a smoky silk brocade dress of the same color for her. She also meticulously combed her hair into a bun, with the tail of the ponytail hanging over her shoulders. It made her look even cuter. He Yan scrutinized her in front of the mirror and felt a little uncomfortable. This dress is a little too flashy. Today is Xiaoju's birthday, not mine. Why is there a need to be so grand? Qing Mei put a pair of coral earrings on her ears and smiled. But miss, you're going to the night market with Military Governor Xiao. There are so many people at the night market, they'll definitely recognize the two of you. Of course it has to be grand. After all, you're going out to show off. He Yan stopped her from continuing to insert hairpins into his hair. Alright, that's fine. I think it's about time. I'll leave first. After saying this, she went to take the rabbit fur cloak that was placed on top of the trunk. This cloak was originally from Lady He's trunk. Among all of her clothes, this was the only one that looked a little plain. Lady He probably didn't like this cloak, so it was placed under the trunk. However, this was the warmest cloak that He Yan could find. Speaking of which, when he first woke up, He Yan saw that eldest Miss's body was so weak that a gust of wind could blow her over. However, her trunk was filled with clothes that were as thin as cicadas' wings. It was as if winter had never passed. He Yan picked up the cloak and was about to put it on when Qing Mei snatched it away. What are you doing? She was puzzled. Miss, you can just wear this. Don't take this cloak. Qing Mei looked at the rabbit fur cloak in her hand. This one is very old. It looks a little bloated. Under the lights at night, it won't suit you. He Yan was speechless for a moment. But I'll be cold if I don't wear it. If I go out in this dress, I'll freeze to death. I can't disregard my body just to look good, right? However, Qing Mei, who was usually easy to talk to, was very persistent today. No, Mississippi. Between looking good and being cold, of course looking good is more important. Moreover, if you wear warm clothes, what will Military Governor Xiao do? What do you mean? Think about it. Qing Mei patiently guided him. Didn't the two of you go to the night market? Military Governor Xiao will definitely wear an outer garment. Miss, the colder you are, the more delicate you look and need someone to take care of you. When Military Governor Xiao sees this, his heart will ache and he will take off his outer garment for you to wear. It will definitely be beneficial for your relationship. When He Yan heard this, he said in disbelief, what kind of fallacious reasoning is this? If he gives me his outer garment, won't he also be cold? So one of us will have to freeze to death. What kind of hatred and resentment does he have? How can this be called fallacious reasoning? Qing Mei spoke with conviction. Most men in the world will take pity on weak and delicate women. Miss, if you do everything yourself, how will Military Governor Xiao realize that you need to be taken care of? You don't believe me. This is what bodyguard Qi Wu told me personally. Since he is a man and is also the Military Governor Zhao's personal attendant, he must know the Military Governor Xiao very well. Just do as he says, you won't go wrong. He Yan, was Qi Wu crazy? Why did he spend all day thinking about this instead of doing other things? Qing Mei, a good girl, had been led astray. Was Xiaoju the kind of person who would take pity on women? Back when he was hunting in the mountains, many young women came to watch in thin clothes. There were at least 8, if not 10, girls who pounced on Xiaoju. He also didn't see Xiaoju giving his mink coat to anyone. That's all nonsense. Nonsense. Qing Mei pushed He Yan towards the door. In any case, miss, you can't wear this rabbit fur cloak today. Just listen to this servant this time. With a bang, the door was closed, almost hitting He Yan's nose. He Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the door. However, it was getting late. If He Yanqing came back from school and found out that He Yan went out with Xiaoju in the middle of the night, there would be a lot of noise. He Yan thought about it and decided that it was fine. Her body had withstood the wind and rain of the Liang province guards. She was also very sturdy and wouldn't fall from a single gust of wind. In this way, she should be fine for the night. Thinking of this, he stepped out of the door. Coincidentally, as soon as he stepped out of the door, a carriage stopped in front of the door. Fei Nu was already very good at being the coachman. Xiaoju stepped out of the carriage. Today, he was wearing a dark blue embroidered python robe with a black fox fur cloak and a sandalwood hairpin. His ink-black hair hung down to his shoulders, making him look especially elegant and beautiful. When he looked over, the light from the lanterns made his nose bridge very straight, his thin lips distinct, and his eyes were as moving as autumn waters. He Yan swallowed his saliva. In fact, with his looks, if he stood here with Xiaoju, he was afraid that he wouldn't be the one who would be protective of the fairer sex. Qing Mei was worrying too much. He Yan walked in front of Xiaoju. Xiaoju glanced at her and frowned. Why are you wearing such thin clothes? It's too hot. He Yan clenched his teeth and swallowed his blood. He cursed Qi Wu in his heart, but he still pretended as if nothing had happened. He fanned himself with his hand and said, I don't know why, but I keep feeling a little hot. Xiaoju was about to take off her cloak, but He Yan quickly stopped her. There's really no need. If I feel cold, I'll go back and get another set of clothes. The reason why I'm wearing this is because it's too hot. Haven't you heard Lin Shuanghe talk about it? Sometimes people feel hot. If you wear too much, it won't dispel the stuffiness in your body. It's easy to get sick. She made up a story. Xiaoju stared at her suspiciously. He Yan grabbed her arm. All right, don't worry about what I wear. Let's go to the East Market first. I'm afraid we'll miss out on some interesting places. In Shuo capital, the markets were prosperous. They were divided into the East Market, West Market, South Market, and North Market. The most prosperous one was the East Market, which was near the city god temple. The East Market was divided into the December Market, the Lunar Market, the February Flower Market, the March Silkworm Market, the April Jean Market, the May Fan Market, the June Fragrance Market, the July Treasure Market, the August Osmanthus Market, the September Medicine Market, the October Wine Market, the November Plum Market, and the December Tofu Market. It was the end of November and the beginning of December. The plum market had already closed. There were only a few stalls selling piles of red plum blossoms. the tofu market had already opened. Everywhere, there were stalls selling Spring Festival couplets. Everywhere they went, they would see people crowding around, cheering, clapping, and praising. It was very lively. Because it was almost the end of the year, the lantern market had also started to light up. The streets were brightly lit and filled with people. It was very festive. He Yan followed Xiaoju to the entrance of the East Market. He could already feel the bustling crowd. It's too lively. She looked up at the colorful lanterns hanging above her head and couldn't help but exclaim. This is my first time visiting a night market. First time? Xiaoju turned to look at her. He Yan nodded. That's right. In the past, I couldn't come to places with so many people, so as to avoid exposing myself. Every year, when the He family's younger generation went to the night market together, I was especially envious. When I was in Jiang City, I felt that Jiang City's night market was really fun. I didn't expect Shua City's night market to be so good. So beautiful. Her eyes were filled with excitement and joy. She had lived 2 lifetimes, but at this moment, she was as happy as a child. The night market was not a place that only the rich and powerful could come to. Ordinary people could come here to have fun, but this was the first time for this person. Many things that ordinary people took for granted were forbidden to her. The young man looked at the girl beside him with a gentle and tender gaze. The next moment, He Yan had already pulled his sleeve and squeezed in front of a candy man. Candy man! He Yan exclaimed happily. I still remember when I was young, I couldn't go to the night market. I craved it so much that I asked eldest aunt to get someone to buy one for me. I couldn't bear to eat it, so I put it in a pen holder. In the end, it melted everywhere. She turned to look at Xiaoju. Xiaoju, do you want to eat it? I'll buy one for you. What do you want? Is this Qilin pretty? Or do you prefer phoenixes? Xiaoju glanced at the candy man on the haystack. No. Why not? He Yan was very generous. I have money, I'll buy it for you. Xiaoju's gaze shifted from the candy man to her face. Her tone was indifferent. I don't have a flower basket. Flower basket? He Yan was confused. Do you like flower baskets? His tone was as calm as usual, but there was a subtlety in it. When we were in Jiang City, didn't you give Chu Xilin a brown sugar flower basket? How did you know? He Yan was frightened. I just knew. The man raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to walk away. He Yan hurriedly followed. At this moment, he also came back to his senses. Xiaoju's tone of voice sounded a little displeased. Well, second young master Xiao might be particularly bothered by the fact that he was giving something to his enemy. At that time, he gave me a tassel. He Yan tightly clutched onto his sleeve, so as to not get separated from him in the crowd, while trying to curry favor with him to show his loyalty. I also felt that a gift would blind the eyes, so I definitely couldn't owe him a favor, so I gave him a flower basket. You know that in this world, it's the hardest thing to repay a debt. My relationship with you isn't like this. There's no need for us to draw such a clear line. Don't be angry. It's just a trivial matter. Don't take it to heart. Military Governor Xiao is magnanimous. Don't fuss over such trivial matters with me. Military Governor Xiao, second young master. Little young master? Xiaoju seemed to be annoyed by her pestering. She turned her head away. Her expression was serious, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. He Yan could tell that Xiaoju wasn't as calculative as before. She turned her head and saw a stall selling plain noodles. She pulled him over. It's your birthday today. You should eat a bowl of longevity noodles. Come, I'll treat you. The stall was a couple. They set up an iron pot on the side of the street. The pot was filled with boiling water, and there was flour in a shaving pan. There were jars of salt and vinegar on the small table. A few tables and stools were set up on both sides. This was the stall. He Yan let Xiaoju sit down first. She ran in front of the lady boss and smiled. A bowl of noodles. She paused, then said, Today is this young master's birthday. She secretly pointed at Xiaoju. I'll have to trouble the lady boss to make this bowl of noodles more beautiful. Add an egg, more vegetables, and more braised meat. Oh, it's good to have a drumstick. That's enough, Mississippi, the lady boss smiled. Any more and the bowl won't fit. Oh. Hien nodded. That's all for now. The lady boss smiled as she kneaded the noodles. The young master sitting here must be Mrs. Lover. He's really handsome. Hien's face turned red. She didn't dare to respond. The lady boss probably didn't know Xiaoju. She was simply captivated by Xiaoju's beauty. I've been selling noodles here for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a handsome young master. Since you two are lovers, why don't we order a bowl of sweet dumplings with sesame fillings? The two of you can eat a bowl of sweet dumplings at the Lantern Market. You two will be lovers for the rest of your life. No need. Hien smiled. This young master doesn't like sweet things. I see. What a pity. The lady boss was still smiling. She didn't try to persuade him. Hien was about to walk towards Xiaoju, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back and said to the lady boss, "That. I think I'd better have a bowl." The lady boss smiled sweetly. Okay. When the noodles were served, Xiaoju stared at the bowl in front of him. He was speechless for a moment. Hien, are you feeding a pig? The bowl wasn't big, but it was filled to the brim with noodles. There was an egg, emerald green leaves, and a few large pieces of braised meat. It was very sumptuous. Looking at it, the noodles were about to overflow from the bowl. The other bowls were all filled with clear water. Only the bowl in front of Xiaoju was different. Eat more. Hien passed him a pair of chopsticks. Since it's your birthday, of course you can't just casually celebrate it. I specially asked the lady boss to put some noodles in for you. It's my treat. Don't be shy. Everyone's eyes fell on their table. This was the first time in Xiaoju's life that someone looked at him as if he was a rice bucket. However, the girl in front of him held her cheeks with her hands and smiled sincerely. After holding back for a moment, he finally resigned himself to his fate and picked up the longevity noodles in front of him. Hien was very satisfied. Remember to eat it all. Xiaoju's chopsticks trembled. He tried his best to maintain a calm expression. At this time, the lady boss's lantern dumplings were served. The dumplings were round and there were exactly 9 of them. They were served in red porcelain bowls and were very pleasing to the eye. The lady boss didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she only gave her a spoon. Hien lowered her head and scooped one into her mouth. The sesame filling was very sweet. It was very cold when they came out. However, the night market was bustling and crowded, so the cold was dispelled. At this moment, the hot soup in front of him was warm, the dumplings were sweet, and the person sitting opposite him was quietly eating noodles. Suddenly, Hien felt that the years were peaceful. The days filled with danger, conspiracy, scheming, and saber light seemed very far away in a trance. It was as if the peaceful days in front of him could continue for a long, long time to come. She lowered her head and smiled. She picked up the spoon and obediently ate the dumplings in front of her. She ate a bowl of dumplings and a bowl of longevity noodles very slowly. Perhaps it was Hien's great hospitality, or perhaps it was because of the lady boss's excellent cooking skills. Xiaoju finally finished the bowl of noodles. When she put down her chopsticks, Hien was finishing the 8th dumpling in the bowl. When she was about to scoop up the 9th dumpling, she suddenly remembered what the lady boss said. 2 people eating a bowl of dumplings in the Lantern Market will be lovers for life. She had always felt that this phrase was far away. However, she didn't know when she started to look forward to it. Xiaoju saw her hesitation and asked, "What's wrong?" Hien gently pushed the red porcelain bowl to the center. He raised his head and looked into Xiaoju's eyes. He coughed softly. "Do you want to eat one too?" Xiaoju looked down at the bowl of soup with only 1 dumpling left. She didn't say anything. Hien felt inexplicably guilty. He suddenly felt like he was a demon seducing a good girl. He added, "I remember that you don't like to eat sweet things anymore." "Forget it." Xiaoju smiled and didn't say anything. She took the bowl, picked up the spoon that Hien used and ate the remaining dumpling. The lady boss was cleaning up the table next door. When she saw this, she smiled and said, "Okay, 2 people eating a bowl of dumplings. It's sweet and honeyed. It's a perfect match." He Yan was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Xiaoju. The young man's beautiful eyes were staring at her. It was as if he had seen through her secret thoughts. He Yan stood up and took out a few copper coins from his pocket. "Well, I finished eating. Let's go." She ran away. After eating, they walked around the night market. Their bodies felt much warmer. He Yan and Xiaoju walked to a corner. They noticed that there were many people in front of him. He Yan casually asked a young man beside him, "Excuse me, what's going on in front?" The young man glanced at He Yan and said, "They're guessing lantern riddles. Today is the last day. If you want to go, you can still make it. The more guesses you make, the more likely you are to win the most beautiful peacock lantern." Since they were here to visit the night market, they naturally wanted to join in the fun. He Yan held Xiaoju's hand and squeezed into the crowd. After squeezing through the crowd, they saw a long corridor. There were all kinds of lanterns hanging from the eaves. Under the lanterns, there was a piece of paper with words written on it. It was the lantern riddles. Most of the people who came here were lovers. Some of them had already guessed a few lanterns. He Yan looked and was eager to try. He asked Xiaoju, "Do you like any lantern? I'll help you win one." Xiaoju looked down at her. "You'll help me?" "Of course. Isn't it your birthday today? I'll buy you whatever you want. Winning a lantern is nothing. After all, I studied at the Xianxia dojo." Xiaoju smiled. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard someone call out to her from not far away. "Xiao Huijin." He Yan turned his head to look and saw a pair of man and woman walking towards the two of them. It was actually Yan He and Xianxia. Today, both husband and wife were wearing goose yellow long gowns and skirts. At first glance, they looked very compatible. Yan He was still the same. He never looked at people in the eye. When he walked, his ponytail swung high. When he walked in front of them, without waiting for He Yan to speak, Yan He said to Xiaoju, "Yo, a rare guest. I really didn't expect that one day I would be able to see Xiao Huijin shopping in the night market." Compared to Yan He's rudeness, Xianxia was much gentler. He looked at He Yan and Xiaoju and smiled. "Miss He, Military Governor Xiao." He Yan returned the greeting. "Miss Xianxia." Yan He finally caught a glimpse of He Yan beside Xiaoju. He sized up the two of them and revealed a disgusted expression. "Xiao Huijin, don't tell me you're here to accompany this brat, this guy to the night market." He pretended to rub his arm. "So disgusting, I have goosebumps all over my body." He Yan was speechless. Where did this person get the right to criticize others? Didn't he accompany his wife to the night market? Xianxia pulled Yan He. Yan He said, "What's wrong?" "I didn't say anything wrong." "Sorry." Xianxia smiled at He Yan. "Nanguan is like this. He's just joking. He doesn't mean any harm." "Miss He, are you here to guess riddles too?" He Yan nodded. "Yes. We happened to pass by here." "General Yan, are you here to guess riddles too?" "I'm not guessing." Yan He said, "I'm here to accompany Xianxia." His gaze fell on Xiaoju. "Xiao Huijin, he's not guessing either. He's here to accompany me." He Yan quickly cut him off. Yan He was like a cockfight whenever he met Xiaoju. He had to compete to see who was better. If Xiaoju wanted to guess and aroused Yan He's competitive spirit, he wouldn't go to the night market tonight. He would just watch the two of them compete in riddles. He Yan decisively stopped him so that he could go to other places later. "Sure." Yan He crossed his arms and said, "Then hurry up and guess." He Yan and Xianxia looked at each other. Xianxia smiled and took a piece of paper from the lantern in front of him. He Yan followed her movements and looked at the lantern beside him. The riddle was written very simply. Every mountain has the meaning of yearning. He Yan knew all the words, but he didn't know what they meant when they were connected. Xianxia had already taken the piece of paper and read it aloud, "The meaning of parting with my husband." She thought for a while and looked at the shop owner. this has been? Miss, you have good eyesight. The craftsman who made the lantern smiled and gave Xianxia a wooden sign with a red stroke. It seemed that 10 strokes could be exchanged for one of the lanterns here. Yan took a deep breath and felt that the lantern riddle he had chosen was not right. It would be better to change to a simpler one. As he thought about it, he walked to a lantern shaped like a lotus and picked up the note hanging below. Never winter and never summer. Yan was speechless. What is this? She glanced sideways at Xiaoju. Xiaoju was standing not far away and looking at her calmly. Yan didn't want to embarrass herself. She coughed lightly and walked to another spot. Lost Pavilion in Fog, Moon Maze Crossing. Yan was confused. She was about to cry. Just now, she had praised herself and said that she had studied in the Virtuous Prosperity School. Now, she felt that it was better if she hadn't studied at all. What are these things? She could recognize the words, but she couldn't understand why they were put together. She looked at the girls who were guessing like fish in water. Yan felt a headache coming on. She felt that even if she had encountered the most difficult battle, it would not be as difficult as this. She held the piece of paper in front of her and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Didn't you want to give me a lantern? Xiaoju had walked over and stood behind her. Yan said yes for a while and didn't say anything else. He smiled. It seems that your poetry hasn't improved after all these years. Everyone has their own specialties. Yan braced herself. I can't multitask. He seemed to chuckle, and the hot air he exhaled fell on Yan's neck, tickling it. On the other side, Xianxia had finished guessing 10 riddles in the blink of an eye. The craftsman drew 10 ink characters on her wooden tablet and exchanged it for a jade rabbit lantern. Yan held the lantern in his arms and said proudly to Yan, why haven't you guessed it yet? Don't tell me you haven't studied before? Xiao Huijin. He held Xianxia with one hand and even provoked Xiaoju. The wife you found is not as good as my wife. Was Yan he crazy? Yan was speechless. He thought that since he couldn't beat Xiaoju in other aspects, he might as well compare with his wife, right? Who didn't have their strengths and weaknesses? How could he be so shallow? She was scolding Yan in her heart when Xiaoju suddenly whispered in her ear, don't worry about him. Then, he stood behind her and picked up the paper riddles in front of Yan. Xiaoju was very tall. When he took the paper from behind, he had to bend over slightly. From the eyes of others, it looked like he was holding Yan in his arms. Yan could almost feel the warmth from his back touching his chest. His ears turned red and he forgot to look at the note in front of him. Xiaoju had already opened his mouth and said, both places are vast and boundless. Ah? Yan was stunned. The craftsman smiled and came over with a wooden tray. You guessed right. Xiao Huijin, you're cheating. Yan, he said angrily, how can you help her guess? What does it have to do with you? Yan couldn't take it anymore and replied, if you don't want to, you can help me guess. Who wants to help you guess? Yan, he flung his sleeves. Let's go, I get annoyed when I see them. He pulled Xiaoqingshuo's hand and walked away. At this moment, Yan finally had time to focus on the riddles in front of her. She pulled the paper and read the words on it. Xiaoju said the answer behind her. Since ancient times, too much love leads to regret. The heart is full of sorrow. Every 10, enter the top 3. Base. This person used to be the number 1 in the Xianxia house. When Yan read the riddles, he didn't even need to think and directly said the answer. Xiaoju's appearance was outstanding. She was smart and handsome. In this kind of situation, she was especially eye-catching. Not long after, the girls with lovers and without lovers all gathered in a circle. They either stared at Xiaoju with infatuation or looked at Yan with envy. When the 9 riddles were almost finished, Yan picked up the note on the last lantern. 2 trees not in the forest, the field has a heart. After she finished reading, she didn't wait for Xiaoju to speak and said, I know this, it's yearning. The craftsman laughed. Miss, you have a pure heart. Yan blushed at this praise. She only guessed 1 out of 10 riddles. She really didn't deserve this praise. The one with a pure heart was the one behind her. The craftsman finished the last stroke on her wooden tablet and said to Yan, "Miss, go and pick a lantern you like." Yan turned around and pulled Xiaoju. "How about it? I said I would give you a lantern, so I will definitely give it to you. Which one do you like?" There were all kinds of lanterns hanging under the eaves. It was a dazzling array. Yan pointed at a double fish-shaped lantern. "This double fish lantern is quite nice. Do you like this one? Or this gourd lantern is also not bad. This lantern has a picture of a horse riding." From the beginning to the end, Xiaoju only smiled faintly and let her be. Yan saw a green gauze lantern on the side. It had a picture of a mountain and a pavilion. As the person walked, the light changed and the waterfall seemed to flow. It was very strange. This mountain and river lantern was among the other lanterns. At first glance, it looked inconspicuous, but in fact, there was a universe inside. Yan was attracted at first glance. He thought that if he gave this lantern to Xiaoju, it wouldn't be embarrassing. He said to the craftsman, "I want this one." The craftsman was busy handing out wooden tablets to another pair of lovers. When he heard this, he said, "Miss, you can take it yourself." Yan said to Xiaoju, "Wait, I will take the lantern for you." She walked to the mountain and river lantern. Just as she was about to take it down, she heard a familiar voice not far away. "There is a lantern riddle up ahead. Do you want to take a look?" Then, a woman's voice sounded. "Okay, I can buy one later and hang it in the courtyard." Yan turned his head to look and saw a man and woman walking over a few steps in front of him. The man was handsome and elegant, and the woman was beautiful and charming. It was Su Zhiheng and He Xining. Su Zhiheng was holding He Xining's hand. The maidservant behind He Xining was holding a large pile of trinkets in her arms. They were probably rouge, face powder, and the like that she had casually bought in the night market. On the surface, the two of them looked like a perfect couple. Su Zhiheng smiled dotingly, and when he spoke, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzling rain. Yan looked at them in a daze. She didn't know if she was mocking him or not. She originally thought that Su Zhiheng would only accompany He Wanru to the night market. Now, it seemed that as long as it wasn't her, he could accompany anyone. "Miss?" The craftsman saw her standing there in a daze and called out to her curiously. Yan turned his head and was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Xiaoju. He was also standing under the lantern. His figure was handsome, and his gaze was calm to the point of indifference. Yan didn't have time to speak before Xiaoju glanced at her, turned around, and walked away. Yan didn't have time to take down the lantern in front of him. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd and followed her. The craftsman behind her was stunned and called out to her, "Miss, you forgot to take your lantern." But there was no response. He Xining also heard the craftsman's call and subconsciously followed the craftsman's gaze. She saw a familiar figure hurriedly leaving. Yan was startled. This figure looked exactly like Marquis Wuan, whom she had met at Yuhua Temple. She didn't know why, but she had only met Yan once, but he left a deep impression on her. Su Zhiheng, who was beside her, asked her, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He Xining returned to her senses. "Let's look at the lanterns." She was a little anxious. Ever since she married Su Zhiheng, whenever he had time, Su Zhiheng would accompany her to the night market. Recently, Su Zhiheng had been busy with official business and hadn't come over for 2 months. Yesterday, when she returned to the Su family, Su Zhiheng unexpectedly asked to accompany her for a while. If it was in the past, He Xining would have been very happy. But now, walking beside Su Zhiheng, she didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a little nervous. Her mother's illness, the assassin that night, and the military book hidden under her dead sister's bedpost. Every one of these was enough to make people suspicious. But she couldn't do anything. She had to pretend that she didn't know anything. She stared at the colorful lanterns in front of her, but her mind was filled with thoughts of the figure who had hurriedly left just now. Yan grabbed Xiaoju's sleeve with difficulty and said, "Walk slowly. There are so many people here. If we get separated, it'll take a long time to find you. I was stepped on several times just now." He only walked forward and didn't look back, but his footsteps slowed down a little. Amidst the bustling crowd, He Yan used all the strength he could muster to grab onto Xiaoju's sleeve, almost tearing it apart. Finally, they made it out of the crowd, to a place along the river. Xiaoju. He Yan stared at her and asked, "Are you angry?" Xiaoju did not say anything. He tilted his head so He Yan couldn't see his expression clearly, so she stood on her tiptoes to get a closer look. However, Xiaoju blocked him with her arm and pushed He Yan away. "Are you really angry?" He Yan said, "I was just." He Yan, Xiaoju interrupted her. She looked straight at her and asked in a low voice, "Are you?" He Yan looked at him. "You still have feelings for Su Zhiheng?" Cough, cough, cough. She choked and coughed. "Don't joke around." He Yan denied, "It's not like you don't know what he did." "How could I still have feelings for him?" "Oh?" He raised his eyebrows and looked at her sharply. "So you're saying that you had feelings in the past?" He Yan almost couldn't breathe. She was stunned by Xiaoju's question. What kind of question was this? No matter how she answered, it seemed wrong. He Yan stammered for a while, then whispered, "I didn't have feelings in the past." Xiaoju looked at her expressionlessly. He Yan felt guilty and carefully chose her words to lie. "You know, I didn't have the power to choose in my previous life. After I switched identities with He Rufei, I naturally had to follow whatever my family said. The He family arranged for me to marry Su Zhiheng, so I married him. I didn't have feelings for him." He Yan inexplicably felt guilty, as if her husband had found out about her adultery. She also had a headache. She had just looked at Su Zhiheng under the lanterns. Who knew that it would cause so much trouble? However, if she thought about it this way, it seemed that she was the one with a guilty conscience. After all, Xiaoju had never had any other girls before her. "But I heard that when you married Su Zhiheng, you liked him very much." He looked at the river below the railings with a calm gaze. He Yan quivered. "Who said that? Who spread rumors about me behind my back? She deserves to be punished." Xiaoju looked at her indifferently. He Yan froze for a moment and lowered her head. "Okay, when I didn't know that he was this kind of person, I liked him, a little." She used her pinky and thumb to point. "Just a little. An ant is big. I can crush it with my foot." Xiaoju was so angry that she laughed. She lazily said, "Then tell me, why do you like him? Even if you don't know what kind of person he is, your taste," she sized up He Yan, "is much lower than ordinary people." Was he scolding Su Zhiheng or himself? He Yan thought to himself. Normally, he didn't think that when the young master was angry, it was really hard to coax him. Why did he ask such an embarrassing question? It was tantamount to taking a knife and dismembering someone. However, the person in front of her was staring at her. His beautiful eyes were full of scrutiny. He Yan sighed. "At that time I just thought that this person was very good." Xiaoju smiled mockingly. "Do you remember that time when you secretly gave me a rabbit during the Eastern Mountain hunt?" He Yan asked. "Yes. In order to make the emperor happy, the teachers in the Xianxia dojo put in all their effort to compete. They set a rule that if they didn't catch any prey, they couldn't eat and had to starve for an entire day." Now that He Yan thought about it, she still felt indignant. The person who set this rule was simply sick. Even prisoners on death row were given a full meal. Just because they didn't catch any prey, they made such an inhumane punishment. "Although you gave me a rabbit that day, I let it go. I didn't catch any prey. If it was summer, it would be fine. However, the feeling of starving on a snowy day was really unbearable." When the hunt was over, He Yan looked at the youths around her who were returning from a rewarding journey in twos and threes. Her heart was extremely uncomfortable. That was when she met Su Zhiheng. At that time, Su Zhiheng was only a 15-16-year-old youth. He was dressed in black and looked handsome and gentle. He Yan walked to the place where she put her bundle with an empty stomach. The snow on the ground was very deep. She went to the hunting ground in the morning and didn't come out until the sky was dark. She was really weak. She didn't pay attention to a piece of shirt buried in the snow. She accidentally kicked it and fell. Half of her body fell into the snow and she didn't get up for a long time. Just as she was flopping around in the snow, she suddenly heard a voice in front of her. Are you okay? He Yan raised his head and saw a young man in green robes. This youth looked unfamiliar. He shouldn't be a student of the Xianxia gymnasium. However, today's hunt in the mountain was also attended by students from other gymnasiums. She guessed that he was a student from another gymnasium. He Yan was still in a daze. That youth actually smiled. He directly reached out and grabbed her hand, saying, "Let me help you." He pulled her up from the snow. She was still wearing the mask on her face. The mask was cold, but the youth's hand was very warm. "My name is Su Zhiheng. Brother, are you a member of the Xianxia gymnasium?" He Yan randomly nodded her head. "I heard that the rules of the Xianxia gymnasium are very strict. If you don't catch any prey today, you'll have to starve." Su Zhiheng looked at her empty hands. "It's a pity that I didn't go hunting. Otherwise, I could give you one of the prey." In the Xianxia gymnasium, she could be considered a loner. She didn't have many friends. Because of her mask, other people also felt that she was quite unsociable. They were too lazy to approach her. This was the first time they met such a warm-hearted person. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. "Are you going over there to get your bundle?" Su Zhiheng asked. "How about I help you? You can't even walk." He Yan was about to say that there was no need, but as soon as she lifted her foot, she felt a severe pain in her ankle. It seemed that she had just twisted it. Thinking of this, she slightly nodded her head towards the youth and blushed. "Thank you very much." She then pointed at the red bundle. "That's mine." Su Zhiheng then turned around and went to the high platform to help He Yan get her bundle. After he retrieved the bundle, he handed it to He Yan. He then supported her all the way to the carriage where the students of the Xianxia gymnasium were sitting before leaving. At that time, He Yan looked at Su Zhiheng's back and felt that this youth was really warm and considerate. When she returned to the Xianxia gymnasium, sure enough, she didn't have anything to eat that day. He Yan hid in the room alone and poured herself some hot tea. The more she drank, the hungrier she felt. Her stomach rumbled incessantly. But what could she do? The rules of the Xianxia gymnasium were the strictest. Moreover, she really didn't hunt anything. If she really wanted to go, she wouldn't be able to bring herself to do it. After sitting for a while, He Yan helplessly sighed. She took the bundle and prepared to put away the paper and brush she had brought during the day. As soon as she opened the bundle, 2 glistening yellow loquats rolled out from inside. How could there be loquats at this time of the year? He Yan stared blankly for a moment. She subconsciously picked up the loquats. The loquats were big and heavy. She could faintly smell their fragrance. This bundle had always been placed on the high platform. During the group hunt, the students only brought quivers and arrows for the sake of convenience. After thinking about it, the only person who had touched this bundle was that black-clothed youth called Su Zhiheng. She peeled off the loquat and took a small bite. The fruit was sweet. When she thought about that youth's face and smile, she felt that her luck today wasn't too bad. A few years later, when He Yan returned from the battlefield and exchanged identities with He Rufei, Madame He told her that she had arranged a marriage for her. The other party's name was Su Zhiheng. In addition to being astonished, He Yan also felt a trace of joy. The marriage of the He family's women had always been to pave the way for the men. Compared to marrying a stranger she had never met before, marrying Su Zhiheng was clearly the best choice she had. Regardless of how outsiders praised Su Zhiheng for being young and promising, in He Yan's heart, she only felt that the 10-year-old Su Zhiheng was able to take care of someone he had met by chance. He was definitely a good person. At that time, she actually had a lot of expectations for this marriage. Later on, even though Su Zhiheng favored He Wanru and He Wanru had always flaunted in front of her, He Yan still had some fantasies about Su Zhiheng because of the 2 loquats he had in his youth. Until he became blind, until Su Zhiheng personally broke this fantasy bit by bit. "So," Xiaoju said playfully, "you like him because of those loquats?" "You can say that." He Yan said, "I just feel that he can take care of other people's feelings and see through other people's difficult situations. At least he's a good person." "You really like him so casually." Xiaoju sneered and walked forward. After taking 2 steps, she stopped and said coldly, "Those 2 loquats were given by me." He Yan was stunned. He had already continued to walk towards the river. He Yan was stunned for a moment, then caught up with him in a few steps and grabbed his sleeve. How is that possible? You're lying to me, right? Xiaoju lowered his head and looked at her with a calm gaze. That year, when Lin Xuanhe had proposed to give He Yan a rabbit, he couldn't help but shoot one. He Yan, however, had set the rabbit free. Because he remembered his own experiences in the mountains when he was young, he began to treat this boy who didn't seem to have any strong points in a different light. He also knew that the students who didn't manage to hunt today would starve when they returned to the Xianchang Hall. As the winner of this group hunt, Xiaoju received a lot of rewards. The people in the palace even gave him food, and there were 2 loquats in it. At this time of the year, loquats weren't available everywhere. He originally didn't have much interest in this sweet fruit. When he was leaving, he passed by the high platform and caught a glimpse of a red bundle in the corner. He vaguely remembered that this bundle seemed to belong to He Rufei. That boy didn't manage to hunt anything today. When he returned, he would starve for the night. It was also winter, so he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to endure. He looked at the imperial food basket in his hand and thought of the first time he met He Rufei. He saw this guy standing under the loquat tree in the Xianchang Hall, jumping up and down with all his might, trying to pick loquats. It was extremely comical. After thinking about it, he stopped and took out the 2 loquats from the basket and stuffed them into the red bundle. He Yan stuttered, "It can't be? You really gave them to him?" Xiaoju quietly looked at him. He Yan thought to himself, this is the end. This is like Xiaoju doing something good, but Su Zhiheng intercepted it. It was a freak combination of factors. How could he be happy? But at this critical juncture, how could he calm his anger? Today is your birthday, and I forgot to take the lamp just now. What do you want as a congratulatory gift? She awkwardly changed the topic. Then, she caught a glimpse of someone selling tonghulu on the opposite side of the street. She said, "Wait here." She rushed over and bought a tonghulu. Then, she ran back and handed it to Xiaoju. "Here." Xiaoju turned his head. He was probably really angry. He Yan was in a difficult position. There was no way to undo the past. She did have feelings for Su Zhiheng and married Su Zhiheng, but Xiaoju didn't. She had never experienced what Xiaoju was feeling at this moment, but she knew that it wasn't a good feeling. He Yan walked around him, "Xiaoju, Xiaoju." Xiaoju avoided her gaze and only looked at the flowing river under the railings. She didn't know when it started snowing, but the snowflakes fell on her body. He Yan finally felt cold when she was far away from the crowd in the night market. She suddenly remembered what Qing Mei said to her before she left. He Yan glanced at Xiaoju, but he still didn't look at her. She sneezed exaggeratedly and said to herself, "It's so cold." The next moment, she felt warmth from the sky. Xiaoju turned around and took off his cloak to cover her. He was finally willing to turn around and look at her. He Yan quickly took advantage of the situation and threw herself in front of him. "You're not angry anymore?" Xiaoju helped her tie the rope in front of the cloak, but he still didn't look at her. Xiaoju's cloak was very big, almost covering He Yan's entire body. He Yan was afraid that Xiaoju would be cold, so he leaned very close to Xiaoju. Just like that night when he was drunk, he was almost sticking to him. She looked up and teased Xiaoju, "Commander Xiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mistaken you for someone else. Today is your birthday. Don't be angry. Smile? If you don't want to smile, have a bite of candied fruit?" She raised the candied fruit to Xiaoju's lips. Suddenly, her hand was grabbed. He Yan was startled. She subconsciously raised her head and met his shimmering black eyes. The young man's facial features were no longer as delicate as they were when he was young. Like the moonlight on a snowy mountain, his facial features were clear and clean, and he was beautiful and flawless. He held He Yan with one hand and pulled her into his embrace. He leaned over and kissed her. The colorful lanterns stretched for 10 miles, and the night was bright. The river flowed under the railings, and the snow fell on them silently. The cloak blocked out all the wind and snow. The man's lips carried a faint warmth as they landed on her lips. Just like the bowl of sesame yuan xiao that she had just eaten, her lips and teeth were filled with soft sweetness. He Yan could hear Her own heartbeat. In the snow, it was lively and powerful, beating again and again. His clothes were still cold from the wind and snow, but his attitude was gentle, as if he was treating the only treasure in his life. It was as if he wanted to keep this moment forever. No one would not be moved by the person in front of him. When their lips parted, Xian felt a little nostalgic. She looked up at Xiaoju. Xiaoju looked down and helped her tidy up her hair that had been messed up by the wind. Xian's ears were already as red as a cooked shrimp. Xian whispered. Xiaoju, you're not angry anymore, right? Xiaoju sighed silently. Su Zhiheng, it's all in the past. Xian thought for a moment, then looked at him seriously and said, if the past made you unhappy, I apologize to you. I don't know what other girls do when they get along with the person they like. I've been a man for far longer than I have been a woman. Xiaoju, I'll be very good to you. If you like something, I'll find a way to give it to you. If you hate something, I'll help you get rid of it. If someone bullies you, I'll definitely stand up for you. I won't lie to you or hurt you. Is this okay? Actually, when she thought about it, even when she was with Su Zhiheng, she did not treat her lover like other girls. Of course, this was because Su Zhiheng was not a good person. However, she did not know how to treat the person she liked. When she was young in the He family, she did not know much about love. Because she wanted to be pitted by her biological parents, she deliberately tried to please them. Even when she went to the battlefield later, she hid this humility very well. However, the things that were engraved in her bones were like bones buried under the sand. When the wind blew, they would still be exposed. As a general, she learned how to control her subordinates and be decisive. She knew how to take care of people, but she did not know how to deal with more intimate relationships. Those vague feelings made her not know if what she was doing was right or wrong. Xiaoju's gaze was fixed on her. The girl was still holding the red candied hawthorn in her hand. She looked up at her eyes was full of sincerity, and a little uncertain cautiousness. Xiaoju, 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 Xiaoju. There were so many people in the world, regardless of whether they were men or women. When it came to matters of love, they would cover it up in every way possible and test it out in every way possible. They were just unwilling to let others discover their true feelings. They always felt that if they said it out loud, they would lose. Only this person in front of him was frank and straightforward. He didn't use any tricks. He just said it bluntly and recklessly. It was as if he could beat a master to death with a flurry of punches. His heart couldn't help but waver. She was the only one he was attracted to. But, how could Su Zhiheng bear to hurt such a person who offered his heart so clearly? He wasn't angry because of Yan's jealousy in the past. He was more annoyed because he was angry at himself and Su Zhiheng. Just like the doe he set free in the mountains when he was young. Its wet eyes were fixed on him, full of trust and joy. However, Su Zhiheng threw away this trust like a worn-out shoe and cut it off with a knife. The better Yan was, the more furious he felt towards Su Zhiheng. Seeing that Xiaoju did not speak, Yan thought that he was still angry. He thought for a moment and said dejectedly, maybe you have a better idea. I don't know how to play zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Don't ask me to learn it. I won't be able to learn it. I can help you carry too and chop firewood. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoju pulled her into her arms. You are you. You don't need to do anything for me. Yan's head was pressed against his chin. She couldn't raise her head and couldn't see his expression. But, I don't like singing and dancing prostitutes. I don't need a servant to accompany me. No one dares to bully me. I won't touch things I don't like. If I like something, I'll buy it myself. Xiaoju lowered his head and smiled. But, then won't I become a decoration? I don't like you because I want more people to do things for me. His voice fell. It sounded like he was very far away, but also very close at the same time. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to do it for me. You really don't want anything from me? Yan asked. There had to be at least one thing, such as abiding by the law and respecting the old and loving the young. Otherwise, she could do anything. Could she cheat on him? Xiaoju let go of her hand and looked at the crowd in the distance. He smiled and looked down at her. It's not that I don't want anything. What is it? If I keep looking at you. He reached out and grabbed Yan's hand. The girl's hand was only half his size. When it fell into his palm, it was like a small treasure. Yan, you will keep looking at me. Yan stared at him in a daze. Lady He, don't you understand what I'm saying? He raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled warmly. The lanterns reflected in his eyes. There were thousands of poses and thousands of colors, but his eyes were clearly the brightest. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Someone set off fireworks in the distance. Thousands of bright lights fell into the night sky. It was a perfect night. Yan lowered his head and hid the tears that flashed through his eyes. He held his hand and smiled as he raised his head and said, "Today is your birthday. I agree to everything you said." "Xiaoju, happy birthday," she said. "I'll keep looking at you," she replied silently in her heart. When they returned, Xianxia and Sui had already arrived home. Qingmei had already told them the truth. She only said that today was Xiaoju's birthday and that Yan had accompanied Xiaoju to the night market. Sui did not say anything, but Xianxia was very unhappy. In less than half an hour, he had already walked back and forth in the house several times. When Yan and Xiaoju returned, he looked at their interlocked hands and his expression became even worse. Sui asked, "I heard that today is Huijin's birthday. Have you eaten? Do you want to eat a bowl of longevity noodles here before you leave?" "We already ate," Yan said, "when we were at the night market." "You're empty-handed." Sui noticed that Xiaoju did not have anything on her. She looked at Yan suspiciously. Yan, did you not prepare a birthday gift for Huijin?" "This child." Sui smiled. "I've spoiled her too much. She doesn't know the ways of the world. Huijin, please don't take it to heart. I'll ask her to give you a present another day." "No, Yan has already given me a present," Xiaoju said. Yan remembered the scene at the night market. His face turned slightly red and he did not respond. Sui did not understand what she was implying. Although he did not understand, he did not ask. Xianxia looked between Yan and Xiaoju vigilantly. He was deep in thought. "It's getting late. You should go back first." Yan said, "If there's anything, I'll ask Jiwu to look for you." Xiaoju nodded. She said goodbye to Sui and Xianxia before leaving the He family's house. After Xiaoju left, Xianxia dragged Yan into the house. As soon as he entered the house, he closed the door and asked, "Hey, Yan, you didn't get taken advantage of when you went out with him, right?" "What advantage?" Yan knocked on his head. "You're so young. Why do you have so many ideas? Where did you learn all these from? Besides, I'm standing with Xiaoju. Who's the one taking advantage of?" Xianxia looked at her. "Do you think I'm so free to care about you?" Yan saw that he seemed to be worried. She sat down and poured a cup of tea for herself. "You're so worried about this?" "No." Xianxia sighed. "Today, I heard from a few friends in the academy that the Yuto are about to enter the capital." Yan stopped drinking tea. "Who did you hear this from?" "It's spread everywhere. The emperor doesn't want to go to war. The imperial court also doesn't want to go to war. I heard that the Yuto are coming to the capital to ask for peace. This war probably won't happen." Yan looked at his expression. "Do you want to go to war?" "Of course I don't." Xianxia answered without thinking. But if the Yuto were really willing to ask for peace, they wouldn't have caused so much trouble in Jiang, Rendu, and Huayuan. We have the upper hand now. What's wrong with giving way to the Yuto? He was still young and impetuous. He frowned and said, "If it were me, I would seize this opportunity to beat the Yuto back to their hometown. I would make sure they never dare to step foot in Dawei again." Although children were usually immature and impulsive, they also had a bit of temper. "Why are you looking at me?" Xianxia asked. "Aren't you an official now? Do you know what's going on outside?" "It's not much different from what you know." He Yan didn't want to hide it from him. "TSK," He Yunqing waved his hand. "I really don't know what the officials in the imperial court are thinking." He Yan's heart was heavy. Not to mention the grudges between her and the He family and Su Jiheng, the conflict between Xiao Ju and Su Jingfu, and the dispute between the factions in the imperial court was not something that could be easily resolved. As Su Jingfu's power increased, the conflict between the fourth prince and the crown prince would also become more and more intense. The crown prince's virtue was not worthy of the position. If the crown prince inherited the throne in the future, it would be a disaster for the people of Dawei. However, if he let the fourth prince, then the future Shua city would be in for a bloodbath once more. Tonight, the Chu manor was filled with joy. Chu Linfeng was holding a banquet at home. These days, the entire Chu family was preparing for Chu Zhao's marriage. Since she was Su Jingfu's daughter, there was naturally nothing that was not good. The marriage was handled by Madame Chu. However, Su Pingting sent her personal maid, Mo Tai, to frequently ask the Chu family about the marriage preparations. Even if Madame Chu wanted to do something, she could only give up because she was being watched. This marriage used up more than half of the Chu family's treasury. Su Pingting wanted to be the most glorious daughter in the Shua capital in the past 10 years. She was the apple of Su Jingfu's eye, so everyone could only treat her well. Madame Chu naturally hated this marriage. Madame Chu's 3 sons were also jealous. The one who was most sincerely happy was probably Shi Jinbo and Chu Linfeng. At the banquet, Chu Linfeng patted Chu Zhao's shoulder and smiled. "In a month, Miss Su will enter the gates of our Chu family. I never thought that I would become in-laws with the Su family. No wonder you are my son." Amazing. To Chu Linfeng, getting a woman's favor was something to be proud of. Little did he know that this pride was especially glaring in Madame Chu's eyes. Madame Chu still had some affection for Chu Linfeng when she first married him, but this affection had long been worn away when Chu Linfeng brought concubines into the manor one by one. She knew that she was ordinary and didn't like Chu Linfeng, so she didn't ask for anything else. She just wanted to be the mistress of the family. These years, she had done well. Chu Linfeng didn't have any ability other than his appearance. If it wasn't for the old madam supporting the Shi Jinbo family, the Chu family would have been ruined by Chu Linfeng. He liked beautiful women and was protective of them. However, once they really touched his interests, he would hide behind the old madam and refuse to do anything more. He was a cold and cowardly hypocrite who thought he was loyal. The blood of the men of the Chu family was probably cold-blooded, including her own 3 sons. Only Chu Zhao. Madame Chu's gaze landed on the young man beside Chu Linfeng. Chu Zhao's appearance had inherited all the good points of Chu Linfeng and Yi Runmei. He was gentle, but also had a bit of naivety and fragility. This fragility could make people let down their guard against him, and it was easy for him to win the favor of others. Su Pingting had been arrogant and domineering since she was young, but she had never said anything harsh to Chu Zhao. However, Chu Zhao was different. He wasn't as harmless as he looked. When Chu Zhao was brought back, Madame Chu didn't want him to live until he grew up. However, she didn't do anything to him for the old madam's sake. At that time, the child in front of her had also humbly fawned over her, begging for mercy like a dog. Then, he quickly found Su Jingfu to back him up, and from then on, his life was saved. Madame Chu couldn't find anything that could be used against him. Unknowingly, the entire Chu family had to act according to Chu Zhao's wishes. She wasn't willing to let her everything be taken away by a secret lover, so she planned to use Xiang to sow discord between Chu Zhao and Su Pingting. However, Madame Chu didn't expect Chu Zhao to be so ruthless. Not only did he send Xiang to the crown prince without saying a word, but he also personally sent her to the crown prince's residence in a carriage. There was no barrier between him and Su Pingting. Madame Chu felt a chill in her heart. A man who could manipulate her feelings and people's hearts at will, but had a cold heart that was even worse than his father's. He stabbed her so gently, but the person who was stabbed didn't even have the heart to complain. How terrifying was that? While she was thinking, Chu Zhao seemed to have noticed her gaze. He looked over with a smile in his eyes as usual. Madame Chu's heart trembled. She lowered her head and avoided Chu Zhao's gaze. "Xylan, is there anything else that I need to prepare?" Chu Linfeng asked Chu Zhao with a smile. He was getting older, and he often indulged in debauchery. His handsome appearance was long gone, but his smiling face showed some fatherly care. What does he need to prepare? Eldest Master Chu couldn't help but mock, the house is almost empty for his wedding. Do we have to sell the house for him to get married? Chu Linfeng glanced at his eldest son unhappily and said in a dissatisfied tone, if you can marry the Prime Minister's daughter, I'm willing to sell the house. Eldest Master Chu didn't speak. Their 3 sons weren't as handsome as Chu Zhao, and their literary talents weren't as outstanding as Chu Zhao's. They also didn't have a Prime Minister's husband. How could they marry the Prime Minister's daughter? Chu Linfeng had been biased since he was young. Now that Chu Zhao had a meteoric rise, he was lucky. In the future, Chu Linfeng would be even more obedient to Chu Zhao. There's nothing to prepare, Chu Zhao said lightly, it's already very good. That's the Prime Minister's daughter, Miss Su. Chu Linfeng was a little drunk and lectured him, you can't neglect her. It wasn't easy for her to take a fancy to you, you have to grab hold of her. Madame Chu looked at the scene in front of her and sneered in her heart. Listen to what he was saying. She was afraid that the Madame in Yihong brothel would say the same thing when she taught her daughter to grab hold of a generous guest. Chu Linfeng had relied on women all his life to become famous. Now, he had to teach his son this. If word got out, he would be the laughingstock of the entire capital. I think your father is drunk, Madame Chu didn't want to see it anymore. She stood up and said, Xylin, help your father back to the room to rest. I have a headache. I'll go sit in the room for a while. Then, she didn't care about Chu Linfeng's expression and stood up to leave. What was done couldn't be undone. She couldn't do anything now, but what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Seeing this, the other 3 young masters of the Chu family also stood up. They also didn't want to see Chu Zhao and Chu Linfeng acting like a filial father and son here, so they all left. In a moment, the lively banquet turned into a mess. People left to drink cold tea. Hey, why did they all leave? Chu Linfeng slurred, come back. No one paid attention to him. Chu Zhao helped Chu Linfeng stand up and called for the servants to clean up the mess. He then helped Chu Linfeng back to the room. Chu Linfeng had long stopped sleeping in Madame Chu's room. The 19 concubines took turns sleeping in their rooms. Today, Chu Zhao didn't help him to the concubines' rooms. Instead, he went to the study. He wasn't a gentleman who loved books. To Chu Linfeng, the study was just a decoration. There was even a soft mattress in the room. According to the servants, it was for Chu Linfeng to have sex with his maids and concubines during the day. Chu Zhao had always turned a blind eye to his father's absurd acts. The servants were left outside the door. He helped Chu Linfeng to the mattress and Chu Linfeng lay down. He seemed to be very happy today. His face was flushed red and he was already drunk. However, he still held Chu Zhao's hand and expressed his joy. Xylin, you've really made me proud. I have 4 sons. 3 of them are not good enough. I still like you the most. I brought you to meet friends and social events when you were young because I knew that you would become my pride one day. Look, now that you're going to get married, I'm so happy. Chu Zhao sat by the mattress and looked at him silently. You're the luckiest in the younger generation of the Chu family. With the Prime Minister's help, you'll only get better and better. Not everyone can. Have good luck. The young man smiled sarcastically. Good luck? Was he lucky? If he didn't know who his father was when he was young and his mother was sold to a brothel and lived in fear every day, it was good luck. If he saw his mother being strangled by a servant sent by his family, it was good luck. If he lived under the same roof as his mother's murderer and didn't know if he would live to see tomorrow, it was good luck. If he couldn't even control his own life and could only be a dog under a big shot, living like a puppet, unable to even have the woman he liked, it was good luck. He, Chu Xylin, was the only one with such good luck in the world. Father, he heard his own voice, do you still remember my mother? Chu Linfeng hiccuped and said drunkenly, your mother, who is your mother? Then he turned over and fell asleep facing the wall. Chu Zhao looked at his face. After a while, he laughed at himself and stood up to leave the study. The servant asked him if he wanted hot tea, but he shook his head and refused. He walked slowly. When he was young, he thought the Chu family was big and that there could be dangers lurking everywhere. Now that he was older and walked around, he realized it wasn't that big. The winter in Shuo City was as cold as ever. Just like when he first came to the Chu family and saw the handsome man, he had a little bit of hope. But it was extinguished by the man's disregard and indifference. It was as cold as it was now. But now he didn't shiver like he did when he was young. It wasn't because the winter was warm, but because he was used to the cold. Anyone would get used to it. Chu Zhao walked back to his room and closed the door. In the room, an unfamiliar servant came up and said with a smile, "The wedding invitations have been sent out, fourth young master." He waved his hand and replied gently, "Thank you for the trouble." A happy smile appeared on the maidservant's face and she retreated. He was the only one left in the room. The Su family wanted to complete the wedding before the end of the year. It seemed rushed, but everyone knew that Chu Zhao would marry Su Pingting sooner or later. Everything about the wedding had already been arranged. Just like when he was young and became Su Jingfu's disciple. From that moment on, his fate was not destined to be his. The stove in the room emitted a red light. It seemed to have a false warmth. Suddenly, he remembered that on a spring day, someone gave him a brown sugar flower basket with his name on it for 8 copper coins. He suddenly missed that flower basket. A servant came in and interrupted his thoughts. He whispered, "Fourth young master, the people Prime Minister Su is looking for in the Battle of Mingshui have not been found. They have become anxious recently." Chu Zhao's gaze moved away from the burning stove. He said calmly, "Don't think too much. Those 2 people must have fallen into Xiao Huijin's hands. Miss Xiang has already sent a message. His Highness the Crown Prince dotes on her very much and is quite dissatisfied with Prime Minister Su. People who think victory is in their hands naturally have a lot of resentment towards people who criticize them." Chu Zhao smiled. "Xiao Huijin has returned to the capital. The Crown Prince and Yudo have already formed a private alliance. The Su family is coming to an end." "Congratulations, fourth young master," the servant said happily. "Fourth young master's wish is about to come true. After this, you will naturally have everything you want." "What I want?" He was stunned. After a while, he said, "What I want is already someone else's." When he returned, it was already late at night. Xiao Ju had just returned to his courtyard when a yellow dog excitedly pounced on him and bit the corner of his robe without letting go. He squatted down and patted the dog's head. The dog wanted a yard after getting an inch. It wagged its tail fiercely at him and bit his sleeve. Its behavior was exactly the same as its owner's. The night after the night of the He family's investigation, the yellow dog called Air Mao also ran out of the dug dog hole. Since it was raised by He Yan, he naturally couldn't lose it. However, He Rufei was crazily looking for the thief that night. He Yan was afraid that he would investigate the He family and see Air Mao, so he entrusted Air Mao to Xiao Ju. No matter how bold He Rufei was, he didn't dare to go to the Xiao family's door. Naturally, he couldn't find Air Mao. Xiao Ju could only bring Air Mao back to the Xiao family. The little girl in the courtyard called by Guo really liked Air Mao. She gave it a bath and combed its fur so that it didn't look like a stray dog anymore. She also used a red rope to tie the fur by its ears into 2 small bunches. Although Air Mao was obviously a male dog. Xiao Ju was playing with the dog when a voice came from behind him. "Huijin, when did you raise a dog in the family?" Xiao Ju got up and turned around. Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei were standing at the side of the courtyard and looked at him strangely. As everyone knew, the second son of the Xiao family was very particular about cleanliness. Normally, it was fine when he was in the military camp, but when he returned to the capital, he was even more picky. Xiao family didn't raise any birds. Other than the green-eared horse, there were no other animals in the family. This dog looked like an ordinary dog from a farmer's family. Its fur was yellow with a little bit of black. It shouldn't be anything valuable. Xiao Ju looked down at Air Mao. Air Mao was barking noiselessly at him. "I helped someone raise it." "Who would ask you to help raise a dog?" Xiao Jing laughed. "That's too much." Bai Rongwei nudged Xiao Jing with her elbow and smiled. "In Shuo City, only Miss He can get Huijin to help take care of a dog." Xiao Jing came to a sudden realization and looked at Xiao Ju with a gratified gaze. This younger brother of hers had always been overly cold and unreasonable towards women, but now it seemed that he was quite good at pleasing women. During the day, Bai Rongwei had already prepared a birthday banquet for Xiaoju. She also knew that he was going to accompany He Yan to the night market tonight. There were many delicacies in the night market, so there was no food left for Xiaoju tonight. Big brother and sister-in-law, why are you still waiting for me so late? Xiaoju asked, what's the matter? Xiao Jing approached him and looked at Mao, who was playing in the snow in the courtyard. She smiled and said, do you know that fourth young Master Chu from Count Shijin's residence is going to marry Miss Su next month? Xiaoju absent-mindedly nodded. You and fourth young Master Chu were both granted a marriage by His Majesty. Xiao Jing said, now that fourth young Master Chu's wedding date has been set, your sister-in-law and I would like to ask, when do you plan to set the date for your marriage? Xiaoju was slightly startled. Your big brother and I have already talked to Master He. Master He said that as long as Miss He likes it, he doesn't mind. Miss He is a girl after all, so I can't ask too much. Bai Rongwei looked at Xiaoju, you are usually with Miss He. Have you ever mentioned this to her? Xiao family was very open-minded. When Xiao Zhongwu and Madame Xiao were still alive, Xiao Jing wanted to marry Bai Rongwei, who was a concubine's daughter. Madame Xiao didn't agree, but in the end, she went along with Xiao Jing's wishes. Now that Xiao Zhongwu and his wife were no longer alive, Xiao Jing and Bai Rongwei wouldn't interfere with Xiaoju's marriage decision. It was all up to Xiaoju. I plan to get married after the new year, Xiaoju said. Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They thought that it would take another year or so, but they didn't expect Xiaoju to decide so quickly. This was good. It seemed that Xiaoju liked Miss He more than they thought. Since it's like this, I'll give your birth characters to Master tomorrow and let him choose a good day for you. We also need to discuss with Master He what to do next. Don't worry about the betrothal gift, Ruby, and I have already prepared it for you. Bai Rongwei's smile was full of genuine happiness. She took Xiao Jing's hand and said, Ruby and I will go and ask someone to send the invitation to Master. Huijin, you've been tired today. Go back to your room and rest. I'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Xiaoju nodded, and Bai Rongwei left with Xiao Jing, satisfied. Xiaoju stared at their backs until Mao came over to tug at his boots again. Only then did he regain his senses. In the past, he only felt that the yard was empty and cold. Now, with the addition of a small dog, a mute dog that didn't know how to bark, it suddenly became lively. He lowered his head and smiled. He didn't go back to his room, but turned and walked towards the ancestral hall. In the Xiao family's ancestral hall, Xiao Zhongwu and his wife's memorial tablets were placed at the front. Xiaoju walked to the side and took out an incense stick from the shrine and lit it. Niao niao, smoke rose into the air. Xiaoju's face was hidden behind the smoke, and his expression was diluted. As long as he returned to Shuajing, he would often come to the ancestral hall. When there was thunder, when there was worship, when he was bored. He wasn't a person who liked to talk. In life, there were too few people he could talk to. Everyone had their own difficulties, so there was no need to share them with others. The most difficult time was when he was scolded by the scholars behind his back during the Battle of Gua City. When he returned to his residence, he only went to the ancestral hall to light 3 incense sticks. After the 3 incense sticks were lit, everything returned to normal. There were many things in the world that needed many years to experience bit by bit. When he was young, he had seen everything and found everything boring. In fact, he yearned for the sights of the world, but the sights of the world avoided him. So what if he was young and successful? So what if he was the son of an aristocratic family? Everyone thought of him as the moon high up in the sky. In fact, the moon was just a lonely youth. He had friends, and then his friends betrayed him. He also looked forward to his family, and then his family left him. His most unrestrained youth was just a few short years, and the only candy left in his life was given to the people who sought death on the road. All these years, he had been alone and left nothing behind. Until one day, a smiling girl barged into his life and told him, I like the moon, but the moon doesn't know. He had never been so sure of one thing before. Xiaoju raised his eyes and looked at the memorial tablet behind the smoke. Father, mother. His voice was calm, as if he was saying an unshakable oath. I like someone. I want to take her as my wife. In one of the courtyards of the He residence, the sound of intense coughing could be heard. The servant girl who was sleeping in the outer room of the courtyard was turned over by the noise and said in a daze, "Second madam is coughing again, quickly go and take a look." I'm not going. Another servant girl turned over and said impatiently, even second master doesn't care, why should we be meddlesome? It'll be better in the daytime. If you want to go, you go. It's so cold, I'm not going. The servant girl covered her head with the quilt, I'll pretend that I didn't hear it. The coughing continued outside, and after a while, as if it was deliberately suppressed, a few muffled groans could be heard. Second madam, he struggled to get up, and her throat and eyes were in pain as if it was burned by fire. The handkerchief in her hand was already covered in blood. She struggled to breathe, and after a long while, she fumbled for the lamp. He Yuanliang hadn't come to her courtyard for a long time. To be precise, it was after the incident at Yuhua Temple, when she was grounded in the He residence, and He Yuanliang refused to come to see her again. In fact, second madam, he had already expected this. Her husband was a villain, a cowardly and greedy villain. Now, he was even more afraid of offending He Rufei, so he hurriedly drew a clear line with her, even if she was his first wife. First wife, second madam, he smiled sarcastically. So what if she was his first wife? He could be so cruel to his biological daughter, so his first wife, who was not related by blood, was no different from a stranger to him. Second madam, he looked at the flickering flame in the oil lamp. She was the eldest daughter of the first wife in the family. That year, her father decided to marry He Yuanliang, because he saw that the He family still had a place among the nobles in the Shua capital. In her original family, the marriage of a daughter was to pave the way for the career of her father and brother. She didn't expect that it would be the same when she married into the He family. Unfortunately, she was unlucky and gave birth to 2 daughters, so of course, her children became the sacrifices of the He family. Second madam, he hated He Rufei for being cruel and merciless, hated He Yuanxing and his wife for coming up with the idea of exchanging children, hated He Yuanliang for being a coward and incompetent, and most of the time, she hated herself. She hated herself for not being able to change everything. If she could give birth to a son, perhaps with a son, He Yuanxing would not be so arrogant. But she didn't, so she couldn't protect He Yan and He Xining. There was a knock on the door. Second madam, he said, come in. It was a little girl who came in. She didn't look familiar. Second madam, he asked, who are you? This servant is called Cui Luo, the maid who sweeps the yard. Cui Luo replied respectfully, holding a pot of hot water in her hand. This servant went outside to get some hot water. Second madam, drink some water to avoid coughing. She went to the table, picked up a teacup, poured a cup of water and handed it to second madam. The water was just right, it was not hot. Second madam, he took a sip, and the tingling in her throat suddenly felt better. She said, thank you. Cui Luo lowered her head and said softly, this is what this servant should do. If second madam needs this servant's help, please let me know. In my yard, everyone has already treated me as if I don't exist. Second madam, he smiled bitterly, why bother you? This servant's master is second madam, so I naturally have to listen to second madam's orders. Cui Luo's voice did not change. Second madam, he was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but seriously look at the servant in front of her. The maidservants of the He family were strictly disciplined by He Yuanxing and his wife. In the past, they were quite lively, but now, because of their fear of He Rufei, they had become dull. The servants were always trembling with fear, but this servant girl stood there, neither servile nor overbearing. She looked at second madam he without any respect, as if she was an ordinary person. Second madam he's heart moved, and she asked tentatively, can you really help me with anything? Second madam, please tell me. Can you find a doctor for me? Cui Luo was silent for a moment, then said, I'm afraid I can't right now, but this servant can bring some pills back for second madam. Second madam, he suddenly understood something. She sat forward a little and lowered her voice. You're not someone from the He residence. Who is your master? Cui Luo looked at second madam he with some surprise. Lord Fei Nu said that he wanted her to sneak into the He family to secretly take care of second Madam He, and she really did that. These days, second Madam He didn't have any status in the He family, and the servant girls didn't put her in their eyes. He Yuanliang never took the initiative to come to see her when she was seriously ill, and he also didn't call a doctor for her. Just like tonight, if Cui Luo didn't come into the room, second Madam He could only cough until dawn. Cui Luo always thought that second Madam He was a somewhat weak and incompetent ordinary woman. Now that she heard her words, she knew that second Madam He was smart and insightful. Cui Luo didn't speak. "Is your master General Feng Yun?" Second Madam He asked in a low voice. Cui Luo was even more surprised. Madam He laughed. She laughed for a while and her expression became serious again. She said, "I know what your master wants to do. Go back and tell him that I can help him. However, as the price of the deal, he must protect my daughter, He Xining." Cui Luo was silent for a while and didn't say anything. She only put the hot water bottle on the table and said softly, "If Madam has any orders, call this servant." Then she closed the door and left. Second Madam He looked at the hot tea on the table, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, she swallowed the sweet taste in her throat and lay down again. The night passed, and early the next morning, Fei Nu brought back the news of the He family. In the study, Xiaoju frowned. "A deal?" Second Madam He said so. Fei Nu replied. When Cui Luo came back with the news, Fei Nu was also surprised. He didn't know whether to admire this woman's courage or say something else. He Rufei and second young Miss He exchanged identities. Second young Miss He is the real General Fei Hong, and second young Miss He should be aware of this. Fei Nu said, He Rufei might be using He Xining to threaten second Madam He, which is why second Madam He doesn't dare to tell the truth. With second Madam He's help, the secret of the He family should be easy to uncover. Speaking of this, Fei Nu sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that General Fei Hong, who made the Chong people tremble in fear on the battlefield, was actually a woman? And second Madam He and second Master He were so cold-hearted that they would let a girl bear such a heavy fate, and get rid of her after she became famous. They, the 9 Flags Battalion, had seen all kinds of cruelty on the battlefield, but when they knew the truth, they couldn't help but feel pity for General Fei Hong. Even if a famous general of a generation died, he should die with a bang on the battlefield, instead of being killed in an ordinary backyard by someone with a sinister trick. Second Madam He only mentioned He Xining? Xiaoju asked. Fei Nu nodded, yes. Xiaoju lowered her eyes, I understand. Young master, then, let Cui Luo tell second Madam He. Xiaoju looked out the window, I will make this deal. On the first day of the 12th month, Wu Tuo's envoy, Meninbu, entered the capital. Emperor Wenxian summoned the Wu Tuo envoy to the throne room. In Qing Lan Palace, concubine Lan was leaning on a soft couch, watching a palace-maid brew tea. Concubine Lan was not young anymore. There were new beauties entering the harem every year, but she was the only one who was favored by His Majesty. Everyone said that concubine Lan had such good luck. Not only was she favored by the emperor, but she also gave birth to a virtuous and talented son. However, her temperament was not competitive. Not to mention that she was suppressed by the empress, even noble lady and I dared to be arrogant in front of her. However, ever since Emperor Wenxian gave 5th Prince Guangji to concubine Lan to raise, noble lady and I had restrained herself a lot. 5th Prince Guangji was young. Although noble lady and I repeatedly warned him that concubine Lan was not a good person, Guangji felt that concubine Lan was much gentler than his biological mother. He had never argued with concubine Lan. It was the same today. Guangji ran in from outside, and the old mama behind him hurriedly said, 5th Prince, run slowly. Be careful not to fall. Mother. Guangji ran to concubine Lan's side and said with a smile, Today, the Yuto emissaries entered the palace. Imperial father summoned them in the hall. I heard that the Yuto sent many gifts, such as ivory as half a person's height and white peacocks. Mother, this son wants to see them. Concubine Lan smiled and patted the snow off his clothes. If you want to go, then go. Won't mother come with me? Guangji asked. I won't be going, noble consort Lan said with a smile. Just let Chang Mama take you there. The fifth prince was young and only wanted to see the white peacocks. When he heard this, he said, "Okay, this son will go now. After seeing them, this son will tell mother about them." Chang Mama took the fifth prince's hand and left. Concubine Lan smiled and shook her head. He's still like a child. Fifth younger brother is young. A voice sounded from outside the door. It's normal for him to be a little childish. The palace maid behind her hurriedly said, "This servant greets the fourth prince." The fourth prince Guangxua stepped in. Noble consort Lan was beautiful and delicate, while the fourth prince took after his mother. He was bright and handsome. Compared to Crown Prince Guangyan, who was always indulging in sensual pleasures, he seemed much more amiable and reliable. Concubine Lan saw the Guangxua and immediately smiled. She pulled him to sit in front of the stove and had a palace maid pour hot tea for the Guangxua. She said, "What brings you here today?" "Imperial father is meeting the Yuto emissaries in the hall. The crown prince is also there, so this son came to see mother." The Guangxua smiled. Concubine Lan smiled but didn't say anything. "Mother also knows about the Yuto emissaries, right?" Concubine Lan's expression was no longer as relaxed as when she had faced Guangji. She sighed. "I know. Imperial father is willing to meet the emissaries, which means that he is willing to accept the Yuto's request for peace." The Guangxua's smile also faded. "That's fine. After the Battle of Jiang and the Rendu, the Yuto won't dare to act rashly. But if Imperial father agrees to let them open a market in Dawei, the consequences will be unimaginable." Concubine Lan looked outside. "Everyone else, leave. Yugue. Close the door." The palace maids all left, and Yugue closed the door. Concubine Lan looked at the Guangxua. "Have you ever said these words in front of your imperial father?" The Guangxua shook his head. "No. Imperial father never talks about these things with me." Emperor Wenchuan liked the fourth prince because the fourth prince was like Concubine Lan. Concubine Lan's literary talent was outstanding, her temperament was gentle, and she didn't fight for anything. In the depths of the palace, she was like the last piece of pure land in the emperor's heart that could not be sullied. Even though Empress Zhang didn't like Concubine Lan still lived well in the depths of the palace for so many years. Because she didn't make mistakes, the emperor also protected her. This pity and respect for Concubine Lan also extended to the Guangxua. Guangxua was the same. No matter how much the courtiers encouraged him to compete with the crown prince for the position, the Guangxua remained unmoved. When he was with Emperor Wenchuan, most of the time, they talked about poetic and picturesque matters. Politics and the country should be the crown prince's concern. If he overstepped his boundaries, the emperor would dislike him. Guangxua. Concubine Lan looked at him and suddenly said, "Do you want to compete?" Guangxua paused. "Do you want to compete for the position?" Concubine Lan repeated. As if the secret in his heart had been exposed, Guangxua awkwardly avoided Concubine Lan's gaze. "A Ken doesn't dare. I only asked if you want to, not if you dare." In the eyes of the usually gentle woman, there was a never-before-seen determination and unfamiliar coldness. Guangxua was stared at by those eyes and couldn't help but say, "I do." After a while, he composed himself and said, "I do. Mother, the crown prince doesn't deserve to be the crown prince. He only knows how to eat, drink, and play. Yuto and him must have private dealings. If there were other virtuous and talented brothers in the palace, I would also support him. But right now, there is no one else. If one day Guanyan sits in that position, no one knows what Dawei will be like in the future. Perhaps, Dawei won't even exist." When he finished speaking, there was an extreme silence in the palace, as if shocked by his rebellious words. Concubine Lan sighed softly. All these years, this consort has never thought of anything else. It wasn't my wish to enter the palace. Since I've already entered, I will live well. This consort doesn't care what happens to Yuto, or what happens to His Majesty. This consort doesn't even care what happens to Dawei in the future. She looked at Guangxua and reached out to touch Guangxua's face. A gentle smile appeared in her eyes. "In this palace, Guangxua, this consort only cares about you. If the Guangyan becomes the emperor, you and I, mother and son, will have no way to survive. Her voice was soft as she said the cruelest words. This consort has lived for most of her life. It doesn't matter whether I die or not. But you can't. Guangxua. She smiled. You are so intelligent, gentle, and so young. How can you die at the hands of this kind of person? This consort definitely won't allow it. Guangxua looked at the woman who had straightened up from the couch. Her eyes were still as elegant and dignified as before. With just one movement, her aura had completely changed. A wave of emotion suddenly surged in his heart. It was as if the impulse that had been accumulating for a long time was about to burst out. Mother, this consort already has His Majesty's favor. You also have the love of the courtiers and the people. But just these two things aren't enough. He Rufei has already been bribed to fight for this position. You must obtain Xiao Huijin, she said. In the throne room, Wu Tuo's envoy, Meninbu, stood respectfully to the side, waiting for his attendants to present gifts to the Dawei emperor. A pomegranate tree made of gold, a pair of white peacocks, 2 ivory tusks, and a glowing shirt the size of a fist. Emperor Wenxuan looked at the gifts with great interest and satisfaction. This is the sincerity of the Wu Tuo people towards your majesty. Menimbu bowed respectfully to Emperor Wenxuan. Emperor Wenxuan felt extremely pleased. Back then, the previous emperor had several sons. He was the most mediocre one, but because he was the eldest son and the crown prince, the previous emperor passed the throne to him. After Emperor Wenxuan succeeded the throne, he was just like when he was young. He had no achievements in politics. If not for Su Jingfu's help, he might not even have been able to sit on the throne. After so many years, he had gone from being ambitious to having to admit that he was just an ordinary person. Later on, he felt that there was nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. From the time he sat on the throne until now, he had finally done something good and displayed the might of the Dawei. This was a merit that would be recorded in the annals of history. Your Wu Tuo kingdom was waiting for an opportunity to invade the Dawei's territory. How can this little compensation count? Emperor Wenxuan said in a low voice. Menimbu lowered his head in fear. Your Majesty, this is all a misunderstanding. The Wu Tuo kingdom is weak and cannot be compared to the Dawei. Even if the Wu Tuo kingdom was 100 times more courageous, they would not dare to invade. However, it is all in the past. There is no point in talking about it now. Not only these gifts, Your Majesty also requests that I present an apology gift to Your Majesty. He looked at Emperor Wenxuan. It is to allow the merchants of the Wu Tuo kingdom to open markets in the Dawei. Emperor Wenxuan frowned. Opening markets in the Dawei's territory is clearly beneficial to you. How can it be an apology gift? How cunning of the Wu Tuo! The crown prince stood to the side and said, Father, why don't we listen to what he has to say? Menimbu knelt down. Your Majesty, the people of Wu Tuo have no intention of invading Dawei. Opening a market would only be beneficial to Dawei. Does Your Majesty remember the historical records of the previous dynasty's wise ruler? He once sent an envoy to the West Moon Kingdom to open a market and learned the art of horse husbandry from the West Moon Kingdom. Later on, the country's warhorses were illustrious and the cavalry was valiant. He paused for a moment. The people of Yuchuo are poor. If we can open a market in Dawei, we can trade with Dawei, and the people of Yuchuo will no longer have to live in poverty like before. Furthermore, the Utopia Kingdom is willing to offer 50% of the harvest from the market to Your Majesty. Meningbu's flattery only made Emperor Wenxuandi feel comfortable and not moved. However, Meningbu's last sentence was exactly what the emperor wanted to hear. One had to know that the state treasury had been empty for the past few years. Because of the war between Huayuan and the Rundu, they had used up a lot of money. Raising an army required a lot of money. Why did Emperor Wenxuan accept the Utopia Kingdom's request for peace? Other than his dislike of war, it was also because he was embarrassingly short of money. After fighting a war, who knew how long it would take to recuperate? Moreover, without money, how could they fight a war? Now that they had opened a market, they could receive 50% of the profits every year. Dawei was so big, and there were many merchants in the Utopia Kingdom, it sounded like a good deal. Emperor Wenchuan subconsciously looked at Su Jingfu beside him. He still trusted Su Jingfu. If not for Su Jingfu's support back then, he would not have been able to sit in this position so steadily for so many years. Su Jingfu only stood at the side with a smile and did not say anything. Emperor Wenchuan immediately understood and said, "We can accept the request for peace. However, setting up a market is a very important matter. We are the Emperor of Dawei, and we cannot casually reply to you. Let us think about it carefully before we give an answer." Meningbu was not disappointed. He knelt down gratefully and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." The Utopia Kingdom's emissary behind him also knelt down and shouted, "Long live the Emperor." Emperor Wenchuan was in a very good mood, but the Crown Prince's expression was somewhat ugly. He glanced at Su Jingfu with unconcealable malice in his eyes. After the Utopia Kingdom's emissary left, only Su Jingfu and the Emperor were left in the hall. The eunuchs beside him helped Emperor Wenchuan to the back of the hall. Emperor Wenchuan asked, "Prime Minister Su, what do you think about setting up a market in Dawei? Although Meningbu is willing to give 50% of the profits to Your Majesty, this old subject thinks that we should not jump to conclusions." Su Jingfu said, "In the current confrontation with Yuto, Dawei has the upper hand. We cannot be led by the nose by Yuto. Moreover, they are offering 50% now, but Yuto is very cunning. When the time comes, if they hide the profits, it will be difficult for Your Majesty to verify everything. Therefore, now is not the time." When Emperor Wenchuan heard this, he also felt that Su Jingfu's words made sense. He nodded and sighed. "Prime Minister Su, the only person who can share my burdens is you. We believe in you." Su Jingfu smiled. "Sharing Your Majesty's burdens is the responsibility of a subject. This old subject should do so. I am willing to sacrifice my life for Your Majesty." When the Crown Prince returned to his residence, he was so angry that he kicked over the table in front of him. The servants around him were shocked and immediately knelt down. No one dared to step forward. Only a red-clothed servant walked out. Ignoring the Crown Prince's rage, she walked to his side and said gently, "Your Highness, why did you lose your temper the moment you returned to your residence? Did you meet an annoying person outside?" The Guangyan looked at the beauty beside him. In the entire residence, when everyone was afraid of him, only this woman was fearless and walked over as usual. However, this fearlessness did not make him dislike her. Instead, it made him feel that she was sincerely concerned about him. "I met an annoying person." The Crown Prince held Xianxia and walked into the hall. As he walked, he said, "Prime Minister Su, that old bastard, dared to ruin my plans." He sat down in front of the couch and casually poured himself a cup of wine to calm his anger. Xianxia leaned into his arms and smiled. "Why is it Prime Minister Su again?" "Recently, just by listening to this servant, Prime Minister Su has already made Your Highness unhappy for several days." "You're right," Guangyan snorted, "that old fart is now taking advantage of his old age to meddle in this consort's affairs. In this consort's opinion, it won't be long before he will also meddle in this consort's affairs. I think God thinks that he's too meddlesome and wants him to have no descendants in this life." These malicious words made Xiang giggle. She reached out her slender jade-like hand and took the cup of wine from the Crown Prince's hand. She took a sip and smiled sweetly, "Of course. With Your Highness like this, you will have many children in the future." "What are you hinting at?" The Guangyan pinched her face. The beauty smiled and avoided him. The anger in his heart unknowingly turned into lust. Just as he was about to pull her over and kiss her, someone outside said, "Your Highness, someone wants to see you." "Who is it?" The Guangyan's spirits were dampened and he said impatiently, "Wu Tuo's envoy, Mr. Meningbu." The Crown Prince was startled. He put down his wine cup and waved his hand. "Let him in." Xiang also stood up. She tidied her dress and stood beside the Crown Prince. Meningbu walked in. He had the appearance of a typical Yuto. He was short and stout, and looked honest and amiable. However, when his eyes moved, he looked cunning. He walked to the Crown Prince's side with a smile and bowed. "Your Highness, we meet again." When the Crown Prince saw Meningbu, his irritation in the hall was aroused. He only said, "Sit." Meningbu sat down opposite the Crown Prince. You've seen the opening of the market, the Guanyin said. It's not that I don't want to help you. I've already done my best. Maninbu was still smiling, and there wasn't the slightest hint of annoyance on his face. Your Highness has already agreed with the king to help the Wu Tua Kingdom open a market in the Great Way, and the Wu Tua Kingdom will naturally help your Highness obtain everything your Highness wants. Could it be? He said unhurriedly, Your Highness has already given up on that position? Nonsense, the Guanyin said angrily. What do you know? Currently, there are many people in Dawei who secretly support the fourth prince. The Crown Prince and General Feng Yun have a grudge against each other. The Dawei Emperor favors the fourth prince. No matter how you look at it, your Highness is at a disadvantage. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Although he was the Crown Prince, as long as Emperor Wenchuan didn't issue an edict to pass down the throne, he wouldn't be able to sit comfortably as the Crown Prince. Originally, he had chased Xiao Huijin out of Shuajing with great difficulty. However, he hadn't expected that the Battle of Jiang would allow him to regain his reputation. How could he be willing to let that coward, the Guangshui, sit on the throne? This isn't because of your Highness, Xiang muttered. It's clearly because of Prime Minister Su. Our Highness is also very willing to help the Yuto Kingdom open a market in Dawei. Ma Ningbu couldn't help but raise his head to look at the person who spoke. He couldn't help but be stunned by the beauty of this servant. However, he quickly recovered from his daze and said, Prime Minister Su? Prime Minister Su has been obstructing us recently. It was because of him that news of the Battle of Jiang was leaked. Your Highness, Ma Ningbu said with a smile, are you sure that Prime Minister Su is on your side? What do you mean? The Guanyin asked cautiously. Nothing, Ma Ningbu said with a smile. I just think that Prime Minister Su is a smart person. Xiao Zhongwu was killed by Prime Minister Su. Since he is a smart person, he would never reveal his trump card in front of others. On what basis does your Highness believe that Prime Minister Su's display of support for your Highness means that he truly supports your Highness? Don't try to sow discord between my relationship with Prime Minister Su, the Guanyin sneered. Cunning Yuto, why would I fall for your trick? It's fine if your Highness doesn't believe me. Ma Ningbu said with a smile, however, I still have to say one more thing. If your Highness is just unwilling to part with Prime Minister Su's connections, and doesn't care too much about Prime Minister Su himself, then you don't have to be so troubled. Because Ma Ningbu said softly, Shuajing and Dawei and Su Jingfu aren't the only people who can help your Highness. Just like how Xiao Zhongwu can be replaced by Xiao Huijin, Su Jingfu can also be replaced by someone younger. With the same methods and connections, a young eagle is easier to train than an adult poisonous snake, isn't it? The Guanyin looked at him thoughtfully, but Ma Ningbu laughed loudly and stood up. Your Highness, you don't have to give me an answer so quickly. In a few days, when His Majesty hosts a banquet to welcome Ambassador Yuto, it won't be too late to give me an answer then. He ordered the attendant behind him, I'll go back first. In a few days, I'll listen to your Highness' good news. Ma Ningbu left. Only Xiang and the Guanyin were left in the hall. The Guanyin's expression was uncertain as he thought about Ma Ningbu's words. Although he had righteously expressed that he would not sow discord because of Ma Ningbu's words, in his heart, there was still a trace of wavering. Su Xiang was a smart man. Recently, he had frequently disagreed with him on the matter of the Wu Tua. He clearly knew that if he didn't do as the Wu Tua said, he might lose everything, but he still acted willfully regardless of his position. He had originally thought that the older he got, the more unreliable he became, but now, the Guanyin was not so sure. Could it be that Prime Minister Su had been bought over by Guanyin a long time ago? The He family was bustling these days. Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing came to visit again a few days ago. They were talking about the marriage between He Yan and Xiao Ju. As everyone knew, at the celebration banquet, His Majesty had bestowed a marriage between Chu Zhao and Su Pingting, and He Yan and Xiao Ju. Chu Zhao and Su Pingting were going to be married next month. After Bai Rongwei asked an expert to calculate the wedding date of Xiao Ju and He Yan, 2 dates were set. One was the 7th day of the new year, and the other was the 10th day of the new year. Both were auspicious dates for marriage. He Yan was not in the Fu. Although he was an official without any real power, he still had to do things every day, even though they were all miscellaneous things. When Xianxia heard Bai Rongwei's words, he immediately frowned and said, then wouldn't there only be a month to prepare? Isn't it too rushed? He Sui was originally very happy, but when she heard Xianxia say this, she also felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Second young master, he does not need to worry, Bai Rongwei said with a smile. Ruby and I have already started preparing for Huijin's marriage 2 or 3 years ago. However, Huijin, this child, has never liked a girl. Even if we prepared, we could only put it aside. Now that His Majesty has bestowed a marriage, and Huijin likes Miss He very much, there is no need to delay. Tomorrow, I will have the Fu send over the list of betrothal gifts. 2 or 3 years ago? Xianxia was still doubtful. You don't even know who military governor Xiao likes, how can you prepare the betrothal gifts? This time, it was Xiao Jing who spoke. Xiao Jing said seriously, in the Xiao family, marriage does not depend on family status. As long as it is a girl that Huijin likes, it will definitely be the best. Therefore, the betrothal gifts will definitely not be small. Yunxing is not good with words. Eldest young master Xiao, please do not take offense. He Sui glared at Yunxing. We are not complaining about the betrothal gifts. Yan Yan is my daughter. My wife passed away early, so I raised Yan Yan. Although our family is not rich, Yan Yan has been pampered since she was young. I don't care about other things, but... He looked at Bai Rongwei, and his usually easygoing and honest face became more serious. The person my daughter marries will definitely love and dote on her, just like how I treat her. The betrothal gifts are for others to see. Yunxing and I don't spend much money on normal days, so I don't care. What I care about is the life Yan Yan will have after she enters the Xiao family. He smiled. I am a rough man, and I don't know how to speak. I know that the Xiao family has an extraordinary status in Dawei, and it is our family who is climbing up the social ladder. However, I am not boasting, but in the whole of Dawei, my daughter is also unique. I just want to know. His tone was unusually sharp. After Yan Yan enters the Fu, will military governor Xiao still take in concubines? If he does, I don't mind waiting a year or 2 before marrying my daughter off. If he doesn't, I don't have any objections. Xianxia looked at his father in surprise. He had always looked down on He Sui's good attitude towards the Xiao family, and always felt that he was rushing to climb up the social ladder. Even if the emperor granted the marriage, He Yan was a girl, so of course she had to be more reserved. If the emperor felt that the He family was easy to manipulate, then wouldn't He Yan be in a tight spot in the future? Not to mention these rich families, even if they lived in the alleys of ordinary people like him, they would hear rumors of the husband's family bullying the new daughter-in-law every now and then. He thought that He Sui would go along with Grandma Zhao's words and quickly agree to He Yan and Xiao Ju's marriage, but he didn't expect He Sui's question to be so sharp. Their family was poor, and He Sui married. Even after his wife died, he never thought about remarrying or taking in concubines. This was natural. Xianxia didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but this was the case for poor families. It wasn't easy to support one more person. But it was different for rich families. Ever since Xianxia went to school, many of his well-off classmates more or less had a few concubines in their manners. This was the case for rich families, not to mention the children of noble families. Xianxia had thought about this before, but every time he thought about it, he deliberately avoided it. Because the emperor's marriage was unchangeable, and the world was like this. It was normal for rich and powerful families to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If they didn't, the mistress would be scolded behind her back for being jealous. But now, He Sui didn't hide it at all and directly said it out loud. And in his words, there was a hint of threat that if Xiao Ju dared to take in a concubine, he wouldn't let his daughter marry him. So what if the emperor decreed a marriage? To put it bluntly, the emperor wasn't young anymore, and He Yan was still in the prime of his life. At most, he would have to endure for a few more years, and he would be an immortal. Who would care about whether the emperor decreed a marriage or not? A new emperor brings in new officials. Who knew what the future would be like? Rules were rules when there was no choice, but when there was a choice, they were **t. Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing looked at each other. After a moment, Bai Rongwei laughed and said, Master He, you must be joking. Xiao family has never had a custom of taking in concubines. When my parents-in-law were alive, there were no concubines in the manor. Ruby and I had been married for many years, and there was no one else between us. Huijin should be like this. Xiao Jing also said, perhaps Master He's words are looking down on Huijin too much. It's because Miss He is the only woman in Dawei that Huijin has deep feelings for her. As his older brother, I know Huijin's temperament very well. Once he has decided on something, he won't look at anything else. I dare to swear on the entire Xiao family that Huijin will not have any other woman in his life other than Miss He. If Master He doesn't believe me, you can ask Huijin face to face again. He smiled and said, things like oaths, even if you say them thousands of times, people who don't keep their promises will still go back on them. People who truly honor their promises will keep it in their hearts even if they don't say it again. He Yanqing looked at Xiao Jing and thought to himself. Just like how he protected He Yan, this Xiao Ruby also seemed to be particularly protective of Xiao Huijin. The two brothers had such a good relationship, so their family style should be quite good. The two young masters of the Xiao family, one was as gentle as the spring breeze, and the other was as fresh as the autumn water. They were both giants among men. If they said something, they would definitely do it. He Sui laughed loudly, no need. I trust eldest young master, and I also trust military governor Xiao. I don't care whether it's the 7th or the 10th day of the lunar month. Bai Rongwei also laughed, that's great. From today on, I will start writing the invitations so as not to miss the auspicious hour. He Sui and Bai Rongwei discussed marriage matters for a while, then Bai Rongwei and Xiao Jing got up and left. After they left, He Yanqing looked at He Sui and asked, Father, eldest young master Xiao just said that military governor Xiao won't take a concubine in the future. How much do you think he said that? He Sui said, 50%. What? He Yanqing almost jumped up. Didn't you just say that you trust the two brothers? You said it so confidently that I really believed it. I didn't grow up with them. I only heard about them from others. How do I know if they are telling the truth? Distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. I've only met them a few times. Do you think I can read minds? He Sui scolded. Then I just want a guarantee from them. Xiao family also knows that although our family is poor and not a government official's family, we are not easy to bully. If Yan Yan is wronged in their family, I will make them suffer even if I have to risk my life. Come on, He Yanqing didn't believe it, even if we risk our lives together, we can't do anything to them. He Sui slapped him on the head, why do you always praise others and diminish your own prestige? When can you learn from your sister? Learn from what? Learn from her and smile when she sees military governor Xiao? He Yanqing sneered, besides, if military governor Xiao really wants to take a concubine in the future, we will be so anxious here. Maybe He Yan, that idiot, won't even care about it and will stupidly help count the money. She won't. What? He Sui lowered his head and smiled, Yan Yan won't. This child looks very arrogant and willful, but her heart is not bad. Sometimes she can be a little stubborn. Xiao Ruby said that once his brother has set his mind on something, he won't look at anything else. Yan Yan is the same, He Yanqing said nostalgically, when we were young, I took her to the market to pick out dresses. If she liked the prettiest one, she would definitely get that one. Even if we gave her something more expensive or better, she wouldn't want it. I said those words just to scare the Xiao family. If Yan Yan really wants to marry, I won't stop her. I can tell that Yan Yan likes Xiao Huijin. The way she looks at Xiao Huijin is the same way your mother looked at me back then. He Yanqing was moved by He Sui's words at first, but when he heard the last sentence, he immediately stopped being moved. He gritted his teeth and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Besides, don't talk about how stubborn He Yan is. Didn't she like that fan guy so much before? She doesn't even mention him now. There was one more thing that He Yanqing didn't dare to say. When Fan Qing died, He Yan was as calm as an ant on the roadside. She didn't even shed a tear. He Sui said, how can that be the same? That fan guy isn't human. He Yanqing. When He Yan returned to the Fu, it was already very late at night. He Yanqing told her that Bai Rongwei had come to the Fu. When He Yan heard that they had even calculated an auspicious date, she couldn't help but be startled. After the new year? Yes, He Yanqing looked at her expression. Do you also think it's too rushed? Not really, He Yan replied, it's just that there have been a lot of things to do in the imperial court recently. Wu Tuo's envoy just arrived in the capital today, so the next 2 months will be very busy. Xiao Ju and I won't have time to prepare for the wedding. He Yanqing frowned, don't you think it's too fast? It's okay, He Yan said, His Majesty has bestowed a marriage, so she has to get married sooner or later. What does it matter? It's still your marriage. He Yanqing felt a headache coming on. Can you at least be a little more careful? He Yan felt that there was no need to do more. When she got married in her previous life, she also returned to the capital and got married not long after exchanging identities with He Rufei. Time was tight, but everything in the He family had already been arranged. From the dowry to the wedding dress, she didn't worry about it at all. She didn't know if other women were like this when they got married, but in her memory, marriage was just a matter of moving from one family to another. He Sui scolded He Yanqing, your sister knows what she's doing. What are you worrying about? Then she looked at He Yan and asked, Yan, when Madame Xiao came over today, she said that the betrothal gifts have already been prepared. Since you have an official position, after you marry into the He family, you don't have to worry about it in the morning and at night, just like before. As for your dowry, father has already prepared some for you. Of course, our family can't compare to the Xiao family, but you don't have to be ashamed or upset about it. When our daughter marries over, she will have her own salary every month. Isn't it better than a dowry? But there's one last thing. He Sui scratched his head. You've been in Liangzhou for so long, but you haven't embroidered your wedding dress. Now that you are married, it will be too late to embroider by yourself. In Shuajing City, there are many excellent embroiderers. Whichever one you like, I will invite her to make your wedding dress. She should be able to make it in time. That shouldn't be cheap, right? He Yan asked. My daughter is getting married. Of course, I want the best. He Sui said carelessly, I have plenty of money. I don't lack money. He Yan said, as for the wedding dress, I have my own plans. Father, don't worry about it. But, it's my own marriage. Of course, I'll make my own decisions. He Yan stood up. Father, are you going to choose a wedding dress for your daughter? I didn't mean that. He Sui hurriedly said, but when he saw He Yan's gaze, he was defeated. Forget it, as long as you think it's good. However, when you've chosen an embroiderer, you must tell father so that father can invite one for you. I know. He Yan looked outside. It's getting late. Father, you and Yanqing should go to bed early. After freshening up, Qing Mei came into the room to take away a basin of hot water. She said, if the auspicious date is set, you will get married after the new year. Why do you not look nervous? Getting married is not going to the battlefield. He Yan laughed. What's there to be nervous about? You are too careless. Qing Mei muttered. What about the wedding dress? Have you ever thought about what you would look like when you put on your wedding dress and married Governor Xiao? He Yan was slightly stunned. In her previous life, when she married Su Zhiheng, the wedding dress that the He family prepared for her was actually quite gorgeous and exquisite. However, when He Yan looked at herself in the mirror, she always felt a little uncomfortable. The scars under the exquisite dress would always be seen by others. What she had to accept was the unknown future of living in a strange mansion as a woman. Even though she was looking forward to it, there was actually fear in the depths of her heart. But now, she was no longer afraid of getting married. Perhaps it was because Xiao Ju had promised her that even after she married into the Xiao family, she would not have to sacrifice anything and be her true self. When Qing Mei saw that He Yan did not speak, she thought that He Yan was finally shy. She smiled with relief and went out with the basin of hot water. He Yan was startled by the sound of the door closing. She came back to her senses and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, she remembered something and took out the black jade with a snake pattern from her inner clothes. Under the night lights, the black jade emitted a cold and gentle warmth. After giving this jade to her, He Yan tied it around her waist and was afraid that it would fall off, so she found a string and hung it around her neck like a necklace. A beautiful wedding dress would definitely cost a lot of money. He Sui and He Yanqing were already struggling to make ends meet because of her marriage. If she took this piece of jade to the embroidery workshop, would they allow her to buy it on credit for Xiaoju's sake? However, if the news of her buying a wedding dress on credit spread, not only would her face be tarnished, but Xiaoju's face would also be tarnished. It was still not possible. He Yan put the jade back into her clothes and turned over. Since ancient times, getting married was indeed a matter of spending money. At night, in the empty hall on the mountain, 2 wooden tigers were lying in front of the hall. They were so quiet that they seemed to be asleep. A gray-feathered pigeon flapped its wings and landed in front of the small table. It blinked its black bean-like eyes and pecked at the red wild fruit on the porcelain plate on the table. A slender hand reached over and took off the copper pipe that was tied to the pigeon's leg. After a moment, the copper pipe fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Someone yawned and asked in a daze, "What's wrong?" The person who spoke had a white and round face. His eyes were squeezed into slits by his flesh, but they were not greasy and disgusting. On the contrary, he looked a little funny and amiable. If He Yan was here, she would recognize that this person was Xiaoju's master, Lu Daichuan, who was good at forging swords. Hey, Lu Daichuan saw the gray-feathered pigeon and was surprised. "There's a letter." "Who is it from?" "Who else could it be?" "It's your precious disciple." The woman with the letter turned around and revealed a charming face. This woman was about 30 to 40 years old. Her appearance was not considered beautiful. What was beautiful was the flirtatious look between her brows. Her eyes were very charming, but her lips were very thin. She appeared restrained and cold. This bit of contradiction was very well mixed together by her. In the end, only an indescribable immortal charm was left. She had such a face, but she wore coarse linen clothes. Her hair was loosely tied up with a branch. She looked like a mountain ghost in the legends. Huijin sent a letter. Lu Daichuan was surprised. Why did he suddenly send a letter? The beautiful woman sneered. Of course he sent someone to do it. Do you think he came to say hello and show filial piety to us? Of course I know he sent someone to do it. Lu Daichuan smiled. What's the matter this time? This guy is going to get married after the end of the year. His honorable wife still lacks a wedding dress, so I'll have to trouble you to embroider one for him. As the beautiful woman spoke, her anger soared to the sky. Is this some kind of embroidery workshop? He ordered me to do it without hesitation. Oh, don't be angry. Lu Daichuan poured her a cup of tea. After all, our Miss Ru Xing used to be the best embroidery girl in Dawei. Ru Xing was not moved by his flattery. You are already so old. Don't call me miss. What embroidery girl? It was so many years ago. You still remember? Lu Daichuan blinked. Of course I remember. After you went up the mountain, many people looked for you. Your legend is still in the Shua capital. Lu Daichuan said, your embroidery skills are so good that you can't find a better one. Huijin came to you for help because of this. I've never seen a disciple who can order their master around so smoothly. Ru Xing glared at him. Among us, you spoiled him the most. You spoiled him the most. You spoiled him the way he is now. Lu Daichuan was innocent. The 5 of us are his masters. How can you say that I caused all this? Besides, Ru Xing, do you really think that I spoiled him back then? Ru Xing glared at him and didn't say anything. Of course not. When Xiaoju went up the mountain, he was very young. When he came down the mountain at the age of 14, he was still a teenager. But in the 10 years in between, there was not a single day that was easy. Xiao Zhongwu knew that he would have to carry the Xiao family's future on his shoulders. It would be a lonely and difficult road. He asked the 5 of them to teach and train Xiaoju in the strictest way. Only by enduring what ordinary people couldn't endure could one achieve what ordinary people couldn't. The world said that Xiao Zhongwu was very lucky. The eldest young master was already so outstanding, but the second young master was even better. If it weren't for his cold temperament, he would be better than all the men in Dawei. But no one knew what Xiaoju had been like during those years on the mountain. It was definitely not a pleasure. The masters were all human beings, not real gods. They all had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Sometimes when they saw that the little child was really pitiful, they couldn't help but feel sorry for him, but they couldn't show it. After a long time, Xiaoju didn't have a deep attachment to his masters. Since he left the mountain, he didn't have much contact with them except for going up the mountain once a year. Lu Daichuan understood. Who would be nice to a person who had tortured, beaten, and scolded him since he was a child, and threw him into the array for no reason? Xiaoju didn't come back for revenge. It was already very good of him. That's good, Lu Daichuan put his hands together. I was worried that after staying on the mountain for so long, he would become cold and unsociable. I was worried that he would be single for the rest of his life. Now I'm relieved. If he didn't get married because of us, it would be a big sin. That's good, Ba. Ru Xing rolled his eyes. What about that girl? Lu Daichuan, what do you mean? Haven't you seen that girl? Ru Xing asked impatiently. That girl from the Shen family has been chasing that bastard for so many years, but he didn't fall in love with her. But he fell in love with that girl and even asked me to embroider a wedding dress for her. I want to know what's so special about that girl. He stroked his hair. Is she as beautiful as me? Lu Daichuan laughed. She's only 17 or 18 years old. She's in her prime. You're already half a foot into the ground. How can you compare? You haven't been beaten for a long time, right? Ru Xing smiled. I'm joking. Lu Daichuan coughed. I think that girl is very nice. You should trust Huijin's taste. A man's taste can't be taken seriously. Ru Xing said disdainfully. You have to trust Jian's taste. Lu Daichuan smiled. Huijin's autumn sword likes her very much. What? That day, she came to help Huijin get the repaired autumn drinker sword. When the sword was in her hands, I could feel that the autumn drinker sword liked her. I've been on the mountain for many years. I've seen more swords than people. Autumn sword takes after its master. If autumn sword likes Missy, she must be good. After a long silence, Ru Xing said, maybe that sword has been on the battlefield for a long time and its mind is not clear. That's not interesting. Lu Daichuan said, do you know what you're like now? You're like an evil mother-in-law who is dissatisfied with the bride. Who are you calling an evil mother-in-law? Ru Xing looked at him with murderous eyes. I'm saying, you should relax. Lu Daichuan said, Huijin is better at judging people than you and me. Since he likes Miss He, we should support him as his elders. As for Huijin, although he usually treats us coldly, you know very well why we've been safe and sound on the mountain for so many years without any disturbances. Ru Xing did not speak. Now that he can get married and start a family, General Xiao did not entrust him to us in vain. Lu Daichuan sighed. The wind in the hall was cold, reminding them of the nights on the mountain. The young boy practiced with a cold face and grew up in the blink of an eye. Ru Xing was silent for a while, then got up and walked out. Lu Daichuan stopped her. Hey, where are you going? Of course I'm going back. Ru Xing gritted his teeth. To embroider a wedding dress for your damned disciple. I've taught a debt collector. It took me a lot of effort to send him down the mountain. Now that he's about to get married, he comes back to make trouble for me. She's the best embroiderer in Dawei. Lu Daichuan smiled and said, the wedding dress she embroidered is the best in the world. Of course. Ru Xing's voice had a hint of a smile. I hope that girl is worthy of my skills. He Yan did not know that Xiao Ju had asked her master to embroider a wedding dress for him. Bai Rongwei sent someone to tell him that Xiao Ju was already preparing the wedding dress. He Sui and He Yinxing were still a bit uncomfortable. How could a woman's wedding dress be prepared by her husband's family? He Yan felt that Xiao Ju was very considerate. He knew that she was not good at this kind of thing, so he took care of it himself. She was happy and relaxed. The wedding date was set for the 10th day of the new year. Xiao family's wedding invitations had been sent out. Everyone in Shuajing knew about it. The He clan didn't have that many relatives and friends. At most, they were just a few good friends that He Sui had when he was still a commandant. He Sui felt that there were not many people coming to watch the wedding. These days, he had been worried. He Yan did not think that it was a big deal. Getting married was not going to fight. The more people, the better. Moreover, she did not want to be stared at like a monkey. She put the wedding matter aside for the time being. There were more important things at hand. The Wu Tuo messengers finally entered the capital that winter. On the first day of their arrival, Emperor Wenxian accepted their apology and the wish for peace brought by the Wu Tua messengers. He Yan was not surprised when he heard the news. However, he did not expect it to be so soon. Emperor Wenxian's heart was biased towards peace. This was not a good thing for her and Xiaoju. He Yinqing sat in front of He Yan and asked her, "In 3 days, His Majesty will be holding a banquet at the Heavenly Star stage. Those Yudo will definitely use this opportunity to disgust you. Can you bear it?" "I have to bear it even if I can't." He Yan smiled bitterly. "Your sister's position is not so high that I can ignore His Majesty's orders." The banquet at the Heavenly Star stage was to show the Dewey's power and to let the Yuto see Dewey's wealth and power. However, He Yan was a general. He could not accept standing with the enemy who had killed the people of Dewey. He did not want to see those despicable Yuto starting around in Dewey's territory. "Do you think," He Yinqing paused, "will His Majesty allow them to open a market in Dewey?" Now that the news had spread throughout the capital, it was no secret that He Yinqing knew about it. He Yan would occasionally tell He Yinqing about the current situation in the imperial court. In her opinion, He Yinqing would most likely become an official in the future, regardless of whether he pursued a civil or military career. There was no harm in letting him know about these things in advance. He Yan shook his head. "I don't know." She had asked Xiaoju about this before, but Xiaoju had only said that Emperor Wenxuan had not agreed yet. However, no one knew what would happen in the future. Sigh. He Yinqing sighed heavily. Those Yudo have killed so many people in Dewey. If we still let them in to do business, what would those people think? What would the soldiers who died at the hands of the Yuto think? Really? He wanted to say something, but that person was the emperor. How could he allow him to interfere? He could only swallow his words. However, there was disappointment in his eyes. He Yinqing was not the only one who was disappointed. He Yan knew very well that Emperor Wenxuan had agreed to the Yudo's request for peace at this juncture. This was also a slap to Xiaoju's face. So what if they were General Feng Yun? No matter how brave and invincible they were, and how they won a complete victory in the Battle of Jiang, as long as they gained the favor of the emperor, they could still swagger into the land of Great Wei, and even enjoy the convenience and benefits that the merchants of Great Wei could not enjoy. How ironic. However, sometimes, when one thought that they were clever, they would only shoot themselves in the foot with sure too. If everything went smoothly and the Wu Tua kingdom and Dewey turned hostility into friendship, it would be beneficial to He Rufei, Su Jingfu, Su Jihing, and even the Wu Tua kingdom's ruler who was thousands of miles away. However, it would not benefit the people of Dewey, Xiaoju, or He Yan at all. Therefore, he could not let the blood of the soldiers who had died in vain. He had to let Emperor Wenxuan be wary of these cunning Yuto and see their true colors. At the Heavenly Star platform 3 days later, He Yan lowered his eyes. At that time, there would be a real show to watch. 3 days later, Emperor Wenxian hosted a banquet at the Heavenly Star stage. The Heavenly Star stage was located on a high platform in front of the palace. Further ahead was the ceremonial stage. Yuto's envoy, Mainan Bu, had entered the capital. His Majesty had agreed to Yuto's request for reparations. On the surface, it was to show the magnanimity of the Dewey's ruler, but in reality, it was to show the prestige of his country. This was He Yan's first time attending such an event. Early in the morning, she changed into an official's robe. It was red with flowers and a black belt in the middle. She was not as tall as a man, so the robe was slightly oversized. However, because of her tall stature, it looked elegant in the robe. Now that everyone in the imperial court knew that she was a woman, she did not need to disguise herself as a man. Qingmei only lightly drew her eyebrows and applied a thin layer of powder. Her lips were soft and pink, so she did not use any lipstick. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail. It was neat and tidy. He Yan looked at the woman in the mirror. She was handsome and elegant. She did not disguise herself as a man, nor was she overly delicate. This was the most pleasing to her eyes since her rebirth. He Yan took a sip of tea from the table and said, "It's almost time. I'll go out first." Qingmei asked, "Miss, do you really not want this servant to accompany you?" "I'm not going to a banquet. Why would I bring you along?" He Yan laughed. You can wait for me in the residence. She left the door and got into the carriage. Xiaoju did not come to pick him up today. Although they were going to get married soon, before they were married, He Yan was still Marquis Wu, and before he became Xiaoju's fiancé. He had to be clear about business and private matters. It was better not to be too casual on such an occasion. She did not have any servants by her side. It was rare for someone to go to the Heavenly Star stage alone like her. The carriage had been arranged yesterday. When they arrived near the Heavenly Star stage, He Yan got off the carriage and walked towards the Heavenly Star stage alone. There were already some officials who had arrived first. Those who knew each other exchanged greetings and reminisced about the past. He Yan didn't know many people. As he stood there, suddenly someone's excited voice sounded, "Sister He." He Yan was stunned. He turned around and saw Lin Xianxia running over. He Yan was also dressed very formally today. If he didn't speak, he would look like a talented young man in the imperial court. He Yan asked curiously, "Brother Lin, why are you here? Isn't it said that only officials can be here?" "My grandfather and father are both here," Lin Xianxia said disapprovingly. "The Empress Dowager likes me, so she let me come and join in the fun." Young Master Lin came in through the back door again. Lin Xianxia looked at He Yan from head to toe, his eyes sparkling. "Younger sister He, this is the first time I've seen you in your official uniform. Beautiful. Our Huijin is really lucky to have found such an outstanding beauty as his wife." This person always praised without thinking, regardless of whether the other person could accept it or not. He Yan interrupted his flattery. "I haven't seen Brother Lin in a long time. What has Brother Lin been busy with?" "Don't say any more," Lin Xianxia said with a bitter face. "I've only left Shuajing for a year and a half, but there have been a lot of women coming to Shuajing to find me. Ever since I came back, I've been seeing patients every day. Did Sister He not notice that I'm so tired that I've lost weight?" He Yan saw his energetic appearance and said, "That's not true. If you don't want to see a doctor, you can just close the door and not see them. Why force yourself like this?" "They're all women," Lin Xianxia said seriously. "A gentleman should have tender feelings for the fairer sex." He Yan was speechless for a while, then said, "So that's why Brother Lin is so busy. That's why he completely forgot about helping me find a house." Lin Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He finally remembered something that he had long forgotten. He looked at He Yan strangely. "But aren't you and Huijin getting married on the 10th of the year? Why are you buying another house? It's not for me to live in." He Yan was helpless. "I want Father and Yinxing to change houses." In the past, she had no choice but to be poor. Now, she had a proper official position. The money that Xiaoju gave her last time was enough to build a new house in the capital. Although it wasn't as luxurious as a rich family's house, it was still much better than the one in front of her. He Yan thought about it. She would just treat it as borrowing Xiaoju's house. After a year, she would pay him back. So it's for uncle and younger brother. Lin Xianxia sighed in relief and patted He Yan's shoulder. "Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I promise to help you settle it properly." "He Yan, didn't you say that you're too busy to deal with this matter?" "Ahem, I have time. I can squeeze in a little." "So you deliberately didn't help me find a house before?" "Younger sister He, how can you think of me like that?" As they were talking and laughing, Lin Xianxia suddenly waved behind He Yan. "Huijin." He Yan turned around and saw Xiaoju and Xiaojing walking over from the other side. The two brothers had outstanding looks. Walking among the young officials, they were like cranes in a flock of chickens. When they got closer, He Yan bowed to Xiaojing. Xiaojing smiled and said, "This is the first time I've come to the Heavenly Star platform with a female official. Miss He is valiant and valiant. Women don't lose out to men." He Yan replied courteously. Lin Xianxia rubbed his chin and looked at He Yan and Xiaoju for a while. He said, "I have to say, the two of you look really compatible." He Yan looked at Xiaoju. He was also wearing his official robe today. Coincidentally, the embroidered flower on his dark blue official robe matched the one on her official robe. There was also a belt around his waist. It made him look especially handsome and elegant. younger sister Lin Shuang has said, say, if you get promoted a few more times, you can go to court with Huijin. It's really convenient. In the whole of Dawei, this is the first time the two of you are married. Miss He is not married yet. Xiao Jing said softly, young Master Lin, please be careful with your words. If others hear you, it will damage Miss He's reputation. He Yan looked at Xiao Jing. Everyone said that young Master Xiao was a gentle and polite gentleman. Now that he had seen it for himself, he had to be so calculative over such a small matter. However, when he said it, it didn't sound pedantic. Instead, it felt that he was thoughtful. No wonder Song Taotao wanted to be Xiao Ju's sister-in-law. After all, it was hard to find someone like Xiao Jing in Dawei. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a person suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked her view of Xiao Jing without revealing anything. He Yan looked up and met Xiao Ju's gaze. She seemed a little unhappy. He Yan was quite protective of his elder brother. Was he afraid that he would have designs on Xiao Jing? At this moment, someone called out Lin Shuanghe's name. It was probably Lin Shuanghe's friend. Lin Shuanghe followed the voice. Xiao Jing also walked a few steps forward and started talking with her colleagues. He Yan finally had some time to be alone with Xiao Ju. She moved closer to Xiao Ju, opened her sleeves and asked, what do you think? This is the new official uniform. It's my first time wearing it. Isn't it very romantic and full of murderous aura? The sun shone on the girl's face, making her fine eyelashes look even more distinct. Her eyes were bright and spirited, and when she smiled, there was a pure youthful spirit. The red official's robe made her look even more heroic, and it was a valiant aura that was completely different from other girls. There were millions of girls in the world. She was the only one who was different. Xiao Ju turned around and looked away. He Yan saw her like this and pulled back her sleeves. She moved closer and asked, isn't it? I don't see any murderous aura. Xiao Ju couldn't stand her pestering and looked down at her. Her eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. She purposely made her angry. You're so silly. He Yan gritted her teeth, why can't you say something nice? She turned around and pretended to leave. However, when she turned around, she bumped into someone and almost fell into his arms. Chu Zhao stood in front of her and looked at her, Miss He. Fourth young Master Chu. Xiao Ju pulled He Yan back to her side. Chu Zhao first looked at Xiao Ju, then his eyes fell on He Yan. He still had that familiar gentle smile. I already know about Miss He's happy news. I congratulate you in advance. Same to you. He Yan smiled, I also wish fourth young Master Chu and Miss Su a happy marriage. Chu Zhao heard this and his eyes trembled slightly. He seemed a little sad, but he still saluted He Yan and walked away. He Yan looked at his back and felt that it was especially bleak. She couldn't help but say to Xiao Ju, don't you think that fourth young Master Chu is quite pitiful? Xiao Ju said coldly, I don't think so. How can that be? I think that He Yan said softly, maybe he doesn't like Miss Su. People's eyes can't lie. His gaze is very strange. When the marriage was mentioned, he didn't seem happy at all. He even seemed very sad. You're quite observant. After all, I was blind once before. Of course I have to observe people more carefully now. Unfortunately, the imperial edict has been issued. He can only do this. Do you think he? He Yan turned around and saw that Xiao Ju had already walked a distance away. She quickly chased after her, Xiao Ju, wait for me. After a while. Xiao Ju, are you angry? No. The official stood in the square on the Heavenly Star stage. He Yan's position was not enough to stand next to Xiao Ju. However, in the group of people she was with, most of them thought that she was Xiao Ju's fiancé and did not dare to do anything to her. Because she was small and afraid that she would not be able to see the scene on the stage, the first row was specially reserved for He Yan. He Yan stood at the very front and looked at the emperor on the stage. On the high seat, Emperor Wenxian smiled as he looked at the officials below the stage. The officials were dressed in official robes and stood neatly. Just from their appearance, they looked very dignified. It was said that the Wu Tua kingdom was surrounded by mountains and there were very few plains. The palaces were not even half as big as Dawei's palaces. It seemed that every time they held a sacrificial ceremony, the scene would be very shabby. He was old. Although he did not have much achievements in politics, he still hoped to leave behind one or two praiseworthy achievements. Unfortunately, after so many years, he did not. Since ancient times, the emperors either had a good reputation or a bad reputation. He did not want to have a good reputation. Even Emperor Wen Xian did not have the guts to face the saliva of his descendants. Therefore, ever since he ascended the throne, he had never done anything like building large buildings and temples. Only today's banquet on the Heavenly Star stage allowed him to regain some of his pride as an emperor. The princes sat on one side of the stage. Fifth Prince Guangji was still young. When he saw a beautiful pastry, he wanted to grab it, but he was stopped by Guang Shua. Guang Shua said softly, "Fifth brother, sit properly. You represent De Wei's face." Guangji pursed his lips, but he behaved himself and did not dare to take the pastry again. Guang Yan glanced at the two of them, his eyes full of contempt. Since when Xuandi had set up a banquet on the Heavenly Star platform, he had expressed his sincerity in accepting the Wu Tua Kingdom's request for peace. He was not in a hurry to open a market. He could plan it slowly in the future. As long as he could obtain Yuto's help and eliminate Xiao Huijin, the fourth prince and that bitch concubine Lan would be his prisoners sooner or later. He really couldn't wait to ascend to that position. The Wu Tua envoy, Ma Ningbu, stepped forward and knelt in front of Emperor Wen Xian. He praised the emperor's benevolence and broad-mindedness. He was shocked by the prosperity and beauty of De Wei. In the future, the Wu Tua kingdom was willing to be on good terms with De Wei and even respect De Wei. Emperor Wen Xuandi was very pleased to hear that. Among the officials below the stage, there were those who were as proud as the crown prince. There were also those who had righteous indignation written all over their faces like Wei Xianzhong. Most of them were angry but did not dare to say anything. Everyone said that the current De Wei's imperial court was no longer surnamed Song, but Su. If that was the case, then that was fine. But what was with allowing outsiders to come to the Heavenly Star platform openly? Since when had the Great Wei fallen to such a state? Among the generals, He Rufei stood at the front with a relaxed expression. There was no hatred in his eyes when he looked at Yuto. On the other hand, Yan He's eyes were filled with anger. His hands were already clenched into fists. If not for the fact that they were on the Heavenly Star stage and the emperor was present, he might have rushed up to beat Ma Ningbu up. Xiaoju stood beside him. Yan He could not help but whisper, "What is this short you talking about? Who is he trying to fool? The Wu Tua kingdom wants to be on good terms with De Wei? I will go to the Wu Tua kingdom and kill 10,000 of their citizens first. Moreover, will their king believe that De Wei is willing to be on good terms with the Wu Tua kingdom?" Seeing that Xiaoju did not reply, Yan He was even angrier. He turned his head and mocked, "Aren't you General Fengyun? Are you going to watch Yuto behave so atrociously in the Heavenly Star stage?" Xiaoju calmly said, "Aren't you the Lieutenant General of Guide? If you want to teach them a lesson, why don't you do it yourself?" Yan He was speechless. He snorted and did not speak. On the other side, Emperor Wen Xian accepted the flattery and gifts from the Wu Tua kingdom's emissary. Ma Ningbu said, "The warriors of the Wu Tua kingdom are best at wrestling. They usually perform wrestling competitions for the king during ceremonies and banquets. Today, they are willing to perform for your majesty." Yan He said, showing off in front of an expert. Actually, Emperor Wen Xian himself did not really like these things. After he ascended the throne, the imperial court emphasized civil matters more than military matters. However, since the emissary of the Wu Tua kingdom suggested it himself, he could not reject it to show De Wei's magnanimity and magnanimity. Thus, he calmly waved his hand. "Allow." Ma Ningbu turned around. Two burly men walked out from the group of Yuto's emissaries. These two men looked different from the short stature of the Wu Tua kingdom. They were exceptionally tall and muscular. Their hair was tied into a thin braid behind their heads. Ma Ningbu said, "Your Majesty, these are the two best warriors of the Wu Tua kingdom, Nada Duo and Hu Yunmu. They are willing to perform for your Majesty." The two burly Wu Tua men walked to the empty space in the middle of the square and took off their outer clothes. In the cold weather, they were bare-chested. After shouting twice, they hugged each other and wrestled. He Yan stood among the officials and heard the officials behind him whispering, "This is indeed a barbarian land. The way they hugged each other is too indecent. Very indecent." He Yan did not feel that it was indecent. He only felt that this wrestling was actually a competition of skill and not brute force. Bystanders only saw them hugging each other and trying to wrestle each other. In reality, it was not the case. Tripping, back wrestling, mentality, and speed were all things that needed to be paid attention to. These two Yuto were indeed not to be underestimated. This wrestling match took a long time to determine the winner. Dewey's officials and the emperor were actually bored out of their minds. This was because the match was not exciting enough. After the match, they had to go against their conscience and praise them. Emperor Wenxian rewarded the two warriors with a plate of silver each. After Ma Ningbu expressed his gratitude, he said, "I heard that Dewey's army is filled with talents and has more warriors than the Wu Tua kingdom. Since all of you are here today, would your majesty be so kind as to broaden the horizons of the Wu Tua warriors?" Was this a competition? Emperor Wenxian's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly became excited. In the past, it was recorded that when a certain kingdom received foreign ambassadors, the princess of the foreign ambassadors had provoked them. In the end, she was severely humiliated by the daughter of a military general with her archery skills, greatly increasing the face of the kingdom. Although he did not know whether this was true or not, this face-slapping was really wonderful. Dewey had a vast territory and many people. Today, there were so many talents in the square. No matter what, the two Yuto would be able to defeat them. Moreover, Dewey had more people. They were thin and upright. Compared to the barbarians, they were pleasing to the eye. For example, Fei Hong and Feng Yun were both first-class handsome men. When they fought, they would definitely make the Yuto feel inferior. Emperor Wenxian thought about this and said happily, "This is not difficult. The men of Dewey never shrink back. If you choose one of the generals, they will naturally fight." Emperor Wenxian was not worried that any of the generals would not be able to defeat the Yuto. Firstly, these two Yuto did not even use their weapons and only knew how to use brute force. It was obvious that they were not very skilled. Secondly, if the Yuto were smart, they would not dare to win in front of so many people. After all, the Yuto still wanted to open a market in Dewey. Ma Ningbu smiled and said, "I heard that your majesty bestowed the first female marquis to Dewey." Everyone present was stunned. Emperor Wenxian was also stunned and said, "That's right. We Yuto have heard of that female marquis fame. I heard that she followed General Feng Yun to the battlefield and is very brave and intelligent. Is she here today?" Emperor Wenxian frowned slightly. He did not expect that Ma Ningbu would choose He Yan. In this court full of civil and military officials, the Yuto had chosen a woman. How could a woman's physical strength compare to a man's? Although he had heard of He Yan's achievements on the battlefield, he had also seen it with his own eyes. She was just a thin and weak woman. Compared to the two Yuto, they were like a lamb and a black bear. She is a woman. But she is not an ordinary woman. Ma Ningbu smiled and said, "We also have women who know martial arts, but we have never had a woman enter the court as an official. Since she was brought by General Feng Yun, she must be different from ordinary women." "Your Majesty," he bowed and said, "please let that female marquis fight with our Yuto." Guangxua shook his head. These Yuto were clearly bullying women, or perhaps they were using their position to avenge private wrongs. However, Guangxua knew his father's temperament very well. He placed his face above all else. Since he had agreed, he would not go back on his word. Emperor Wenxian was silent for a moment and said, "Marquis Wuan." He Yan stepped forward and bowed. "This subject is here. You can compete with their warriors." There was a moment of silence, then whispers gradually sounded. Lin Shuanghe hurriedly asked his father, "Father, how can you let a woman compete?" Lin Mu said, "Shut up." Xiao Jing was also worried. Yan he nudged Xiao Ju beside him and could not help but say, "Hey, your wife is being forced to do something beyond her ability. How can you still be so calm?" "Xiao Huaijin, you are truly heartless." Xiao Ju ignored him. He Yan stood up and did not respond to the emperor's words. Instead, he looked at Meninbu and asked, "Envoy Meninbu, what do you think of the two great generals of Dewey?" Meninbu looked at the woman in front of him. Before coming to Dawei, He Yan's name had already spread throughout the Yuto kingdom. This woman had fought side by side with Xiaoju in Jiang City. During the Runda City War, she had single-handedly caused Huyate to suffer a loss. Even the spy that had been sent into the Liangzhou guards had been discovered by her in the beginning. Xiao Huijin was indeed terrifying, but this woman who had appeared out of nowhere was not simple either. She was just like General Fei Hong He Rufei back in the day. She always had the ability to turn the tide. He Rufei, the mighty eagle, had his wings broken with great difficulty. Was another powerful enemy of the Yuto kingdom about to appear, even if she was just a woman? A woman who could kill on the battlefield was no longer a woman. In some ways, she had the right to compete with men. Menenbu said, General Feng Yun and General Fei Hong are both admirable heroes. They are talents that only appear once in 100 years, no, 1,000 years. What a coincidence. This one thinks so too. He Yan smiled. Just like the warriors of the Yuto kingdom come to Dawei and want to spar with the heroes they meet, He Yan also has heroes that he admires. If you just want to see my skills, there is no need to spar with me, Lord Menenbu. She said, I specialize in the sword. I cannot display my full strength in wrestling. We can only spar with the sword. I will not spar with you. Emperor Wenchuan's eyes lit up. He Yan meant that she wanted to spar with Xiaoju? This was good. She and Xiaoju were about to become husband and wife. If she won, it could be said that Xiaoju went easy on her. If she lost, she would lose to her own people and would not embarrass Dawei. Thinking of this, Emperor Wenchuan immediately said, I approve. I want to see Marquis Wuen's skills and choose the category that Marquis Wuen specializes in. Marquis Wuen, who do you want to spar with? The people who were holding their breaths for He Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor Wenchuan said this to give He Yan a way out. The officials who were watching the show were also disappointed. He Yan naturally chose Xiaoju. A spar between husband and wife could easily produce any result they wanted. Just as everyone was thinking this, He Yan walked in front of the generals. She did not stop beside Xiaoju. She walked in front of He Rufei and looked at him. General Fei Hong. She smiled brightly with a hint of sarcasm. I want to see your sword. The square was dead silent. No one would have thought that the person He Yan wanted to compete with was not Xiaoju, but He Rufei. Lin Shuanghe muttered, is Sister He crazy? Yan He also frowned and asked Xiaoju, what's wrong with her? Why didn't she look for you, but went to He Rufei? Xiaoju did not speak. Her expression was calm, as if she had already expected this scene. He Rufei looked at the woman in front of him. The woman in the official's robes had a smile on her face, and her tone was so matter-of-fact. She clearly looked thin and weak, but he did not know where she got the confidence to compete with him. Did she really think that he was He Yan? He sneered in his heart. The woman in front of him looked nothing like He Yan in the past. He Yan heard that Marquis Wuen was frank and cheerful, completely different from his silent cousin. Even if she wanted to act mysterious, shouldn't she have investigated the other party's personality in advance? Such a clumsy imitation with so many loopholes could be seen through at a glance. You want to compete with me? He Rufei slowly said. Everyone in the world says that General Fei Hong's sword is so fast that it can even cut the wind. He Yan smiled and said, unfortunately, I have never seen it. Since there is an opportunity today, Military Governor Xiao, there will be many opportunities to compete with swords in the future. I don't care about this time, but General Fei Hong's sword is not something that can be seen every day. Young Master she chuckled, are you willing to compete with me? He Rufei curled his lips, of course, but swords have no eyes. If I lose? He glanced at Xiaoju's direction, Military Governor Xiao won't blame me for this? These words were full of naked provocation. Rumors had it that General Fei Hong and General Feng Yun were natural enemies and had always been at odds. However, rumors were just rumors. No one had ever seen them truly draw their swords at each other's throat. But today it seemed that the rumors were not just rumors. After all, in this situation, even an idiot could see that there was an undercurrent surging. Among the generals, the youth wearing the dark blue official's robes only smiled faintly and said, no, but there should be a prize for competing with swords. Prize? He Rufei asked, how about, How can we use General He's sword for a normal prize? Xiaoju did not wait for He Rufei to finish speaking. Since we are competing with swords, we will use swords as the prize. He Yan looked at He Rufei, the owner of Qinglang. From now on, the owner of Qinglang. From now on. As soon as these words were spoken, the square immediately boiled over. Is that true? Who would have thought that military governor Xiao would bet so much this time? That is Qinglang and Qinglang. He is taking it out for a woman. Isn't he taking it too lightly? I think military governor Xiao won't be able to keep Qinglang. No wonder they say that heroes have a weakness for beauties. Looking at military governor Zhao's expression, could it be that he has some misunderstanding about his fiancée? That is General Fei Hong. How can he lose to a woman? Emperor Wen Xian frowned. He naturally saw the conflict between He Rufei and Xiaoju. But these two had always minded their own business and lived in harmony for so many years. Since when did their relationship become so bad? Discord between military generals was not a good thing for an imperial dynasty. He Rufei looked at Xiaoju. Military Governor Xiao, are you sure you want to use your sword as the prize? Not my sword, Xiaoju said meaningfully, but your sword as well. He Rufei smiled noncommittally. In his opinion, Xiaoju's words were purely meant to make people laugh. He had heard of He Yan's reputation on the battlefield, but there were many reasons for winning a battle. Perhaps He Yan was clever, but in a one-on-one battle, he was confident that He Yan would not be his match. There would only be one He Yan in the world, and that He Yan was already dead. Since military governor Xiao is so generous, then I will accept. He said, please. Wait. Xiaoju said. What is it? He Rufei turned to look at him. Could it be that military governor Xiao is regretting it? It's not too late to change your mind. Xiaoju's mouth twitched, and he said mockingly, General He's weapon is one of the best in the world. It's not fair to the opponent. He raised his hand, and autumn wine flew towards He Yan. He Yan caught it firmly. I'll use my autumn wine to compete with you. He Rufei frowned. He Yan smiled, thank you, military governor. She turned and walked towards the empty space, saying, after you, young master He. He Rufei paused for a moment, then turned and followed her. The officials in the square and the imperial relatives on the Heavenly Star platform all stared at the two people in the square. This was much more thrilling than the wrestling of the two warriors from the Utopia Kingdom. Ma Ningbu also stared at the woman in the red official robes. He hadn't expected He Yan to be unwilling to compete with their Yuto, and he hadn't expected He Yan to pick He Rufei. It seemed that the discord between the two great generals of Dawei was deeper than they had imagined. Guangji whispered to Guangxua beside him, fourth brother, isn't this wrong? How can General He bully a woman? Even in Guangji's young mind, He Yan as Xiaoju's fiancé was obviously not as perfect as Shen Muxue as Xiaoju's fiancé. However, the rules and principles he had learned since young also taught him that men should not bully women and the weak. Guangxua shook his head, let's wait and see. He also couldn't understand. If He Yan chose He Rufei because she didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, then not only did Xiaoju not stop her, she even suggested using her sword as the prize. This was even more confusing. Yan, he said in a low voice, Xiao Huijin, are you crazy? How can He Yan defeat He Rufei? Although He Rufei won't take her life, but if your woman suffers a loss in front of so many people, how could she be willing to accept it in the future? She has just entered the imperial court as an official. If she is defeated by He Rufei's sword here, she will most likely be treated as a joke in the future. She will win, Xiaoju said. Are you joking? Yan He's eyes widened as he looked at him like he was an idiot. At first, I didn't believe people who said you were blinded by lust. I didn't expect you to be just an ordinary man. No matter how bad He Rufei is, he has practiced the sword more than your woman and has been on the battlefield for a few more years. Even if you don't care about your woman, you should care about your sword. I don't want to help you, I just don't want the two famous swords to fall into He Rufei's hands. I will die of anger. Oh. Xiaoju's voice still carried a bit of indifference. Then you can rest assured that you won't die of anger for now. Yan he was angry. I'm too lazy to talk to you. In the square, He Rufei slowly pulled out Qinglang from his waist. Qinglang was verdant. As soon as it came out of the sheath, he felt the biting cold of the sword. He Yan's gaze froze for a moment. That was her sword. It was the sword that had accompanied her for many years. It was the sword that had watched her grow from an ignorant and inexperienced recruit to a brave and invincible general. During her most difficult times, she had hugged the sword and sat by the frozen river, thinking about her future path. After not seeing it for many years, the sword had finally come out of the sheath, but it was in He Rufei's hands. Gongzi, he has a good sword, she said, what a pity. He Rufei asked, what's a pity? He Yan smiled but did not speak. He suddenly pulled out Autumn Drinking Sword from his waist. Sword. The two figures tangled together in a split second. Qinglang was verdant, Autumn Drinking Sword was sparkling and translucent. The swords crossed, one green and one white. It was like the autumn morning in the valley, filled with a desolate chill. The green mountains were faintly discernible, and the trees were filled with autumn colors. The sword's aura caused the sand on the ground to fly in all directions. It was clearly a competition of swords, but it was as moving as a dance. General Fei Hong's swordsmanship was naturally excellent. It was fast and accurate, and had an indomitable aura. What was surprising was that the girl holding Autumn Drinking Sword did not seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting with General Fei Hong's sword. How was this possible? She was just a girl. Although she had been on the battlefield, she was only 16 or 17 years old. How could she be a match for a veteran on the battlefield? Could it be that General Fei Hong was going easy on her? He Rufei's heart flashed with a trace of surprise. Before the competition, He Rufei thought that he had already overestimated He Yan's swordsmanship. But now, it seemed that he had still underestimated it. This girl's swordsmanship was skillful, as if she had practiced swordsmanship since she was a child. The tip of her sword was extremely stable and cunning. She could easily avoid his every attack. And her attacks were not weak at all. Like a storm, they were equally matched. Sometimes, because the girl's body was light, it seemed that she was faster. Lin Xuanhe was stunned. He muttered to himself, my sister is this powerful? Although he knew that He Yan was powerful, but every time He Yan fought to the death, he had never seen it with his own eyes. He had only heard about it. And in her opinion, He Yan might be skilled in the art of war, but because of a girl's physical strength, her skills could not be compared to a man's. Moreover, her opponent was He Rufei. He Rufei was a little weak when he was young and studying in the Xianxia school. But later, in Dawei, he was on par with Xiao Ju. Lin Xuanhe's heart, which had been in his throat, was now at ease. But what followed was a deeper suspicion. He Yan was so powerful. Didn't that mean that she was at least on par with He Rufei? Did Xiao Ju know about this beforehand? Was that why she was so confident and dared to use the Autumn Drinker Sword as the prize for this competition for He Yan? Wherever the tip of the sword went, there was actually one person who had been overlooked by everyone. It was Su Zhiheng, who was hiding among the civil officials. Ever since he had seen He Yan at the celebration banquet, Su Zhiheng had felt uneasy. But fortunately, he had not seen He Yan again. Today, when Ma Ningbu mentioned He Yan, Su Zhiheng had a bad premonition. This premonition reached its peak when He Yan proposed to compete with He Rufei. If not for the fact that everyone was standing there obediently and the emperor was watching from the heavenly star platform, Su Zhiheng might have already run away. The woman holding the sword was full of smiles. In an instant, her face overlapped with the face of a certain woman in his memory. Su Zhiheng looked at He Yan, who was fighting with He Rufei, and heard the exclamations of the people around him. He only felt his entire body turn cold. She's back. It can't be anyone else, it can only be her. He Yan is back. He Yan used her sword to block He Rufei's sword. Then, with a light leap, she turned around and went behind He Rufei. The Autumn Drinking Sword understood her very well. Although it was Xiao Ju's sword, she was able to use it with ease. Her gaze was fixed on He Rufei, and her expression was somewhat cold. He Rufei was imitating her sword moves. Perhaps because He Rufei was afraid that his disguise as General Fei Hong would be exposed, even if he took off his mask, even if he did not go to the battlefield, he still deliberately imitated He Yan's sword moves. In fact, he imitated 80% of He Yan's moves. If he was not very close to He Yan and often saw her use her sword, he was afraid that he would not be able to tell. But, in the end, 20% was missing. And that 20% happened to be the most important 20% for He Yan. 10% came from Xiao Ju's guidance when she was young, and 10% came from Master Lu Buwang's teachings. In all fairness, He Rufei's sword moves were not bad. However, as a person who had never been on the battlefield and had never experienced the edge of life and death, his sword energy would always be reserved. He Yan smiled slightly and stabbed her sword towards He Rufei. He Rufei was shocked and used his sword to block. When the two swords collided, the sword did not move, but the person moved. He took 2 steps back. Suddenly, there were low exclamations around. The civil officials did not understand, but the military general saw it clearly. Someone said, "General Fei Hong is actually at a disadvantage?" He must have been merciful, so Marquis Wuan won. He Yan's smile was like frost. "Young master, he has a good sword, but unfortunately, you don't know how to use it at all." "Arrogant." He Rufei said darkly, turned around and rushed forward. He Yan smiled and leaned back. Qing Lang brushed past her head and cut off a strand of her hair. Her laughing voice resounded throughout the Heavenly Star platform. "General He, is it because you haven't been on the battlefield for a long time? Even your sword moves are so slow." She hooked her finger and her posture was extremely arrogant. "Can you still lift the sword in your hand?" He Rufei's expression was extremely ugly. The Emperor's expression was also ugly. He Rufei's actions were like a slap to Dewey's face. This girl was also insensible. Even if his skills were not bad, he should not be so aggressive. Furthermore, he had only temporarily gained the upper hand. How could she dare to speak so arrogantly? He crossed his arms and watched, frowning. He Rufei's swordsmanship doesn't seem to be very powerful now. However, their swordsmanship looks somewhat similar. His heart moved and he looked at Xiao Ju. "Could it be that you also gave He Yan some advice? You are really like the martial artists on the streets." He was very disdainful. "Everyone can worship you as their teacher. Do you still remember that you are Xiao Huijin? You are too noisy." Xiao Ju spoke with displeasure. He saw through him. "Why are you pretending to be calm? Are you already worried to death inside? You can't wait to go up and help He Yan compete? However, don't worry. I don't think He Rufei will win. Your girl is right. Maybe it's because he hasn't been on the battlefield for a long time that even his hands are weak. You really are an embarrassment to Xianxia." He Yan and He Rufei's swordsmanship competition to this point was already very unexpected. They had originally thought that this sword competition would end very quickly, because putting aside the male and female identities, one was a new recruit who had just made his debut, the other was a brave general who had already achieved success. No matter how they looked at it, it was He Yan who lost. Even if he won, it would be because He Rufei deliberately did so. If He Yan won quickly, it would mean that General Fei Hong was considerate of the girl and did not want to embarrass the girl. This would protect Marquis Wuan's pride. However, He Yan and He Rufei fought for such a long time. After fighting for such a long time, there was still no clear victor. It was impossible that General Fei Hong was deliberately showing mercy. And looking at the reactions of the other generals, He Rufei did not even have the upper hand. Was it because Xiao Huijin's fiancée was really that powerful? Even He Rufei could not beat her. Or had General Fei Hong's skills deteriorated over the years? Among the crowd, other than Su Zhiheng and He Rufei, the one with the ugliest expression was Su Jingfu. Today's events were really out of Su Jingfu's expectations. Those Yuto were very cunning. They also had private dealings with the Crown Prince Guangyan. The Guangyan was short-sighted, narrow-minded, and did not think before doing things. Other than being vicious and merciless, he did not have any of the qualities of a crown prince. Su Jingfu only suspected that the Yuto did not have a backup plan, but the Crown Prince Guangyan already had a grudge against him. If not for the fact that he had invested so much effort in the Guangyan over the years, and that he was so close to success, he would have wanted to abandon the darkness and join the light. The Guangyan had some reservations about him. Ever since the Battle of Jiang, the Yuto had been very dissatisfied with him. But so what? In the Dewey Imperial Court, he could cover the sky with one hand. Even if the Yuto wanted to do something, they could not do anything. Today, when Ma Ningbu proposed to compete with He Yan, it was out of Su Jingfu's expectations. In the end, the people competing in swords were He Yan and He Rufei. This made him feel that something was not right. He Yan was the daughter of a military officer at the city gate. Everything that he did must have been instructed by Xiaoju. When Xiaoju proposed to use swords as the wager, it was clear that he did not have good intentions. Su Jingfu had been rivals with Xiaoju for so many years. He had watched him grow from a young man who barely held on to the family's lintel to the current right military commander. Sometimes, he understood Xiaoju better than he did. He Yan and he had obviously set a trap for He Rufei, and He Rufei had foolishly walked right into it. Or maybe He Rufei did not see through it, but was conceited and did not believe that he would lose to a woman. Everyone was watching He Yan and He Rufei compete in swords. They were amazed that He Yan and He Rufei's swordsmanship was on par. But was that really important? Could it be that Xiaoju did all this just to let his woman humiliate He Rufei in front of all the officials? Su Jingfu did not think so. He Rufei and Xiaoju did not have any enmity before, but He Rufei later sought refuge with him. To show his sincerity, he even sent his confidant to Liangzhou City in an attempt to assassinate Xiaoju. Although he failed in the end, he did not succeed. However, Su Jingfu saw He Rufei's sincerity. He had the support of civil officials, but he also needed a military general. He Rufei appeared at the right time. Although Su Jingfu did not understand why He Rufei chose him, he could clearly protect himself. But later on, he thought about it. Officialdom could change a person the most. Even a brave general would willingly offer his sword in the face of greater benefits and a higher position. He Rufei. He Rufei. Su Jingfu's uneasiness was like a ball of thick ink, it wrapped around him in an instant. He looked at He Rufei who was fighting with the woman on the field and his heart sank. If something happened to He Rufei, would it implicate him? After all, he and He Rufei had been very close since Yuan Baozhen in Liangzhou City. The tip of the sword carried a murderous aura as it stabbed from behind. However, the person who was stabbed seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He gently leaned to the side and the tip of the sword missed. Young master, He's swordsmanship looks a little familiar. He Yan smiled and said, but I can only see the shape, not the spirit. How to use this sword? Her lips curled up with a murderous look. Do you want me to teach you? She suddenly turned around and stabbed. With a bang, the tip of the sword pierced He Rufei's chest. However, it only went in a little and did not go any further. Young master, he actually came to the Heavenly Star platform wearing soft armor? He Yan said in surprise. How afraid of death are you to do this? Could it be that you have many enemies and are afraid that someone will come for you midway? He Rufei sneered. You talk too much. It's your swordsmanship that is too weak. In terms of provocation, He Rufei really was not He Yan's opponent. When they were in the Liangzhou City Guards, He Yan could provoke every new recruit with just a few words, let alone now. He Rufei also felt mentally strained. This woman's swordsmanship was truly too good. There were no loopholes and he could not find any. On the contrary, she was always able to find his mistakes and see through them at a glance. There were several times when He Yan clearly could have ended the battle quickly, but she did not. She would sometimes cut off a button of his, sometimes cut off a section of his sleeve. She was unhurried, like a cat catching a mouse, making him look inferior to a woman in front of everyone. Inferior to a woman, he was clearly the real He Rufei, clearly the young master of the He family, but he had to live according to He Yan's lifestyle. He lived as if he was He Yan's substitute. In the end, he was still being said that he was inferior to He Yan. Don't think that he could not see that those people were talking and pointing behind his back. The current General Fei Hong could not compare to the previous General Fei Hong. Why did he have to be compared like this? Why did he have to live in someone else's shadow and be inferior to a woman? It was ridiculous. That woman was already a dead person. How could a dead person compare to him? The one who lived to the end was the winner. He held his sword and stabbed at He Yan's back from a tricky angle. This was General Fei Hong's most powerful swordsmanship. He had learned it for a long time. It was said that no one could avoid General Fei Hong's last sword. The tip of the sword was about to pierce the woman's back. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In the next moment, Xianxia accurately parried his sword. The woman in red did not turn her head. Instead, she turned her hand and thrust her sword back. The tip of her sword was swift and fierce. Rufei was startled. He wanted to dodge, but the woman did not really want to stab him. She jumped behind him and viciously kicked his knee. Rufei was caught off guard. His knees went soft and he knelt down. He immediately felt a cold sensation on his neck. The woman in red looked down at him with a smile. She silently moved her lips. It was too far away for others to hear, but Rufei saw it clearly. "Big brother," she said, "are you worthy to use my sword?" In an instant, a chill spread through his limbs and bones. Rufei opened his eyes wide in shock and stared at the woman in front of him. What appeared in his mind was the scene when he first saw Xian for the first time when he returned to the capital. At that time, Xian had already changed back into a woman's clothes. He stood in front of Xian and watched the woman who used his name for many years call him Big Brother. A subtle jealousy and resentment appeared in his heart. How could he not be resentful? He was clearly the real eldest young master but he had been replaced by someone else for many years. If it was said that he was forced by this situation in the past, then when Xian left the He family and stepped onto the path of joining the army, fate had already broken free from everyone's control and rushed towards a future that no one could have predicted. Rufei actually didn't like to practice martial arts, even though his body had already recovered. The He family had never had a general, but because Xian acted on her own, he had to learn the same sword moves as Xian. The same eating habits, the same lifestyle, the same handwriting, the same martial arts, even the same temperament. He and Xian each played the role of the other's substitute. This feeling was so uncomfortable that it finally reached its peak when he returned to the capital and compared himself to others. So he suggested that Xian's eyes be blinded. A blind woman could only be bound to the back residence from then on, unable to make any waves. He also didn't have to worry that one day others would find out that he was different from the original General Fei Hong, and that his cousin was very similar to General Fei Hong. However, even if she was blind, Xian didn't fall silent. Xian, who couldn't see the light, was only depressed for a period of time. Later on, Rufei went to the Su family and saw Xian secretly practicing the sword. She was a blind woman who was secretly practicing her sword skills. She seemed to have sensed someone's presence and stopped what she was doing. She asked tentatively, "Is someone here?" Rufei didn't say anything and turned to walk out. When he returned to the He family, he made up his mind that Xian couldn't be left alive. Xian's life was a threat to the He family. It was also a constant reminder to him that he wasn't General Fei Hong, and he would never be able to compare to General Fei Hong. Until Xian died, Rufei was finally able to relax. His sword skills were imitations of Xian's, but now, in the hands of this woman, it was as weak as a child's play. The way she looked at him was full of mockery, and the way she called him Big Brother gave him goosebumps. Xian glanced at him and bent down to pick it up with a smile. She looked at Rufei, who was kneeling on the ground after being kicked by her. She smiled and said, "Many thanks to young Master He. The azure sword will be mine in the future." She held a sword in each hand and turned to walk out of the square. Everyone was stunned. This was definitely not something that Rufei could do. A merciful person wouldn't be beaten to the ground by a woman in such a pathetic manner. His kneeling posture was a bit humiliating. He frowned and asked Xiaoju, "Xian and I were talking bad about Rufei. I thought it was to flatter me. Now, it seems that Rufei and she really have a big grudge. Do you know how Rufei offended her?" But before Xiaoju could say anything, he said, "Forget it, I don't want to know." No one in the square spoke. They were all stunned by this result. Who would have thought that General Fei Hong would be defeated by a woman? Ma Ningbu's eyes moved slightly. Before anyone could say anything, Rufei suddenly jumped up from the ground. He pulled out a dagger and fiercely pounced towards Xian. "Be careful." Lin Shuanghe couldn't help but blurt out. Chu Zhao also couldn't help but look nervous. Xian frowned and dodged. Rufei missed but didn't give up. The dagger in his hand seemed to be shining. It was unknown whether it was tempered with something else, but he continued to close in on He Yan. In the next moment, Xiaoju flew forward and reached the square. He casually took autumn wine from He Yan's hand and kicked He Rufei's dagger away. The tip of the sword brushed past He Rufei's neck, leaving a thin line of blood. "If you move again," Xiaoju's eyes were cold. He warned coldly, "I don't mind losing here." The coldness on his neck stimulated He Rufei to come back to his senses. He looked at the man in front of him. Xiaoju's indifferent eyes completely woke him up. Xiaoju and He Yan were different. That woman only wanted to scare him, but the man in front of him really wanted to take his life. He Rufei forced a smile. "I'm just sparring with Marquis Wu and Military Governor Xiao is too nervous." "Sparring?" Xiaoju's eyes were sharp. He said sarcastically, "I didn't think that young master he liked to use sneak attacks when sparring. I also didn't think that young master he was so focused on winning." As soon as he said this, the officials immediately began to discuss. "Yes, sneak attacking a woman. That's impolite. If you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat. That's not how a man should act." But that Marquis Wuan's reaction was really fast. He didn't even succeed. This means that this woman's bravery is not empty words. She really has real skills. Could it be that General He is really inferior to her? Speaking of which, this woman's surname is also He. If she becomes a general in the future, which one do you think will be more powerful? Those who practiced martial arts had outstanding hearing. When He Rufei heard the discussion of the officials, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He felt his head hurt from anger. Again. He Yan was already dead. Why was there another He Yan with the same name? Why was he still inferior to her? On the Heavenly Star platform, Emperor Wen Xian's expression was already very ugly. He originally thought that he would be able to show off a graceful sparring match in front of the Wu Tua emissary. He didn't expect that in the end, he would lose face. Not only did He Rufei lose to a woman, he didn't look good. That was fine, but in the end, he even tried to sneak attack her. What was this? Today, he really made a fool of himself. Xianxia still didn't leave his neck. He Rufei's gaze was fixed on He Yan, who was standing behind Xiaoju. Even though he had thousands of doubts in his heart, in front of everyone and with Xiaoju in front of him, he could only reluctantly smile and say, "I lost." Marquis Wuan is indeed a heroine. I was just joking with you. I hope you don't take it to heart. He Yan looked at him and smiled back. It's fine. I didn't take it to heart. He Rufei heaved a sigh of relief. As long as He Yan didn't force him, he could cover up this matter for now. It wouldn't be too late to plot in the future. However, he didn't expect that Xiaoju and He Yan were already targeting him. Could it be that they had discovered the truth about the assassination attempt on He Yan? He Rufei was just thinking about this when he heard the woman in front of him laugh lightly. But young master why do you still hide a poisoned dagger when you already have the emerald gem sword? Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for everyone in the square to hear. In an instant, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone looked at He Rufei in a different light. Poisoned? Is that true? Why would General Fei Hong carry a poisoned dagger? He Rufei didn't expect He Yan to suddenly attack. Panic flashed across his face as he reprimanded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Is that so?" He Yan was still smiling and wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, "Perhaps I saw wrongly. If that's the case, young master do you dare to use the dagger to make a cut on your hand? If it's fine, I'll believe you. There's no poison on the dagger." He Rufei was speechless. The dagger was indeed poisoned. If there was no blood, it would be fine. If there was blood, the poison would quickly seep into the dagger. Within a few steps, one would vomit blood and die. Recently, because of various things, he was uneasy and suspicious. Thus, he carried this dagger with him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't take it out to hurt others. However, the provocative attitude of this woman in front of him reminded him of He Yan who had passed away. It easily aroused the anger and violence in his heart. Thus, he couldn't help but take action. And now, Xiaoju actually had something on him. Wait, a trace of shock flashed past his heart. Could it be that He Yan deliberately provoked him from the beginning just for this moment? But how did she know that he was carrying this dagger? He Yan was a woman. Naturally, it was impossible. Then, she must be Xiaoju. Could it be that there was someone in the He family who knew Xiaoju? He didn't speak for a long time. In the eyes of the crowd, he was guilty. Not to mention other things, just this competition alone had caused He Rufei's image in the eyes of the officials to plummet. If what He Yan said was true and this dagger was dipped in poison, then when He Rufei took advantage of He Yan's absence to launch a sneak attack, not only was he a sore loser, he was also vicious and vicious. If it wasn't for Xiaoju, who knew what would have happened, however, was the General Fei Hong lived away actually such a person? Emperor Wen Xian only felt that he had lost all his face today. He didn't want to say anything. Su Jingfu stood among the civil officials. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it could drip water. He Rufei was actually so useless. He lost to a woman and was even caught red-handed. Since it was Xiaoju who made the move, He Rufei probably didn't even know that he had fallen into their trap from the beginning. But Su Jingfu pondered in his heart. What was Xiaoju trying to do by beating around the bush? Lin Xuanhe suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty, this commoner will know if young Master He's dagger is poisoned with one look. Why don't you let this commoner take a look to prevent misunderstandings between the two generals?" To be honest, Lin Xuanhe didn't have any bad feelings towards He Rufei. He was different from Yan He. He and He Rufei were schoolmates who improved together. Although Lin Xuanhe didn't know what had happened between Xiaoju and He Rufei, based on his understanding of He Rufei, she shouldn't be the kind of vicious person who would sneak attack someone from behind. There might be some misunderstanding between them. At this time, he still hoped that Xiaoju and He Rufei could mend their relationship. At least, they didn't need to be at daggers drawn. He thought that he had good intentions. However, He Rufei paused for a moment and gritted his teeth, "No need. This dagger is indeed poisoned." The officials were in an uproar. Emperor Wen Xian said angrily, "He Rufei, why did you bring a poisoned dagger to the Heavenly Star platform?" When He Rufei heard these words, he immediately knelt down and bowed towards Emperor Wen Xian. He raised his head and said, "Your Majesty, these few days, Shuo City hasn't been peaceful. A few days ago, I was attacked by assassins. Not long ago, my residence was attacked by thieves. I suspected that someone was trying to harm me. In order to prevent any accidents, I hid a dagger in my clothes. However, today, I was anxious to spar with Marquis Wuan and forgot that the dagger was inappropriate. I'm sorry, please punish me." He Yan looked at his fluent lie and couldn't help but raise his brows. He Rufei was also a talent. He thought of an excuse in such a short time. Although this excuse was forced, it was still an excuse. When Su Jingfu saw the situation, he stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, I've also heard about the theft from General He's residence. Although it was inappropriate to carry a dagger, it wasn't a crime worthy of death. Today's banquet on the Heavenly Star platform is not suitable to see blood. I hope Your Majesty can be lenient." However, General He's actions were indeed dangerous. If he was careless and injured Marquis Wuan, I'm afraid that Military Governor Xiao would fly into a rage. He said these words lightly and with a bit of ridicule. It was obvious that he wanted to help He Rufei turn the matter into a small one. After all, He Rufei had many connections with him in the dark. If something really happened to He Rufei, it wouldn't be good for him to be implicated. Su Jingfu looked at He Yan and smiled. I'm afraid that Marquis Wuan was quite frightened. Everyone looked at Su Jingfu and Xiaoju. The two of them were sworn enemies and everyone in the court knew that. Xiaoju was cruel and heartless, everyone knew that. However, his fiancée, Wuan Marquis, was always smiling. She was also gentle and had a sense of propriety when conversing with others. She seemed to be an easy person to talk to. Moreover, in front of so many people, if He Yan continued to be unforgiving and aggressive, not only would it make her seem unreasonable as a woman, it would also make Emperor Wen Xian unhappy. After all, this was considered a family scandal. It was best not to blow it up in front of outsiders. Su Jingfu gave him a way out. Emperor Wen Xian was happy to speak and reprimanded, "He Rufei, hurry up and apologize to Marquis Wuan." He Rufei hurriedly saluted He Yan and said, "I'm sorry, Marquis Wuan." Just now, I was too competitive and almost hurt Miss He. Fortunately, Miss He is fine. Although he was speaking to He Yan, his gaze was fixed on Xiao Ju who was beside He Yan. In He Rufei's opinion, He Yan's actions must have been incited by Xiao Ju. He wasn't worried about He Yan, but he couldn't help but be afraid of Xiao Ju. However, He Rufei was also somewhat proud of himself. So what if she was Xiao Ju? Once Emperor Wen Xian spoke, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only drop the matter. Prime Minister Su was still the best. It was worth it for him to lose a trusted aide and form a relationship with Su Jingfu. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the Dewey's right army commander standing in front of him. He lowered his eyes and looked at him with silent mockery, as if he was looking at a clown. He Rufei's heart was immediately filled with anger. Before he could speak, He Yan spoke. He Yan said, "Young Master He, you don't need to apologize to me. After all, you didn't really hurt me. If you had hurt His Majesty today, young Master He would have died." He Rufei's expression changed. "What did you say?" He subconsciously looked at the Emperor on the Heavenly Star platform. "I said," He Yan bent down to pick up the dagger that He Rufei had dropped. He played with it in his hand and then looked at him. He slowly said, "Young Master He, you did everything possible to hide a dagger on your body. Was it really to hurt me? I'm just a woman. Why would young Master He do this? The person that young Master He really wants to hurt is His Majesty." At the end of his words, his voice was as sharp as a knife. Everyone present couldn't help but tremble in fear. "He Yan." He Rufei didn't wait for her to continue and sternly interrupted He Yan, "Don't make slanderous accusations. You are framing me, Your Majesty." He hurriedly looked at Emperor Wen Xian and cried out, "This subject does not have such malicious intentions. I don't know how this subject offended Marquis Wen or Military Governor Xiao. They actually want to frame this subject for injustice." Su Jingfu also didn't expect that He Yan would directly accuse He Rufei of regicide. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "Marquis Wen, you can't speak carelessly. General, he only accidentally injured you during a spar. Why do you have to force him to his death? Your Majesty, this subject followed the Fuyue army to quell the rebellion. I only wish for the Dewey to prosper and its people to be at peace. This subject's lifelong wish is to protect Dewey's land for Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please believe in this subject's loyalty." He Rufei shouted. "Ma." Ningbu's eyes widened slightly. He really didn't expect this to happen. This was very interesting. Although He Rufei had cooperated with the Yuto didn't truly trust him. After all, He Rufei's methods of leading troops were obvious to all. If the two great generals of Dewey joined forces, it would definitely not be a good thing for the Yuto kingdom. Now that they were fighting, as long as one of Emperor Wen Xuan's arms was broken, a hole would be torn in Dewey. He didn't intend to speak. The emperor sat on the high throne and looked at his subjects who kept kowtowing with a strange expression. Although he was a mediocre emperor and wasn't good at court affairs, he still had the natural trait of an emperor. He was suspicious. It would have been better if he didn't mention it. Once a seed was planted, the way he looked at people changed. On the other hand, when the generals heard He Rufei's words, they couldn't help but speak up for He Rufei. That's right. General, he disregarded his own life in order to quell the rebellion in Xichang. His loyalty is obvious to all. How could he have the intention to harm Your Majesty? Marquis Wuen's words are too much. If he really had the intention to harm Your Majesty, why would he risk his life to fight a war? I heard the people in the barracks say that General Fei Hong is loyal and unafraid of death. He's definitely not someone like that. All sorts of discussions entered He Yan's ears. He Yan smiled faintly and declined to comment. Only when the scene gradually quieted down did she open her mouth and slowly say, "General Fei Hong is loyal to the country, majestic and awe-inspiring, riding alone against 1,000, unparalleled in the world. Of course, he wouldn't commit treason and regicide." But, she smiled and looked at He Rufei, her eyes gradually turning cold. "Young Master He, are you General Fei Hong?" He Rufei felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The woman in front of him looked at him with a cold smile. Her gaze was so disdainful, as if she was looking at an insignificant ant. She looked down on him. Chu Zhao was stunned. Someone beside him muttered, "What does Marquis Wuan mean? What do you mean by General he is General Fei Hong?" "Of course, General he is General Fei Hong." Yan he frowned and looked at He Rufei with a questioning gaze. He Rufei said, "What did you say?" "I say," this time, without waiting for him to finish, He Yan interrupted him first. "He Gongzi, after pretending to be General Fei Hong for so long, aren't you tired? I think it's time for you to take off this mask," she said lightly. The Heavenly Star platform instantly became lively. Even if Emperor Wen Xian was present, he couldn't control the development of the situation. He Rufei felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown out in broad daylight. The sun was so glaring that he couldn't open his eyes. Su Zhiheng also felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His legs were trembling and his eyes were full of fear. There was only one thought in his mind. Run, run. But just as he was about to move, he realized that his legs were weak and he didn't have the strength to move. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He Rufei forced himself to maintain his composure and said hatefully, "Is Marquis Wuan crazy? Pretending to be General Fei Hong? What mask? His Majesty personally conferred me the title of General Fei Hong. How can it be fake? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. I thought that Marquis Wuan was a heroine with a broad mind. I didn't expect her to be so narrow-minded. If I had known, I wouldn't have competed with you. What's the point of saying these things now?" He Yan looked down at him. "You've been pretending to be General Fei Hong for so long, but you haven't learned anything from her. General Fei Hong dares to take responsibility for her actions. What about you? You've already done it. Why don't you dare to admit it now?" Marquis Wuan, Emperor Wenchuan looked at He Yan with an unfathomable gaze. "What do you mean by that?" "Your Majesty," He Yan saluted Emperor Wenchuan. "General Fei Hong won't betray De Wei or your Majesty. But young master he will. This young master he isn't the real General Fei Hong. You're talking nonsense." He Rufei couldn't help but say, "I'm not General Fei Hong." "Who is General Fei Hong?" He Yan's lips curled up. His tone was so gentle that it was almost strange. "Young Master He, have you really forgotten about your cousin who accidentally drowned?" As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. Su Zhiheng almost fainted. Su Jingfu's face was pale. Emperor Wenchuan clutched his chest and coughed several times. The eunuch beside him hurriedly handed him a handkerchief to massage his chest. Emperor Wenchuan finally said, "He Yan, do you know what you're saying? What Wu Tua envoy? What sword dance?" None of that mattered now. Emperor Wenchuan stared intently at He Rufei on the ground. He Yan's words just now, with just a little bit of thought, he could understand what she was talking about. However, no one was discussing it at this moment. It was simply too shocking. Wei Xuanzhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yan He's brows were tightly knitted. Lin Shuanghe stared blankly at He Rufei, unable to accept what he had just heard. "Your Majesty." Xiao Ju, who had been quiet all this time, finally stepped forward. He glanced at He Rufei before saying, "Young master he isn't General Fei Hong. Or rather, the General Fei Hong who led the Fuyue army to quell the Western Chang rebellion and the General Fei Hong who returned to the capital to receive his reward are not the same person. This young master he doesn't know how to fight. He only knows how to receive rewards." Everyone on the Heavenly Star platform fell silent. Emperor Wenchuan's voice contained restrained anger. "Do you have proof?" Xiaoju smiled. "Yes." On the high seat, the emperor looked at the letter in the hands of the palace servant and did not speak for a long time. He Rufei's heart seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand, gripping it so tightly that his heart ached. At this point, he was certain that the thief who broke into the He family that night and stole the letter in the exquisite box was Xiao Ju. But, how did Xiao Ju know how to open the exquisite box? She could enter and leave the He family as if no one was there. If there was no spy who tipped her off, could it be? He looked at He Yan and vaguely remembered that when he was sparring with this woman, she called him Big Brother. It contained a myriad of emotions, like a malicious spirit that came to collect debts. Could it be that she really, the real General Fei Hong was once a classmate of this official at the Xianchang Pavilion? Xiao Ju said, "After the Battle of Huayuan, this official found that there was something suspicious about General Fei Hong's identity. After returning to the capital, this official went to the Xianxia pavilion. Someone set fire to the Xianxia pavilion's library and attempted to burn General Fei Hong's old handwritten notes. Xiao Ju said in a low voice, "Fortunately, the arson was unsuccessful." This official compared the handwritten notes of the Xianxia pavilion with the military books that General Fei Hong once read. The handwriting is the same. But young master, his handwriting is not similar. Just based on this point, how can you prove General Fei Hong's identity? Su Jingfu slowly opened his mouth and stared at Xiao Ju with an unfathomable gaze. A person's handwriting will not always be the same. With the passage of time, it is not impossible for it to change. He never thought that Xiao Ju would beat around the bush to talk about this matter. This matter sounded so ridiculous that it made people laugh. He Rufei's cousin was the real General Fei Hong, and he Rufei was just a fake who took over the family's home. How was this possible? No one even knew the name of he Rufei's cousin, let alone a woman. How could she have such great ability? He thought that Xiao Huijin was joking, but when he saw he Rufei's expression, he was shocked. In an instant, many things that he didn't understand in the past suddenly became clear. He Rufei was quite famous among the generals, and did not rely on the support of a civil official like him. Even if he wanted to take part in the competition for the throne, he would not be in a hurry. Why was he in such a hurry to cooperate with him? Instead, it seemed like he wanted to use him to hide something. Although Su Jingfu had his suspicions, he ordered people to investigate and found nothing, so he temporarily dispelled his suspicions. Now it seemed that Xiao Ju was telling the truth. Although he didn't know how Xiao Ju knew about these secrets, if something really happened to He Rufei, it would be bad for him. Thinking of this, no matter how unwilling he was, Su Jingfu could only speak up for He Rufei at this juncture. This is only one of the pieces of evidence. Xiao Ju calmly said, "Bring a witness." Someone was brought to the square by the imperial guards. It was a woman. She was very timid, and when she saw so many people in the square, she was so scared that she fell to the ground. "Madame Jiang," Xiao Ju said, in front of the emperor, "tell him everything you know without missing a single word." Su Jiheng's face was as white as paper, and he was on the verge of collapsing. He had been looking for Mother Jiang's whereabouts all this time. Before, he had already heard the news, but the people he sent out were all empty-handed. Later, because of Fu Wang, he thought that He Rufei had found Mother Jiang. He Rufei wanted to use Mother Jiang to threaten him, but he never thought that Mother Jiang had been found by Xiao Ju. When Mother Jiang saw the emperor, she was so scared that she cowed out again and again, tears almost falling out, Your Majesty, this humble woman really doesn't know anything. This humble woman is serving Su family's Inyang." That day, Inyang said that she wanted to kill young mistress. It was eldest master's idea. This humble woman only dared to watch from afar. They pressed young mistress into the water and suffocated her to death. This humble woman heard Inyang call young mistress General He. Young mistress' eyes were also blinded by them. This humble woman didn't do anything. This humble woman really doesn't know anything. Heavens! What does this woman mean? The drowned young mistress Su was the real General Fei Hong, and they killed her to silence her? So, eldest master Su also knows about this? But isn't eldest master Su deeply in love with his deceased wife? What kind of deeply in love is this? It's simply hair-raising. Lin Shuanghe muttered, "Brother He, is young Mistress Su?" Yan He also couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. Wei Xianzhong was pushed by his colleague beside him. "Teacher Wei, so the General He in your school back then was actually a woman? Didn't you notice?" Wei Xianzhong didn't speak, his mind filled with disbelief. He Rufei back then, he didn't like He Rufei very much. If it wasn't for Shibao's pleading, he wouldn't have allowed him to enter the school in the first place. That youth was diligent and eager to learn, but unfortunately, he didn't have any talent in academics. In terms of martial arts, he wasn't outstanding either. The Xianchang school nurtured the future talents of Dewei. For such an ordinary person, it was fine to go to an ordinary school. However, He Rufei later led the Fuyue army to fight the Western Chang people, which made him look at him in a new light. Those who could protect their country were all good men. Now that he thought about it, He Rufei had already shown a different side of him when he was in the Xianchang school. For example, he wore a mask all day long and was always alone. The teachers had always thought that he felt inferior because of his ugly appearance, but now they all understood. It turned out that the clumsy and hardworking youth was a girl. He was afraid of being discovered, so he had always been alone. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Wei Xianzhang had always thought that women should stay at home to help their husbands and children and shouldn't show their faces in public. The women had long hair and short knowledge, but now, they couldn't say anything harsh. They only felt that the deceased General Fei Hong was respectable and pitiful. Fifth Prince Guangshui quietly pulled the Guangxua beside him. Fourth brother, why don't I understand what they're saying? What happened to General Fei Hong? Guangshui suppressed the surprise in his heart and said, nothing. He looked at He Rufei kneeling in front of the emperor and sighed in his heart. He remembered He Rufei. He Rufei had become famous in the Fuyue army. Later, it was discovered that he was the eldest son of the He family and everyone in the court praised him. For a young master of a good family to go to war, it was something that required courage. Moreover, General Fei Hong's heroic appearance was legendary among his subordinates. He also admired him. But now, Xiaoju had revealed the truth of this matter. The brave general who disregarded his own life and charged on the battlefield was actually a weak girl under the armor. After winning the war, the merits weren't hers, the praise wasn't hers, and even her identity wasn't hers. In the end, she died under the conspiracy of her own family. Hearing this, people felt that the heavens were cruel. The emperor's gaze was heavy as he looked at the civil officials. Su Zhiheng, you also knew about this matter? No, this official was wrongly accused. Su Zhiheng's legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. It was this B*TCH who slandered me. I didn't. I'm her master. Her master, He Wanru, was jealous of Foreign and secretly harmed Foreign, causing Foreign to drown. When this official found out about this matter, I killed He Wanru to avenge Foreign. However, this official never knew that Foreign was General Fei Hong. This official really didn't know. His tears flowed down his face and he spoke with great sincerity. Anyone who saw him would feel that this person was innocent. He Yan coldly looked at Su Zhiheng's hypocrisy. Suddenly, he felt that this spineless man in front of him was completely different from the green-clothed youth he met at the hunting grounds. The crown prince couldn't help but say, Military Governor Xiao, you can't just convict General He based on a few notes and a few words from a servant, right? This is De Wei's General Fei Hong. Moreover, isn't the truth you're saying a bit too outrageous? How can a woman be so powerful? Guang Yan didn't have any dealings with He Rufei, but he knew that He Rufei seemed to have some relationship with Prime Minister Su. At this moment, he spoke up for He Rufei, not for He Rufei or Prime Minister Su, but to shut Xiaoju's mouth. After all, Xiaoju was his enemy and not his friend. Of course, it's impossible to convict eldest young master He based on this alone. Moreover, his eyes were filled with mockery, eldest young master He's crimes aren't limited to this. Guang Yan was stunned. Su Jingfu knew that this was bad. He heard Xiaoju say, He Rufei colluded with the enemy and committed treason. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he secretly colluded with the Yuto during the Battle of Huayuan. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of De Wei's soldiers in exchange for the Yuto's mercy. Ma Ningbu had been watching the show from the sidelines. He never thought that this fire would suddenly burn in front of him. He was so shocked that his expression changed slightly. No one spoke. The cold wind in the square whistled through the fluttering flags. It was as if the wronged souls of those who died on the battlefield had finally arrived at the table to plead their grievances. He Rufei, Xiaoju sneered, you're such a coward. Military Governor Xiao, some things can't be said without clarifying the situation, Su Jingfu said. Xiaoju was unmoved. He only ordered his subordinates to present the evidence to the emperor. Eldest young master He's residence was robbed. It said that antiques and cultural relics were stolen. It's just a small amount of money, but the He family panicked and searched the entire city for the thief. Xiaoju said faintly, why? Because eldest young master He himself knows that once the stolen items are made public, his reputation will be ruined. He Rufei gritted his teeth and said, 3 letters, the young man had already turned to the emperor, 2 of them are from the Yuto. The last one, he glanced at Su Jingfu and smiled, is from Prime Minister Su. Emperor Wenchuan suddenly looked up. If the previous incident with He Rufei only gave him shock and disbelief, then Xiao Ju's last sentence made him feel a great sense of anger and betrayal. Su Jingfu, and Yuto, he was a mediocre emperor. He liked to be a hands-off boss, but that didn't mean that he liked to be played by others. This trampled on the dignity of the emperor's family. How could he tolerate this? Su Jingfu was stunned. He subconsciously knelt down and said, Your Majesty, I'm not disloyal. I don't know where military governor Xiao got these forged letters from to slander me like this. My loyalty to your Majesty can be seen by heaven and earth. He didn't know where Xiao Ju got the letters from, nor did he know when He Rufei hid them. He didn't think too much about He Rufei. A rude and unreasonable general wasn't worth the effort. But it was his carelessness that pushed him into the fire pit. He Rufei actually kept a card up his sleeve. He didn't know where he got this letter from, but he didn't destroy it. And it was found out by Xiao Ju. Emperor Wenchuan looked at the letter in his hand. The more he read, the darker his face became. In the end, there was no expression on his face. He already knew in his heart whether the letter was real or not. For so many years, Su Jingfu had been by his side, but he had always turned a blind eye. It was all because of Su Jingfu's assistance when he first ascended the throne. He thought that he was a humane emperor, different from the previous emperors. But now, it seemed that the relationship between the emperor and his subjects was not worth mentioning in the eyes of some people. He gave Su Jingfu power and status, but he was still not satisfied. When he heard the words, betray the country, the way he looked at Su Jingfu was no longer friendly. Military Governor Xiao, among the generals, he suddenly asked loudly, He Rufei really abandoned the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers in the Battle of Huayuan for his own selfish desires? Xiao Ju didn't say anything. He just looked at him calmly. He's eyes instantly turned red. Generals were different from scholars. They were on the battlefield and carried swords and spears. They were brothers and comrades who went through fire and water on the battlefield. Their emotions were different from others. When military generals fought, they wished they could protect as many people as possible. What they hated the most was meaningless sacrifice. Yet, there was actually such a bastard who would betray his own people and watch them die. All he wanted was his own cheap life. He took a deep breath and stood out. He knelt down in front of Emperor Wenchuan. Your Majesty, please punish He Rufei severely. Take revenge for the innocent soldiers who died in the Battle of Huayuan. The generals were shocked at first, then they fell silent. Finally, they put down their swords and spears and knelt down as well. Your Majesty, please punish He Rufei severely and take revenge for the innocent soldiers who died in the Battle of Huayuan. Their shouts shook the heavens. Ma Ningbu knew something was wrong. He looked at Emperor Wenchuan again and was also shocked. Xiao Ju said coldly, the Yuto secretly colluded with the officials in the imperial court, causing the people in Huayuan to be plunged into misery and suffering. The soldiers died in vain. Now, they are pretending to ask for peace, but in reality, they are harboring evil intentions. Your Majesty, Xiao Ju bowed and saluted, the Yuto's ambitions are clear as day. Your Majesty, please retract your order for peace. As for opening a market in Dawei, that is even more impossible. The most important thing now is to eliminate the officials in the Qing dynasty who are in cahoots with the Yuto. Su Jingfu reprimanded, Xiao Huaijin, you are slandering me. The innocent will be innocent. Prime Minister Su, there is no need to be agitated. Xiao Ju didn't give him a look and looked directly at Emperor Wenchuan. Your Majesty, please retract your order. Emperor Wenchuan suddenly felt exhausted. After being the emperor for so many years, there were not many relaxing days. Most of the time, he was exhausted. However, there had never been a time like today, when he felt that he was really old. He was so old that even sitting on this throne felt too high and too cold. Imperial father, the fourth Prince Guangxua, who had been silent all this time, finally stood up and said to Emperor Wenchuan, regardless of whether military governor Zhao's words are true or false, at this time, we must renegotiate our relationship with the Yuto kingdom. As for eldest young master He and official Su, before the truth is revealed, we can't let them go. The General Feihong incident is no small matter. If what military governor Xiao said is true, everyone involved in this incident will not be able to escape responsibility. These words included Su Jingfu. Su Jingfu felt a sweetness in his throat. He felt a lump of air in his chest that made him want to vomit blood. The fourth Prince Guangxua had always been well-behaved. Although he supported the Crown Princes Guangyan and was wary of Guangxua, in Su Jingfu's heart, Guangxua definitely didn't have the guts to fight for the throne. If he did, he wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Guangxua's temperament was similar to Emperor Wenxuan's, with a bit of the useless benevolence of Guangyan. Therefore, he was destined to be inferior to Guangyan. At this moment, Guangxua's words would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. As expected, Emperor Wenxuan glanced at Guangxua. At this juncture, he didn't hate Guangxua for meddling in political affairs. Instead, he felt that Guangxua's words seemed to provide a solution to the current situation, waking him up from the malice of being betrayed. Su Jingfu looked at Emperor Wenxuan's expression and knew that things weren't good. If Emperor Wenxuan spoke at this moment and accepted Guangxua's words, then He Rufei wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. He Rufei wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. That letter would become the evidence that would nail him to death. He couldn't be taken away at this time, leaving only one Guangyan outside. That idiot Guangyan wouldn't be able to get him out. And Xiao Huijin wouldn't let go of this opportunity. After today, he would have no chance to make a comeback. Your Majesty. Su Jingfu's tears flowed down his old face. This old subject has been wronged. This old subject believes that military governor Zhao's words aren't true at all. They're all nonsense. It's said that General Fei Hong and General Feng Yun don't get along. Now it seems that it's true. However, this old subject doesn't know how he provoked military governor Xiao to make military governor Xiao do such a thing. Even at this time, he still didn't give up. Military Governor Xiao didn't lie. A woman's voice suddenly rang out. It was sharp and ear-piercing. He Yan was startled. He turned around and saw a woman stumbling over from the crowd. This woman's clothes were dirty, as if she had rolled around somewhere. He didn't know where she came from. Her hair was also disheveled, but her face was beautiful. It was actually Madame He. He Yan was stunned. He wanted to go forward, but he was afraid of being found out, so he could only stand there. Xiaoju was also surprised. He Rufei was shocked. Madame He didn't even look at the crowd. She rushed to the bottom of the Heavenly Star stage and prostrated herself in front of Emperor Wenxian. She loudly said, "This old subject can testify. Your Majesty, this old subject can testify. He Rufei isn't General Fei Hong at all. He's a fake. He Rufei was born with my daughter, but his body was weak. The doctor said that He Rufei wouldn't live past 3 years old. My husband and eldest brother let my daughter, He Yan, dress up as a man and exchange identities with He Rufei." He Yan's hands were slightly trembling. "Madam," he crawled forward 2 steps, "my daughter went to the battlefield when she was 16 years old. She was lucky enough to obtain military merits. When she returned to the capital, He Rufei's body had already recovered. When His Majesty appointed generals, He Yan and He Rufei had already returned to their respective places. This wasn't a big deal." She took a deep breath and pointed at He Rufei, who was not far away, but they were crazy. "In order to prevent their identities from being exposed, they fed my daughter poison. First, they poisoned her eyes, then they drowned her in the pond. Military Governor Xiao didn't lie to you, Your Majesty." "Madam," he shouted, "my daughter, He Yan, is the real General Fei Hong." He Yan was the real General Fei Hong. If the evidence that Xiao Ju had handed over just now was just evidence on paper, it was still suspicious. Now that this woman had personally come out to confirm it, it was a real nail in the coffin. He Yan looked at Madame He in a daze. She had never seen Madame He speak so fiercely. She also never expected that one day, she would hear the words, "I'm her daughter." At this moment, Madame He was like any other ordinary mother, screaming for justice for her own child. But why was she here? Xiao Ju also looked at Madame He with a frown. He had promised to make a deal with Madame He to protect He Xining, but Madame He didn't tell Cui Luo what she wanted to do. Xiao Ju didn't know how Madame He came here, nor did he know what she wanted to do. But when he saw Madame He's pale face, he immediately had a bad premonition. Don't listen to this bitch's nonsense, Your Majesty. He Rufei anxiously said, she's so sick that she can't think clearly. She's just talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Madam, he suddenly coughed violently, and a trace of black blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Yan's heart tightened, and her whole body turned cold. She wanted to go forward, but the woman acted as if she didn't see her. Ignoring the blood on the corner of her mouth, she said loudly, I'm not lying. The He family is afraid that I'll tell the truth, so they've been poisoning me every day. I know that I don't have much time left, so I don't want the truth of my daughter's death to be buried. Your Majesty. Her voice was miserable, like the cry of a dying beast. People speak the truth when they're about to die. I'm telling the truth. If there's any deceit, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. After I die, I'll go to the 18th level of hell and never be reincarnated. The oath was vicious and severe, but what was even more shocking was her mournful expression. More and more blood gushed out from the corners of Madame He's mouth, and it was almost out of control. Lin Shuanghe wanted to rush out to check but was stopped by Lin Mu, who gently shook his head at him. It's hopeless. Madame He shouted, Your Majesty, please make a decision for this official's daughter. Your Majesty, please make a decision for General Fei Hong. After saying this, she seemed to finally be unable to support herself and her entire body went limp. Xiao Ju, who was standing not far from him, instinctively reached out to support him. Madame He looked at Xiao Ju. The young man in front of her was the dream man of De Wei's countless daughters, General Feng Yun. She once saw the scene of this man walking side by side with his fiancée at Yuhua Temple. The legendary cold and arrogant second young master Xiao was actually incredibly gentle when he faced the Yin Yan's girl. He was different from Su Zhiheng, He Rufei, and all the other men who used to deceive their wives. If He Yan was handed over to him, she should be relieved. Her daughter. He Yan. Madame He's eyes were moist. She knew that He Yan was standing in the distance and looking at her. That was her daughter. Even though He Yan was a completely different person, even though He Yan's blood was no longer flowing in his body, even though she and her daughter rarely interacted with each other in their previous lives and were like strangers, when He Yan stood in front of her and nodded with a smile, politely calling her Madame He, she could recognize her at a glance. He Yan was fond of sweets. When he ate, he would always hold his chopsticks in the upper half of his mouth. When he encountered something he didn't like, he would pile it up to the edge of his bowl. But in the end, he would still eat it obediently. She saw the girl eating at Yuhua Temple and instantly understood something. There was some kind of connection between a mother and a daughter. Military Governor Xiao. She took a deep breath and looked at the young man in front of her with hope in her eyes. She is He Yan. Xiao Ju whispered. In an instant, Madame He's heart was filled with great satisfaction. She said, Good. Good, perhaps the heavens saw that her daughter was too pitiful. She grew up all alone, deceived, poisoned, and killed. She was no longer around, yet she was still being used to complete the He family's and Su family's good reputation of having a deep relationship. How much she hated, how powerless she was. Many nights, she looked at the white silk hanging on the beam of the house. She was only one step away from being free and going to hell to atone for her sins. But every time at the last moment, when she thought of He Xining, she had the thought of retreating. What could she do? She could only live like a walking corpse. She didn't know if it was because even the heavens pitied her that she was able to see He Yan again in her lifetime. When she saw He Yan for the first time, when she understood that He Yan wanted revenge and wanted to overthrow He Rufei, Madame He decided that even if she had to sacrifice her life, she would help He Yan achieve his goal. She knew her own body best. Since He Yan died, she was only left with one last breath. She knew that Cui Luo was sent by Xiao Ju. She also knew that Xiao Ju might know a lot of the truth. She was willing to use her own life to be the last nail. She took the poison and secretly climbed out of the dog hole that He Yan dug when he was young. He Yan probably wouldn't know for the rest of his life that when she climbed out of the dog hole every morning, Madame He saw it all. He Yan thought that Madame He didn't care about her, but in fact, she had been watching her daughter in the dark for so many years. She saw her wearing a mask and playing by herself in the courtyard. She saw her being depressed after being scolded by Madame He. She saw her looking at her with a gaze that changed from admiration to calmness. She saw her putting away all her original self and pretending to be someone else. There were countless times when Madame He tossed and turned in bed at night. If she hadn't watched silently at that time, but had been nicer to He Yan, and let He Yan feel a moment of warmth, perhaps He Yan would have at least a moment of nostalgia and warmth when he reminisced about his life. Instead of dying in the cold pool and being the victim of a conspiracy for the rest of his life. Don't tell her. I know who she is. She struggled to open her mouth and blood gushed out from the corner of her mouth. Why? Xiaoju stared at the woman in front of her and felt that she had returned to the day when Madame Xiao left. The heart-wrenching pain was something that those who suffered would never want to experience again. He had tasted the pain before. He didn't expect that He Yan would have to walk the same path as him today. How cruel. Just let her hate me. Madame He's eyes were filled with laughter and tears. I didn't do anything, just let her hate me. In front of Cui Luo, she never mentioned He Yan. Instead, she frequently mentioned He Xining. Even when she made a deal with Xiaoju, she only cared about He Xining's life. She knew that Xiaoju would be able to see and hear all of this. She knew that Xiaoju was someone who valued friendship and loyalty. Perhaps, he was the only person in the world who treated He Yan with sincerity. The more biased she was, the more Xiaoju would feel sorry for He Yan. The brave and invincible general on the battlefield didn't understand the delicate tricks of a woman in the backyard. She wanted to use this trick to scheme against Xiaoju, to scheme against him so that he would do his best to treat He Yan well. This was the last thing she could do for He Yan. Xiaoju stared at the woman in front of him. After pausing for a moment, he finally couldn't help but say, "She has never hated you." Madam He was stunned. In an instant, the world fell silent. Only the words of the man in front of her filled her ears. She didn't have much strength left. Even turning her head was difficult. She could only move her eyes slightly to look at the person she wanted to see but didn't dare to. She wanted to see the person she was most sorry to in her life. However, her eyes were blurred. She couldn't see the person clearly. She could only see a blurry figure standing in the square. He was tall and handsome. He was as beautiful as a painting. She suddenly remembered the day when she was diagnosed with pregnancy. At that time, He Yuanliang was very happy and asked the doctor to take a look. The doctor looked at her belly and said mysteriously, "A general is the best. If the days are the same, his life will be prosperous. He has a noble position and is suitable for the world to reward him. Madame's belly is a rare general. If it's a boy, he will definitely rise to the top. If it's a girl, the family won't be peaceful." He Yuanliang asked people to make a lot of clothes for boys. However, Madame He inexplicably felt that the child in her belly must be a little girl. Although He Yan was a girl, he had been a man for so many years. In Yuhua Temple, the mother and daughter met again. However, they were like strangers. Madame He endured the huge waves in her heart and asked the woman in front of her, "Miss He, why do you call He Yan?" The girl smiled carelessly and replied casually, "Who knows? Ordinary girls don't have the word yen. The river is clear and the sea is filled with yen. Perhaps my parents knew when I was born that I would have to go to the battlefield to protect the safety of the people." Madame He's tears finally fell. She murmured, "Yen yen by the lotus, but can't be carried." She had never thought of letting He Yan go to the battlefield and make a name for herself. As a mother, her initial wish was for He Yan to be a beautiful and carefree little girl. However, this initial wish had unknowingly deviated from the absurd. The tears on her face had not dried yet, but her clenched fists had already loosened. The woman's last breath dissipated, and her life ended like this. Xiaoju was shocked and subconsciously looked back to find the figure. Beside He Rufei, He Yan stood there in a daze. Her eyes fell on Madame He who was in his arms. She didn't know what Madame He and Xiaoju said. Their voices were too soft and the wind was too strong. She could only see that Madame He seemed to look at her. What was she looking at? He Yan of Marquis Wuan, or He Yan of Second Miss He, Qing Lang was back in her hands, but He Yan didn't have a trace of joy in her heart. She just stared at the woman in Xiaoju's arms. She couldn't wait to rush over, but she couldn't. She couldn't move in front of everyone's eyes. She would be suspected. She was now Marquis Wu in Heian. She had nothing to do with the He family. If she stepped forward now, she didn't know what kind of consequences it would bring. Xiao Ju turned her head and gently put the woman's body back on the ground. She looked at Emperor Wen Xian and said, "Your Majesty, Madam, he used her life to prove that He Rufei deceived the Emperor. He Rufei falsely claimed the merit, and the He family deceived the Emperor. Such a rebellious person should be executed. I hope that Your Majesty will punish the sinners severely and not tolerate them." "Your Majesty," He Rufei said in panic, "this official is innocent." "Your Majesty," Su Zhiheng also complained loudly, "this official was forced. He Rufei did these things. This official has nothing to do with this official. This official is also a victim." "I don't know anything." Emperor Wen Xian frowned. He had a terrible headache. He said in a deep voice, "Someone come, take He Rufei and Su Zhiheng away. Confiscate the He and Su families." He wanted to settle the score. The fourth Prince Guangshua's heart moved. He stepped forward and said, "Imperial Father, that Prime Minister Su, he didn't forget about Prime Minister Su. Su Zhiheng and He Rufei weren't as important as Su Jingfu." It wasn't easy for Xiao Ju to create such an opportunity. If he couldn't use this opportunity to shake Prime Minister Su's position, it would be too difficult for him to have such an opportunity in the future. Su Jingfu's face was extremely ugly. At this time, He Rufei couldn't be saved. If Madame He didn't come out, he could slowly make plans later. However, not only did Madame He appear, she also testified with her life. He knew Emperor Wen Xian too well. Emperor Wen Xian's pity for Madame He would catalyze his anger towards the He and Su families. Even he would suffer a calamity. "Your Majesty, this old official is loyal to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please investigate." Su Jingfu looked at Emperor Wen Xian with a magnanimous gaze. If it was in the past, Emperor Wen Xian would feel that he was being overbearing. Now, as long as he thought of the 3 letters presented by Xiao Huijin and looked at Su Jingfu's attitude, he felt disgusted. He said expressionlessly, "Lock him in the prison and wait for trial." "Yes." The fourth prince was overjoyed. The crown prince looked a little flustered. Of course, he didn't want this to happen. However, looking at the current situation, it was clear that Xiao Huijin came prepared today. Even Su Jingfu himself didn't expect this. No one knew how much evidence Xiao Ju had in his hands. One after another, he was afraid that they had been preparing for this day for a long time. Since this was the case, it was better to wait and see. When Xiao Huijin used up all his trump cards, he would think of a way to deal with the aftermath. The Guangyan didn't say anything. He Rufei and Su Zhiheng were both taken away. Su Jingfu couldn't let himself be in such a sorry state like the two of them. He adjusted his collar and said lightly, "This old official will lead by himself." When he passed by Chu Zhao not far away, Su Jingfu glanced at Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao lowered his eyes and stood in the crowd of civil officials. Su Jingfu felt a little relieved. He couldn't count on that idiot Guangyan to make a move outside. Fortunately, there was still Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao was meticulous and had followed him for so many years. With him outside, the situation wouldn't be too bad. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Huijin would use He Rufei to deal with him. In this round, he had underestimated Xiao Ju. As for the envoys from Wu Tua, Xiao Ju glanced at them and said, "Today's incident on the Heavenly Star platform happened suddenly. For the next few days, the envoys can stay in Shuajing City. Once this matter is settled, we can make plans for the future." He turned to Emperor Wenshuan and asked, "What does Your Majesty think?" Emperor Wenshuan's mind was in a mess and he was exhausted. He waved his hand and said, "We'll do as you say." Ma Ningbu's expression changed. He realized that even they couldn't leave now. Xiao Huijin was really something. Everyone knew that his opponent was Su Jingfu, but he just had to target He Rufei. After today, not only would the He and Su families be in trouble, but even Su Jingfu would be in trouble in the future. Sometimes, in a game of chess, it was a contest of 1 or 2 chess pieces. Su Jingfu was fine, but He Rufei's agreement to fight with Hua Yuan had been leaked. Not to mention opening a market, even the peace negotiations would be difficult. As a result, the advantage that Wutua Kingdom had fought so hard for would be gone. It would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't fall short of success in the future. However, people had to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. This wasn't a good time for a direct confrontation, so Ma Ningbu smiled and said, "Of course. Your Majesty." Xiao Ju stepped forward and lowered his voice. "Although Madam He is also a member of the He family, she took the initiative to expose the He family's scam today and didn't hesitate to risk her life. Seeing that the real General Fei Hong once fought for the Dewei and bathed in blood on the battlefield, I ask your Majesty to allow this humble subject to bury Madam He's corpse." Military Governor Xiao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The Crown Prince frowned and said, no matter what, she knew about it and committed the crime of deceiving the Emperor. How can you plead for mercy for a criminal? She is General Fei Hong's birth mother. Xiao Ju looked at him with a sharp gaze. Forgive and forget, Your Highness. The Crown Prince coughed lightly and didn't say anything. Emperor Wen Xian had already stood up with the help of his eunuchs. When he heard this, he glanced at the dead woman on the ground and felt a trace of sympathy in his heart. A mother who didn't hesitate to give up her own life for the sake of her dead daughter was truly pitiful. Moreover, she was already dead. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered to care about this anymore. He said, permitted. Xiao Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Today's banquet on the Heavenly Star platform wasn't the least bit joyful. Those who died died and those who were captured were captured. It also allowed people to clearly see a great injustice from many years ago. Who would have thought that the General Fei Hong who wore a mask on the battlefield was actually a different person from the widely loved General Fei Hong who later became an official of the same court? And that legendary woman died so miserably. It was especially ironic when she put it together with her own experience. The ground was scattered with blood and weapons. After the Emperor and the nobles left, the Heavenly Star platform was a mess. The wind seemed to be whimpering, making people's eyes sore. Xiao Ju turned around and saw He Yan slowly, step by step, walking towards Madame He's body. She walked extremely slowly, as if every step took a lot of energy. Her face was pale, like a lost traveler who couldn't find her home and was about to get lost in the desert. Xiao Ju called her softly, He Yan. He Yan didn't feel anything. She stared at the woman on the ground. She walked in front of Madame He's body and wanted to touch her hand with her trembling hand. Just as she reached out, she retracted her hand. The woman's eyes were already closed, but the corners of her mouth were slightly curved, as if she was smiling, but there was some bitterness in it. This was the first time she saw her mother so closely. In the past years, she could only look at her from afar and couldn't look at her for too long. Otherwise, if Madame He found out, she would be reprimanded again. She wanted to call her mother, but she knew that even if she did, she wouldn't get a response. Her heart suddenly hurt. It was so fierce that it almost suffocated her. He Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ju said, He Yan. She softly fell to the ground. On the other side, Lin Shuanghe noticed the movement here and hurriedly ran over. When he saw the blood on He Yan's lips, he was shocked. Sister He, what happened? Did you get an internal injury when you fought with He Rufei? What should we do? What should we do? Xiao Ju carried He Yan from the ground and said to him, come with me. Then she ordered her subordinates, take care of Madame He's body. Wait for me to come back. Lin Shuanghe was worried about He Yan's injury, so he didn't say anything and followed Xiao Ju into the carriage. Their movements fell into the eyes of the others. Chu Zhao was slightly startled. His gaze followed Xiao Ju's back. He seemed to want to follow, but a voice sounded in his ear, now that Prime Minister Su is in trouble, fourth young master, we have to find a way to save him. In a flash, Chu Zhao's emotions disappeared. When he looked at the person in front of him again, there was a trace of worry in his voice, that's how it should be. His colleague next to him poked Yan He's arm and asked, Yan He, why are you standing there in a daze? After a long time, Yan He came back to his senses and shook his head, nothing. He looked around and didn't see Xiao Ju. He asked, where's Xiao Huijin? Where is Xiao Huijin? Just now, Marquis Wuan vomited blood. Maybe he got injured when he fought with He Rufei, that person replied honestly. Military Governor Xiao took Marquis Wuan and left. Young Master Lin also left. He probably went to treat his injury. But I was wondering why General Fei Hong was so weak that he couldn't even defeat a young girl. It turns out that he wasn't the real General Fei Hong. Huh. What's wrong with being a girl? Yan he looked at the sky and said in a low voice, General Fei Hong himself was originally a girl. His colleague was at a loss for words. After a long time, he said, that's true. It would be great if such a wonderful girl was still alive. Unfortunately, beautiful women have short lives. In the past, I didn't even see what Su Zhiheng's wife looked like. If I had seen her, I wouldn't be able to talk about her. The one I saw was General Fei Hong. That's right, Nan Guang. He thought of something and asked Yan He, when you were studying at the Xianxia Pavilion, weren't you classmates with General Fei Hong? At that time, she should have been the real General Fei Hong. What kind of person was she? She was a girl. Although she wore a mask, didn't you guys notice anything wrong? No, Yan He said. What? He thought of the youth who got up in the middle of the night and secretly practiced swordsmanship in the bamboo forest in the backyard. Rain or shine couldn't stop him. He practiced strenuously but stubbornly. At first, he thought that it was useless. Now that he thought about it, he was the one who was short-sighted. None of the youths discovered young Master He's identity. It wasn't because they were careless. It was because she had abandoned her female self. She did it better than a man, Yan He replied. When Xiaoju carried He Yan back to the He residence, He Yinxing and He Sui were not there. Only Qing Mei was there. Seeing the pale face of He Yan in Xiaoju's arms, Qing Mei jumped in fright. Oh my god, what happened to Miss? It's nothing. Lin Shuanghe was afraid that she would be anxious and said, today, I had a duel with someone at the Heavenly Star stage, so I'm a little tired. You are, I'm a doctor, Lin Shuanghe smiled. I'm here to treat your Mississippi. Xiaoju carried He Yan into the room and placed him on the bed. Lin Shuanghe did not dare to delay and first checked He Yan's pulse. After a while, Lin Shuanghe said, Sister, he is suffering from depression. In a moment of desperation, she vomited blood. I'll write 2 prescriptions. You can ask your servants to prepare the medicine for her to drink. But what? Lin Shuanghe sighed, this is a psychological problem. Medicine can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Why is Sister He so distressed? I don't think she's a calculative person. Why would she vomit blood? Xiaoju did not say anything. You guys really scared me today. Lin Shuanghe looked at the 2 swords that Xiaoju had placed on the table. Why did you attack just like that? He Rufei's matter, I haven't figured it out yet. When I figure it out, I'll ask you again. As for Prime Minister Su, are you confident? After waiting for so many years, Xiaoju had not made a move. This time, since she made a move against Prime Minister Su, she was prepared to do it for real. A centipede dies but never falls down. If she did not seize this opportunity to completely defeat Prime Minister Su, she would not have another chance like this. Don't worry, Xiaoju's eyes were cold, I sent him in and did not want him to come out. What do we do now? Lin Shuanghe asked, the palace must be in chaos right now. The relationship between His Majesty and Prime Minister Su isn't something the 2 of us can match. Do you want to go to the palace now? What if Su Dang seizes the opportunity and the emperor's heart softens? Wait a little longer, Xiaoju said. Wait for what? Xiaoju's gaze fell on He Yan, who was lying on the couch. She walked to the couch and sat down. Let's wait for He Yan to wake up. At this moment, the He family in the capital was completely blocked off by the soldiers who had come to their door. He Yuanqing's face was ashen as he pretended to be calm and said, how dare you? My son is the General Fei Hong who was appointed by His Majesty. How dare you behave so atrociously here? What General Fei Hong? The leader sneered and said, you're just a swindler who gained fame by deceiving the world. How dare you boast shamelessly here? If you want to be a general, do it in prison. Do it. Madam, he struggled desperately and shouted, what are you doing? Stop, let me go. However, He Yuanqing's heart turned cold as a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. But he still had a glimmer of hope. He looked at the soldier and asked, what is the meaning of this? Today on the Heavenly Star platform, your family's eldest son had a sword duel with someone and was exposed. One of the soldiers who was smashing the signboard of the He family kindly reminded him, "There are witnesses and material evidence. His Majesty already knew that your He family had stolen the dragon from the phoenix and deceived the emperor. Master He, you don't have to dream of being the father of a general here." The soldier kicked open the door and saw He Yuanliang. He Yuanliang was hiding under the bed and was trying his best to squeeze in, trying not to be discovered. However, his body was round and smooth, so even if he tried to squeeze in, half of his body was exposed. When he was pulled out, He Yuanliang desperately begged for mercy, "Sir, please spare me. They forced me." He pointed at He Yuanxing, "How could I harm my own daughter? My daughter, He Yan, also went to the battlefield to protect the people. For my daughter's sake, please spare me." The soldiers looked at this person and felt that it was quite interesting. They originally thought that a person who could raise a woman like He Yan who disguised herself as a man and went to the battlefield was not a simple person. First, they saw Madame He die on the Heavenly Star platform to prove herself. She also had some strength of character. Why was her biological father so weak? People looked down on him. It was said that like father, like daughter. This father and daughter were not similar at all. Second, old Master He, you'd better save your words for General He. Moreover, this is not the only crime that your family's eldest son has committed. Not the only crime? Madam He was stunned. What else? Colluding with the enemy and committing treason. There was some disdain in the soldier's eyes. In order to not expose his identity, Master He personally conspired with the Yuto in private. In the Battle of Huayuan, tens of thousands of soldiers became his human shields to protect him. You want to be spared for such a serious crime? Dream on. Take him away. Madam He cried and shouted, "Impossible, impossible. This is absolutely impossible." He Yuanxing was in a daze and did not say another word. Once the crime of colluding with the enemy and committing treason was exposed, 9 generations of the family would be executed. Even if Emperor Wenxian was merciful, he would not let it go. Moreover, He Yan was already dead. After the truth was revealed, even if He Yan died, he would still have a clean reputation. However, the He family, even after death, would have a bad reputation. He Yuanliang's pleas for mercy were particularly loud in the courtyard, but it was useless. The He family's plaque that had been polished until it was shiny was thrown on the ground and stepped on by the soldiers. The common people across the street looked at it from afar and pointed at it. The sound of the wind blurred the discussion into smoke and dust. The He family was defeated. He Xining was sitting in her room embroidering a square handkerchief. Su Zhiheng went to the Heavenly Star platform early in the morning. He did not know why, but since this morning, He Xining's eyelids kept twitching. She had a feeling that something was going to happen. Even though she was sitting there, her heart was still pounding. She was so distracted that she accidentally felt a pain in her fingertip. Looking down, she saw that her fingertip had been pricked by a needle, and there was a bloody hole on it. The blood stained the handkerchief. She stared at it in a daze. The ominous feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Just as she was about to get up, Lua ran in from outside. With tears in her eyes, she shouted in horror, "Young mistress, something happened." "What happened?" He Xining asked. Second madam, what happened to my mother?" He Xining asked anxiously. Second madam is gone. The handkerchief in her hand fell to the ground. He Xining was stunned for a moment. Ignoring her bleeding finger, she grabbed Luer's arm and said in a sobbing voice, "What do you mean my mother is gone? How could my mother be gone? Tell me clearly." This servant heard that Madame also went to the Heavenly Star platform today. Madame was fed poison by First Master. Madame even said in front of the Emperor that Second Miss was the real General Fei Hong. The soldiers have already brought people over. Young mistress, what should we do?" He Xining felt her mind go blank. She knew every word that Luer said. Why was it so hard to understand when they were connected? First uncle. Why did first uncle feed mother poison? My sister. How could she be General Fei Hong? Isn't that my eldest brother? What exactly is going on? No one could answer He Xining's question. Just as Luer finished speaking, there was a commotion outside. Old Madame Su's angry roar resounded throughout the courtyard. He Xining looked at the soldiers who had appeared at the door and surrounded the courtyard. At this moment, she was really out of her wits. Young mistress. Luer grabbed her hand in fear. What should we do? Yes, what should they do? The incident at the Heavenly Star platform spread throughout the entire Shuo capital in less than half a day. It was impossible to hide such a big matter. The original fierce General Feihong on the battlefield was actually a woman. Later on, the person who appeared in front of everyone and took off his mask was actually her brother. The fact that the two of them swapped identities was already unbelievable. In the end, the He family turned around and killed He Yan. That inconceivable point became disdain for He Rufei's shamelessness and sympathy for He Yan. If the common people were more concerned about the legend of General Feihong, then the real chaos in the imperial court was because of Su Jingfu's imprisonment. Su Jingfu covered the sky with one hand in the imperial court. After so many years, many officials in the imperial court were his disciples. Once Su Jingfu fell, many people would fall with him. Therefore, the moment Su Jingfu was imprisoned, Su Jingfu's faction gathered together to think of a way to save Su Jingfu. Why don't I see fourth young Master Chu? An official looked around and didn't see Chu Zhao's shadow. Fourth young Master Chu is Prime Minister Su's most trusted person. I think everyone shouldn't act rashly, lest they all fall into Xiao Huijin's trap. Let's see what fourth young Master Chu has to say first. Since he is Prime Minister Su's son-in-law, fourth young Master Chu will naturally do his best to save Prime Minister Su. Everyone nodded. At this juncture, no one knew if Xiao Huijin had any other tricks up his sleeve. Although they were anxious, no one was willing to be the one to stand up for him. The more important it was at this time, the more selfish the people who formed an alliance because of benefits would be exposed. Chu Zhao had just returned home when Madame Chu saw him. She was startled and asked, "Why are you back?" Chu Zhao smiled, "What's wrong?" "Prime Minister Su has already." Madame Chu paused, "Why didn't you go and settle some matters? Why did you come back?" She also knew about Prime Minister Su's matter. No matter how much Madame Chu hated Chu Zhao, because of Chu Zhao, the entire Count Shijin's residence was already tied to Prime Minister Su. If something really happened to the Su family, how could the Count Shijin's residence gain anything? The world saw Chu Zhao as Su Jingfu's son-in-law, and naturally saw the entire Chu family as Su Jingfu's people. "There's nothing to settle," Chu Zhao said calmly. "Aren't you worried, madam?" Chu Zhao interrupted her. "Nothing will happen to the Count Shijin's residence." "Madam, you don't have to worry." Madame Chu looked at Chu Zhao, increasingly confused. Disregarding everything else, Su Jingfu was his teacher. In the past few years, Su Jingfu had hinted to her many times, openly and secretly. Was the 4 treasures of the study that he sent to the Chu family for Chu Zhao every few days really just a simple gift? It was just to support Chu Zhao and warn her not to touch Chu Zhao. To Chu Zhao, Su Jingfu had indeed protected him. Unexpectedly, when something happened to Su Jingfu, Chu Zhao didn't have a trace of worry on his face, as if he didn't care about his teacher's life or death. Madame Chu felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Chu Zhao glanced at Madame Chu with a smile, then turned around and continued walking. Madame Chu looked at his back and couldn't help but grit her teeth. No matter what, she hoped that the Count Shijin's residence wouldn't be implicated. When he entered his room, a servant came forward and said, "Fourth young master, there's news from missing Xiang. His Highness the Crown Prince hasn't made a move yet." "Fourth young master means, there's no need to worry," Chu Zhao said. "Xiao Huijin still has evidence from the Battle of Mingshui. When that time comes, Prime Minister Su won't be able to make a comeback." Then the marriage between young master and Miss Su. Before Su Jingfu's death, his marriage with Su Pingting was enough to make countless people in Dawei envious. But now that something had happened to Su Jingfu, this marriage would be avoided like the plague. After all, the emperor's anger would be vented on everyone involved. "As usual," Chu Zhao said. The servant responded cautiously and left the room. Chu Zhao looked out the window. He wasn't surprised that Xiao Ju would make a move at this time. The opening of the market was imminent. If there wasn't enough leverage, Emperor Wenxuan would agree to Yudo's conditions sooner or later. Even if Su Jingfu tried to stop it, it was just to raise the price. But now it was different. The Battle of Huayuan, Su Jingfu's Battle of Mingshui, He Rufei's matter, and Su Zhiheng's matter were all suppressed. The emperor's anger would completely destroy this deal. However, the matter of He Rufei and his cousin swapping identities was beyond his expectations. Chu Zhao also didn't expect that the He family was hiding such a secret. No wonder He Rufei would secretly seek refuge with Su Jingfu. He probably knew that with his ability, he wouldn't be able to embark on the path of military exploits like his cousin. He Yan. He remembered that on the square of the Heavenly Star platform, he wore red clothes and competed with He Rufei. He Yan should have known about Xiaoju's plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated so well. A subtle hint of gloominess floated in his heart. He Yan trusted Xiaoju a lot. So much so that the two of them cooperated so well. Step by step, little by little, they uprooted the He family, the Su family, and the future Su family. There were red wedding cloths everywhere in the room. They were all prepared for his marriage with Su Pingting. Chu Zhao casually picked up the red silk on the table. The red silk was soft and as delicate as a woman's skin. He looked at it for a while, and then his hand loosened. The red silk floated down and fell into the burning stove. In an instant, it turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. He Sui and He Yunxing returned to the Fu. When they saw He Yan lying on the bed, they were shocked. What happened to Yan Yan? He Sui asked. Did something happen? He worked during the day and didn't have the mood to chat with others, so he didn't know about these things. He Yunxing was also in the academy and didn't hear anything. At this moment, he saw that He Yan's eyes were closed and thought that something big had happened. It's fine, it's fine. Lin Xuanhe was brewing medicine in the courtyard. Hearing this, he walked out and said, today on the Heavenly Star platform, He Mimi was sparring with someone and was accidentally injured. Huaijin sent her back and has been watching over her. He Sui asked, you are, oh, Lin Xuanhe wiped his hands. I am Huaijin's friend, Lin Xuanhe. I met He Mimi at the Liangzhou Guards. My father and grandfather are both imperial physicians in the palace and know a bit about medicine. Lin Xuanhe. He Yunxing paused. Is it the white-clothed divine hand that only treats women? Yes, yes. Lin Xuanhe said with a smile. Hearing that he was a physician, He Sui's heart relaxed a bit. He asked Lin Xuanhe, is there really nothing wrong with my daughter? It's really nothing, Lin Xuanhe said with a smile. It's just that she doesn't have enough strength. These days, it's been too cold. I wrote a few prescriptions to nurse her body back to health. These days, I told her not to do any heavy work and just to rest well. He Sui looked at He Yan who was lying on the bed. Seeing that her breathing was even and she didn't seem to have any problems, he nodded. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Lin. As they were talking, Xiaoju came in from outside. He Yunxing was stunned. Why is military governor Xiao still here? Huaijin hasn't left yet. Lin Xuanhe shrugged. He said that he would leave after He Mimi wakes up. Won't that be too much of a delay for you? He Sui asked. Huaijin, you're busy. Yunxing and I can take care of her. It's okay, Xiaoju said. I'll leave after she wakes up. Since he said so, He Sui and He Yunxing couldn't persuade him anymore. Lin Xuanhe said, my medicine is almost done. It's drying now. Huaijin, remember to feed it to He Mimi later. Isn't there Qingmei? He Sui said politely. How can I trouble Dr. Lin to brew the medicine yourself? Not everyone can brew medicine. Lin Xuanhe smiled. My prescription is special. I'm afraid that others won't be able to brew the medicine to its fullest potential. It's better for me to do it myself. Besides, He Mimi and I are friends. There's no need to trouble me. When I was in the Liangzhou Guards, He Mimi took care of me a lot. In that case, thank you very much, Dr. Lin. He Sui was very grateful. Afraid of disturbing He Yan's rest, He Yunxing and He Sui left the room first. As soon as they left the room, Qingmei ran over and whispered urgently, there's a young master outside. He said he's here to look for Military Governor Xiao. Xiaoju asked, who is it? It's me. Before she finished speaking, someone's voice sounded. They turned around and saw Yan He walking in aggressively. Yan Nongguang, what are you doing here? Lin Xuanhe asked curiously. I'm here to look for him. Yan He looked at Xiaoju. I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Yan He looked around. He Sui quickly said, Yunqing and I will go to the kitchen to help make dinner. You guys can talk among yourselves. After that, he left with He Yunqing. Qing Mei also quickly followed. Yan He looked at Lin Xuanhe. What? You're avoiding me too? You want to ask about He Rufei? Xiaoju said calmly. That's right. Yan He raised his eyebrows. I'm here to ask you. Did you already know that He Rufei was a girl? That's why you took care of her when she was in the Xiancheng Hall. You secretly taught her swordsmanship? Wait. Lin Xuanhe was puzzled. We all know that He Rufei is a girl today at the Heavenly Star platform. What do you mean by teaching her swordsmanship? Did I miss something that I don't know about? Xiaoju ignored Lin Xuanhe and said, No. Do you think I'll believe you? Yan He said angrily. Since you already knew that she was a girl, why didn't you tell me? I'm a man. Now that I think about it, how could I bully a girl? If I knew that she was a girl, I wouldn't have caused trouble for her all the time. Ever since Yan He found out that He Rufei was a woman, the more he thought about it after he returned to the Fu, the more upset he felt. He boasted that he was a magnanimous man. In the past, he did not find He Rufei pleasing to the eye only because he felt that this brat did not have much ability to begin with and even received Xiaoju's guidance. But now that he knew the truth, he felt that he was an unreasonable bully who bullied the weak. This Xiaoju was too despicable. It was fine if he wanted to be the hero who saved the damsel in distress, but why did he have to make others seem so despicable and evil? I didn't tell you. Xiaoju frowned. I only found out not too long ago. When was not too long ago? Jinling, Huayu Xian. Yan He was stunned. Huayu Xian. Lin Xuanhe also realized. Huaijin, you mean that Huayu Xian told you when we passed by Jinling on our way back? She only said that the person wearing the mask was a girl. I was suspicious, so I started to investigate. Xiaoju hid part of the truth and said half-truthfully, I didn't expect the ending to be like this. She's called He Yan? Yan He asked. We were classmates for a few years. She always used the name He Rufei. Later on, when Su Zhiheng got married, I didn't remember the name of his wife. If her mother didn't tell us today, no one would know. Lin Xuanhe also asked, Right, I almost forgot. Huaijin, isn't that the same name as Sister He? Oh my god. Lin Xuanhe gasped. Look, Sister He also knows swordsmanship. She's also disguised as a man. She can also go to the battlefield. Could she be the reincarnation of He Yan? What reincarnation? Yan He impatiently interrupted his fantasy. The age doesn't even match. Even if she's not reincarnated, she's still a spirit? Or did she ask for revenge in her dreams? Isn't that what's written in legends? Otherwise, how do you explain this coincidence? Also, why did you investigate the He family for no reason, Huaijin? Isn't it to avenge her? I'm afraid it's not just for revenge, Yan He said. He looked at Xiaoju with a sharp gaze. He Rufei is just a bait. I'm afraid the real person you want to deal with is Prime Minister Su. But I'm curious. Since you want to deal with Prime Minister Su, why don't you show all the evidence in your hands? Aren't you afraid that Prime Minister Su's people will mess up your plan? You can wait and see, Xiaoju answered expressionlessly. Yan He snorted. I'm not interested in your personal grudges, and I don't want to see how you overthrow Prime Minister Su's faction. But you also know that Prime Minister Su is the Crown Prince's person. Now that you've touched Prime Minister Su, the Crown Prince probably hates you. When the Crown Prince ascends the throne in the future, I'm afraid he won't tolerate you. Or, do you plan to? Yan Nongguang. Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Xuanhe interrupted him. Be careful with your words. Yan He stopped talking and looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju's expression didn't change at all because of his words. After a moment of silence, he said, Lin Xuanhe, do you think you can hide everything by burying your head in the ground? Let me tell you, what's going to come will come sooner or later. Xiao Huijin, since you've made this move, from today onwards, there won't be any peaceful days in the capital. Take care of yourselves first, he said. After he left, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Xuanhe was also about to leave. Before he left, he reminded Xiaoju, remember to feed Sister He the medicine. After she drinks it, she should wake up soon. I'll come again tomorrow. Huijin, don't worry too much. After sending Lin Xuanhe away, He Sui and He Yunxing were also worried about He Yan. However, Xiaoju was guarding He Yan's bed, so they could not enter. He Sui pulled He Yunxing away. The medicine in the bowl gradually cooled down. Xiaoju helped He Yan up and carefully fed her a spoonful of medicine. The medicine flowed down the corner of He Yan's mouth. He quickly put down the bowl and wiped the medicine stains on He Yan's lips with a handkerchief. He frowned slightly. He Yan's face was still pale. She had always been magnanimous and always had a smile on her face. Even if she was seriously injured, she would still joke and tell the people around her not to worry. This was the first time he saw her in pain even in her dreams. He reached out and gently stroked He Yan's hair. He turned his head and looked at the bowl of medicine on the table that was about to turn cold. He paused for a moment and finally made up his mind. He picked up the bowl of medicine again and lowered his head to drink it. The girl on the bed had her eyes tightly closed. Her eyelashes gently drooped down, showing a fragility that was not there before. The young man's gaze was fixed on the girl on the bed. His body was a little stiff. After struggling for a moment, he finally slowly bent down and lowered his head to cover her lips. The medicine was not hot anymore. It was just right. After he finished the bowl of medicine, his ears were completely red. He gently sighed in relief. He sat up straight and covered He Yan with the quilt. Xiaoju had never considered whether he was a gentleman or not. In the past, he did things based on his heart. Only when he was with the girl in front of him did he have many worries. He was always afraid that she would feel conflicted. Xiaoju took the empty bowl out of the house. The moment she stepped out of the house, she saw a young man squatting under the eaves of the house across the yard. He was using a tree branch to draw on the snow. He Yunxing. He Yunxing's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaoju coming out. Xiaoju put the empty bowl in the kitchen. When she came back, He Yunxing was already in front of He Yan's room. He looked at Xiaoju as if he wanted to say something. Xiaoju closed the door of He Yan's room to prevent the wind from blowing in. Then, she looked at He Yunxing and asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" He Yunxing swallowed his saliva. He used to idolize Xiaoju. Most likely, all the young men in Shua City were like him. When did he change? It was probably when He Yan took the blame for killing Fancheng on the Chunlai River and led the soldiers away by himself. He Yunxing suddenly realized that it was useless to just idolize others. Only when he was strong could he protect He Yan, He Sui, and the people he wanted to protect. Instead of focusing on people far away, he would rather spend more effort to improve himself. Later, He Yan came back and became Marquis Wuan. He even brought back a fiancé. This fiancé just had to be Xiaoju. He Yunxing actually did not have any enmity towards Xiaoju. The so-called resistance he showed came from He Yan's nervousness. He Yan almost lost his life for Fancheng. Who knew if Xiaoju was another Fancheng? No one could say for sure. But today, he saw that when He Yan fainted, Xiaoju stayed by He Yan's bed. She wiped her hands and dried her medicine. She never left. He thought that Xiaoju must like his sister. Moreover, this love was deeper than he and He Sui imagined. Military Governor Xiao, the young man said nervously but firmly, "Will you always be good to He Yan?" Xiaoju looked at him in surprise. She was silent for a moment before she replied, "Yes. My sister, she is very different from other girls." He Yunxing thought for a moment before he slowly said, "No one can stop her from doing what she wants to do. No one can force her to do what she doesn't want to do. But she is a good person. Don't hurt her." He Yunxing said, "If you hurt her, I..." The young man said in a low voice, "Even if I have to pay the price, I will get an explanation for her." Xiaoju looked at him. After a while, she smiled and said, "Okay." After a pause, she said, but you probably won't have the chance. He Yanqing also smiled and said, this is a conversation between two men. When He Yan wakes up, don't tell her. Xiaoju looked down at the snow piled up on the ground. The snow in the courtyard hadn't been swept clean in time and was only covered with a thin layer. He asked He Yanqing, are you very concerned about He Yan? The young man instinctively wanted to refute, but when the words reached his mouth, he sighed and said, she is my sister. She was his sister. Since they were young, she always bullied him, scolded him, took away his favorite pastries, and always complained to He Sui. But she would always stand in front of him and protect him. In this world, other than He Sui, they were the closest people to each other. How could he not care? That's good. The young man said, you will always care about her in the future. Of course I will always care about her. He Yanqing said. He couldn't help but look at the young man standing next to him. He didn't know why, but his previous worries suddenly dissipated. Xiaoju was different from Fanqing. He Yan had a very long dream. In the dream, she was still young, wearing a mask. At that time, she hadn't gone to the Xianchang school to study. She was still a pitiful person who could only sneak out through the dog hole and stay in the fu. One morning, she was helping the monks carry water in from Donghuang Mountain. When she went back through the dog hole, she accidentally bumped into a servant who had woken up early to pour night incense. She was so scared that she turned around and ran. She accidentally bumped into someone. This person's skirt was very fragrant, like a flower in spring. The fragrance made people yearn for it. Her voice was also soft and carried a hint of a smile. A pair of hands pulled her up from the ground. That madam's eyebrows were somewhat similar to hers. She looked at her with a very gentle gaze. She pulled her slightly to the side, hiding her figure. After the servants left, she gently patted He Yan's hand and softly said, it's okay. Be careful. He Yan was wearing a mask, so the other party couldn't see her face. However, she thought that at that time, her face under the mask must have been dazed and filled with a desire to get close to him. The madam turned around and left. He Yan followed behind. She wanted to call her mother, but she didn't know why she couldn't catch up to her even though she was so close. She watched as the madam walked further and further away until she disappeared from her sight. She fell to the ground in a sorry state. Her heart was filled with grief and grievance. She couldn't help but cry loudly. He Yan? Someone seemed to be calling her name by her ear. He Yan opened her eyes and met Xiaoju's concerned gaze. She felt that her face was cold. She subconsciously reached out and touched it. It was actually covered in tears. In an instant, she understood everything. The events on the Heavenly Star platform replayed in her mind. She closed her eyes and couldn't help but feel the overwhelming pain. My mother, she just said one word as tears rolled down her face. He Yan originally thought that although she and Madame He were mother and daughter in name, there was no mother-daughter relationship. During those years when she longed for her mother's care, Madame He was forever missing. She didn't resent her, but she more or less complained. Even after her rebirth, she didn't know how to face Madame He again. Now, she didn't have the chance. His Majesty allowed me to bury Madame He, Xiaoju said softly, He Yan. He couldn't think of any words to comfort the girl in front of him, you don't have to endure it. If you want to cry, just cry. Cui Luo had come here once and told him the truth. Madame He had been preparing for this day for a long time. He Rufei did not feed her the poison. She hid the poison herself. Madame He was already prepared to die. With her body, she didn't have long to live. She asked Cui Luo for a token to go to the Heavenly Star platform. When the He family wasn't paying attention, she climbed out of the dog hole that He Yan dug and rushed to the Heavenly Star platform. She wanted to use her own life to give He Yan the last piece of evidence. The so-called deal with Xiaoju was the last life-saving talisman she hid for He Xining. It was also the escape route she arranged for He Yan. Xiaoju had never cared about the tricks of a woman's backyard. However, Madame He's method wasn't very clever. She wanted to create the illusion that she was biased towards He Yan, but she couldn't help but care about He Yan. In the end, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice her own life to clear He Yan's name. If a mother didn't love her daughter, she wouldn't do this. But, if this was her last wish, he was willing to cooperate with her and let her get a little bit of satisfaction from her plan. Madam, he didn't have much freedom in her life. She rarely had the chance to decide her own fate. She couldn't decide her own birth, but she could decide her own death. She used her death to pave a future for her two daughters, even if she couldn't see it. He Yan choked and said, Xiaoju, I don't have a mother. I won't have a mother in the future. Although the word mother didn't exist many times in her life, as long as it existed, there might be a glimmer of hope. But madam, he had left. She wouldn't have a chance in the future. The so-called fantasy between mother and daughter could only be a fantasy forever. There was no chance for it to come true. God was so cruel that he didn't even give her this chance. She regretted that she didn't say more to Madame He when they were at Yuhua Temple. Xiaoju lowered his eyes and stared at her, feeling upset. Of course, he knew how sad He Yan was at this moment. He also felt the same way. If it was physical pain, he could bear it for He Yan. But no one could bear the pain of losing a loved one for her. What did she say to you in the end? He Yan asked. At that time only Xiaoju was by Madame He's side. No one heard their conversation. She didn't know what Madame He said before. She died. Was there a sentence for her? She said. Xiaoju paused and said slowly, she was Yan Yan of Hiyu, so she couldn't take you with her, she loved you and hoped that you would live well. He Yan's sob suddenly sounded in the room. After a long time, the room quieted down. He Yan wiped the tears on his face and said in a calm voice, Xiaoju, the emperor confiscated the He and Su families. He Xining is my sister. She has nothing to do with this matter. I will explain this matter to the emperor. Don't worry. Xiaoju was silent for a moment. Then, he reached out and hugged her in his arms. He whispered, He Yan, I will always be with you. In the palace. In Concubine Lan's hall, the fourth prince was staring at the burning candles in a daze. Did you come here just to be in a daze? Concubine Lan's words pulled Guangxua back from his thoughts. Guangxua came back to his senses and said, Mother, I was just thinking about what happened on the Heavenly Star platform today. What happened today shocked the whole of Dawei. That General Feihong was actually a woman. Who would have thought? Guangxua still couldn't believe it when he said this. It turns out that women can also fight and become great generals. Don't look down on women. Concubine Lan smiled and picked up the teacup in front of her. Her voice was light. You men fight on the battlefield and women fight in the backyard. No one is sadder than the other. Of all the women in the world, what men could do, women could do as well. It's just that there are too few people who are willing to take the lead. Guangxua, you have to remember that if you look down on women, you will suffer greatly in the future. Guangxua respectfully said, this son will remember. He paused and then sighed. But that General Feihong's second young miss was killed by her family in the end. The He family is too vicious and merciless. They even killed their own daughter. Concubine Lan smiled noncommittally. It's not that the time hasn't come. The time hasn't come yet. The He family has sown the seeds, and now it's time for them to reap the fruits of their own evil deeds. That's true. Guangxua heard this and nodded. He said, right now, Imperial Father is investigating the He and Su families. The evidence is conclusive. The He family can't turn things around. This can also be considered as giving some comfort to the real General He in the underworld. Concubine Lan looked at him and smiled but didn't say anything. Mother, why are you looking at this son? What do you think about Prime Minister Su's matter? Concubine Lan asked. Guangxua was startled. Right now, Xiao Huijin and Prime Minister Su have completely fallen out with each other. Since Xiao Huijin sent Prime Minister Su back to prison, he won't let go of this opportunity. I think he should have other evidence in his hands. This son also thinks so. Guangxua replied. It's just that, just what? I'm afraid that Imperial Father won't be ruthless to Prime Minister Su. Your Imperial Father is a nostalgic person. Concubine Lan looked into the distance. When His Majesty first ascended the throne, it was Prime Minister Su who helped him secure the throne. Naturally, His Majesty has a favor for Prime Minister Su that no one else has. However, your imperial father is already old. Guangxua looked at the woman in front of him. An old emperor will make plans for the future. No matter how outrageous your imperial father is, he won't want Dawei's country to be destroyed in his hands. Whether it's for the crown prince or the future crown prince, His Majesty will definitely punish Prime Minister Su. Guangxua, since you want to fight, you should fight for Xiao Huijin. The way to deal with people is like the way to use soldiers. The best way is to attack the heart. Xiao Huijin is trying to redress his father's grievances. If you add flowers to the brocade at this time, it will be like sending charcoal in the snow. Guangxua was silent for a while, then said, "Mother, this son understands. You are as benevolent as your imperial father." Concubine Lan looked at him gently. "I know you don't like politics and people's hearts, but Guangxua, if you want to be an emperor, you must learn how to govern your subjects. This isn't a bad thing. You were born in the imperial palace, and you want to choose your own destiny, so you must do this. There's no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Look at your imperial father. He lived a carefree life, but now, isn't he also tied down?" Guangxua didn't say anything. The candle's oil dripped onto the table like red tears. The hall was quiet. Only the woman's sleeves were fragrant, creating a layer of empty and cold air. Xiaoju entered the imperial palace in the middle of the night. Emperor Wenchuan hadn't yet rested when the chamberlain called him into the imperial study. The table was filled with memorials and files, scattered haphazardly. He wasn't in the mood to look at them. He wasn't a diligent emperor. Perhaps during his first 2 years on the throne, he had tried to do this, but later on, he gave up. In this world, there were emperors who worked hard to govern, and there were also emperors who were mediocre and didn't do anything. Emperor Wenchuan felt that there was nothing wrong with being a mediocre emperor his whole life. All he wanted to do was to live an ordinary life. When the time came, he would pass the throne to his son. That would be enough. He had indeed lived like this for most of his life. Sometimes, Emperor Wenchuan felt that it was quite beautiful. He wasn't like his father, who was always busy with work. He wasn't like the retired emperor and the others, who personally led the imperial army on expeditions. He had it easier than them, and he had lived longer than them. Wasn't the Dawei also doing well? As long as they were good at using people, the military would defend the country, and the civil officials would govern the imperial court. Until today, the truth that he thought was true was completely overturned. Emperor Wenchuan sat here and suddenly realized that he really hadn't been a proper emperor all these years. He wasn't a talented emperor. If he hadn't been born into the imperial family, he would have preferred to be an idle prince, the son of an ordinary official, or even the son of a wealthy merchant. He didn't have any great ambitions, and he didn't have any talent. He only wanted to write poems, paint, and enjoy the pleasures of the world. He wouldn't be sitting in this position now, where every action of his was related to the lives of tens of millions of people. If he didn't do well, people would scold him behind his back. If he did well, people would think that he deserved it. An emperor who longed for freedom was a taboo in the imperial family. He had hidden his thoughts deep in his heart, but it turned out that everyone could see through him. Xiaoju entered. Emperor Wenchuan looked at the young man in front of him. He still remembered the first time Xiao Zhongwu brought Xiaoju to him. Xiaoju was just a young man. He was so beautiful that he was even more handsome than the imperial family's children. He had a proud expression, but also a little careless. He was completely different from his gentle and polite elder brother. At that time, when Xuandi was still thinking that Xiao Zhongwu, a warrior, actually had 2 outstanding sons, which was really enviable. He didn't expect Xiaoju to have grown so much in the blink of an eye. The young man's youthful immaturity had completely disappeared. He looked at Emperor Wenchuan calmly, respectfully, and a little coldly. He suddenly thought of Xiao Zhongwu. Emperor Wenchuan said, "Actually, you and your father do look a little alike." He had always thought that Xiaoju looked like Madame Xiao. His eyes were bright and beautiful. But in fact, his sharpness and calmness came from his father. "Your Majesty, do you still remember my father?" Xiaoju said calmly. Emperor Wenchuan was stunned. He thought that after a long time, his memory would be a little blurry. But when he remembered, Xiao Zhongwu's appearance was so clear. The tall man who always wore golden armor and carried a sword was different from the scholarly officials in the court. He was like the northwest wind, biting cold, wanton, and magnanimous. Everyone who yearned for freedom was envious of him. Emperor Wenchuan was also envious. But in the end, Xiao Zhongwu died. Xiao family almost collapsed. If the young man in front of him hadn't led 3,000 soldiers to Gua City, perhaps the Xiao family in Dawei would have been wiped out. He looked at Xiao Ju and asked, "Did you hate me back then?" "I wouldn't dare." Emperor Wenchuan chuckled. "If you wouldn't dare, then you would have crossed the line. In the whole world, only this person in front of him had the guts to say that to his face. But he wasn't angry. Perhaps it was because no one had dared to speak the truth in front of him for many years. "Your Majesty," Xiao Ju said, "I beg you to let go of the wife of Hanlin Academy scholar Su Zhiheng." He Xining? Back then, the real General Fei Hong and second Miss He were sisters of the same mother. Xiao Ju said, after the He family's second young miss was drowned in the pond, the He family married the He family's second young miss's younger sister, He Xining, to Su Zhiheng's second wife. He looked at Emperor Wenchuan and said, "Madam, he is already dead. Young Mr. Su is General Fei Hong's only remaining relative in the world. Moreover, I've already asked around. Young Mr. Su knows nothing about General Fei Hong and He Rufei's exchange of identities. Your Majesty is benevolent. For the sake of General Fei Hong, please forgive He Xining and spare her life." General Fei Hong. Emperor Wenchuan murmured. Everything that happened in the Heavenly Star platform today was because of General Fei Hong. However, he did not expect that the Fei Hong he personally conferred was actually a woman. At that time, when He Rufei took off his mask and revealed his handsome face, when Xuandi was still doubting whether the rumor that He Rufei had a birthmark on his face and his ugly appearance was false. Now, it seemed that the He family had already started a scam to deceive the world. If He's second miss was still alive, Emperor Wenchuan might punish her for her crimes. After all, she had participated in deceiving the emperor. However, He's second miss was dead, and she died so tragically. Death was like an extinguished lamp. No one remembered anything bad about her before she died. People would always be tolerant of a dead person, thinking that there was nothing bad about her. Forget it. Let her live. Emperor Wenchuan sighed. After all, General Fei Hong truly fought for Dawei and quelled the Western Chang rebellion. On behalf of General Fei Hong, I thank your Majesty for your grace. Emperor Wenchuan looked at Xiao Ju and smiled. I heard that you were once classmates with General Fei Hong. It seems like you are a sentimental person. If General Fei Hong knew about this in the underworld, he would be gratified. Xiao Ju did not speak. Emperor Wenchuan waved his hand. You may leave. The young man bowed and turned to leave. However, Emperor Wenchuan stopped him. The emperor's voice was filled with fatigue. I have treated Prime Minister Su well for so many years. Why would Prime Minister Su still want to rebel? The servant lowered his head and did not dare to speak. After a while, the young man spoke. He will become arrogant if he is spoiled too much. Perhaps your Majesty has treated him too well. The dungeon was very damp, and there were bloodstains and stains on the floor. He Xining hugged her knees and sat in the corner, watching the black insects crawling under the hay. She couldn't help but shiver. It was too cold here, and no one paid any attention to her. She had been pampered since she was a child, so when had she ever suffered such grievances? But the jailers here didn't pay any attention to her. He Rufei and Su Zhiheng weren't locked in the same place as her, so she didn't know where they were. In the beginning, she didn't know what had happened. It wasn't until the jailers here began to chat and talk about what happened on the Heavenly Star platform that He Xining recalled what Luer had said to her before she was caught, and she slowly came to her senses. Her dead elder sister was the real General Fei Hong. For all these years, He Rufei and He Yan had been using each other's identities. After He Yan entered the capital, He Rufei falsely claimed meritorious service, and in order to get rid of future troubles, he actually drowned He Yan in the Su family's pond. No wonder every time she passed by the pond in the courtyard, she always felt cold all over. No wonder Su Zhiheng searched He Yan's former residence for He Yan's belongings. Su Zhiheng. Did he also know about this matter? Or was he also one of the executioners in this matter? He Xining felt cold all over. The one who revealed the truth was General Feng Yun, Xiao Huaijin. Previously at Yuhua Temple, when her mother saw Xiao Huaijin, she took the initiative to talk to him. Thinking of He Er's wife, He Xining felt a burst of heartache. Did He Er's wife also know about this matter from beginning to end? When eldest uncle made this request, didn't father say anything to stop it? He Rufei ordered He Yan to be drowned. Did father know about it but didn't say anything, or was he completely unaware? He Xining hoped it was the latter, but in her heart, she felt it was very likely to be the former. She leaned against the wall weakly. Looking back on half of her life, she felt like it was a joke. The father that she thought loved her dearly turned out to be a person who could disregard the kinship of his own flesh and blood for the sake of benefits. She thought that she had married the ideal husband, but it turned out that her big brother, who she thought was awe-inspiring and could bring protection to the family, was actually an impostor who only knew how to seize other people's merits and use the power of others to intimidate others. In the end, her family was broken up. Her mother was gone, and her elder sister was long gone. She was all alone here, and her heart was filled with desolation. The crime of deceiving the monarch was punishable by death. He Xining sobbed softly. Forget it, death was death. There was no one in this world that she was reluctant to part with. Being able to reunite with his family after death was not necessarily a bad thing. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard footsteps. He Xining looked up and saw a prison guard following behind an unfamiliar man. The two of them walked to He Xining's cell door. The jailer opened the door and said to He Xining, "Miss He, please." He Xining was startled. "Where are we going?" "His Majesty is benevolent. He is grateful to General Fei Hong for his meritorious service in pacifying Western Chang and died with injustice. Miss He is General Fei Hong's biological sister, so His Majesty is lenient. However, in the future, he will be demoted to a commoner and will spare Miss He's life. From today onwards, Miss He does not need to stay here." He Xining took a while to understand what the jailer meant. She slowly stood up and walked out of the door. She followed the two of them out of the prison. The night outside was dark. Her clothes were thin and she stood alone. She suddenly gained freedom, but she did not know where to go next. The He family and Su family were no longer here. The world was big, but there was no place for her to stay. He Xining lowered her head and smiled bitterly. She muttered to herself, "Where else can I go?" "Miss He." Someone spoke from behind her. He Xining turned around to look. It was the man who came with the jailer. He seemed to be a guard from some family. He Xining said, "Miss He, if you don't have anywhere else to go, you can temporarily go to a place to hide." "Where?" He Xining asked. "Your sister studied at the Xianchang school when she was young. The head of the Xianchang school, Wei Xianzhang, had a teacher-student relationship with your sister. After learning the truth, I sympathize with your sister's situation. If Miss He has nowhere else to go, you can go to Mr. Wei's house first. Mr. Wei often stays at the school and only has his wife at home." He Xining was stunned. After a while, she laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "So even after my sister's death, she is still protecting me." "Young master, please lead the way," she said. Now that the He and Su families were in trouble, she did not need to think to know that her former relatives and friends were afraid of getting into trouble and avoided them like snakes and scorpions. If she went now, no one would dare to take her in. She had not thought of what to do next, but first, she had to find a place to sit down and thoroughly understand all the things that she did not understand. She really did not have anywhere else to go. Su Zhiheng and He Rufei, who were in prison, did not know that He Xining had been taken out. They were detained separately to prevent the two of them from colluding. He Rufei could not see Su Zhiheng, and Su Zhiheng could not see He Rufei. However, this was a good thing for the two of them. If the two of them were really locked up together, they would probably fight on the spot. Su Zhiheng hated He Rufei for being a burden to him. He Rufei hated Su Zhiheng for being impatient to throw all the blame on him when something happened on the Heavenly Star platform. In the end, because of the benefits of the alliance, it was as fragile as paper. As long as the wind blew, the rain fell, and there was no need to tear, he would be unrecognizable. Hirufei sat in the corner of the prison. Even at this time, he did not give up. He was still thinking of a possible escape plan. Prime Minister Su's people would definitely not sit by and do nothing. If they wanted to save Su Jingfu, they might be able to help him as well. In the worst-case scenario, Su Jingfu would abandon the rook to save the king. However, he still had evidence of Su Jingfu's treason. How could Su Jingfu leave him behind to protect himself? How could it be possible? The incident on the Heavenly Star platform was really beyond his expectations. He did not expect that woman called He Yan to be so powerful. He also did not expect that Xiao Ju already had so much evidence in her hands. Step by step, she forced him to a point of no return. He Yan. Thinking of that woman, Hirufei's eyes flashed with a trace of malice. What was the relationship between that woman and his dead cousin? Hirufei did not know. He did not see He Yan's heroic appearance on the battlefield. Because when he returned to Shuajing, He Yan had quickly changed back to her female appearance. Therefore, he only heard about the legends of General Fei Hong and did not see it with his own eyes. From his point of view, the dead He Yan, his cousin, was merely a woman who appeared to be a bit stronger than ordinary women. When others said that General Fei Hong's skills were extraordinary, he did not believe it. When others said that General Fei Hong could fight against 10 people on the battlefield, he also did not believe it. The reason why he did not believe it was very simple. It was because he could not do it. If he could not do it, He Yan was a woman. It was even more impossible for her to do it. Until the sword duel on the Heavenly Star platform. Hirufei closed his eyes. A wave of frustration rose in his heart. If the real He Yan was still alive, would she be like this when she used a sword? But how could she still be alive? She definitely could not be alive. In the quiet prison, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Hirufei was locked in the innermost cell. He listened carefully. The footsteps were getting closer and closer until they stopped in front of him. The prison guard actually opened the cell door. Hirufei raised his head and looked at the person who came in. The young man in black coldly glanced at him. It was as if he was stingy to waste a second on him. He was standing, while Hirufei was sitting. It was as if he was showing that he was inferior. I wonder what military governor Xiao is doing here. Hirufei sneered. Don't tell me he is here to silence me? Without waiting for Xiao Ju to reply, he opened his mouth again. Actually, I don't understand. How did military governor Xiao find out about this matter? If it was Su Zhiheng who leaked the information to Mother Qing, then Xiao Ju immediately guessed the reason. Furthermore, she had already started to collect evidence. Hirufei could not understand even if he thought about it now. After all, putting everything else aside, if he told others that General Fei Hong is a woman, they would only think that he was spouting nonsense. Why did Xiao Ju know about it? The young man looked at him indifferently and said coldly, How do you think I found out? I don't know. Hirufei stared at the person in front of him and suddenly smiled. He leaned against the wall and said slowly, I heard that you and my dead sister went to school together. Let me think, maybe you had an affair with her. Are you treating me like this because you want to stand up for my sister? He snorted and his face became a little distorted. Is there really someone in this world who likes my rebellious sister? What's so good about her? She doesn't even seem like a woman. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest and flew out. His back hit the stone wall and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ju did not hold back. Hirufei was kicked for a long time. The prison guard had already received the news and retreated outside. He turned a blind eye to the situation inside. If Su Jingfu fell, no one in the imperial court would be able to stop Xiao Ju. At this juncture, no one dared to offend the right military governor. Hirufei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Xiao Ju. He slowly smiled. General Feng Yun, the jade-faced military governor of Dawei. He was so mighty and heroic. Just by standing here, he was enough to make people unable to look away. No one could steal his limelight. If He Yan had not changed everyone's fate that year, he might not have interacted with Xiao Ju in his life. But he did. Why are all of you so angry? He Rufei sneered. Everyone is fighting for justice for my sister, but what about me? His voice suddenly rose. What about me? What about my life? Is it not important? She should pay for her stupid decision for her entire life. Why should I? I also have things that I want to do. Do you think I want to be a general? His eyes were red. He was like a wild beast that wanted to tear everything apart. Who wants to be a general? Who wants to be a general? He Rufei had not lived in the He residence for as long as he could remember. He lived in a faraway village. He knew that his health was not good, and he also knew that he had swapped identities with his cousin. He could not go to places that were too far away, and he could not leave his side. He Xianxia and his wife would sometimes secretly come to see him, but they would always leave in a hurry. The doctor said that he would not live for more than a few years, but he did not know if it was because he was tough, but he endured year after year. When he was 16 years old, his body had completely recovered. He thought that he could leave the village and return to the He family as the eldest young master. But at that time, he received news that He Yan had gone to the battlefield and he could not return for the time being. He Rufei was forced to continue staying in the village. He had also secretly prayed that He Yan would not die on the battlefield. It was not because of the deep sibling relationship, nor was it because he was kind-hearted. It was because He Yan was using his identity. If He Yan died on the battlefield, he, the eldest young master, would never be able to return to the He family. Fortunately, He Yan came back. In those many years, He Rufei did not have many feelings for He Yan. He did not like him, but he also did not hate him. Until the day he returned to the He family, He Yan had just returned home and did not see him. Outside, the soldiers and horses were crowding around the young deputy general. She wore a mask and stood in the sunlight, looking magnanimous and frank. Her sword was beautiful and sharp, and her warhorse was strong and gentle. Although her face could not be seen, her eyes were as bright as the stars. He Rufei's heart suddenly had a trace of resentment. For so many years, he had been living a shameful life in the village. He thought that He Yan was the same as him, but when he really saw her, he realized that she was completely different. She used her identity to live such a happy life. What right did she have? She decided the fate of others without permission and then returned the fate that had already been arranged to his own hands. Why? He Rufei's heart was very complicated. On one hand, he hated accepting the fate that He Yan had already chosen, such as being a military general. But on the other hand, when he stood in the throne room and received the emperor's reward, he would feel satisfied when the courtiers looked at him with envy and jealousy. But this kind of satisfaction humiliated him because He Rufei was very clear that the praise and good name belonged to He Yan, and not to him. Every time he heard those people praise General Fei Hong's bravery and invincibility on the battlefield behind his back, his heart would be especially tormented. This little bit of torment would eventually give birth to anxiety. This anxiety made him feel uneasy. Even when He Yan got married, he did not solve this problem. For example, when he stole a beautiful gemstone, he was proud of himself for being able to own this gemstone. He also accepted the envious and longing gazes of others, but he was also worried that one day, someone would discover that the owner of this gemstone was not him. This evil thought grew bigger and bigger until one day, he thought, if only He Yan was dead. When this thought appeared, He Rufei found that he actually calmed down. He found a way to solve this problem. Breaking the wings would only make General Fei Hong unable to fly into the sky, but Fei Hong was still Fei Hong. It would be better to pull the bird down from the sky, drown it in the water, and bury it in the ground. In the future, no one would find this bird's trace. He finally calmed down. But why? Not long after the peaceful days passed, it was impatiently interrupted by someone who could not wait. Liar. The young man's voice was calm, and his eyes were as cold as water. You really want to be General Fei Hong, but you don't dare to admit it. As if the secret in the depths of his heart was seen, He Rufei suddenly raised his head. I don't. You do. He Rufei gritted his teeth. The man's eyes were clear and indifferent, but it made him unable to hide his embarrassment. He clenched his fists and tried to stand up. Tell me, is she He Yan or not? If I say yes, the young man lowered his eyes, his silver crown drew a cold light under the dim light of the prison. What will you do? I don't believe it. He Rufei could not help but tremble. He did not know whether it was from hatred or fear. He said, I don't believe a word you say. But in fact, he somewhat believed it. Those inexplicable coincidences, the familiarity with the He family's terrain, the secret in the study room, the secret of the exquisite box, and that big brother on the Heavenly Star platform. The two of them were born at the same time on a certain night many years ago, so fate was forced, coincidental, and entangled together. Like two intertwined vines, they absorbed nutrients from each other. If he wanted to live, he had to pull out the vine beside him. The so-called twins did not bring about dependence and trust, but betrayal and enemies. He Yan lived in the light, so he had to live in the dark. If he wanted to walk in front of people openly, he had to pull out the person who was originally in the light by the roots. He did well. He Rufei smiled bitterly. At this moment, there was an inexplicable sense of relief. He did not know whether he was jealous or resentful of He Yan, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that what he hated was the feeling of being a substitute. When others looked at you, they were looking at another person. When others thought of you, they were thinking of another person. How laughable, how sad. The shadow killed the master, but the shadow was still the shadow. In his life with He Yan, whether he was the substitute of He Yan or He Yan was his substitute, no one could say for sure. Was he Rufei or He Yan? No one could answer him. What if he and He Yan did not exchange identities at the beginning? What if he was the eldest son of the He family from the beginning, and each of them chose their own path? What would it be like now? He Rufei gradually laughed, laughing louder and louder. In the end, he laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He had been pushed forward his whole life, and perhaps only at the last moment of his life could he be free. However, what he left for He Rufei was a bad reputation for deceiving the world. Xiao Huijin, he looked up at the person in front of him, I'll just treat her as He Yan. Didn't you find me at all costs just to stand up for her? If you want my life, fine, take it. He opened his arms and looked like he was ready to be captured. In the end, this is just a grudge between me and her. What does it have to do with you? Xiaoju walked in front of him and looked at him quietly. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed his neck. The youth's fingers were white, but it seemed like they could crush his bones. He Rufei could not breathe. He stared at the other person and forced out a cold smile. What does it have to do with me? Xiaoju asked slowly. His dark eyes stared at He Rufei like a dark storm. He said word by word, this is the first time in my life that I, Xiaoju, tried to coax a girl that I saved. In the end, she was drowned by you. You tell me, what does it have to do with me? He Rufei struggled with all his might, but the hand tightened. His eyes rolled up and he kicked his legs. Great fear rose from his heart. He knew that he was going to die in this person's hands. But in the next moment, the hand around his neck suddenly loosened. He Rufei hugged his neck and coughed. I won't kill you. Xiaoju stood up, back facing him, and said coldly, because you don't deserve it. After that, he left He Rufei, who was still holding his throat and gasping for air. In the morning, when He Yan woke up, the snow outside had stopped. Qing Mei called out to Qi Wu in the courtyard, Imperial bodyguard Qi Wu. Don't add more firewood. The fire is too big and the medicine won't cook well. Qi Wu silently picked up a few pieces of firewood with a pair of iron tongs. Lin Xuanhe was, after all, a man. It was not good for him to stay in the He family all the time. Moreover, the He family did not have any extra rooms for him to stay in. The medicine this morning was brewed by Qing Mei herself. He Yanxing and He Sui went out early in the morning. Qing Mei fanned the fire with a fan. She, who was usually lively, was a little depressed. He Yan and Fancheng were also like this. After they came back, they fell seriously ill. Although He Sui also invited a doctor and the doctor prescribed medicine, He Yan drank bowl after bowl of medicine. His body did not get better. Instead, it got worse. At that time, Qing Mei thought that He Yan might not survive. However, later on, he miraculously got better. She even thought that perhaps Madame's spirit was in heaven. Now, He Yan fell ill again. Although the white-robed divine physician, Dr. Lin, said that there was nothing serious, Qing Mei was still worried. Chiwu saw that she was absent-minded. He thought for a moment and comforted her, "Don't worry. If young Master Lin says that there is nothing wrong, then madam he will definitely be fine." Not only that, Qing Mei sighed, "When I went to change the water in the room this morning, I saw that Miss was crying in her sleep. At that time, it was also like this. If Miss wasn't hurt, how could she be like this? Yesterday, didn't Miss Qianxia platform and General Fei Hong have a sword duel? How could it be like this?" "Imperial bodyguard Qi Wu, do you know what happened?" Qi Wu shook his head. Regarding He Yan, there were too many incomprehensible and suspicious points about him. However, since Xiaoju didn't allow them to investigate, they naturally wouldn't deliberately investigate. Master and young master were also very worried yesterday. "They really hope that Miss will get better soon," Qing Mei said. The two of them did not deliberately lower their voices, and He Yan's hearing was outstanding, so he heard their conversation clearly. She was stunned for a moment. The woman in her dream had completely disappeared from her sight. The stove in the room was burning brightly. Beside the table, there was a small white porcelain bowl. The small bowl was filled to the brim with candied fruits. The candied plums were bright red and sweet. She slowly reached out and picked one up. She looked at it for a while before putting it into her mouth. It was so sweet that it made her mouth bitter. Qing Mei pushed the door open with the medicine. When she saw that He Yan was awake, she was startled at first. Then, she smiled happily, "Miss, you are awake. Do you feel unwell?" "I'm fine." "That's good." Qing Mei put the medicine bowl on the table. She glanced at the small bowl of candied plums and smiled. "Military Governor Xiao asked this servant to put it here. He said that the medicine brewed by Dr. Lin is bitter. Miss, after drinking the medicine, remember to keep 2 in your mouth." He Yan lowered her head and smiled, "Okay." Qing Mei felt that He Yan was a little strange, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. She could only move a stool to sit in front of the bed and nagged him not to catch a cold. Sunlight shone in from the window and the room was inexplicably lively. He Yan looked out of the window. As she looked, she lowered her head and covered her eyes with tears. Everything was over. General Fei Hong's case caused a huge uproar in the entire Shuai capital. The soldiers and commoners who had received General Fei Hong's favor went to the palace to beg for the truth to be investigated. General Fei Hong had a good reputation among the soldiers and commoners. Once the truth came out, the He and Su families were angered. Emperor Wenshuan handed the case to the Supreme Court. In a few days, He Yuanliang couldn't take it anymore and revealed the truth. The officers and soldiers also found a lot of evidence of He Rufei and the Wutua people in the He family. After this case, the He family deceived the monarch, falsely claimed meritorious service, colluded with the enemy and committed treason. Other than General Fei Hong's sister He Xining, all of them were sentenced to death. The main culprit, He Rufei, was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. He was sent to the city to be cut 120 times and beheaded. As for the Hanlin Academy scholar Su family, other than Su Zhiheng, all the men were exiled and the women were not enslaved. This case was solved very quickly. After hearing the result, the commoners all clapped their hands and said that the He and Su families deserved it. The day before the execution, Su Zhiheng looked at the rancid food in front of him and didn't want to eat. It was his last meal on the road to the Yellow Springs. The other prisoners had food and wine, but he had nothing. This was because even the jailers felt that Su Zhiheng's actions were too cruel and heartless. There were many people who had received General Fei Hong's favor. Now, even if it was for the dead General He, there were many people who didn't want Su Zhiheng to have an easy time. The jailers mocked him, "Why aren't you eating? After today, you won't be able to eat anymore. I advise you not to be so picky." Hearing this, Su Zhiheng became emotional. He rushed to the door and grabbed the bars. He looked at the jailers outside. "No. I won't die. I'll give you money. Help me find people and ask them to save me. I'll give you money." "Okay," the jailer smiled and looked at him. "Who do you want me to find?" "Find who?" Su Zhiheng suddenly froze. The He clan had already fallen along with them. He Rufei himself could not even protect himself. The colleagues who used to be on good terms with his clan had probably long avoided them, afraid that they would get into trouble. No one could save him. Su Zhiheng collapsed to the ground powerlessly. In his despair, he felt a great sense of unwillingness. He muttered, "Why? I didn't kill anyone. I didn't do anything." "You really didn't do anything?" A voice sounded from the darkness. Su Zhiheng suddenly looked up and saw a person slowly appear in front of him. His entire body was covered in a black cloak. At first, he was overjoyed, thinking that someone had come to save him. But in the next moment, his joy turned into fear, because that person took off the hood of his cloak, revealing his face. It was Marquis Wuan, He Yan. Su Zhiheng was startled and quickly retreated until he reached the foot of the wall. He said vigilantly, "Don't come over. Don't come over." The jailers had already left. He Yan looked at the embarrassed man. Su Zhiheng seemed to be very afraid of her. He stared at her as if he was looking at an evil spirit crawling out of hell, full of horror. He Yan had never seen Su Zhiheng like this. Whether it was the young man in green who pulled her out of the snow when she was 14 years old and helped her carry her bag with a smile, or the Su Zhiheng who smiled warmly at her after she married him, they were completely different from the man in front of her, who was like a frightened bird with a twang of a bow. Even when He Wanru brought people to drown her, Su Zhiheng did not appear from beginning to end. She had seen Su Zhiheng in his glory days, the Su Zhiheng who looked like a human, but the Su Zhiheng in prison was actually like this. He Yan was a little disappointed. Just like a general, if he died at the hands of an opponent who was on par with him, he would not regret it. But if there was a huge gap between them, it would make people sigh. "Don't be afraid." Her voice was gentle, and she even showed a little smile. "I'm here because I have something to ask you." The woman's eyes were bright, and there was no hatred in her eyes. But that smile seemed to confuse Su Zhiheng. He still did not move. He stared at He Yan and hesitated for a long time before asking, "What do you want to ask?" "You." He Yan smiled. "When did you find out that your wife He Yan was General Fei Hong?" He Yan had never been able to understand this matter. When she married Su Zhiheng, she thought that Su Zhiheng knew nothing about her. In order to cover up the scars on her body, she made up a lot of excuses. She also made up a lot of excuses to show that she was different from ordinary women. It was not until the day she died that she found out from He Wanru that Su Zhiheng had already known. Perhaps all those years of covering up and hiding were like a joke in Su Zhiheng's eyes. But when did he find out? Was it after she married into the Su family, before she married into the Su family, or even earlier? But if that was the case, why did he marry her? Su Zhiheng looked at her evasively, and there was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. "Why do you ask this? Who are you?" "I'm the one who can get you out of here," He Yan said softly. "Su." Zhiheng's eyes lit up. "Get me out of here?" He took a few steps forward, as if he was afraid of He Yan. He looked at her through the iron bars and asked anxiously, "Can you really get me out of here?" He Yan smiled and nodded. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "I already knew." When did Su Zhiheng find out that He Yan was General Fei Hong? In fact, it was not long after General Fei Hong returned to the capital. At that time, he was not a Hanlin scholar. Although the Su family was a scholarly family, the position of a Hanlin scholar was not something he could climb up to at his age. Most of the officials in the court were now Su Jingfu students. Sometimes, talent was secondary to climbing up the ranks. If one did not have connections, sometimes they would not be able to succeed in their lifetime. When he was young, he was known as a child prodigy. As he grew older, people praised him too highly, and he also thought highly of himself. It was like a cage, and he unknowingly trapped himself. Su Zhiheng was temporarily blocked in his official career, and his heart sank. Madame Su saw that he was depressed and thought that with his age, it was time for him to find a marriage. Madame Su was also an astute person. After picking and choosing, she picked General Fei Hong's cousin, the second young miss of the He family. This second young miss's health was not good when she was young, so she was sent to a farmstead to recuperate early on. She also came back not long ago. Madame Su's plan was very good. Becoming in-laws with this new noble of the court would be beneficial to Su Zhiheng's official career. However, at that time, Su Zhiheng was not the best choice for the He family. After all, there were too many talents of the right age in the capital. Because of her relationship with the He family's eldest son, the He family's second young miss was in high demand. There were many people who wanted to marry her. Madame Su took Su Jihing to the He family's invitation. Although they said they were guests, they were actually just looking at each other. At that time, he went to the He family for the first time. Coincidentally, a servant poured tea on him, so he went to a dark room to change his clothes. He didn't expect that not long after he went in, someone would come in before he could come out. Su Jihing didn't know whether to advance or retreat. There were two people who came in, and they didn't seem to notice that he was behind them. Someone spoke. It was a woman's voice, clear and pleasant. Eldest brother, what is eldest aunt doing? She actually invited these young masters to her home. There are so many young masters. Don't tell me you don't like any of them? A man's voice answered her. Su Jihing almost immediately understood that the people talking outside were probably the He family's second young miss and his eldest brother, He Rufei. He should have immediately stood up and apologized, but for some reason, not only did he not move, he also tried his best to hold his breath so that he could hide better. Now that he thought about it, the deep meaning of fate had already begun to appear at that moment. Su Jihing heard a secret. Eldest brother, you're in such a hurry to marry me off. Could it be that you're afraid that I'll tell others that we've swapped identities and that I'm General Fei Hong? The woman said, I already said that I won't say anything. Since I've hidden it for so many years, I'll keep hiding it. That's not the case. The man's voice had a hint of impatience. At your age, an ordinary woman should be married. He Yan, you're just living the life you should be living. Behind the screen, Su Jihing covered his mouth in horror. What did he just hear? What swapping identities? What He Yan was General Fei Hong, he pinched his arm hard. The pain from his arm reminded him that this wasn't a dream. Su Jihing didn't listen to what the siblings were arguing about at the back. It wasn't until the two people left that Su Jihing slowly stood up and looked at the closed door. He wasn't stupid. In fact, he was quite smart. With just a few words, he figured out the ins and outs of the matter. He was shocked by the He family's audacity and He Yan's outstanding methods. But more than that, he found an opportunity. A gift from fate. Therefore, he tidied up his clothes and returned to the banquet table. He looked at the He family's second daughter, who had arrived late, and revealed a gentle and refined smile. Su Jihing. Found He Rufei. He Rufei looked at him with an unfathomable expression. Eldest Master Su wants to marry my sister? Su Jihing smiled and said, yes. This matter needs to be discussed with the elders, He Rufei said. I can't make the decision alone. It also depends on my sister's thoughts. After saying that, he turned to leave. Su Jihing said neither quickly nor slowly, your sister is a heroine. She's not inferior to any man. This one admires her very much. I hope that General He will fulfill our wish. What did you say? He Rufei suddenly looked at him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Before I came to find General He, I wrote a letter and gave it to a friend. If there is an accident, the secret letter will be spread throughout the capital. Su Jihing smiled. I hope that General He will fulfill my wish. He had a card up his sleeve. He was determined to succeed. Just like that, Su Jihing married He Yan. Not long before he married He Yan, he became a Hanlin scholar as a dowry that General He gave to his sister. Riches and honor were found in danger. Su Jihing naturally understood that the more secrets one knew, the faster one would die. But he didn't think that this kind of thing would happen to him. He was a person who knew when to stop. In the end, he was a civil official, not a general. He Rufei could only help him by becoming a Hanlin scholar at most. He had to walk his own path in the future. As for marrying He Yan, marrying General He's daughter would be beneficial to him. The He family should also be relieved. After all, compared to marrying the second daughter of the He family to another family who might discover the secret, it was better to marry the second daughter of the He family. So, He Yan looked at Su Jihing in front of her and slowly said, from the moment you proposed to marry the second daughter of the He family, you wanted to use her? Use? Su Jihing shook his head. No, it's not using. Even without me, she would still marry. From the beginning to the end, the one who wanted her life wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Su Zhiheng already couldn't remember He Yan's face. Although he married He Yan at that time, he still felt a little disdain in his heart. The etiquette and rules he learned since elementary school made him look down on women like He Yan who deviated from the norm. He liked docile and charming women like He Wanru. Not He Yan. She was careless. Although she tried her best to pretend to be a lady from a noble family, she would always unconsciously reveal some unsuitable awkwardness. She didn't know how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, so she couldn't make him proud. She also couldn't learn how to tactfully make him happy. There were even terrible scars on her skin. Sometimes, when Su Zhiheng looked at He Yan, he would think of how she used to eat and sleep with other men in the military camp. He simply couldn't stand it. Although he was willing to be a good husband, more often than not, even he himself couldn't control his disdain. Fortunately, these days soon came to an end. The He family sent a bowl of medicine. After He Yan drank it, she became blind. In fact, at that time, when Su Zhiheng was sitting in the next room and watching He Yan drink the medicine, he felt a little sympathy. The He family's actions were too ruthless. Moreover, if he brought a blind mistress out, what would others say about him behind his back? Fortunately, He Yan was very obedient and didn't make much noise. Even if she was blind, she didn't cry much. Most of the time, she just sat silently in a daze. He heard that before He Yan got married, she had raised a mute dog in the courtyard. Sometimes, Su Zhiheng felt that He Yan and that mute dog were actually very similar. No one cared and they lived in silence. If that was the case, it would be fine. But she worked too hard. She worked so hard that even if she was blind, she still made the He family feel threatened. As a result, she died in the hands of He Wanru in the Su family's pond. I didn't use He Yan. He tried hard to explain. I was protecting her. It's all He Rufei's fault. It's all the He family's fault. He Yan stared at Su Zhiheng and asked, other than at the He family, have you seen the He second miss? Su Zhiheng was stunned and subconsciously shook his head. No, no. The first time I saw the He second miss was at the He family's residence. He had already forgotten. This was to be expected. He Yan found that when she faced Su Zhiheng now, she was very calm. Perhaps when she faced Su Zhiheng back then, she always thought that she was facing the young man in green that she met on the hunting field. But it turned out that perhaps from the beginning, they were two different people. For Su Zhiheng, He Yan was just an exchange product based on interests. What was important was this identity, not the name or the person. As long as he could become a Hanlin scholar, it didn't make any difference whether he was He Yan or He Xining. A life was nothing more than an official position. She slowly stood up. Su Zhiheng looked at her movements and finally ignored everything else. He grabbed the fence and asked, I've told you everything I know. Can you get me out of here now? His eyes were full of desire, just like when he stumbled upon the He family's secret and wanted to use it to add glory to his official career. He Yan bent down slightly and looked into his eyes. I lied to you. Su Zhiheng was stunned. I didn't do anything. I just lied to you. Her eyes curved. You also lied to me. This is very fair. After that, she straightened up and left. Su Zhiheng's angry shout came from afar, but He Yan pretended that she didn't hear it. She walked out step by step, as if she was leaving her past life step by step. From now on, Marquis Wuan, He Yan, and the He family's second miss had nothing to do with each other. The last question about her previous life was finally answered. He Yan didn't feel much at the moment. It was as if these people and these things couldn't withstand the waves in her heart anymore. It was just that, her heart was empty. A person stood at the gate outside the prison with his back to her. His posture was as straight as the sword at his waist. He was looking sideways at the snow piled up under the eaves, revealing a beautiful silhouette. He Yan stood in place and looked at the back of the person. Unknowingly, her heart slowly filled up. It was as if the emptiness that she couldn't step on finally had a sense of reality at this moment. The traveler who couldn't find his way finally found a little light in his aimless search. He Yan walked over and called out softly, Xiaoju. He turned around and glanced at He Yan. Are you done? He Yan nodded. Tomorrow was the day of the execution. There was nothing left to say between her and He Rufei, and between He Yuanqing and his wife. However, she still wanted to know when Su Zhiheng found out about her identity. So she asked Xiao Ju to bring her here to see Su Zhiheng for the last time. Why did you talk for so long? Xiao Ju frowned. Was it long? He Yan asked curiously. Why do I feel like it wasn't long? This is already very convenient. He Yan glanced and saw Xiao Ju's expression. He stopped talking at the right time. After a moment of silence, she secretly tugged at Xiao Ju's sleeve. Are you angry again? What's there to talk about with that kind of person? Xiao Ju turned around and walked forward. He Yan chased after her. There's nothing to talk about, but after thinking about it, I feel that it's too easy for him to just let it go. So I said that I'm a malicious spirit who came back for revenge and scared him half to death. Am I very powerful? She casually made up a story. Don't lie. I'm not lying to you. It's true. You should have seen his expression when he was scared by me just now. The girl chattered nonstop beside him. The gloominess she had when she came out just now had completely disappeared. He saw this and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He deliberately ignored her and let her talk nonsense. Xiao Ju, it's not good to get angry so easily. You have to change it. I'm not angry. You're not angry. You're just unhappy. Xiao Ju. What are you doing? She grabbed the corner of his sleeve. Nothing. Although Emperor Wenxian allowed Xiao Ju to bury Madame Hier, but Madame Hier was still a sinner and couldn't be made public. On the day He Rufei and Su Zhiheng were executed, Madame Hier was buried. Madame Hier's grave was in a quiet forest on the Donghuang mountain in the capital. There were pear trees everywhere. When spring came, the pear blossoms would bloom and the birds would roost. It should be a beautiful scene. She was like all the noble ladies in the capital. She followed her father at home and followed her husband after marriage. She was trapped in the eaves of the four corners of the house and couldn't decide her own fate. Perhaps death, to her, was a kind of relief. On the stone tablet, it was written, therefore, the tomb of Dehui Yun. Madame Hier's surname was Yun. Now that she had passed away, He Yan ordered people to carve this stone tablet. He thought that even if she died, Madame Hier wouldn't want to have any entanglements with the He family. She squatted down in front of Madame Hier's grave and gently touched the words on the tablet. She whispered, if there is an afterlife, mother, please don't be a woman. If you must be a woman. She smiled, let me be the mother, and mother be the daughter. The mother and daughter were not fated to be together in this life. They didn't even have a good conversation. And from today onwards, in this world, there was no one other than Xiao Ju who knew that she was He Yan. Xiao Ju stood a few steps away. Madame He's identity was sensitive. Xiao Ju buried Madame Hier at this time. She was already spiteful by the imperial censors. A woman's voice sounded behind him, you. He Yan turned around and saw He Xining in plain clothes. He Xining looked a lot more haggard. She used to be a beautiful girl, but now she was as thin as a skeleton. Her eyes were red and swollen, probably because she had been crying for a long time. When she saw He Yan and Xiao Ju's faces clearly, she was stunned and stood there uneasily. After a while, she said, Military Governor Xiao, Miss He. Su. He Yan suddenly stopped. Miss He. Su Zhiheng was already dead. There was no Su family, and there was no eldest Madame Su. He Xining's gaze fell on the tombstone in front of the grave. In an instant, his voice choked. Is this my mother? He Yan nodded slightly. He Xining took 2 or 3 steps forward and knelt down in front of the tomb with a plop. He hugged the tombstone and refused to let go. That day, an unfamiliar guard took her out of prison and sent her to the residence of Wei Xianzhang, the curator of the Virtuous Prosperity Hall. Wei Xianzhang stayed in the academy all year round, and only his wife and little granddaughter were at home. Madame Wei was very gentle with her and was very sympathetic to her experience. After He Xining settled down in the Wei family, she gradually pieced together the whole story from the mouths of the servants. It was no different from what she had imagined. The incomprehensible things of the past had all been answered. Why was the masked big brother always so cold to her, and why was the big brother who took off the mask so patient and gentle to her? It was because the masked big brother was actually the dead big sister. She thought that the big sister who was recuperating in the manor was actually the real big brother. No wonder her big sister became blind not long after marrying into the Su family. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? It was just man-made. After her big sister passed away, her mother fell seriously ill and became depressed. It turned out that the truth was so terrifying and disgusting. What about her? Her big sister had already died, her mother had also left, the He family was no longer around, and the Su family was also scattered. She had been arranged by her biological father to marry Su Zhiheng. It turned out that she was also a substitute for her big sister, a substitute for the He family and the Su family. This marriage must not be broken. Now that she was alone, where could she go? What could she do? He Xining hugged the tombstone and cried bitterly. She hoped that Madame He was still alive, at least she had someone to rely on. But now, she really had no one to rely on. She suddenly thought of He Yan, who was alone in the Su family back then. Was it the same? He was pushed into the abyss by his own family and had no comrades to rely on by his side? He couldn't see the ugly expressions on people's faces, nor could he guess their sinister intentions. He was so lonely and pitiful. He Yan looked at her crying sadly and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he walked to He Xining's side, bent down, and gently patted her back. She knew the feeling of being homeless better than anyone else. She understood very well how He Xining felt at this moment. He Xining cried for a long time before turning her head. He Yan handed her a handkerchief. She took it and said, "Thank you." Then she looked at the tombstone and said, "This inscription." It was as if it was carved in the name of a child for a mother. "I ordered someone to carve it," Xiao Ju said lightly. "Your big sister and I were classmates, so I carved the inscription on her behalf." He Xining was stunned and whispered, "Thank you." She turned to look at the tombstone with a complicated expression. She really? Even if she's not here anymore, she can still protect me at all times. She and He Yan didn't actually spend much time together. Even if she vaguely guessed the truth at the time, she was more shocked than angry. But now, at a time when no one could help her, the warmth left behind by her elder sister's death was enough to make her feel a trace of comfort. Whether it was Wei Xianzhong or Xiao Huijin, it was because of He Yan that they protected her so much. If only He Yan was still alive. He Xining suddenly wanted to know what kind of person He Yan was. The only few times she had interacted with He Yan was when she was wearing the mask. Later, when she returned to the Fu, He Yan hurriedly got married. She didn't have the time and didn't have the opportunity to understand He Yan. He Xining thought that He Yan must be a very good person to be able to make these people help her even after He Yan's death. She shouldn't be as weak as he was. She shouldn't be able to find a way forward in despair. "What do you plan to do in the future?" He Yan asked her. He Xining came back to her senses and shook her head. She said blankly, "I don't know." She really didn't know how to move forward in the future. "Don't worry," He Yan said softly, "you can think about it slowly. When you understand, you can do it." He Xining smiled bitterly, "Can I still have a future?" A woman who was once the wife of a criminal, a woman whose family betrayed the country. Even if she was lucky enough to survive, what could she do? She also wanted to die with her family, but when it came to it, she couldn't muster up the courage. "You can." The woman in front of her looked at her and said warmly, "You are the daughter of second Madame He and General Fei Hong's sister. You can do what she can do." He Xining subconsciously raised her head and looked at He Yan. This woman. She had seen her at Yuhua Temple before, but at that time, she was attracted by Xiao Huijin beside her and didn't look at her carefully. However, second Madame He and He Yan had exchanged a few words. Speaking of which, Marquis Wuan in front of her was also fated to be with her elder sister. She also disguised herself as a man and entered the military camp. Her name was exactly the same. Perhaps because of this, God wanted to use her to redress the injustice of her elder sister. He Xining suddenly felt close to the woman in front of her, even though they had only met a few times. He Yan pulled her up from the ground. "I know you are living in Teacher Wei's residence now. If you need help in the future, you can ask someone to tell me." Why are you so good to me? He Xining couldn't help but ask. He Yan smiled, my fiancé was once your elder sister's classmate. It is reasonable for me to take care of you. Moreover, I only have a younger brother and no younger sister. In the future, you can treat me as your elder sister. Although I am not as powerful as General Fei Hong, she said, I will take care of you for her. Inexplicably, He Xining felt a sense of relief in her heart. It was as if she had finally found a small boat in a lonely and helpless sea. Thank you very much, she said. Let's go and burn incense for second madam He first. He Yan smiled. After burning incense for second madam He and burning paper money, Xiao Ju and He Yan sent He Xining back to Wei Xuanzhong's residence. Looking at He Xining's back, He Yan sighed softly. What's wrong? Xiao Ju asked her. I just feel a little sorry for her. He Yan turned around and walked home with Xiao Ju. I remember that when she was in the He family, her temperament was very innocent and lively. He Yuan Liang, she refused to call him father, always doted on her a lot. I used to be secretly jealous of her, but in the end, she was also treated as a sacrifice of the He family. He Yan grew up alone and saw the coldness and ruthlessness of the He family early on. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to accept the day the truth was revealed. However, He Xining had lived in a lie since she was young. The little girl who was pampered and raised would one day discover the ugly truth of the world. He thought that she would be especially devastated. Xiao Ju comforted her, she will come out of it. As they walked, a passerby passed by and seemed to be talking about the execution in the city today. He Yan heard someone say, when Su Zhiheng was pushed onto the execution platform, he was so scared that he peed his pants. Ha ha ha, it was too funny. He Rufei was even worse. 120 cuts. Just thinking about it makes me feel pain. Serves them right. Who told them to do such a disloyal and unjust thing? They are simply heartless and unscrupulous. It's just a pity for General Fei Hong. How many years has it been since the Great Wei produced such a talented general? Furthermore, she was a woman, yet she was killed by them. Your Majesty's actions can be considered as taking revenge for General Fei Hong. This is called every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. It's not that they won't take revenge, it's just not time yet. He Yan listened to the discussions of the passers-by and was momentarily stunned. She did not go to watch the execution. For her, it was enough that the guilty received their retribution. Watching the execution did not make her feel happy. Revenge was not the purpose of her life. People should learn to look forward. Only by looking forward would there be a future. Xiao Ju, He Yan said, what do you plan to do about Prime Minister Su's case? Xiao Ju's gaze paused. After a while, he said, it's about time. General Fei Hong's case, from the discovery of the truth to the execution of the guilty, happened very quickly. After all, He Rufei was guilty of the most heinous crimes. It was understandable that he was punished this way. However, Prime Minister Su, who was left to be interrogated, made things a little awkward. Su Jingfu's disciples were all over the imperial court. Although they did not dare to say it directly, there were many people who ran around for him these days. Most of them used Su Jingfu's contributions to Emperor Wen Xuan's ascension to the throne. He also said that a few letters and He Rufei's confession couldn't convict Su Jingfu, and that Su Jingfu was framed. But soon, General Feng Yun, Xiao Huaijin, personally brought two people up from the throne room. They were the survivors of the Battle of Mingshui, a pair of brothers surnamed Luo. In front of all the civil and military officials, the Luo brothers told Emperor Wen Xuan the truth of the Battle of Mingshui. It turned out that Su Jingfu had secretly colluded with a spy in the Xiao family's army and deliberately sent the military map to the southern barbarians. The reason why Xiao Zhongwu was defeated in the Battle of Mingshui was not because of improper command. It was because Su Jingfu's people had shot arrows in the back and wiped out the entire army. When these words came out, the entire imperial court was shocked. Emperor Wen Xuan flew into a rage in front of all the officials. Everyone knew that Xiao Zhongwu was defeated in the Battle of Mingshui. The Xiao family was almost unable to recover from the setback. If not for Xiao Huaijin's determination to go all out and lead 3,000 soldiers and horses into the southern barbarians, there would be no General Feng Yun in Dawei today. After the Battle of Mingshui, the civil and military officials both openly and secretly criticized Xiao Zhongwu for being obstinate and self-opinionated. Among them, the one who criticized him the most was Su Jingfu. Emperor Wenchuan also let the Xiao family sit on the bench for a long time. Now that the truth was out, it was really Su Jingfu behind the scenes. On one hand, it made the old subordinates who used to follow Xiao Zhongwu bitterly disappointed. On the other hand, it made people feel that Emperor Wenchuan could not distinguish between loyalty and treachery, and was absurd and unreasonable. Emperor Wenchuan was furious. He ordered the Supreme Court to thoroughly investigate the entire Su family and reopen the old case of the Battle of Mingshui. He would not rest until the truth came to light. This way, the original Su party members were in danger. Their house was about to collapse. No one cared about whether Prime Minister Su was Prime Minister Su or not. They wanted nothing more than to cut off all their past ties with Su Jingfu. At the same time, everyone was even more afraid of the legendary jade-faced governor. He had been lying low for so many years and had never given up on investigating this matter. Who knew if Xiao Huijin had other evidence in his hands? It was not easy to uproot an old tree that had been growing for many years. However, looking at Xiao Huijin's momentum, it was clear that he wanted to settle accounts after the autumn and did not intend to let anyone off. In the Crown Prince's residence, the Guangyan restlessly paced back and forth in the hall. The servants all knelt at the side, not daring to speak. These days, the Crown Prince's temper had become worse. A few days ago, he even hit the Crown Princess. Everyone knew who he was angry for. The Crown Prince and Prime Minister Su had been friends for many years. Prime Minister Su had always supported the Crown Prince. If Prime Minister Su fell from power, it would be no different from cutting off one of his own arms. However, that old man was cunning. After so many years, it was not like he did not have any evidence. If he were to be dragged down as well. The Crown Prince clenched his fists, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. The Guangyan would definitely not let go of this opportunity. When they were on the Heavenly Star platform, the Guangyan had added fuel to the fire in He Rufei's case. Now that both the He and Su families had fallen, if the Su family was next, then wouldn't the Crown Prince be next? Wow, all of them had probably planned for this day to come a long time ago. If they were to succeed at this time, wouldn't all their efforts be for naught? However, Emperor Wenchuan was currently in a fit of anger. He could not speak up for Su Jingfu at this juncture. Moreover, the evidence in the Mingshui case was conclusive. Right now, Xiao Huijin was flushed with success. The Crown Prince could only avoid the sharp edge and did not dare to fight head-on. Just as he was thinking, a maidservant came in from outside. She walked in front of him and softly said, "Is your Highness worried about Prime Minister Su?" At this juncture, the only person who dared to speak to him was his favored maidservant, Xianxia. The Guangyan glanced at Xianxia. Today, he was not in the mood to flirt with the beauty. He only said, "That's right. If you ask this maidservant, isn't this a good thing?" Xianxia helped the Guangyan sit down on the soft couch and gently massaged his shoulders. "Does your Highness think that Prime Minister Su's hands are too big? Now that Prime Minister Su is in trouble, your Highness should have fewer worries in the future." "What do you know?" The Guangyan said impatiently, "Su Jingfu is this Crown Prince's person. If something happens to him, this Crown Prince will have to cut off one of my own arms. All my previous years of planning will be for naught. Is your Highness worried that after Prime Minister Su is gone, there will be no one to replace him?" Xianxia said with a smile, "Doesn't Prime Minister Su still have a son-in-law? Fourth young Master Chu has been with Prime Minister Su for so many years. If he can protect himself this time, it's not impossible for him to take over Prime Minister Su's position." "Chu's Island?" The Guangyan was slightly startled. He intended to rope in Chu's Island. However, these days, one thing after another happened. He had forgotten about Chu's Island. Now that he heard Xiang's reminder, he suddenly remembered what Meningbu had said in his residence. With the same methods and connections, a young eagle is easier to train than an adult poisonous snake, isn't it? Chu's Island was personally taught by Su Jingfu. Compared to Su Jingfu's viciousness, he looked more gentle and harmless. However, over the years, he had done many things for Su Jingfu. No one would look down on him. Otherwise, he would really be a useless person. Why would Su Jingfu marry the apple of his eye to Chu Xilan? However, his gaze moved to the beautiful face of the servant in front of him. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiang's wrist. He pulled her into his arms and asked, Chu Xilan is Su Jingfu's student. Once Su Jingfu falls, Chu Xilan won't be able to escape. How do you know that he will escape this disaster? This servant was just speaking casually. Xiang did not struggle. Her face still maintained a respectful smile. She nestled in his arms and softly said, after all, this servant used to be this servant's master. The Guangyan stared at her for a while. He sneered and pinched Xiang's chin, forcing her to look directly at him. This prince hates betrayal the most. Xiang, in the entire residence, you are this prince's most beloved servant. I hope that you know in your heart what you should do and what you shouldn't do. If this prince finds out that you have an affair with an outsider behind this prince's back, you have to know. His smile looked a bit sinister. The number of women who have died in the crown prince's residence is not one more than you. Xiang smiled sweetly and said, Your Highness is scaring this servant again. This servant was born to be your Highness's person and will die to be your Highness's ghost. How could I have an affair with someone else? However, Your Highness, you must not forget the old because you have a new person. The beauty looked bright and moving. Her pair of eyes were obedient and there was nothing suspicious about it. As long as you are obedient, the Guangyan touched her face with satisfaction, this prince will always dote on you. Xiang smiled and lowered her head. On her slender wrist, there was an obvious bruise because of the Guangyan's actions just now. She quietly used her sleeve to cover the bruise and buried her head in the Guangyan's chest, hiding the deep meaning in her eyes. There was more and more evidence about Prime Minister Su's involvement in the Battle of Mingshui. It wasn't just the Battle of Mingshui. There were all sorts of crimes that were presented to the court, including selling official positions and titles, hiring private servants, deceiving the emperor, accepting bribes. The change in the emperor's attitude made Su's party feel that something was wrong. The court was immersed in a tense atmosphere. Those who originally thought that they would be able to rescue Su Jingfu soon realized that it was not a simple matter. In other words, it was impossible. In Count Shijin's residence, a servant stopped the people who wanted to come in and said with a smile, Sirs, please go back. Fourth young master is not in the residence. Where did Chu Xilan go? One person was anxious and angry. He asked in a low voice, If you don't let us see fourth young master Chu, the prime minister won't have time. The servant only said with a bitter face, Sirs, I don't know. Fourth young master hasn't been back for a long time. Seeing that they couldn't get anything useful out of the servant, the person could only leave resentfully. After the group of people left, the servant closed the door and went back to the courtyard. He knocked on the door of the study and walked in. Chu Zhao was sitting at the table, reading. Fourth young master, the people who came have all been sent back, the servant said. Chu Zhao was of course in Count Shijin's residence. In fact, he hadn't left the residence these days, so no one saw him. Well done. But fourth young master. The servant hesitated and asked, Are you really not going to think of a way? Chu Zhao looked up at him. The servant's face paled. After a while, he heard the person in front of him say, You can go out. The servant left as if relieved of a heavy burden. Chu Zhao's gaze fell on the table again. The inkstone on the table was given to him by Su Jingfu. Ever since Su Jingfu was imprisoned, there were people who wanted to find him to help Su Jingfu get out. After all, Su Jingfu treated him like his own son. He was going to be Su Jingfu's son-in-law soon. It was reasonable for him to do this. Chu Zhao's gaze became distant. Chu Zhao still remembered the first time he met Su Jingfu. At that time, he was still young and was being bullied by Madame Chu and his 3 brothers. He was very good-looking, and Chu Linfeng liked to take him to social gatherings. He looked very good, but every time he came back from social gatherings, what awaited him was endless torture. Chu Linfeng couldn't see what was happening in the backyard. Even if she saw it, she would only say a few words. It was impossible for her to leave Mrs. Chu because of him. There was a winter day when Chu Linfeng had to entertain his colleagues and wanted to bring him along. This time, he was a guest at Prime Minister Su's residence. Chu Linfeng had specifically instructed Madame Chu to pick out a good set of clothes for Chu Zhao so that he wouldn't embarrass the Chu family. Since he was going to be a guest at Prime Minister Su's residence, Madame Chu didn't dare to neglect him. Even though she was extremely unwilling, she still prepared gorgeous clothes for him. Chu Linfeng was quite satisfied. But Chu Zhao had a hard time walking. He didn't know if it was Madame Chu or one of his brothers who had nailed a few nails into the bottom of his boots. At first, he couldn't feel it, but as he walked, the nails gradually drilled into his boots and finally drilled into the soles of his feet. But at that time, Chu Zhao had already arrived at Su's residence with Chu Linfeng. It was very rude to take off one's boots in public. Chu Linfeng was very proud and didn't give him a chance to speak at all. It was like showing off a beautiful vase or an exquisite decoration. He pulled him along and said to everyone he met, "This is my third son, Chu Zhao." Chu Zhao could only endure the pain and talk to Chu Linfeng with a pale face. In the end, he almost couldn't hold on anymore. Chu Linfeng drank a few more cups at the banquet and talked with his colleagues proudly. Finally, he didn't pay attention to Chu Zhao for the time being. Chu Zhao wanted to find a secluded corner to take off his boots and pull out the nails. But he didn't know the way in the huge Su residence. As he walked around, he bumped into someone. An old scribe in a long gown looked down at him. Chu Zhao froze. He recognized at a glance that this was the main character of today's banquet, Prime Minister Su Jingfu, whom Chu Linfeng wanted to curry favor with. But he was always by Chu Linfeng's side, and Chu Linfeng didn't even talk to Su Jingfu. It seemed that he didn't know him. "I am the fourth son of Count Shijin's residence," Chu Zhao said carefully. I'm lost." Su Jingfu only smiled at him. His gaze paused and he suddenly asked, "What's wrong with your leg?" Chu Zhao instinctively hid his leg behind him. Su Jingfu looked around and called for the servants. "Carry forth young Master Chu to his room." Chu Zhao hurriedly waved his hand. "No need, you'll be crippled if you keep walking." Su Jingfu shook his head and smiled. "I'll have someone tell your father." "Don't worry." Chu Zhao was carried into the room by the servants of the Su residence. Not only that, they also took off his boots. The moment the boots were taken off, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. The nails were almost completely buried in his foot. The blood that flowed out stuck to his white socks. Just looking at it made one feel miserable. Prime Minister Su frowned and said, "Call the doctor from the mansion over." There was a physician in the Su residence who was skilled in medicine. After being called over, he removed the nail from Chu Zhao's foot and said, "Young master, you're too good at enduring. The nail didn't go in, but it hurts. How did you endure until now without making a sound? When you go back, don't go to the fields for a few days. Rest well." Chu Zhao pursed his lips and didn't speak. Although he was the fourth young master of the Chu family, his life was no different from that of a servant. He had to work every day. How could he not go to the fields to recuperate? Su Jingfu waved his hand and dismissed them. He got up and walked to the other side. He seemed to ask casually, "What's your name?" "Chu Zhao, courtesy name Xilan." He restrained himself and answered cautiously. "Good name." Su Jingfu smiled and placed a brand new pair of boots in front of him. "My wife originally planned to give this to my student. Your boots can't be worn anymore. This pair should be able to be worn." Chu Zhao held the boots in his arms. Perhaps it was because the stove in front of him was very hot. The cloth boots were warmed. He said, "Thank you, Lord Su." Su Jingfu looked at him. The clothes that Madame Chu gave him were indeed gorgeous and exquisite. However, in the cold winter, the thin brocade clothes didn't have any cotton wool. It looked good, but it wasn't practical. He had walked outside. His face was pale from the cold, and his hands and feet were cold. "You have 3 older brothers in your family?" Su Jingfu asked with a smile. Chu Zhao's body stiffened slightly. "Yes." Su Jingfu looked at him thoughtfully. "I've never seen your father bring them out." Chu Linfeng cared a lot about his reputation. He always thought that he was the most handsome man in Dawei. His 3 sons were born as ordinary as their mother. He was afraid that others would laugh at him behind his back. Therefore, he only brought Chu Zhao to socialize with his colleagues. Chu Zhao lowered his head and didn't speak. Su Jingfu asked, "Have you ever studied?" "I've read a little," he answered softly. "Oh?" Su Jingfu was slightly surprised. He probably thought that it was unbelievable that Madame Chu would let an outsider like Chu Linfeng study. Chu Zhao thought for a moment and said softly, "I've learned a little from my mother. Later, when I returned home, I secretly hid some books in my room." Su Jingfu had always been fond of talents. He looked at the exceptionally beautiful child in front of him and smiled. "Since that's the case, you can come and study under me in the future." Chu Zhao was stunned. He raised his head subconsciously and stammered, I have many students, but they're all old. I haven't taken in any more students for many years." The scholar's face was gentle, like a loving elder. "I'm old. I don't know how many more years I can teach you. If you're willing to learn from me, you can call me teacher." Teacher, a teacher was to teach, receive, and dispel doubts. Unfortunately, in his past years, no one had ever taught him what to do or why to do so. And the person in front of him was the Prime Minister of Great Wei, whose power could overturn the court. He lowered his head, ignoring the wounds he had just bandaged. He got off the ground and kowtowed respectfully to Su Jingfu. He called out, "Teacher." He was sent back by Su Jingfu's carriage. Along with him were the servants of the Su family, a thick cotton coat, and a pair of brand new boots. Chu Linfeng was shocked when he heard about this when he sobered up. He hurriedly apologized to Su Jingfu. Su Jingfu told him not to take it to heart. After Chu Linfeng returned home, this was the first time he had an argument with Madame Chu over Chu Zhao. The sound of their quarrel fell into the ears of Chu Zhao outside the courtyard window. "That's Prime Minister Su. Xylan will be his student in the future. Don't you understand what Prime Minister Su is doing? Don't bully Xylan in the future." "Who bullied him? If I did, how could I let him become Prime Minister Su's student?" "You're biased. Otherwise, why would it be him and not my child? Who told them to be so useless? Prime Minister Su likes Xylan. You're on your own. Don't embarrass yourself." The sound of quarreling filled his ears. Chu Zhao lowered his head to look at the cloth boots on his feet. The boots fit well and the soles were very soft. It seemed that even the pain of the nails piercing into his flesh was completely soothed by the softness of the soles. After that, he became Su Jingfu's student. Su Jingfu indeed treated him very well, and he was not willing to give up this opportunity. He studied with all his might. Everyone said that he was brimming with talent and that he was promising at a young age, but no one knew how many nights he had to burn the midnight oil to be able to carelessly humble in front of others. The friendship between a teacher and a student was not unprecedented. The oil lamp on the table cast a shadow on the wall. He looked at it for a while and stood up. "Servants." A servant came in and said, "Fourth young master, what are your orders?" "Prepare a horse." He looked forward. "We're going to the Crown Prince's residence." In the spacious bedchamber, Emperor Wenchuan leaned against the edge of the bed. He lowered his head and drank the ginseng soup with a woman's hand. Ever since Su Jingfu's case came out, the emperor was extremely angry and his health was deteriorating. He was old to begin with, but in the past, he had lived a leisurely life, so it was hard to tell. The changes in the court had piled up and smashed against him one after another. In just a short dozen days, he looked like an old man. After finishing the ginseng soup, concubine Lan asked the servant girl to take away the empty bowl. She said softly, "Your Majesty, you have to get better soon." "What's the use of getting better?" Emperor Wenchuan smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that the outside world can't wait for me to." A finger pressed against his lips and stopped him from speaking. Concubine Lan shook her head disapprovingly. "Your Majesty, you can't say this casually." Emperor Wenchuan looked at the woman in front of him. Although she said this, her expression was still gentle. She was not like the other concubines who were frightened and angry. She was also not like Empress Zhang who scolded with a stern face. Concubine Lan was not the most beautiful in the entire harem, but he doted on the woman in front of him for so many years because he could be himself in front of Concubine Lan. Instead of being an emperor. Emperor Wenchuan thought that he might be the only one who thought that being an emperor was tiring. After he fell ill, Empress Zhang only came once. Emperor Wenxuan knew that Empress Zhang's family was very close to Su Jingfu. Now that Su Jingfu was in trouble, Empress Zhang's family did not dare to publicly plead for Su Jingfu. The harem was also not allowed to interfere with politics. Therefore, she should be very busy during this period. Emperor Wenxuan did not have the mood to care about these things. He turned a blind eye because he could feel that he did not have much time left. It was strange. Before Su Jingfu's case, he thought that he was still energetic and could live longer than his father. However, after Su Jingfu's case, he understood that he was really old. He was so old that he might not live to see the next winter. Therefore, in his opinion, there was another important matter. Since I ascended the throne, Su Jingfu has been assisting me for many years. He said slowly, I treated him with tolerance. Although I knew that he was selfish, I did not pursue it. But now, it seems that he failed to live up to my trust. He even betrayed the country. Xiao Zhongwu is dead. All these years, I have listened to Su Jingfu's words. Now, Dewei does not have many capable generals. That General Fei Hong, he Rufei, is a fake. Yuto has long been premeditated. I am afraid that he will become a big problem in the future. With the crown prince's character, if I pass this position to him. Emperor Wenxuan laughed bitterly, he is not as good as I am. Although I am indecisive, I am still a benevolent person. What does he have? The last sentence was filled with both disappointment and anger. If the Guangxua was the crown prince, how good would it be? If that was the case, he might have handed the position to Guangxua a long time ago. Although the emperor was mediocre, he was not particularly stupid. He knew that his eldest son was not talented or virtuous. After so many years, he was not willing to draft an edict to pass down the throne because he was conflicted. On one hand, he knew very well that the Guanyan sitting on this position was a disaster for Dewei. On the other hand, there had never been a monarch in the Great Wei who abolished the old and established the young. He did not seek merit in his life, only seeking not to make mistakes. He did not want to be the first person, and he was also afraid of shouldering this responsibility. Therefore, he delayed it again and again, endured it again, and finally, things had reached the point of no return. Lanner, he looked at concubine Lan, I regret not making this decision sooner. Now, no matter what he did, it would create a huge wave in the court. More blood would be spilled, and more people would die. Between the Guanyan and the Guangxua, no matter who he favored, it would be his son. There was no doubt about this. Concubine Lan gently held his hand and said, no matter what your majesty decides, I understand your majesty's painstaking efforts. Emperor Wenxian looked at her, in this palace, you are the only one who understands me. When concubine Lan returned to Qinglan Palace, the Guangxua was already waiting for her in the main hall. Seeing her return, the Guangxua stood up, Mother. Concubine Lan had him sit down, and asked, how come you have time to come here? Aren't you going to the Supreme Court? Now that Prime Minister Su's case had reached this point, if there were no other changes, it could be considered as the end result. Xiao Huijin threw out the evidence in his hands one after another, and the officials who had been suppressed by Su's party in the past hurriedly seized this opportunity. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. This had been the case since ancient times. Of course, the Guangxua added fuel to the fire. I have already been there today. The Guangxua thought for a moment, these days, I have been working hard on Prime Minister Su's case. However, when I saw Military Governor Xiao in the palace, he did not show any intention of getting close to me. He did not understand whether Xiao Huijin owed him a favor or not. Concubine Lan smiled, it is right for him to ignore you. Mother's meaning is, you are concerned about Su Jingfu's case because you are a prince of the Dewei and are concerned about court matters. If you get too close to him, it will be too deliberate. I know, the Guangshua's eyes flashed with a trace of anxiety, but the crown prince will not let the matter rest. Father Emperor's health is not good. I heard that an imperial censor has already submitted a memorial to Father Emperor to appoint an heir as soon as possible. Mother, you know Father Emperor's personality, the Guangxua laughed self-deprecatingly, if there is nothing else, he will definitely appoint the crown prince as heir. Just as Mother said, once the crown prince ascends the throne, not to mention me and Mother, even fifth brother will not be able to survive. Also, his eyes were heavy with worry. The Yuto's ambitions are unclear and could attack the Dewey at any time. When that time comes, if the crown prince ascends the throne, does mother think that the crown prince will order people to oppose the Yuto? Even if it is to pull down Xiao Huijin, he will not say the word war. The concubine Lan quietly waited for him to finish. The Guangxua looked at the woman. Mother, do you think that I am wrong? You are very right, the concubine Lan smiled. When I saw your father emperor today, your father emperor had already expressed his intention of drafting an imperial edict to pass the throne. The Guangshua's heart jumped, and he asked somewhat excitedly, what exactly? Actually, it is not important who your father emperor decides to pass the throne to, the concubine Lan said. In this world, sometimes an imperial edict cannot decide anything. In the Guangxua, the hearts of the people are more important than power. You have never openly participated in court matters, hiding behind the crown prince. This is your weakness, but it is also your strength. You are anxious right now, but I am afraid that the Guanyan is even more anxious than you. There are also those Yudo. Whether or not Xiao Huijin is willing to get close to you and support you, there is no meaning in talking about this now. If he does not have the desire to fight for power, he will become one of your people sooner or later. The Guangxua asked, because of the crown prince? Yes. A trace of pity flashed through the concubine Lan's eyes. The Guangyan is so tyrannical and unruly. Someone like Xiao Huijin will definitely not be willing to be ordered around by him. There is no one left in the Dewey. In the prison, Su Jingfu sat quietly. When he first entered, the jailers were very respectful to him and did not dare to slight him. Although he was shocked by Xiao Huijin's swift and decisive methods, he was not anxious. Chu Zhao was outside, and Emperor Wenxuan was gentle. Even if he could not escape unscathed, he could at least slowly turn the tables. However, recently, the jailer's attitude towards him had gradually changed. Su Jingfu was a person who had been in the imperial court for so many years. Sometimes, he could tell a person's situation had changed just by looking at their eyes. These days, no one came to visit him, so he had no way of knowing the situation outside. Su Jingfu did not care about himself, but he did not know how Su Pingting and Madame Su were doing. Su Pingting had been spoiled since birth and had not experienced much hardship. He did not know how Emperor Wenxuan was dealing with them. Su Jingfu did not show it on his face, but he was already anxious. The crown prince of the Guanyan was not very useful, and because of the Yuto incident, he was estranged from him. He probably did not dare to say anything now. When he thought of this, Su Jingfu was secretly disdainful. If it were not for the fact that there was no one in the imperial court, he would not support this idiot Guanyan. However, it had been so long. Could it be that Chu Zhao still had not thought of a way? Or could it be that Chu Zhao was also in trouble now? Su Jingfu was getting a little irritated. The longer he stayed in prison, the worse it was for him. He did not know what Xiao Ju had done, and Emperor Wenxuan, no matter how benevolent he was still an emperor. When he was not around, the other officials would teach the emperor what to do. There would always be people who wanted to drag him down. He had to think of another way. However, the most important thing now was to see his people first. Su Jingfu was thinking when his vision blurred. He seemed to see someone flash past the dark corner of the prison cell. When he looked again, there was nothing. It was snowing outside, and the jailers were squatting at the door of the cell drinking. The alcohol temporarily dispelled the cold, and the chatter and laughter gradually died down. The torches burning on the wall quietly emitted a faint light. There seemed to be a small crackling sound in the fire, like the sound of burning things. Gradually, the sound became indistinct. After a long time, a scream pierced through the night sky. It's on fire. There was a fire. There's a fire in the prison. Quick, put out the fire. The smoke made people's throats itch, and the raging fire burned in an instant. Everyone was talking at once, and there were sounds of people splashing water to put out the fire. There were also people's voices, accompanied by the sounds of swords clashing. Help! Someone is trying to break out of prison. Prime Minister Su has been kidnapped. The carriage stopped at some point, and Su Jingfu was pushed into a courtyard. It looked like a farm in the wilderness, and there were no other houses around. As soon as he entered, Su Jingfu coughed. He was old and couldn't withstand such torment. Half of his beard was burned off by the fire, and his clothes were blackened by the fire. He looked particularly miserable. There was no one else in the room. There was tea and food on the table, and it looked quite exquisite. He didn't touch it. At any time, it was always good to be cautious. When he came, he had already asked the people around him who had rescued him from prison, but no one answered his question. Su Jingfu was also uneasy. After sitting for a while, there was a sound by the door, and someone came in. Su Jingfu looked up. The person who came in was wearing a light green robe, and was as gentle as an orchid. When he saw him, he called softly, "Teacher." "Xilan?" Su Jingfu was happy at first, but then he frowned. "What's going on?" Chu Xilan closed the door. "Teacher, you don't know, but Xiao Huijin has found the witness for the Mingshui case." Su Jingfu's heart skipped a beat, but he wasn't too surprised. His people had been looking for the whereabouts of the Luo brothers. They clearly had clues, but they suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. At that time, Su Jingfu had already begun to suspect that Xiao Ju was behind it. However, Xiao Ju did things secretly, and he hadn't been able to find any evidence against him. Now that he was in prison because of He Rufei, Xiao Huijin would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Xiao Ju had never forgotten about the Mingshui case. Sooner or later, it would be brought out for a retrial. Just the witness is not enough to convict him. Chu Xilan sighed. There are many courtiers who add insult to injury. Su Jingfu could only sneer. After being in this position for so many years, he certainly knew that sometimes victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. In the past, when he suppressed the old subordinates left behind by Xiao Zhongwu, he took advantage of the Mingshui case. Every dog has its day. Now that he was in trouble, his opponent certainly wouldn't be merciful. "You mean, you think that the Su family can't make a comeback?" Su Jingfu looked at Chu Zhao, and there was a hint of displeasure in his tone. "When I was in prison, this is the method you came up with? Taking advantage of the situation?" At this point, Su Jingfu was a little angry. "Do you know that if you do this, the emperor will only be more biased towards Xiao Huijin? You're not helping at all." "Teacher," Chu Xilan stood beside him and shook his head. "This student has no other way." Su Jingfu took a deep breath. "You've always been smart. Why did you choose such a stupid method this time? Why did you rescue me from prison? Was it to save my life?" "My life is saved, but the Su family can't be saved. There's also Pingting and Madam." "You." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. But now he couldn't go back by himself. But if he stayed here, people would only say that Su Jingfu fled for fear of punishment. "Teacher," Chu Xilan said warmly, "even if you don't rescue the prison, the Su family can't be saved. Xiao Huijin won't give the Su family a chance to make a comeback. The fourth prince has already made his move. But you've made a bad move. You can protect me for a while, but can you protect me for a lifetime?" Su Jingfu stared at the young man in front of him in exasperation. "You've always been reliable. I've never been at ease with you. Why is it that this time?" His words suddenly stopped. The person in front of him was his prospective son-in-law, his student, and someone he had watched grow up. He had always been by his side, studying and becoming an official. He was smart, gentle, and well-mannered. He was a truly talented person. In Su Jingfu's heart, he admired him very much. He didn't have a son of his own, so he groomed Chu Zhao as his successor. The room was silent for a moment. "You did it on purpose?" Su Jingfu asked slowly. His gaze was as vicious as a snake's. Chu Zhao smiled slightly. "Teacher, we've already reached this point. This is the best way to do it." Su Jingfu's hands trembled slightly. "I know that you're unwilling to give up and still want to make a comeback. But you're in prison and don't know that the situation outside has already changed." Chu Zhao's voice was still gentle. He continued unhurriedly, "This student greets His Highness the Crown Prince. This is also His Highness the Crown Prince's intention." "That idiot Guang Yin," Su Jingfu sneered. "How could he think of abandoning the rook to save the king?" "I think it was you." He stared at Chu Zhao's face. "You were the one who suggested it, right?" Wow, Chu Xiaolin, you've been by my side for so long, but I didn't realize that I've raised a poisonous snake by my side. Didn't I learn this from you? Chu Zhao was not angry. He said calmly, it's because you taught me well. Su Jingfu had been in the officialdom for many years. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of being angered to the point of vomiting blood. Back then, when he was at daggers drawn with Xiao Zhongwu, he was not as angry as he was now. Su Jingfu understood Chu Zhao's intention. He was afraid that the prison break was fake. He wanted to make it seem as if he had secretly colluded with others to escape punishment. Then, his student would make a move and put justice before family. This would not only show that Chu Zhao was loyal to the emperor and patriotism, but also wash away the possibility of him colluding with him. He would also get rid of himself, a big problem. Su Jingfu still had a lot of evidence left by Chu Zhao that was enough to destroy him. More importantly, with Su Jingfu's death, the original Chu Zhao's clique would seek protection. If Chu Zhao could get out of this case, all the connections he had left behind would belong to Chu Zhao. He did not have a son. He liked Chu Zhao's temperament and talent and wanted to cultivate him as one of his own. He did not expect Chu Zhao to hide so deeply. It was as if he was going to die. Su Jingfu suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Chu Xiaolin, Su Jingfu called Chu Zhao by his name, I feel that I have treated you well. If I did not save you back then, you would have died in some courtyard in Count Shijin's residence. For so many years, I protected you, helped you enter the officialdom, and arranged everything for you. You actually repay kindness with ingratitude. You forget your roots and betray justice. You are a villain who repaid kindness with evil. Forget my roots and betray justice? Repaid kindness with evil? Chu Zhao smiled. He looked at Su Jingfu and said gently, teacher does treat students very well. However, in this kindness, how much sincerity does it contain, and how much is being used, teacher knows in his heart. There is no need to be too sincere. Otherwise, after a long time, I am afraid that even I will believe it. That year at the Su residence, Su Jingfu gave him a pair of boots and saved Chu Zhao from Madame Chu's hands. After that, at least on the surface, his three brothers and Madame Chu did not dare to be too presumptuous, and he was able to keep his life. For a period of time, Chu Zhao was really grateful to Su Jingfu. Later on, when he gradually grew up, Su Jingfu arranged for him to become an official. This seemed to be a good thing. A teacher would do his best to make arrangements for a student's future. In this world, not many people could do it. However, from the first day he became an official, he became Su Jingfu's chess piece. Su Jingfu's students were all overed away. Every student who became an official was his chess piece. Chu Zhao was no different from the other chess pieces. He killed people for Su Jingfu, unjustly accused, and won over people's hearts. He did everything. With Su Jingfu behind him, he was in front of others. He was a target in front of others, and he was always attacked in the dark. Once, he accidentally heard Su Jingfu talking to a servant. Fourth young Master Chu is going to attend the banquet. I am afraid it will be dangerous. Sir, why don't you? Young people have to grow up in danger. His teacher smiled and said, if he is not even willing to sacrifice his life, what is the point of raising him for so long? Chu Zhao later understood that he was Su Jingfu's dog. He would bite whoever Su Jingfu wanted him to bite. The person who was bitten hated the dog, not the person who raised the dog. Did Su Jingfu not know that going to Jiang would be dangerous? Of course, he knew. When he was in the Rendu, Su Jingfu was still wary of him. When Su Pingting fell in love with him, Su Jingfu could arrange his marriage on his own. Chu Zhao knew that if Su Pingting did not like him one day, or even hated him, Su Jingfu would abandon him without hesitation. You played the role of a teacher, and I played the role of a student. After playing the role for so long, I have forgotten why I was chosen as a student. Su Jingfu stared at him and said angrily. It was because I pitied you. Is that so? The young man smiled. Didn't you take me in because you saw that I had nothing and was easy to control? He was a pitiful person who was bullied at home by his official mother and brother. He did not know when he would lose his life. He had nothing and had nothing to rely on. Once he received a favor, he would repay it 100-fold. Once he had the chance, he would do everything he could to climb up. He was too suitable to be a chess piece. He was too suitable to be used by others because he had no other choice. That kind and gentle teacher was just a facade he put on. His calculations and plans were hidden in those soft boots, and he was just waiting for time to slowly pass. Nails would slowly emerge from the boots, and unknowingly, they would stab people until they bled. But at that time, did he not plan? He knew that he was going to attend the banquet at Prime Minister Su's residence. He knew that the clothes Madame Chu made for him were as thin as paper. But he still wore those clothes. Chu Linfeng brought him to attend the banquet. Did he really not find any time to change out of the boots or at least pull out the nails? The Su residence was so big. Why did he have to meet Su Jingfu? He was a child who grew up in a brothel. He had seen women use all kinds of tricks to win the favor of men. It was an instinct of all strong people to pity the weak. Using people's sympathy and pity was a skill he learned to protect himself in those years. Every opportunity did not come easily. Every opportunity must be grasped tightly. He grasped it and finally changed his fate. Although the path back to his destiny was not very bright, it at least allowed him to live on for so many years. Su Jingfu used him, and he used Su Jingfu. In the end, he and Su Jingfu were the same kind of people from the beginning. It was just a pity that he had lost that pair of boots, he thought regretfully. They had really warmed him for many years. The light in the room swayed slowly. The wind outside was very strong. The windows blocked the wind, and it sounded like the howling of ghosts. The warm candlelight seemed to only make the room colder. Su Jingfu looked at him. He looked, and suddenly laughed in a low voice. He said, "Chu Xilan. Wow. You're really good, teacher." Chu Xilan looked at him, his eyes still gentle. "Like you, it's true that you sympathize with me. It's also true that you want to use me. It's also true that I'm grateful to you. It's also true that I want to kill you." He took a step back, and the outline of his face became clear under the light. It was clearly a gentle, handsome, and otherworldly face, but it also seemed like he had tasted all the sins of the mortal world, and there was a kind of cold pity. This student's schemes were all learned from teacher. It's just that, the student has surpassed the master. What a good student has surpassed the master. Su Jingfu laughed, but his laughter was especially miserable. He asked, "Those outside are all your people. When do you plan to kill me?" Chu Zhao did not say anything. Such decisiveness and heartlessness. "You're indeed Su Jingfu's student," he suddenly said. "What about painting? What are you going to do with her?" This old official, who had been fierce in the officialdom all his life, finally showed the weakness of an old man at this moment. He looked at Chu Zhao, his eyes even seemed to be pleading. "She really likes you. If you still have half a conscience, don't hurt her." "I won't hurt her." After a long time, Chu Zhao said, "As long as she's obedient." The lights in the room were brightly lit. Someone's voice came from outside. "Fourth young master. The pursuers are almost here." Chu Zhao looked at Su Jingfu. Su Jingfu looked back at him quietly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, anger, and resentment. In the end, they sank into a sense of powerlessness. He was already old. When he dealt with Xiao Zhongwu at the Battle of Mingshui, he should have expected this day to come. Chu Zhao faced Su Jingfu, slowly kneeled down, and bowed to Su Jingfu. "The student union will inherit teacher's legacy. Teacher, rest in peace." He stood up and left without looking back. A few people who looked like guards rushed in. The sound of tables and chairs falling over could be heard in the room, accompanied by a low scream. Chu Zhao stood quietly. The wind blew at the corner of his robe, making his figure look especially thin. It was as if he would fly away with the wind in the next moment. In an instant, he thought back to many years ago. When he was about 11 or 12 years old, he went to Su Jingfu's residence to celebrate his birthday. Su Jingfu's students were all older than him. Many of them were already officials, and the gifts they gave were all gold, jade, and jewelry. He was the only one who hesitated for a long time. In the end, he took out a painting from behind his back. It was a painting of a pine tree. He had stayed up for many days and nights, and the painting was especially serious. He didn't have much money, and he didn't want to ask Chu Linfeng for money. After pondering for a long time, this was the only thing he could take out. The bones of a crane, the tendons of a pine tree, and the green cypress. At that moment, he really did think so. However, that was a long, long time ago. Not long after, 2 guards came out. One of them had a knife at his waist that had long been dyed red with blood. The blood dripped down to the snow at his feet like blooming plum blossoms. Chu Zhao took the knife from his hand. The knife was heavy. The man felt it was difficult to carry it. He didn't know how the thin and short girl could wield it so smoothly. He looked at the saber, grabbed the hilt with a backhand grip, and suddenly stabbed it towards his chest. Pfft, the tip of the knife sank into his flesh. There was a clear pain, and it seemed to wake him up from his daze. The guard beside him was shocked. "Fourth young master." He waved his hand with difficulty, pulled the knife out again, and threw it to the ground. He covered his wound with one hand. Blood instantly stained his palm and dyed his robe red. In the next moment, the sound of soldiers and horses came from outside. He took 2 steps forward. Finally, his strength gave out and he fell to his knees. "Fourth young master. Fourth young master." The last thing he saw were bright torches and a large number of soldiers and horses. Su Jingfu escaped from prison at night and escaped to a farm in the wilderness outside the city. His student, Chu Xilan, rushed over with his men. Chu Xilan was seriously injured in a fight with his teacher. He was now lying in a hospital bed, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In one night, the wind in Shuajing changed completely. Su Jingfu's escape confirmed his treason with the enemy, as well as the crime of framing and harming an important court official in the Mingshui case. The Supreme Court's investigation of the case was very fast, and the entire Su family was arrested. The only surprise was the 4th young master of Shijin's residence. Some people scolded him behind his back for being immoral. Su Jingfu was so good to him, but he helped others to deal with his own teacher. Some people said that he was clear-headed. After all, the kindness of a ruler was more important than the kindness of a teacher. But now, he was lying in a hospital bed, and it was unknown when he would wake up. This made people sigh. It was said that Su Jingfu pierced his chest with a knife, and it was unknown whether he would survive. In the ancestral hall of the Xiao residence, Xiao Jing and Xiao Ju stood side by side. Xiao Ju rarely came with Xiao Jing to offer incense. Most of the time, he came alone. Bai Rongwei was not feeling well 2 nights ago. She asked a doctor to see her and found out that she was pregnant. Half a year after Bai Rongwei married into the Xiao family, something happened to Xiao Zhongwu. Not long after, Madame Xiao followed. At that time, Su Jingfu was very strict, and the entire Xiao family was in danger. Bai Rongwei, who had just been pregnant, worked hard and affected the fetus. She had a miscarriage, and it was at that time that she became ill. These years, she had been recuperating. She did not expect that as soon as Su Jingfu's case came to an end, Bai Rongwei would have good news. She did not know if it was predestined. Xiao Jing looked at the memorial tablet in the ancestral hall and sighed. "It's been almost 7 years. I can finally put down one of my worries." Over the years, no one had deliberately mentioned it, but neither Xiao Ju nor Xiao Jing had forgotten about the Battle of Mingshui. "It's been hard on you all these years." Xiao Jing smiled apologetically at Xiao Ju. "The burden of the Xiao family is all on you." "Everything in Shuajing is managed by Big Brother," Xiao Ju said blandly. "How can you say that I'm the only one working hard? You're just stubborn." Xiao Jing shook his head and chuckled. "Although I'm your big brother, I don't think I've ever done anything for you. You've never lived for yourself." His gaze fell on the light smoke rising from the Niao Niao. "Now, you can finally rest for a while." Regardless of whether he was thrown into the mountains when he was young, or later entered the Xiancheng dojo, or finally took over the Nanfu army, they all lived for the sake of small family. Sometimes, Xiao Jing felt that he didn't understand what his little brother wanted. Perhaps it was because no one had ever asked him what he wanted. When he thought of asking, Xiao Ju had already grown up and was used to suppressing everything in the bottom of his heart. As the big brother, no matter how hard he tried, it seemed that he couldn't enter Xiao Ju's heart. Fortunately, if there was another person who could enter it, it wouldn't be bad. "After the Su family's case, it's time to think about your matter." Xiao Jing said. My matter? Don't forget about your marriage. Now, this matter is a big matter for the Xiao family. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, so I'll ask her to put this matter aside for the time being and let me handle it. Xiaoju was slightly surprised. No need, I'll do it myself. Su Jingfu's remnants are still arrogant. I'm afraid you don't have the time to deal with it yourself. Xiao Jing smiled. Don't worry, I have experience in this matter. I won't make a mistake. When your sister-in-law and I got married, I personally took care of it myself. It looked good in the end. At that time, Madame Xiao didn't want Xiao Jing to marry a concubine's daughter who didn't match his status. She couldn't persuade her son, so she left in a fit of anger. Xiao Jing personally took care of the wedding, from the wedding gifts to the wedding cakes. When he said this, Xiao Ju remembered that year when Xiao Jing stood nervously and carefully in the silk shop and personally picked out the cloth for the wedding dress. He couldn't help but lower his head and smile. Xiao Jing saw him smile and smiled as well. He said with some emotion, when I married your sister-in-law, I was still wondering when I would see you get married. I didn't know what the girl you would marry in the future would be like. Now that I think about it, he paused. Miss, he is really good. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ju said softly, I also think that she is very good. Huaijin, Xiao Jing stood side by side with him. You have to cherish her. In the Chu Fu, Chu Zhao, who had been in a coma for 7 days, finally woke up. The first thing he did when he woke up was to drag his sick body into the palace and see the emperor, ignoring the wounds on his body that hadn't healed yet. At first, everyone thought that he was putting righteousness before family and wanted to cut off the Chu family's path. This time, he entered the palace to drop the last piece of Shirtu into the well. They didn't think that. His purpose in entering the palace was to announce that he and Su Pingting were engaged. According to the time, Su Pingting should have been married into the Chu Fu. Since she was already married, she wasn't considered a member of the Su family. He begged Emperor Wenxuan to spare Su Pingting's life on account of Su Jingfu's past contributions. Loyal, righteous, and able to distinguish between right and wrong. This kind of young person was very popular with the people in power. Moreover, Chu Zhao's body hadn't recovered yet. His face was pale and stubborn. This reminded Emperor Wenxuan of Xiao Huaijin many years ago. His heart softened and he agreed to Chu Zhao's request. However, Su Jingfu had committed a heinous crime. Although Su Pingting could be spared the death penalty, she couldn't escape punishment. From then on, she was reduced to the daughter of a guilty official. Of course, she couldn't be the young madam of Shijin's household. At most, she could be a concubine. When Su Pingting was brought to the Chu family, she couldn't stop crying. In just a few days, the Su family had fallen. Her parents were dead. All the people she used to be close to were avoiding her. And now, the only person she could rely on was Chu Zhao. Brother Xilan. When Su Pingting saw Chu Zhao, she grabbed his arm and cried, Why did you only come to save me now? What happened? Why are they doing this to me? The high and mighty young lady fell from the clouds into the mud overnight. Other than panic, she refused to believe that everything in front of her was real. Pingting, the man in front of her, still looked at her gently. You will live here from now on. What does this mean? I can't go back to my own home? Su Pingting asked anxiously. They've wronged my father. Brother Xilan, you must have a way. You must have a way, right? Chu Xilan just looked at her quietly. Su Pingting's hand gradually loosened from Chu Zhao's arm. She took 2 steps back and the panic in her eyes faded a little. She seemed to have remembered something. She asked, Brother Xilan, on the way here, I heard that, they said that you put righteousness before family. When my father brought people to escape, you stopped them. This can't be true. They're lying, right? Chu Zhao sighed, it's true. Su Pingting's expression froze. After a while, she cried out, Then did you kill my father? Why did you do this? My father was so good to you. He was your teacher. The beautiful girl's face was full of tears. She was always arrogant. She would either laugh without restraint or throw a tantrum. It was rare for her to be so weak and embarrassed. It was also at this moment that she did not look like Prime Minister Su's daughter, but like any other ordinary girl. Chu Zhao walked to her side, took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears on her face. If he did this in the past, Su Pingting would have been very happy. However, when she looked at the person in front of her now, his eyes were still the same as before. His expression was gentle and patient, but for some reason, it made her feel a faint chill down her spine. I promised the teacher that I would take good care of you. He slowly took back the handkerchief. His tone was still the same as before, but it also seemed to be different. I will definitely do it. Pingting, don't be stubborn. There are some words that should not be mentioned in the future, he said softly, be good. Everything will pass. He Yan and He Yanxing sat in the house and ate roasted sweet potatoes. She buried 2 sweet potatoes in the fine ash under the stove. After a while, she removed the ash. The sweet potatoes were roasted thoroughly. Before she peeled off the skin, she could smell the fragrance. When she peeled off the skin and tasted it, she felt that it was sweet and warm. It was so fragrant that she wanted to swallow her tongue. He Yan picked up a big sweet potato and threw it into He Yanxing's arms. The sweet potato was too hot. He Yanxing held it in his hands before he dared to eat it. He Yan, you should eat less. As he ate, he reminded the person opposite him, I heard that the military governor Xiao ordered people to make the wedding dress for you. It was made according to your previous size. If you eat like this, what if you can't wear the dress and can't find a new wedding dress? He Yan threw a sweet potato peel at his head. He Yanxing lowered his head and dodged it. She said, your sister's waist is slender. How can I not wear the dress? Don't worry. Anyway, I've never seen a girl who can eat as much as you before she gets married, He Yanxing muttered. He saw that the sisters of the neighbors on their street were getting married. The other brides began to starve a few months in advance so that they would look light and cute on their wedding day. Only his family's bride was afraid that she would eat a mouthful less. She didn't have the slightest awareness that she was getting married. What should he do if this went on? He Yanxing thought worriedly. If he went to the Xiao family, others would think that the He family didn't feed He Yan well. You're so young. Why do you think so much? He Yan lectured him earnestly. Even Dad doesn't think as much as you. He Yanxing took charge of the family at an early age. Sometimes, He Yan felt that he was more like Dad than He Sui was. He was not as cute as he was when he was younger. The Su family's case is over. Military Governor Xiao has nothing to do after this. He Yanxing lowered his head and said, the next big thing is to get married to you. He Yan, why are you so careless? He Yanxing got angrier the more he thought about it. Aren't you nervous at all? The sweet potato was too hot. He Yan blew on it before taking a bite. He replied vaguely, I'm not nervous. He Yanxing was speechless. Okay, so he was the only one in the family who was nervous. He Yan looked at his worried expression and said with a smile, why are you thinking so much? Isn't there still some time before the wedding? Yanxing, you're still young. You don't know how things change in this world. No one can predict what will happen tomorrow. Why should you add more worries to yourself? For example, the Su family was so glorious in the past. Who would have thought that there would be such a day? He Yanxing came back to his senses and said with a sigh, that's right. That day at the celebration banquet, you and Miss Su were married together by the emperor. Now that your wedding date is approaching, Miss Su's marriage will never be completed in this lifetime. He frowned. At that time everyone in Shuajing compared you to Miss Su. They said that our family couldn't compare to the Su family. I was so angry. I'm afraid no one will say that now. After all, the Su family had fallen. Moreover, this accusation was extremely disgraceful. He Yan stopped chewing on the sweet potato. To be honest, Chu Zhao bringing people to place righteousness before family was out of her expectations. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't seem right. He Yan thought about it and felt that this might be a trap set by Chu Zhao. It was just that he closed the trap very cleanly and didn't have any evidence. On the surface, it looked like he chose to be loyal to the emperor. However, after thinking about it carefully, he didn't lose anything in this matter. On the contrary, he cleanly cut off his ties with Su Jingfu and temporarily won the emperor's trust. Other than lying on the couch for a long time. However, injuries could be big or small. It all depended on the doctor's words. After all, no one would purposely bring a doctor to verify whether he was really in danger. Xian didn't want to think badly of people. Therefore, every time she thought of this, she quickly brushed it away and didn't want to think about it. Forget it. What did Chu Xiao have to do with her? Why waste time on people who weren't very important? Xianxia talked with her for a while before getting up and leaving. After Xianxia left, Yan cleaned up the sweet potato skin on the ground. After washing up, she got on the couch. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen Xiao Ju since the day Madam he was buried. Prime Minister Su's case had finally come to an end, but it didn't mean that it was all over. The people related to Prime Minister Su and the people involved in the Battle of Mingshui couldn't be solved in a day or two. As for the Crown Prince, Hian's heart was very heavy. The Crown Prince was definitely not a good heir. However, as a subject without real power, she couldn't influence the Emperor's decision. She looked out the window of the bed. In the capital, a storm was coming. Just as she was lost in thought, suddenly, a cold light flew towards her. Hian's expression turned cold. She subconsciously reached out to catch it. That thing brushed past her palm and slightly scratched her palm. Hian looked down and saw that she had caught a long dart. There was something tied to the dart. Hian was startled. She untied it and looked. Her face suddenly changed. What she untied was half a hairpin. The hairpin was in the shape of a magnolia flower. Hian was no stranger to it. This was the hairpin she gave to Xining. Since the last time she saw Xining, Hian was always worried that this girl would be disheartened and commit suicide. Every few days, she would ask Chiwu to send something to the Wei family. There weren't many things, and they weren't very expensive. However, they were all things Hian wanted. Sometimes it was a bit of jewelry, sometimes it was a piece of cloth. She wasn't very good at choosing things for girls, so she was very serious every time she chose something. She had asked Chiwu to send this magnolia flower hairpin not long ago. Xining heard that she liked it very much, so she wore it on her head. Why is it here? There was a note wrapped around the hairpin. Hian opened it and saw a place written on it. It looked like a restaurant or tea house. Did someone kidnap Xining to threaten her? But this restaurant or tea house was in the downtown area. Recently, there was no curfew. If they wanted to take action, why would they choose such an eye-catching place? Hian thought for a long time. In the end, she was worried that Xining would take the upper hand. She picked out a man's clothing from the box and changed into it. Chiwu wasn't home today. Ever since Prime Minister Su's case came out, Chiwu had started to get busy at night. She dressed up and sneaked out under the cover of the night. Along the way, she guessed and asked questions. Finally, she found the place written on the note. Sure enough, it was a tea house. This tea house was renovated to look like a small garden. From the outside, it looked more like a private residence. Not far away, there was a market square. From time to time, there were city guards patrolling. Hian thought for a moment and walked in. Outside the small garden, there were two plainclothed children standing there. When they saw Hian, they didn't ask anything and only said, "Miss, please come in." It was as if they had been waiting for her for a long time. Hian paused. She came in men's clothing. Her men's clothing wasn't foolproof, but it was enough to fool most people. However, these two children directly called her Miss. It was definitely not because of their unique eyesight that they could see through her real identity at a glance. She was afraid that the person waiting for her inside already had a deep understanding of her behavior. In Hian's heart, she vaguely guessed who it was, but she wasn't sure. She also didn't understand why the other party would do this. The children led Hian into the small garden. They went around a garden and entered the tea house. There was no one in the hall outside the tea house. He didn't know if it was originally deserted or if it was deliberately sent away. They walked all the way to the corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were smaller tea houses. Hian followed the children to the last one. The children said, "Miss, please come in." After saying this, the two people didn't care about Hian and left. Hian pushed the door open and walked in. In the tea house, the light swayed and the room was filled with the fragrance of tea. Behind the long table, sat a handsome man in a wide-sleeved robe. He smiled gently and said softly, he. Fourth young master Chu, Yan heard her own voice, what do you mean? I just feel like I haven't seen he for a long time and want to talk to he. He replied gently, not at all displeased by Yan's coldness. Yan raised her hand and showed him the hairpin in her hand, where is Miss He? Wei residence. Yan was stunned. She looked at Chu Zhao again. After thinking, she threw the hairpin in her hand on the table and sat down opposite Chu Zhao. She looked at Chu Zhao and calmly said, you lied to me? If not, Chu Zhao said, he wouldn't be willing to come and see me. Yan didn't feel it before. Now that she heard him say she felt uncomfortable all over. She paused and asked, then, fourth young master Chu, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Chu Zhao pushed the teacup in front of Yan. Yan glanced at the teacup but did not touch it. He and I were friends when we were in Jiang and Rendu. Why are we so distant now that we're back in Shuajing? Chu Zhao asked with a smile. Yan looked at him. I heard that fourth young master was seriously injured a few days ago. Are you okay? I'm fine. Chu Zhao smiled. But I'm happy that he is worried about me. Yan frowned at him. Why did Chu Zhao's words sound like he was flirting? In the past, when they were in Jiang Rendu, Yan only took it as a joke and didn't take it to heart. Now that she and Chu Zhao had each been granted a marriage, even if the marriage between Su Pingting and him could no longer be held as scheduled, after all, the status of the two of them was still somewhat subtle. Could it be that he wanted to use her to deal with Xiaoju? Yan pondered. The remaining members of Su Jingfu's faction had not been completely wiped out and it was highly likely that they would join Chu Zhao's faction. In that case, Chu Zhao and Xiaoju were still rivals. If Chu Zhao wanted to use her to deal with Xiaoju, would he use his beauty to trick her? That was too much of a sacrifice. Seeing Yan's strange gaze, Chu Zhao paused for a moment. After a while, as if he had seen through her thoughts, he shook his head and laughed. What is he thinking about now? Fourth young master, Yan said seriously, where did you get Miss He's hairpin? Young Mr. Su? Chu Zhao said, I saw that he took good care of young Mr. Su, so I ordered someone to take her hairpin. This was not a gentleman's action, but I just wanted to see he. He asked, he is very sincere towards young Mr. Su. The matter between the He and Su clans was ultimately caused by me. I happen to have the same name as Miss He's elder sister who passed away. It's fate, so it's only right for me to take care of her. Yan answered smoothly. Chu Zhao took a sip of tea and sighed, if that's the case, I really envy Miss He. What are you jealous of? I envy he for being so concerned about her. Yan, she now understood that Chu Zhao was clearly flirting with her. Moreover, compared to before, he was flirting with her in an unbridled and open manner. Yan lowered her head and looked at her own hands. Was it because she hadn't shown her kung fu in front of others for a long time that people had forgotten that her fists could smash her two into pieces? Fourth young master, you didn't ask me to come here to talk about this, right? Yan asked. If you have something to say, just say it. Chu Zhao smiled and restrained his expression for a moment. He treats me like an enemy now. Is it because of military governor Xiao? Yan looked at him and didn't say anything. It's almost the new year. Chu Zhao looked at her with a gentle gaze. There seemed to be a hint of sadness in his eyes. He will be marrying military governor Xiao soon. Fourth young master, do you want to congratulate me? Chu Zhao shook his head. No, I want to ask you. Are you really going to marry military governor Xiao? Yan. Of course. Can you not get married? Yan was simply baffled, why not get married? Because, he looked at her with a smile, I like a he. Yan, in her previous life, when she was the second daughter of the He family, although she had interacted with many men, no one had ever confessed to her. Even when she was married to Su Zhihing had never said the word like. She didn't expect that after her rebirth, so many peach blossoms had bloomed. Putting aside the rotten peach blossom Fanqing, whether it was Mui in Jiang City, Xiaoju now, or Chu Zhao now, Yan had some doubts. The daughter of the He family was quite beautiful, but she couldn't be considered an outstanding beauty. How could she be so attractive? Xiaoju and she were fated to be together for 2 lifetimes. What about Mui and Chu Zhao? They hadn't even spoken to each other a few times. Wasn't it a bit too casual to say that he liked her? Fourth young master, these kinds of words can't be said casually. He Yan composed herself and politely replied. I'm not joking. Chu Zhao looked at her gently, but his gaze was very serious. When I saw a he at the Liang province guards, I already liked a he. He Yan couldn't help but have goosebumps. She thought that she still wasn't used to hearing such straightforward words of love. Thank you for your love, fourth young master, but, she said, I already have someone I like. Military Governor Xiao? Yes. He Yan answered readily. He is always so direct. Chu. Zhao was still smiling, but his gaze was a bit dim. He asked, you. Why do you like Military Governor Xiao? Why? He Yan was stunned. She never knew that there was a reason to like someone. Liking someone was just liking someone. Why should there be a reason? If she had to give a reason, it was probably because Xiaoju was really too good. When he saw that she wanted to eat loquat, he secretly stuffed loquats into her bag. He had the brothel mother change the liquor to sweet rose dew. When he knew that she didn't have enough strength to lift a knife in the academy, he purposely chose a knife master. When he saw that she was seasick, he gave her seasickness medicine and lied that it was poison, and so on. What was strange was that he seemed to have never been treated gently by anyone, but he seemed to know how to take care of people. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, I wasn't very popular in the past. There weren't many people who were good to me. So every person who was good to me, I firmly remembered it. Later, I found out that the people who were good to me were all the same person. How could I not like him? I will also be good to you. Chu Zhao said warmly. He Yan looked up at him. Fourth young master Chu, we are not the same kind of people. There was silence in the tea room. Chu Zhao's eyes were lighter in color. This made him look more gentle than others. But now, his eyes were like fluorite that was about to shatter. They were so fragile that it made people's hearts ache. I am very sad to hear you say that. He Yan said, I'm sorry. Although she had never been good at dealing with intimate relationships between people, He Yan didn't have much struggle in her heart when she said those words to Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao and she were not the same kind of people. This was an undeniable fact. Because of her previous life, she preferred people who were frank and open. She didn't like people who kept 30% of their words and 70% of what they said. They were always unpredictable. In the end, they were adults. He Yan didn't want to make the atmosphere awkward. He smiled. Moreover, I am about to get married. Fourth young master asked the emperor to spare Miss Su's life. Fourth young master doesn't know, she said in a relaxed tone, I'm a jealous person. In the future, the person I marry will not be able to have any other woman in the inner courtyard other than me. Xiaoju also paid a price to marry me. What's so difficult about that? Chu Zhao looked at her and said seriously, if a he is willing to marry me, a he will be the only one in my backyard. Before He Yan could say anything, there was a sudden loud noise. The door behind them was kicked open. Shameless boasting. Someone sneered. He Yan turned around and saw Xiaoju walk in with an ashen face. Compared to Chu's island, his entire body carried the chill of the wind and snow outside. What was even colder than the wind and snow was his expression. He Yan thought that if it weren't for the fact that the city guards were nearby, he might have killed someone. Military Governor Xiao came so quickly. Chu Zhao sighed. He stood up and smiled. I almost succeeded. He Yan's expression changed. Almost? What almost? Don't say things that will cause misunderstandings at this time. No. He Yan hurriedly explained. I didn't succeed. I failed from the beginning. Really? Xiaoju didn't even look at her. He only stared at Chu's island. There was a knife hidden in his eyes and his expression was mocking. Military Governor Xiao, in front of a lady, it's best not to be too fierce. Chu Zhao chuckled, then looked at He Yan again, what I said to Ah He today, every word and sentence is this Chu's heartfelt words. If a he changes his mind, I will definitely think of a way for a he. I also sincerely want to marry a he. The last sentence was like honey that had been brewed for a long time. It was so seductive that it caused ripples in people's hearts. However, this ripple didn't even have time to reach her lips before it was cut off by someone's sword. The long table was smashed into pieces by the autumn drink. The teapot and cups on the table shattered on the ground. The sound was especially clear in the night. Xiaoju's figure was tall and slender. His fingertips were slightly white as he held the autumn drink. His tone was calm, but it also seemed like he was brewing anger. He said indifferently, "Do you think you're worthy?" Chu Zhao looked at him with a smile. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. The city guards were not far away. He Yan guessed that if the commotion was any louder, it would attract people. Previously, when Xiaoju used the autumn drink as the prize on the Heavenly Star platform, there were people who scolded Xiaoju for being blinded by lust. If this matter were to spread today, wouldn't her reputation of being a femme fatale be confirmed? The heavens took pity on her. She didn't do anything, so why did things become like this? He Yan made a prompt decision. He grabbed Xiaoju's sleeve and dragged him out. At the same time, he turned to Chu Zhao and said, "It's too late today. Let's not talk anymore. Fourth young master Chu, goodbye." Chu Zhao smiled and said, "Okay." He Yan dragged Xiaoju out of the tea room. The two plainclothed children at the door had already disappeared. After taking a few steps out of the courtyard, Xiaoju suddenly flung his hand away. He Yan was stunned. He saw that this person had already walked in another direction. There was no doubt that he was angry again. However, this time, He Yan could understand. She was about to get married, but she was caught trying to steal someone else's girl. If she were in his shoes, she would also feel unhappy. However, He Yan also felt wronged. She chased after He Xining and saw Chu Zhao. At first, she thought that Chu Zhao had something to say to her. He Yan was still thinking about whether she should beat him at his own game. However, she didn't expect Chu Zhao to confess to her in such a mushy way. She didn't expect this to happen, sigh. Forget it. Anyway, second young master Xiao was angry again. She had to calm him down first. "Xiaoju, slow down. I can't catch up," He Yan called out to him from behind. However, this time, Xiaoju didn't slow down like before. It seemed that he was very angry. He Yan caught up with him from behind. When she reached him, she turned around and hugged him by the waist. "Stop, don't walk." Xiaoju was hugged so tightly that he couldn't walk. He didn't look at her and turned his head to look elsewhere. His expression was still very cold. "I'll explain to you," He Yan said hurriedly. "What happened today was definitely an accident. He came to me with Xining's hairpin. I thought that something happened to Xining, so I went to see him. I didn't expect that he was just tricking me to come out and talk to me. I definitely didn't meet him in the middle of the night. There's definitely no affair." It would have been better if she didn't say the last sentence. The moment she said it, the surrounding atmosphere became even colder. "Don't be angry. It's not good for your health." He Yan reached out and rubbed his chest. "You're so young. You're so angry all the time. Be careful that you don't get sick." Xiaoju blocked her hand and frowned. "Don't touch me." "No." He Yan clung on to him like a rascal. "Unless you're not angry anymore." Xiaoju took a deep breath and looked down at her. His tone was very cold. "Even if he lied to you, why didn't you leave immediately after knowing that you were tricked?" "I didn't know what he wanted. I thought that he had something important to talk to me about." He Yan explained. "It's so late at night." Since you're already here?" He looked at He Yan in disbelief. "Since I'm already here, of course I have to ask you clearly." He Yan said righteously. "How would I know that he was here to talk about some irrelevant things?" Then, he muttered in a low voice, "He scared me to death." Xiaoju sneered. "I told you to stay away from him." I know. He Yan pointed to the sky and swore. "I'll stay away from him in the future." Of course. Who would have thought that Chu Zhao would have such an idea about her? Just thinking about it made her hair stand on end. Xiaoju's expression softened a little. He Yan looked at him. Seeing that he didn't seem as angry as before, she asked, "But, how did you know that I was here?" She exclaimed. "You got someone to follow me again?" Xiaoju said angrily, "I didn't follow you. I followed Chu's island." He Yan said, "Oh, you care more about Chu's island than you do about me. Look at how magnanimous I am. Why am I not angry?" Xiaoju stared at her without saying a word. "I was joking." He Yan smiled. Suddenly, she thought of something. "When did you arrive?" She was stunned. "You arrived from the beginning." The young man raised his eyebrows slightly. "He Yan, what did you hear?" She asked tentatively. "What should I hear?" He Yan didn't say anything. What should she hear? If Xiaoju came early enough, wouldn't that mean that Xiaoju heard everything between her and Chu Zhao? Including her unwavering confession of her love. He Yan let go of his arms and turned her head. She wanted to slap herself hard. Although she herself didn't care about her reputation, now that she thought about it, how many times had she confessed to him? Front and back. She wasn't a confession machine without feelings. How could she be caught every time? It was embarrassing. But this person was too evil. He just listened outside. If she acted closer to Chu Zhao, would she be accused of being an adulterer? She couldn't defend herself. He Yan's thoughts were running wild. She heard him ask, "What are you waiting for?" Seeing that He Yan was looking at her, Xiaoju paused and said, "Let's go back." He Yan made an end sound and walked 2 steps before stopping. He looked at him suspiciously and said, "Xiaoju." Xiaoju stopped and turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" "I thought about it carefully. It doesn't seem worth it," He Yan said. "What's not worth it?" He Yan blinked. "How many times have you heard me confess?" "I've never heard you confess." Xiaoju, what? He Yan said it confidently. Don't blame her for being calculative. Now that she thought about it, Xiaoju was reserved. She always beat around the bush. He Yan didn't understand her words. Anyway. She took a step forward and said, "You didn't say you liked her." Liked her? He looked at He Yan and asked. He Yan nodded. Yes. Lady he called He Yan's name, which made He Yan quiver. What do you want to confirm? He Yan was speechless for a moment. To be honest, she just wanted to take advantage of Xiaoju verbally and listen to him say something nice. However, Xiaoju was so serious that she didn't know what to say. She was about to find an excuse to brush him off when the person in front of her took a step forward. The young man's face was close to hers. His face was clean and beautiful. When their eyes met, there seemed to be an inexplicable emotion in his deep black eyes. It made her blush and her heart beat faster. You. He Yan only managed to say one word before he was interrupted by him. He took a step forward. The first time I picked loquats was for you. The first time I taught her swordsmanship was for you. He took another step forward. The first time I helped her apply medicine was for you. The first time I gave her candy was also for you. He took another step forward and pressed on. The first time I coaxed a girl was for you. The first time I helped her lie was also for you. After thinking about it, the first person I liked should also be you. He Yan was forced to the stone wall behind her. She couldn't retreat. She raised her head and met his smiling eyes. Lady He, are you sure now? He Yan listened to her heartbeat and forgot why she asked this question just now. Her gaze moved from Xiaoju's eyes to the corner of his lips, and she suddenly wanted to kiss him. She did so. She tiptoed and moved closer to the person in front of her. Xiaoju was startled at first, but then the smile in his eyes grew wider. He leaned forward slightly and was about to touch her. Wow. Shua City is really degenerating. How can people who are gay be so brazen? I can't watch. Hey, let's go. What are you looking at? I want to see who these 2 people are. Maybe I know them. The 2 drunkards pointed at the 2 of them and stumbled away. He Yan was shocked. She forgot that she was wearing men's clothes at night for the sake of convenience. In the eyes of others, it was naturally two men who were whispering sweet nothings to each other. But why were there people wandering around in the middle of the night? Weren't they afraid of bumping into each other? She was annoyed. She didn't know if it was because she almost kissed Xiaoju but missed it, or because she was accused of being gay. She was depressed and buried her head in Xiaoju's arms. She didn't raise her head and said angrily, "I'm sure. I'm very sure. Okay, let's go back." Xiaoju lowered his head and glanced at her. He reached out and tried to pull her out, but she hugged him very tightly. After a while, he could only helplessly let go and chuckle. The new year in Shuajing City was about to arrive. At the end of last year, He Yan was in the Liangzhou garrison and couldn't come back. After the new year, she was going to get married again. He Sui went to buy a lot of New Year's goods and insisted on celebrating the new year at home. Unfortunately, he wasn't from Shuajing City. Ever since Madame He passed away, there were even fewer relatives in his home. There weren't many who could visit his relatives. However, his neighbors were very enthusiastic. They would send some dried fruits to He Yan from time to time. They would send him a plate of cooked dumplings and a piece of cured meat. They would even hold his hand and say, "Yan Yan, when you marry into a Xiao family in the future and become a young mistress, don't forget about us neighbors. I even hugged you when you were young. Yes, 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 I even sewed clothes for you." Thanks to Xiaoju, they didn't have to buy enough meat this year. However, He Yan still bought some things with his own money and asked someone to bring them to Wang Ba and the others. He also gave some gifts to the military instructors. They were in the camp outside the city and could only spend the new year with the soldiers. She was going to get married on the 10th of the new year. He Yan wanted Xiaoju to allow them to take a leave. Shirtu and the others were all her friends who had followed her since she was in the Liangzhou garrison. He Yan wanted to invite them to her wedding banquet. However, ever since Xiaoju appeared that day when she met with Chu Zhao, she hadn't seen Xiaoju in the past few days. She was probably busy with the aftermath of the Mingshui case. The sky gradually darkened. They could faintly hear the sound of firecrackers and fireworks in the distance. It wasn't snowing tonight. It was a clear night. He Sui moved the table to the courtyard and called He Yan and the others to eat. He Yan wanted to help with the New Year's Eve dinner, but He Sui refused. He Sui said, "You're going to get married after the new year. How can I let you work? Sit down. Yan Yan, just focus on eating." He Yunxing secretly rolled his eyes. Including Qing Mei, there were only 4 people on the table, but there were 5 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. The empty bowl and chopsticks belonged to the late Madame He. He Sui poured everyone a small glass of sweet wine, which was a New Year's gift from his master when he was a bodyguard. He Sui picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Looking at the empty bowl and chopsticks, his eyes softened and he sighed. If Ah Hui was still here, she would be so happy to see Yan Yan get married. Ah Hui was the deceased Madame He. He Yan was a little sad. The real second miss He was gone, but all she could do now was to live on in her place and protect He Sui, He Yunxing, and Qing Mei. "Father, let's not talk about this on such a joyous occasion," He Yunxing frowned. "Besides, my mother might have been an immortal in the heavens to bless my elder sister and let her get married smoothly. Look at her, if it wasn't for God's blessing, I think she can only quarrel with me at home for the rest of her life. No one would want to marry her." He Yan looked at him with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. But Yunxing, I think you're not young anymore. I don't know what kind of girl you'll marry in the future. Would the girl be willing to take a fancy to you? If you don't change your temper, maybe you can only quarrel with Xianxia at home in the future. You're talking nonsense, He Yunxing immediately retorted. He Yan cupped his chin and moved closer. "Oh, do you already have a girl you like? Tell me." When it came to quarreling, He Yunxing had never won against He Yan. In a moment of anger, he turned to He Sui. "Father, look at He Yan. There's nothing wrong with what your sister said." He Sui was always on He Yan's side. "You should learn from your brother-in-law." He Yan was lowering his head to taste the wine. When he heard that, he almost choked. He said the word brother-in-law very fluently. He Yunxing looked at him gloatingly. Qing Mei covered her mouth and laughed in a low voice. Okay, let's not talk about this. Sui raised his glass. In the new year, I hope we'll all have good luck and good things. The afterglow of the fireworks could be seen in the night sky. The new year was coming. Sui didn't allow Yan to drink too much wine. Yan only drank a small cup. It was enough for him. Xianxia, on the other hand, drank a lot. Originally, the family had agreed to stay up for the new year together. However, the father and son fell down before the time was up. Yan and Qingmei spent a lot of effort to send the two of them back to the bed. Then, they returned to the central room and lit the stove. Qingmei rubbed her hands and said, I didn't expect young master and old master to be drunk so early. Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia suggested staying up for the new year and he was sleeping soundly. Forget it, he would just treat it as helping him to stay up. Do you want to eat? Yan handed a roasted orange to Qingmei. Qingmei took it and peeled the orange. She took a piece and put it in her mouth. The He family didn't treat Qingmei as a servant. They didn't follow the rules of a master and servant like other wealthy families. The orange was a little sour. Qingmei squinted her eyes and swallowed it before saying, I didn't think so at first. However, since it's the new year, I feel that the family is a little lonely. Old master and young master aren't here. There's only young master and me. Looking at other families, the whole family was happy and harmonious. It was very lively. Yan didn't think that there was anything wrong with this. She had been alone a lot, so she wasn't as depressed as Qingmei. Instead, she looked at Qingmei and nodded. We should have called Qiwu over. Qingmei was stunned. What does this have to do with Imperial bodyguard Qiwu? It has something to do with him. Yan also took an orange and said while eating, he lived here every day previously. You didn't say it was lonely. Now that he's not here, you say it's lonely. You're missing him. Qingmei was stunned. She denied it without thinking. I didn't. Young miss, don't talk nonsense. Actually, it's nothing. Yan put the peeled orange on the stove to roast. The hall was immediately filled with a fragrant smell. After I go to the Xiao family, you'll be the only servant in our family. Of course, you'll have to go with me. At that time, you'll see Qiwu frequently. At that time, you won't feel lonely anymore. Young Mississippi, Qingmei anxiously stamped her feet. Servant really didn't mean it that way. I think Qiwu isn't bad. Yan deliberately teased her. He's born pretty good. He's also a member of the 9 Flags Battalion. In the future, he might even be able to become an official. Moreover, he listens to you. I saw that he swept the floor when you asked him to and hung the clothes when you asked him to. If he doesn't have feelings for you, why would he listen to you like this? Young miss. Qingmei was angry. Her face flushed red. She suddenly stood up. She stopped eating the orange and didn't want to stay up all night. She only said, servant didn't mean it that way. Young miss, please don't speak nonsense. There's nothing between me and Imperial bodyguard Qiwu. She put the orange back and ran away. Eh? Yan asked from behind. You're not staying up all night? I'm not staying up all night. Yan felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have teased her like this. Now, he could only stay up all night. She picked up the orange that Qingmei put down and tossed it up. She sighed. You're a little girl who doesn't mean what she says. Someone's voice sounded. You know a lot. Yan turned around and saw Xiaoju leaning against the door. She was looking at her with a faint smile on her face. Xiaoju? She was overjoyed. Why are you here? She looked outside. You came in directly? I knocked on the door. Xiaoju said as she walked in. However, your house doesn't have any imperial bodyguards. It doesn't make much of a difference whether I knocked or not. She was speaking the truth. Yan pulled her to sit by the stove and stuffed an orange into her hand. Do you want to eat? Xiaoju took the orange. She only held it in her hand and didn't eat it. Why are you here? Yan asked. Aren't you at home with your brother and sister-in-law? After the New Year's Eve dinner, I came to see you. He looked around and said thoughtfully, "Why aren't your father and brother here?" "Don't talk about it. They were drunk. I helped them into the room to sleep." She looked at Xiaoju. "If you came a little later, I would have fallen asleep." Xiaoju said, "You were waiting for me. Why would you fall asleep?" "I wasn't waiting for you." He Yan was confused. Xiaoju turned his head to look at her and replied with a faint "Oh." He Yan grabbed her arm and said sincerely, "How did you know that I was waiting for you? It wasn't easy for me to wait for you to show up after everyone fell asleep. Now that there's no one around, it's just nice." "Just nice what?" "Just in time." He Yan was just casually making up a story, so he didn't continue to make it up. He looked up and met his slightly bright eyes. "Just nice, I'll treat you to an orange." He Yan held his hand and held the orange in front of him. Xiaoju looked at her for a while and laughed softly. He Yan felt that he might be a joker. Xiaoju, who was usually cold and aloof, was always amused by him. This was an ability that ordinary people didn't have. "It's boring to sit in the room. Do you want to sit on the roof?" He Yan invited him enthusiastically. "The roof?" He Yan grabbed his hand and walked out. Yes. The He family's house wasn't an expensive house. The roof wasn't very high either. They could reach it with a light jump. She and Xiaoju sat side by side. She put her hands behind her back and looked into the distance. On New Year's Eve in the Shua capital, there were fireworks everywhere. They were too far away to see clearly. They could only see the stars flashing across the sky. "When I was young and before I went to the military camp, I liked to climb roofs." He Yan said, "The He family's roof was higher than this one. At that time, my martial arts weren't good and I couldn't fly up. I could only use the ladder. Once, I fell down halfway. I was afraid that Madam He would find out, so I didn't dare to make a sound. After that, my back hurt a lot." Xiaoju asked, "Why do you like to climb roofs?" "Because it's high enough." He Yan made an archery pose. "When you climb high enough, you can reach the moon and pick the stars." He chuckled. "Childish. Who wasn't childish when they were young?" He Yan retorted. "Moreover, I haven't climbed roofs for many years. After he joined the army, he lived in a tent. There was no roof to climb. After he got married, he didn't even want to think about it. Now that he thought about it, it was a long time ago that he climbed roofs." "If you want," Xiaoju said, "the Xiao family's roof is yours." He Yan looked at him and asked tentatively, "I can climb roofs after I get married?" "Yes." "Can I bring you with me?" "Yes." Carrying food, Xiaoju interrupted her. "If you want to do it, you can do it." He Yan blinked and lowered her head to smile. She couldn't hide her smile. It was like a rippling water, getting bigger and bigger. Xiaoju glanced at her and seemed to be speechless. After a while, she said, "You're so happy just by climbing roofs?" "Of course," He Yan replied. "I'm very easy to satisfy. I don't have any expensive interests. I'm happy as long as I have food, clothes, and a roof to climb." Xiaoju smiled and didn't say anything. He Yan touched his arm. "Hey," He Yan said. "How's the matter with Su Xiangyu's gang?" Xiaoju's smile disappeared. "A part of it belongs to Chu's island." This was something that He Yan had already expected. She asked, "You mean that Chu Zhao's previous righteousness was intentional?" "Most likely," Xiaoju looked into the distance. "He should have replaced Su Jingfu's position in the crown prince's heart." "Do you know what the emperor thinks of the Yuto?" He Yan asked. "After this incident, the emperor won't accept the Yuto's request for peace, right?" Xiaoju didn't say anything. After a while, she shook her head. He Yan knew that Emperor Wenchuan was no longer the most important thing. The conflict between the crown prince and the fourth prince would be planned sooner because of Su Jingfu's death. It wouldn't be long before the conflict between the crown prince and the fourth prince would be on the table. Xiaoju and the crown prince and the Guanyin saw each other as enemies. If there was a conflict in the future, she would definitely stand on the fourth prince's side. However, she didn't have the right to do so. If the emperor wrote an imperial edict to pass the throne, she would at least suffer in terms of reputation. Don't worry, Xiaoju said, I know what I'm doing. He Yan smiled. That's true. Today is the new year. It's better not to think about these things. The wedding dress is ready, Xiaoju suddenly changed the topic. In a few days, it will be sent to your residence. So soon? Xiaoju glanced at her. The wedding is in less than 10 days. How is it fast? He Yan smiled and said, although. That's true, but, she didn't feel it usually, but when she heard him say this, she suddenly felt a little nervous. After tomorrow, I won't see you again. He Yan asked, why? Newlyweds can't see each other a few days before the wedding. Xiaoju replied. He Yan said softly, I don't usually see you as a person who follows the rules. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows. What I mean is, He Yan grabbed her hand and said sincerely, you're right. It should be like this. With you taking care of everything, I'm very relieved. She now understood that Xiaoju was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. As long as she said a few words of praise to him, he would be very happy. If she had known that this person was so easy to please, He Yan thought to herself. She should have hugged his leg and flattered him more when they were in the Xianxia gymnasium. Perhaps, other than swordsmanship, he would have taught her knife skills and horsemanship as well. Her acting was clumsy. However, Xiaoju only looked at the hand that He Yan had grabbed. He paused for a moment and then placed her hand in his palm. He Yan. He called her name. Ah? Happy New Year. He said lightly. His black eyes were filled with stars in the night sky. It was more moving than the fireworks in the sky. He Yan was stunned for a moment. A warm feeling of satisfaction gradually rose from her chest. She suddenly felt that this new year was truly a brand new one. You're welcome. She tilted her head and leaned on Xiaoju's shoulder. She rubbed her head. Happy New Year to you too. At the end of the street, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Every household had new Spring Festival couplets pasted on their doors. Jinbo's residence was especially bleak this year. Originally, according to this time, the Chu family should have just married into the family. It was a perfect day for marriage. Unexpectedly, something happened to the Su family not long ago. Even the Chu family was unlucky. In the end, Chu Zhao put righteousness before family and avoided disaster for the time being. However, because of the marriage between Jinbo and the Su family, he became the laughingstock of the capital. Chu Linfeng cared about his reputation and didn't leave the house for the entire new year. There was no joy in the new year in the residence. It was extremely cold and cheerless. In Chu Zhao's courtyard, there was even more silence. When Su Pingting first arrived, she learned the truth about Su Jingfu's death. Every day in the courtyard, she scolded Chu Zhao for being heartless and repaying kindness with evil. After a few days of being taught the rules by the nannies in the courtyard, she became much quieter. However, because of this, the only bit of liveliness in the entire courtyard dissipated. Chu Zhao sat in the room. The sound of the fireworks was very far away. The outside and inside of the residence were like two completely different worlds. Someone came in from behind. The servant said, "Fourth young master, there's a letter from missing Xiang." Chu Zhao took the letter and read it. After a while, he placed the letter in the flame of the oil lamp and let it slowly burn out. There was also a strangely shaped piece of shirtu on the table. It was as flat as a person's palm. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be in the shape of a horse. However, the broken part was rough and uneven. It was out of place with the other decorations on the table. Chu Zhao's gaze fell on the piece of shirtu. His expression gradually became distant. The servant paused and struggled for a moment. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Fourth young master, when you saw Missy that day, why didn't you use young Mistress Su as bait to make Missy stay?" He Yan valued He Xining so much. If He Xining was used as a threat, He Yan and Xiaoju's marriage might not have been successful. "It's useless," Chu Zhao replied. The servant didn't understand and looked at the person in front of him. The man sat alone in front of the table. The weak light from the oil lamp made his figure appear thin and lonely. It was as if he was the only person in this huge residence. It seemed as if he was going to sit here alone forever. She's a woman who can control her own fate, Chu Zhao said with a smile after a long time. No one can threaten her. I can't, Xiao Huijin can't, and He Xining can't either. The night market in Jiangshui City appeared in his mind. A young girl with bright eyes was walking on the street. The crowd was surging, and the lanterns were bright as day. She just stood there. She was different from the others. She was like an eagle that wanted to spread its wings. With just a glance, he knew that she yearned for the sky and not a cage. He was a person who couldn't control his own fate. That was why he was inexplicably and irredeemably attracted to her. However, he was destined to be abandoned. Because just as she said, they weren't the same kind of people. They never were. The days from the new year to the 10th seemed to pass very slowly, but also seemed to pass very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of He Yan's wedding. Early in the morning, Xianxia rushed over in a carriage. The He family had very few relatives in the capital. Because of the death of Madame He, they had long lost contact. Afraid that no women would come to help, Xiao Ju asked Yan He to invite Xianxia over. Of course, Yan He was extremely unwilling, but Xianxia was easy to talk to and came over early. She combed He Yan's hair and said with a smile, Miss He, don't worry. Today, I will dress you up as the most beautiful bride in the capital. He Yan smiled and said, it's not that important whether I'm beautiful or not. That's true. Xianxia put down the comb, as long as military governor Xiao thinks it's good, then it's fine. He Yan couldn't help but feel his teeth ache. Qing Mei came over with a box and said, Miss, change into the wedding dress first. The dress was sent over by the Xiao family yesterday evening. It was a bit late at the time, so He Yan just tried it on and confirmed that it fit. Now that the box was opened, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. He Yan asked curiously, what's wrong? This embroidery. Xianxia gently touched the pattern on it. It looks like De Wei's long-lost Wu Zhuang embroidery. What's Wu Zhuang embroidery? Qing Mei was also puzzled. It's a cloth shop that was famous for its embroidery skills, but it disappeared later. Back then, the owner's daughter, Ruxing, had uncanny embroidery skills. Even the nobles in the palace rarely had a piece of cloth. Xianxia smiled. Military Governor Xiao found an embroiderer from somewhere to make this wedding dress. It's clear that he put in a lot of effort. He Yan was slightly startled and took the wedding dress out of the box. Qing Mei helped He Yan get dressed. The wedding dress had a top and a lower garment, with colorful dragons and phoenixes embroidered on the front. The hem of the long dress was huge, and the corners of the dress were embroidered with fine cloud patterns with golden red silk thread. It was very charming and beautiful. The wedding veil hung down from the shoulders to the front, with a golden jade pendant hanging from it. It wasn't easy to put on the clothes and required the help of Xianxia and Qing Mei. It took them a long time to put them on. At this moment, He Yan had yet to tie up his hair. Qing Mei giggled as she took out the phoenix coronet and pretended to put it on He Yan's head. Miss, take a look at this first. He Yan looked at herself in the mirror. Her phoenix coronet was not like the other aristocratic daughters' coronets, which were made of gold and jade and inlaid with jade. On the contrary, it looked exceptionally small, as if it was made of silk and was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was studded with rubies and pearls. When she wore it on her head, it was as if she was covered in a layer of red clouds. The crystal beads by her ears made her face look exceptionally white and beautiful. Miss, you are so beautiful. Qing Mei looked at her in a daze. She had been by He Yan's side since childhood and knew that He Yan was born beautiful. But now, it was as if the dust on the gemstone had been brushed away. It was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Military Governor Xiao is very good at choosing wedding dresses. Xianxia was also stunned. After a while, he smiled and said, among the brides who have been married in the Shua capital these years, if we talk about wedding dresses, none can compare to the one Miss He is wearing. He Yan also felt that this wedding dress was very beautiful. Unfortunately, she didn't have any talent in poetry and couldn't come up with any beautiful words to praise it. She could only secretly praise it in her heart. When He Yan got married in the He family, the wedding dress was also expensive and fitting. But when she wore it, He Yan felt a little uncomfortable. Later on, when he thought about it, that wedding dress was especially charming and elegant. It was completely different from her own temperament. But the dress in front of him in the mirror, from head to toe, was perfectly ironed. Sit down first. Xianxia took the phoenix coronet away. I will comb your hair first. After I comb your hair, you can wear the phoenix coronet. It should look even better. He Yan was pressed into a chair by Xianxia and watched as she combed his hair. Qingmei stood to the side with a small box of jewelry. From time to time, she handed Xianxia a pearl hairpin to comb his hair. Suddenly, she felt a little disappointed. From now on, Miss will have to wear her hair in a bun. Time really flies. After getting married, He Yan naturally had to wear her hair in a woman's bun. But when He Yan was in this small courtyard, she was still a child. Qingmei still remembered the first time she saw her Mississippi. At that time, He Sui brought Qingmei back to the He family. Qingmei saw a little girl with messy hair standing at the door and staring at He Sui aggressively. He Sui wanted to drive her away. Qingmei suppressed the fear in her heart and timidly stepped forward. Miss, don't drive this servant away. This servant knows how to comb your hair. She combed her hair for so many years. The long hair of the woman in the mirror was combed until it was as smooth as silk. Then, Xianxia gently coiled it up with a pearl hairpin, followed by a silk flower, an agate, a silver buyao. Xianxia combed her hair very carefully, as if he was decorating a flower that was about to bloom. He couldn't wait to use all the beautiful and good things on her. The woman in the mirror went from not wearing any makeup to a voluptuous and beautiful face. Her face gradually became clearer. He Yan looked at the person in the mirror in a daze. She didn't know that a woman could be so beautiful when she got married. At this time, someone knocked on the door. The sound was very soft. Qingmei went to open the door. When she saw the person outside, she said with some confusion, "You, Miss He?" He Yan was startled and then stood up. He Xining walked out from behind the door. She seemed a little nervous. She first looked at He Yan and was startled. It wasn't until Xianxia asked softly, "Miss?" She finally reacted. I heard that Miss He is getting married today, so I wanted to come and take a look. He Xining bit her lip and took out a palm-sized box from behind her back. This is my wedding gift. After the accident at home, I didn't have much left. This is the earring my mother gave me when I got married. I heard that it was left to her by my grandmother. I don't have anything valuable, only this. He Xining paused. She lowered her head and said, "If Miss He doesn't like it." The next moment, the box was taken. He Yan smiled at her. That's great. I'm getting married today, but the earrings I got don't look very nice. She opened the box. There was a pair of amber earrings in the shape of a phoenix. She took it out. This earring looks just right. It matches my wedding dress very well. Xining, she called intimately. Help me put it on. He Xining was stunned. She asked uncertainly, "Me?" "Yes." He Yan took her hand and put the earrings in her palm. Help me put it on. It's also good to get some of the joy. It was obviously winter, but the hand holding He Xining's hand felt warm. For a moment, He Xining's heart ached. She had mustered up all her courage to come here today. She was now the daughter and wife of a sinner. Wherever she went, she would be looked at with disdain by others. Coming here, she was really afraid that He Yan would dislike her. It took her a lot of effort to explain to Wei Foreign. When she reached the door, she hesitated for a long time, not daring to enter. But now, He Yan looked at her as if she was no different from other people. He Xining composed herself. She carefully picked up the earrings and put them on He Yan's ears. After that, she took 2 steps back and looked at the person in front of her. She murmured, "Miss He, you're really beautiful." Her eyes slowly overflowed with a burst of sourness, and she thought of the day when she would be married. In fact, at that time, she was also nervous and perturbed, as well as a little expectant and shy. At that time, second. Madam, he also put this earring on He Xining's ear. At that time, He Xining thought that she was going to start a new and happy life, but it turned out that the marriage was so unbearable. The bride in front of her was really beautiful. He Xining thought. She really envied He Yan. He Yan's gaze fell on He Xining's eyes. She paused and suddenly took a step forward. Ignoring her complicated dress and the bun on her head, she gently hugged He Xining. He Xining was stunned. Miss He, you'll be beautiful like this in the future. The warmth in front of her was so real that it made her feel like she had found someone to rely on. But she just lowered her head in panic and said helplessly, no. I won't have a better time. One after another, the sudden changes in her family and the sudden change in her status were enough to make the arrogant and willful young lady become inferior and timid in a short time. He Yan's heart ached. She slightly tightened her arms around He Xining and whispered, don't forget, you're General Fei Hong's sister. After a pause, she continued, and also my sister. He Xining's heart trembled. The bride had already let go of her arms. She stood on the spot and looked at her. Her gaze was sincere and warm. The first time I saw you, it was at Yuhua Temple. Xining, you may not know, but Yuhua Temple is really efficacious. Buddha will bless the pious and make their wishes come true. So, you'll definitely get better and better, she said. He Xining was stunned for a moment. After a while, she slowly smiled and looked at He Yan, okay. Since you're here, He Yan pulled her to the side, come and help. There are really few women in our family. Xianxia can't handle it alone. Xining, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you for a while. He Xining quickly waved her hand, no trouble, no trouble. By the way, the bride seemed to have thought of something and smiled at her in the mirror, you can call me sister in the future. Is it done or not? He Yanxing paced back and forth outside. He was a little nervous. What's the hurry? He Sui scolded him, your sister is dressing up inside. Of course, we have to take it slow. Although he said that, his eyes were filled with anxiety. The bottom of his newly made robe was wrinkled. He and He Yanxing had also changed into new clothes. He Yanxing had grown a lot taller, and with a change of clothes, he looked like an elegant young man. He Sui, on the other hand, had been a martial artist his whole life and rarely had the time to dress up. Now that he thought about it, the last time he dressed so grandly was when he got married. Time passed quickly. Now, it was his daughter's turn to get married. As he was thinking, the door inside opened with a creak. Xianxia and He Xining walked out. Qing Mei followed behind them. Xianxia smiled and said, Master He, Miss He has finished dressing up. You can go in and talk to her. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Ya. He Sui couldn't wait to get up and walk in. He Yanxing also followed in. Qing Mei covered her mouth and smiled. She closed the door again. He Yan turned around and saw He Yanxing and He Sui standing in front of him. They were stunned and didn't speak. What's wrong? She carefully took a step forward. She was afraid that she would shake her head, which was full of pearls and hairpins. She could only raise her head slightly. Don't I look good? No, no, no. Yes. He Sui came back to his senses, Yan Yan is so beautiful. As he spoke, he suddenly choked up, you and your mother look so much alike. Since He Yan woke up, he knew that He Sui had a very good relationship with his late wife. Because Lady He looked like Madam He was very arrogant towards her. Now that He Sui saw this, she was afraid that he would miss her. She had to move to He Sui's side and gently patted He Sui's shoulder to comfort him. Father, He Yanxing rolled his eyes, why are you crying on such a big day? Don't you think you're asking for bad luck? Besides, He Yan can't compare with my mother's beauty. You're exaggerating. He Sui was pulled back from his sadness by his words. He Sui scolded him, how can you talk like that? It's true. Go away. He Sui pushed him aside and took out a thick stack of papers from his sleeve, these are some land deeds and fields. Yan Yan, take them. He Yan was startled, what do you mean? I've seen the betrothal. Gifts from the Xiao family. He Sui said, our family can't be compared with the Xiao family, but based on our family's situation, it's not shameful to tell others about your dowry. It's not written in the list. You can hide it secretly and don't tell Huijin. If you're short of money or don't have money in the future, you can use this. Wait, father, He Yan asked, our family's foundation is almost emptied by the betrothal gifts. How can we get the land deeds? He Sui showed a proud smile on his face. When I married your mother, I became a live-in son-in-law. Ahem, I didn't have any betrothal gifts. But your grandmother and grandfather loved your mother, so they still gave her dowry. After your mother passed away, I didn't use any of the dowry. I thought that when you get married in the future, I could show some of it to others. Our He family is rich and won't be looked down upon by your husband's family. As for the other part, he put the land deeds in He Yan's hands. You can keep it. You're not a live-in son-in-law. You're going to someone else's house. You'll definitely need money. Don't ask Huijin for it. I'll get it for you. With money in hand, you'll have a stronger backbone. He Yan had never thought that He Sui, this seemingly careless and rough man, would actually have such a meticulous mind. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She put the land deeds back in He Sui's hands. Father, I don't want these. I have my own salary. I'm not short of money. Yunxing is spending money now. Keep these for him. I don't want them. Before He Sui could say anything, He Yunxing refused first. He said, how can a man only think about the money in the family? If I want something, I'll earn it myself. You can keep what mother gave you. He Sui slammed the land deeds on the table and said to He Yan, no, you have to listen to me on this matter. Yan, take it. If you don't take it, I won't let you go out of this door. He Yan, she said, okay, I'll take it. She thought to herself, forget it. I'll find a way to put it back the next time we meet. He Sui looked at He Yan and said with emotion, when your mother died, you and your brother were the ones she couldn't let go of the most. I swore before her death that I would never remarry and raise you and your brother well. Yan, now that you have a good husband, the Shirtu and father's heart is half relieved. He reached out and wanted to touch He Yan's head, but he was afraid that he would mess up He Yan's hair bun. In the end, he only touched her head gently and then withdrew his hand. Your temperament is very different from your mother's. Originally, father thought that you were arrogant and willful and was afraid that you would be taken advantage of. Now, it seems that you are strong and have your own ideas. Even if you don't marry Xiao Huijin, you can still live a good life if you marry someone else. Father is proud of you. He Yan looked at the man in front of her. In her previous life, she had only been used and disappointed by the word father. Now, God seemed to want to compensate her by sending the world's best father to her. She now knew that a father's shadow could be so gentle and strong, silently loving his children as always. Father. She held He Sui's calloused hands and said with a smile, thank you. I am also proud of you. Qing Mei's voice came from outside. Miss, the wedding procession is almost here. Master, if you are done talking, quickly come out. Don't miss the auspicious hour. He Sui helplessly let go of her hand and looked at He Yan again. He was reluctant to part with her, as if he had thousands of words to say. In the end, he could only force out one sentence. Yan, father will go out first. He Yan nodded. Qing Mei came in and asked He Yunxing to wait at the door. She tidied up He Yan's clothes and carefully covered He Yan with a veil. She held He Yan's hand and walked towards the door. She said softly, Miss, you must not be nervous. Don't be nervous. When she spoke, her voice was slightly trembling. He Yan wanted to laugh. She was getting married, not going to a fire. Everyone in the He family was making the atmosphere of life and death. When they reached the door, Qing Mei said, young master, Miss is coming out. The bride was to be carried on the back of her brother to the bridal sedan. He Yunxing half squatted and said nervously, come up. He Yan climbed on his back. The young man looked tall and thin, but his back was broad and warm. He Yan held his neck with both hands and whispered when no one else could hear, Yunxing, have you eaten breakfast? Shut up. He Yunxing was a little nervous at first, but after being interrupted by her, his sadness disappeared. He only said, I told you not to eat. You are so heavy. Am I heavy? He Yan frowned slightly. You can't even carry me. How are you going to carry your beloved girl in the future? If that girl was as heavy as you, she wouldn't be my beloved. He Yunxing gritted his teeth. He Yan said, when I was in the Liang province guards, I could lift Tu Shirtu who was as heavy as me. Little brother, she reminded him thoughtfully, you need to exercise more. Can you stop talking? He Yan said, oh. Sure enough, he stopped talking. The road from the door to the bridal sedan wasn't long, but He Yanqing walked very slowly. After He Yan really stopped talking, he fell silent again. After a while, he said, He Yan. What? Now that you are with the Xiao family, you can eat whatever you want. Didn't you tell me to eat less? If you really want to eat, then eat. He Yanqing frowned. You are already like this in your own home. You can't behave properly in other people's homes. In any case, just treat the Xiao family as your own home. Don't let yourself suffer. If anyone bullies you, just tell me. Even if I have to tear down the Xiao family's door, I will stand up for you. He Yan leaned on his back. No one could see that her face under the veil was twitching with laughter. Thank you. But I don't think anyone would dare to bully your older sister. If someone really does bully me, I will get back at them myself. But you, she lectured He Yanqing, after I leave, don't always go against father. He is old. Why are you always arguing with him? Give in to the elderly. And you, be more generous in the academy. Your older sister is an official of the imperial court, and your brother-in-law is a famous general of the Dewey. Let's not talk about squandering money like it doesn't matter. Occasionally, you can pretend to be a hedonistic son. He Yanqing was speechless when he saw that her words were getting more and more out of hand. After a while, he said, we're here. The bridal sedan was right in front of them. He Yan got down from He Yanqing's back and was helped into the bridal sedan by Qing Mei and Xianxia. The bridal procession had already arrived. She could hear the discussions of the people around her. Some of the voices reached He Yan's ears. Hey, isn't that Military Governor Xiao? Military Governor Xiao is here. He's here, he's here. Aya, he's so handsome. He also has a noble aura. What kind of luck did that girl from the He family walk on? How did she meet such a good marriage? Speaking of which, our little peanut isn't bad either. Are they still accepting people? Even if she is sent in as a concubine, she will be pretty when she has children in the future. Bah, you're dreaming. If they really want to accept people, it won't be your family's turn first. My little Yezi is still unmarried. He Yan sat in the bridal sedan and listened to the people's words. She really wanted to lift the curtain of the bridal sedan to see what the groom looked like. Speaking of which, she had never seen Xiao Ju in a red dress. She didn't know if she was as graceful as the moon and as beautiful as flawless jade. She could only faintly hear the sound of Xiao Ju bowing and saying goodbye to He Sui. It seemed like they were releasing the betrothal gifts and sending off geese. Then, the bridal sedan slowly got up and moved forward. This was the start of the bridal sedan. Accompanied by the sound of the bridal sedan rising, the children around them cheered. General Fengyun in Shua capital was getting married. Not only did the streets turn out, but both sides of the streets were also filled with people watching the ceremony. Xiao family's welcoming team was generous and casually threw out some money. The children laughed and fought over it, distributing the wedding candies to their new friends. Shen Han and Liang Ping were walking on the bridge when they heard the sound of gongs and drums from afar. The Liangzhou Guards instructors, as well as Wang Ba's group, were granted a rare day off. Today, they could personally attend Xiao Ju and He Yan's wedding banquet. At this time, they were going to follow the welcoming team to the Xiao Manor. I really want to see what a Higa looks like in a wedding dress. Xiao Mai stared unblinkingly at the approaching bridal sedan. Are you still calling her a Higu? Hong Shan asked. I can't change it. Xiao Mai scratched her head. Wang Ba snorted, in any case, I can't imagine what she looks like in a wedding dress. She's just a female bandit. No, Jiang Jiao said with a smile, brother, his beauty is naturally different from the rest. We're almost there. Huang Xiong also smiled, why don't we also go and steal some money? Let's get some luck? Uncle, you're already so old. Xiao Mai couldn't help but say, what's the use of getting some luck? It's better to let my brother go. He pushed Shirtu, big brother, you go and steal. Shirtu looked seriously and didn't say anything. While they were talking and laughing, more children with the welcoming team ran over. Xiao family's wedding money was abundant. The children from poorer families in Shuo capital followed them from the beginning to the end of the wedding banquet. At this time, the man walking in front threw out a handful of money. The copper coins tied with a wedding string bounced to the bridal sedan chair and rolled down the bridge. A thin and small boy bent down to pick up the money at the bottom of the sedan chair. However, he was too thin and weak. Unexpectedly, he was pushed lightly and fell back. At this time, they were at the edge of the bridge. The bridge railings were low. The crowd screamed and the child fell off the bridge. Ah, the child screamed in fear. In the next moment, someone flew out of the bridal sedan chair. Her robe was red like smoke. She grabbed the falling boy and held him in her arms. She stepped on the railings and landed lightly on the ground. The veil had already fallen to the ground the moment she flew out, revealing the face of the bride under the phoenix coronet. Her hair was black and her amber earrings were slightly trembling. Her red robe was embroidered with phoenixes. Her eyes were clear and bright, like the clearest stream in Shuo capital. There was a bit of confusion and a bit of realization. She was completely different from those delicate and charming brides who were shy and timid. She was also like the morning sun shining on the snow. There was a moment of silence on and under the bridge. It was unknown whether they were shocked by the sudden change or shocked by the bride's face under the veil. Ah, someone's voice broke the silence. The veil fell. What should we do? It's inauspicious. Yan let go of her hand. The little boy saw that he had caused trouble and ran away. She stood in the same place, not knowing what to do. Just now, when she was in the bridal sedan chair, she heard that something had happened. In a moment of panic, she acted without thinking, but forgot that she was in the middle of a wedding banquet. Was this inauspicious? Yan felt uneasy. Someone walked over and bent down to pick up the veil that had fallen to the ground. Yan looked up at him. It was the first time she had seen someone wear the color of raging flames in such a restrained manner. The bright red robe made the young man look like jade and gold. When he walked over step by step, he looked elegant. Back then, the beautiful young man with a golden saddle and a white horse, in the flowing years, gradually became high-spirited and handsome. In his bright and luxurious clothes, his charm was cold and elegant. He walked closer step by step until he was in front of the woman wearing the phoenix coronet. Yan looked at him. She could see herself clearly in his limpid eyes. Young master. The old woman at the side gathered her courage and stepped forward. The veil has fallen to the ground. It's inauspicious, so what? He said faintly. Then, he picked up the veil and gently put it back on the bride's coronet. Yan's vision was blocked again. But at this moment, even in the darkness, she felt extremely at ease. She heard Xiaoju's voice. It's okay. The incident at the bridgehead did not affect the wedding procession. The bridal sedan was lifted again and the procession slowly moved forward. Shenhan's anxious heart finally calmed down. He patted his chest and said, "You scared me to death." Fortunately, nothing happened. Chief Instructor. Did you see that? Mrs. Skills did not fall behind. Liang Ping touched his chin and said, "Her movements just now were so swift. She is indeed a soldier that I taught." Are you proud of the soldier that you taught? Shenhan glanced at him. If you have the ability, say it again in front of the commander-in-chief. I don't dare. Liang Ping smiled embarrassedly. We shouldn't call her Missy now, right? Ma Damii moved forward and said, should we call her young madam? That's not right. Liang Ping scratched his head. She has an official position now. We should call her madam. Then, Madam Xiaohe? Why does she sound like a man? Xiaomai bent down to pick up a piece of wedding money on the ground. Just as she straightened up, she heard the aunt beside her say, how could military governor Xiao pick up the veil on the ground by herself just now? How inauspicious. That's right. The bride's face was seen by others. She is not particular about etiquette. I heard that she was originally a woman from an ordinary family. It's natural that she doesn't know these rules. That's not right, hey. A loud shout interrupted the women who were gossiping together. The women turned their heads and saw a strong man with a scar on his face staring at them fiercely. He shouted, "If she didn't go out, that boy would be dead now. You people are just standing there and talking. What the hell do you know?" The women were shocked. The leading woman retorted fiercely, "We are talking among ourselves. What does it have to do with you?" Wang Ba pulled out the long knife at his waist. When the women saw this, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They stopped arguing with Wang Ba and turned to run away. Jiang Jiao coughed softly. "Brother Wang, you don't have to scare them like that, these shrews only know how to gossip behind people's backs. I don't like listening to them." Wang Ba sheathed his saber and scowled. "What bullshit rules are they? Who made the rules? If I say there is no such rule, then there is no such rule." He was used to being overbearing, so Jiang Jiao could only smile helplessly. Mai, on the other hand, shared his hatred for a common enemy. "That's right. Why don't they say that brother he saved someone just now? Forgive me too." Hong Shan leaned against the railing of the bridge and smiled. "The 3 men that women in Shua capital want to marry the most have been taken away by your Ehigo. I'm not happy about it, but what's wrong with my mouth? Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Brother He's meddlesome nature hasn't changed even after becoming a woman." Huang Xiong shook his head and sighed. "Seeing someone in trouble, you want to save them regardless of the situation. I think that lady he is no different from He Yan of the Liangzhou guards." Wang Ba snorted. "Otherwise, it wouldn't be like her. Let's go." He put away the string of wedding money he had just stolen. "The procession has gone far." The bridal sedan circled around half of the capital before arriving at Xiaofu. Before getting off the sedan, Jiwu handed over a bow and arrow. A youth wearing wedding clothes walked to the front of the sedan and shot 3 red arrows towards the bottom of the sedan. The red arrows were firmly nailed into the bottom of the sedan to ward off evil spirits. Bai Rongwei helped He Yan down from the bridal sedan and handed the red string tied with a concentric knot to Xiaoju and He Yan's hands. He Yan had a veil over her head and couldn't see anything. She had been blind for a long time and was used to being able to walk by herself even in the dark. But today, she had completely given herself to another person and entrusted her entire body and mind to him. The bride held the concentric knot and was carefully led over the brazier towards the auditorium. The auditorium was already filled with people who were watching the excitement. Lin Shuanghe stood at the very front with a face full of smiles. Yan he glanced at his expression and couldn't help but say in disgust, "What's with your expression? Those who don't know would think that you're marrying a wife today. This is even more delightful than me marrying a wife." Lin Shuanghe opened his fan. "What is more delightful than your close friend marrying your close friend? Your close friends are too many and too cheap." Yan he mocked him. "Brother, Lin." Shuanghe looked at him. "A loner like you doesn't even have many friends. Why did you come to our Huijin's wedding? You think I really wanted to come?" Yan he sneered. "He Yan sent an invitation to Qingxiu and Qingxiu forced me to come. Who wants to see Xiao Huijin get married? Who hasn't gotten married before?" He glanced at Lin Shuanghe. "Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot. You haven't gotten married before. What do you know?" Lin Shuanghe closed his fan and smiled. "I won't give up the entire garden for a flower." Yan he replied with a cold laugh. As they spoke, He Yan and Xiaoju had already arrived in front of the incense table. After the music was played and the firecrackers were fired, the two of them first offered incense and candles to the gods and ancestral tablets. Then they offered incense, prostrated themselves, and returned to their original positions. Then, the couple bowed 3 times. Xiao family's parents were no longer there. Bai Rongwei invited the memorial tablets out of the ancestral hall. After paying respects to the heaven and earth, the husband and wife faced each other. He Yan lowered his head and bowed. Suddenly, it seemed that a long life had passed. When he got up, the crowd cheered. Qing Lisu's excited shouts were mixed in. "Send them to the bridal chamber. Hurry, uncle, hurry up and lift the veil. I want to see Aunt." Song Taotao frowned slightly. "Lower your voice." "Why lower my voice?" Qing Lisu's face was full of excitement. Don't you want to see what Aunt looks like in her wedding dress? Song Taotao silently rolled her eyes. She really didn't want to see. Who would want to see their sweetheart marry someone else in a phoenix coronet and a red wedding gown? But there was still someone beside her who didn't understand her meaning. Ah. I didn't expect my brother to become my aunt in the end. It's unbelievable. He Yan was led into the bridal chamber by Qing Mei and by Rongwei. They temporarily avoided the noisy crowd outside. She was covered by the veil and couldn't see anything. As soon as she sat down, she was startled. She reached out and grabbed a few longans. Bai Rongwei smiled. Congratulations, He. It seems that you and Hui Jin will have a child soon. He Yan, Qing Mei quickly smoothed out the wrinkles on He Yan's wedding dress. Then, she hurriedly stuffed 2 snacks the size of a finger into He Yan's mouth. She whispered, Miss, eat a few bites to fill your stomach first. The young master will be here soon to lift the veil. Eat carefully. Don't rub off on your fat. He Yan was originally calm, but after hearing Qing Mei's words, he became nervous. However, eating something could indeed ease one's nerves. She ate 3 or 4 bites in a row. Then, Qing Lisu's excited voice came from outside. Uncle, hurry up. Don't make my aunt wait. Immediately after, Song Taotao retorted, You should shut up. I think you're the most anxious one. A group of people walked over noisily. He Yan thought that he had seen a lot of wind and waves in his 2 lives, but at this moment, his palms couldn't help but be covered in a thin layer of sweat. The bridal chamber was actually very spacious. However, Lin Xuanhe, Qing Lisu, and Liang Ping all squeezed in. No matter how big the room was, it wasn't big enough. Xiao Jing handed the red cloth-wrapped weighing scale to Xiao Ju. She said, Hui Jin, it's time to pick the bridal veil. Xiao Ju took the bridal veil and slowly walked in front of He Yan. He Yan sat with his head lowered. She could see his black boots under the veil. Suddenly, she pursed her lips. From today onwards, she had never officially met Xiao Ju. However, after taking off the veil, her life would be closely linked to Xiao Ju's life. He would become the person who stood side by side with her. How would Xiao Ju see her? He Yan's thoughts ran wild. At this moment, she felt as if she had returned to her previous life. She sat in front of the mirror and slowly took off her mask. She looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face under the mask. It was like a dream, real yet illusory. The bridal veil hooked around the edge of the bridal veil. Then, her eyes lit up. He Yan grabbed the corner of his robe and slowly raised his head to look at the person in front of him. She fell into a pair of black eyes. In an instant, the moonlight was blurred and the blue sky was bright. The man stood a step away from her and looked down at her. His red robe was like fire. In this crowd, he was stunningly beautiful. His eyes were like the night sky, but in the night sky, she could see a complete and clear reflection of herself. In his eyes, there was no one else but herself. He Yan looked at him in a daze. It was as if she wanted to look at him forever. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After some time, Lin Xuanhe shouted exaggeratedly, Oh my God! I've attended at least 8 wedding banquets, if not 10, but this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful bride. How lucky is our Hui Jin to be able to marry a fairy who descended from the heavens. How much good karma did you cultivate in your previous life to be able to have such good fortune in this life? Are you here to perform? Yan he dug his ears and said disdainfully, You're such a smooth talker. Shen Han and the other instructors were stunned. Liang Ping even blushed and said, I didn't expect He Yan to be even more beautiful than Dr. Shen in a wedding dress. If you want to die, I won't stop you, Shen Han warned in a low voice. Don't drag me down with you. My aunt is so beautiful. She's my aunt. Qing Lisu clenched her fists excitedly. I announce that the most beautiful woman in Shua City is my aunt. Song Taotao held her forehead. However, from a woman's point of view, He Yan was too beautiful today. Although she was charming when she was dressed as a man, when she sat there and looked up at the man in front of her, her eyes sparkled like stars in the Milky Way. Brother Wang, Xiao Mai asked Wang Ba, this time you have to admit that He Gu is really beautiful. Wang Ba waved his hand impatiently. She's just SOSO. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Brother, he is very good, Xianxia said with a smile. I see that military Governor Xiao treats her very well. When men look at other men, they always have a lot of understanding. Bai Rong smiled and reminded him softly, it's time to drink the nuptial wine. He Yan came back to his senses and stood up with Qing Mei's help. Xiao Ju picked up the pot on the table and divided it into 2 cups. He Yan carefully picked up 1 cup and held his wrist as he lowered his head and drank. Bai Rong smiled and said, after the nuptial wine, husband and wife become one, equal in status, and never leave each other. He Yan let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to look up at Xiao Ju. After the nuptial wine, the groom had to go to the front of the hall. The group of people crowded around Xiao Ju and left. Only Qing Mei and He Yan were left in the room. He Yan waited until the door closed and sat down on the couch. He patted his chest and said, it's finally over. I was almost nervous to death. Eh? Qing Mei asked curiously, Miss, were you nervous just now? This servant saw that Miss was very relaxed. Relaxed my ass, it was all an act. He Yan took off the phoenix coronet on his head. The coronet looked small and cute, but when it was decorated with pearls and jewels, it was very heavy. After holding it up for so long, his neck was a bit sore. Qing Mei helped He Yan put the coronet to the side. Seeing He Yan already unbuttoning the wedding dress, she was shocked and quickly stopped He Yan's hand. Miss, you don't need to take off your clothes. This room is really hot, and there are so many clothes. He Yan said helplessly. In order to avoid the cold, the heater in the room was very strong. Her wedding dress had 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It was winter, so her forehead was even sweating. However, Qing Mei was very stubborn. No, miss, you have to listen to this servant. You can't take off your clothes. He Yan and her deadlocked for a while. Finally, he admitted defeat and said, okay, I'll listen to you. She stood up. After sitting in the sedan chair for half a day, her legs were numb. She poured herself a cup of hot tea. While drinking, she looked at the bridal room. As she looked, her expression became strange. When he first returned to Shuajing, He Yan lived with the Xiao family for a period of time. He also went to Xiao Ju's room. Xiao Ju's room looked cold and simple. The color was also very plain. It was either white or black. In this bridal room, other than the she character and red paper, the other decorations looked very gaudy. Even the legs of the table were padded with a layer of light pink cloth. He Yan's mouth twitched when he saw this. How did Xiao Ju's taste change so much in such a short time? She didn't care. Moving from Lady He's room to this room was just a change of place. But didn't Xiao Ju feel uncomfortable? Look at the bronze mirror with the lace border, look at the pink curtain with the sachet hanging on it. It was a living room of the Qin dynasty. It was simply crazy. Just as she was thinking, she heard Qing Mei calling her in a small voice, Miss, Miss. He Yan turned around and saw Qing Mei standing by the bed. She had a difficult expression on her face, so he asked, what's wrong? Miss, Madam passed away early. When Miss got married, although there was Miss Xianxia was still young. A few days ago, Aunt Lu in the alley gave this servant something. Her face was flushed red and she stuttered as if she found it hard to speak. She trembled as she took out something from her bosom. She didn't dare to look at it and stuffed it into Yi Yan's hand. Aunt Lu said that when Miss got married, her mother would give her this. So this servant took it back. He Yan looked down and saw a palm-sized booklet in her hand. She looked at Qing Mei suspiciously. When she opened it, she saw Qing Mei turn around in a panic. Eh? He Yan glanced at it. Isn't this a picture of spring? Miss. Qing Mei's eyes widened and she forgot to be shy. How can you say it out loud? Then how can I say it out loud? He Yan asked her, have you seen it? If you haven't, why are you so nervous? This servant only took a glance. Qing Mei was so anxious that she was about to cry. No, miss, this isn't for this servant to see. This is for you. When Qing Mei gave He Yan this booklet, she was very conflicted. After all, she was an unmarried girl and she didn't know how to give He Yan something like this. Who knew that He Yan would be so magnanimous and casually flip through the booklet? He even commented, Aunt Lu is too stingy. Isn't this booklet from 3 to 5 years ago? The style is so old-fashioned. Since she wanted to give a wedding gift, why didn't she give something more recent? TSK, 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 it's not as good as the one I used to read. Miss. Qingmei looked at her in disbelief. The one you used to read? When did you read it? Where did you read it? He Yan remembered that in this servant's heart, she was probably still the same old lady so he said perfunctorily, I'm just talking nonsense. Forget about it. She turned and left, but Qingmei followed her like a tail. Miss, please tell me clearly. When did you read it? I don't remember. After a long time, the sky gradually darkened. He Yan finished all the exquisite snacks on the table and heard some noise from outside. She quickly sat up straight and pretended to be dignified and polite. Qingmei went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Lin Shuanghe supporting Xiaoju as they walked in. Eh? Qingmei was startled. Is young master drunk? He Yan heard this and stood up. Lin Shuanghe supported Xiaoju to the side of the bed and smiled at He Yan. He Mimi. Sister-in-law, Huijin drank too much today. I helped him back. Why did he drink so much? Qingmei complained. How can this? She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and looked at her young lady with hidden bitterness. After staying with He Yan for a long time, she also learned to speak without thinking. He Yan turned to look at Xiaoju. He was supported by Lin Shuanghe to sit on the side of the bed. His head was leaning against the headboard and his eyes were closed. He looked fine and didn't seem to be in pain, but it seemed like he couldn't handle the alcohol. Xiaoju can get drunk? She said thoughtfully. Everyone wants to drink with him. How can he not get drunk? Lin Shuanghe sighed. Speaking of which, Huijin's marriage is a big deal. Those martial artists can all drink. He's still all right. Go outside and look at the hall. He's lying on the floor and vomiting. Especially Yan He. He seemed to be speechless. He kept asking Huijin to drink with him. Isn't it because he wants to see who can drink more? Why is his desire to win so strong? Yan He won? How can that be? Lin Shuanghe smiled. He was carried back. Yan, anyway, I've sent him back. Lin Shuanghe waved his fan. I'll retire after I've succeeded. Mimi, remember to take good care of Huijin. He smiled. Good nights are short. Don't waste them. Yan, wait. Before she could finish, Lin Shuanghe had already walked away. Miss. Qingmei said softly, then this servant will also leave. Why are you leaving? Yan shouted, give me a hand. This? I'm afraid it's a bit inconvenient. Qingmei looked as if she was facing a great enemy. She waved her hands. Besides, this servant isn't very strong. I heard that when Miss was in the Liang Province Guards, you could lift a huge rock by yourself. I think you can take good care of Military Governor Xiao by yourself. She walked towards the door and said, then, this servant will also leave. Hey! This servant was sometimes timid, but sometimes she was quite good at arguing. Yan sighed. This time only Xiaoju and her were left in the room. She turned to look at Xiaoju. When this person was drunk, she was very quiet. She didn't act crazy or speak nonsense. She just leaned against the headboard as if she was taking a nap. Yan walked over and nudged her. Xiaoju? There was no reaction. She waved her hand in front of Xiaoju's face. Xiaoju still had her eyes closed. Yan sighed in relief. She thought that Xiaoju was indeed drunk. Alright, she had gotten drunk in front of Xiaoju before. Xiaoju had also gotten drunk in front of her. It was fair to each of them once. Yan sat down beside her and leaned forward to look. When Xiaoju's eyes were closed, her eyelashes obediently drooped down like the wings of a butterfly. Yan's heart itched and she couldn't help but reach out to touch her. The young man frowned slightly. She quickly retracted her hand, thinking that Xiaoju had woken up. After a while, she saw that Xiaoju didn't respond. She gradually became bolder. Yan had never denied Xiaoju's beauty. When he was in the Xianchang Hall, he was too lazy to pay attention to anyone. However, he still attracted a lot of attention. Later, when he became the commander of the right military, even though he was rumored to be ruthless, he still didn't drop out of the top 3 of the dream man of Shuajing. It was all because of his face. He Yan sat closer and stared at him. Tisk, tsk, tsk. She sighed and said, elegant and refined. Just by looking at this person's face, she couldn't tell that he spent every day on the battlefield. How could his face not be haggard at all? His skin was like jade, his facial features were handsome, and his jawline was extremely beautiful. Just looking at him would give birth to evil thoughts. He Yan sighed. When the heavens created Xiaoju, they must have put a lot of thought into it. Perhaps this was the life that others envied but couldn't get. He Yan looked at the man leaning against the wall, and her guts grew. She shouted, such a beautiful person, and now she's in my hands. This is a rare opportunity in 100 years. If I don't do whatever I want, I'll be sorry for myself. As she spoke, she undid Xiaoju's buttons. There were many layers of wedding clothes, and the room was stuffy. She also saw that Xiaoju's face was slightly red, and thought that it was because of the heat. Out of kindness, she planned to help take off Xiaoju's outer clothes and put him on the bed so that they could rest early today. She didn't expect the buttons to be so complicated. She lowered her head and unbuttoned one. Just as she was about to unbutton the second one, her hand was suddenly grabbed. He Yan looked up in surprise and met a pair of deep black eyes. His voice was faint and seemed to be teasing her. Then, how do you plan to do whatever you want to me? This person's eyes were clear and sober. He Yan cried out, you're not drunk? Xiaoju curled her lips. A little. Like hell, I'll believe you. He Yan thought in his heart. He was clearly awake from the beginning to the end. Fortunately, he didn't do anything more excessive just now. He Yan smiled and said, then it's good that you're awake, tell me. He Yan didn't plan to let He Yan off. He was still holding on to the hand that was on Xiaoju's chest. He stared at He Yan with a faint smile. How do you want to do whatever you want? He Yan tried to break free from his hand but couldn't. She was inexplicably flustered and stuttered, I saw that you were wearing too much and the room was too hot, so I helped you undo 2 buttons, you're lying. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows and stared at her. I think you're trying to take advantage of me. He Yan was speechless. That can't be. How can unbuttoning be taken advantage of? The hand that was placed on Xiaoju's chest felt as if it was touching a piece of soldering iron. Xiaoju was the first to burn. He Yan was dizzy and said, no, 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 how can this be called taking advantage of others? What haven't I seen before? I've even seen the red mole on your waist. As soon as she said this, Xiaoju's body stiffened. After a while, he said faintly, you're quite magnanimous. He Yan regained her senses and scolded herself in her heart. Half of her body was on Xiaoju's body. Her hand was being held by him and she was touching his collar. She looked like a female hooligan who wanted to take him by force. However, Xiaoju didn't let go. She could only remain frozen like this. Xiaoju, let go of me first. Let's talk things over. She held back for a while and finally managed to say this. Xiaoju glanced at her and suddenly let go. He Yan heaved a huge sigh of relief. She thought to herself, is this heater a sun in the room? Why is it so hot that she's panicking and short of breath? Xiaoju's gaze fell on a corner of a book that was peeking out from under the blanket. She was startled and reached out to take it. What's this? He Yan looked up and saw what she was doing. Her expression changed immediately. Wait. Her words were useless. Xiaoju was already in her hands. He Yan instinctively pounced on her and tried to snatch it away. That was the booklet that Qing Mei had given to her. He Yan didn't have time to keep it properly when Lin Shuanghe came in. She casually stuffed it under the blanket. She didn't expect that Xiaoju would see it. He Yan still remembered clearly how Xiaoju's face darkened when he saw her looking at the erotic pictures in Jiang City. It was such a joyous occasion. She didn't want to make this young master angry again. He Yan reached out to grab it, but was blocked by Xiaoju's arm. She reached out again, but her hand was dodged again. Dodging and dodging, one advancing and one retreating, Xiaoju's hands were long and held the booklet to prevent He Yan from touching it. He Yan had no choice but to jump up and pounce. She was caught off guard and tripped over the edge of the bed, falling straight down. Seeing this, Xiaoju pulled her forward and the two fell straight down. The bed made an earth-shattering sound. He Yan turned her head to look. Fortunately, it didn't collapse. It was very sturdy. She looked at the booklet that she had grabbed and let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, she heard a commotion outside. It was Qingli Su's voice. Wow! What a big commotion! My uncle is really amazing. Then, she heard Qi Wu's voice. Who let young Master Qing in? Hurry up and take him out. I don't want to. I want to stay a little longer. Let me go. It seemed that someone had taken Qingli Su away. Outside the door, silence gradually returned. He Yan was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she was lying on Xiaoju's body. She was still holding the booklet tightly in her hand. Her head was pressed against Xiaoju's chest. She could feel his chest vibrating slightly. It seemed like he was laughing. He was laughing. He Yan suddenly propped up half of her body and looked at Xiaoju. He looked up and lazily said, General, he is amazing. That's natural. He Yan was a little dazed. I'm no longer the last place in the Xianxia gymnasium. Yes. In his deep black eyes, there seemed to be a faint smile. He put his hands behind his head. General, he is a hero among women. You are invincible. I admit defeat. Your words are not sincere. He Yan pretended to be fierce. Since I won, shouldn't I be rewarded? Xiaoju raised her voice slightly. What reward do you want? He Yan was thinking. Suddenly, she felt the world spin. She and Xiaoju had switched positions. She was at the bottom and Xiaoju was at the top. This person's eyes were like a beautiful dream in the window. The strong scent of wine and the scent of moon qilin mixed together. It was intoxicating. How about this reward? Her belt was slowly taken out. He Yan's nervous voice trembled. Her fingers touched the trophy that she had just snatched. She asked, Xiaoju, do you want to take a look first? No need. Someone chuckled. The curtain slid down and covered the beautiful night in the tent. General, he may not know, but men are self-taught when it comes to these things. The moon is silver, the stars are like rain, the red candle tears end, and the spring wind blows. End of chapter 248. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.